Solino Backe entered the tower to escape the rain. He emerged as a symbol of hope after rewriting its rules. Now, factions vie for his loyalty as he climbs higher, uncovering the tower's chilling purpose. What happens when one man must decide humanity's future before the clock runs out? 40 Before Dawn, a web novel, System Apocalypse by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. On the third morning, Solino Backe woke to the sound of someone else getting their skull cracked open for a battery. The tram tunnel smelled like diesel, wet concrete, and the particular copper tang that meant somebody had been bleeding for a while. He lay under his bicycle with his cheek pressed against the cold rail bed and listened to the fight end in a wet thump and a string of curses that moved away into the dark. His own bag held a half-eaten tin of sardines, a lock blade, a notebook stuffed with sketches, and exactly one full battery he had traded a spare inner tube for yesterday. Nobody knew he had it. He sat up slow. The tunnel ran east-west under Caldera Cross, an old commuter line that stopped running on day 1 and started filling with sleepers by day 2. Water pooled in the low spots. Garbage drifted in the current. Someone had pried open the emergency locker at the far end and started filling with sleepers by day 2. Water pooled in the low spots. Garbage drifted in the current. Someone had pried open the emergency locker at the far end and left the empty shell to rust. Solino pulled his bike upright, checked the tires by feel, and swung a leg over the frame. The pedals caught. The chain held. He pushed out of the tunnel into a sky the color of a bad bruise and started pedaling toward the tower. The streets were worse than yesterday. 15,000 people had slept in Caldera Cross the night before, and maybe 3,000 of them had slept indoors. The rest spread across plazas, stairwells, loading docks, and any space that offered partial cover and a clear exit route. Storefronts stood busted open. A military supply truck sat on its rims near the old municipal building, doors yawning, nothing left inside but spread paperwork and a puddle of hydraulic fluid. A woman shouted at a man who shouted back at a third person who was already walking away. No cops, no army patrols, no permits, no licenses, no Wadensels worth the paper they were printed on. Solino kept pedaling. He made the tower plaza by 900 hours and stopped at the edge of the crowd because he could not get closer. The black spire rose from the center of the square like a splinter driven through the city's throat. It had no doors, no windows, no visible seams, but it had a threshold, that spot where the air changed pressure and the light bent wrong, and a person could step through into the first floor if they chose. 1 person per day, per floor. That was the rule. The crowd was not giving way. Something was happening at the threshold. Solino leaned his bike against a collapsed news kiosk and pushed through the press of bodies until he could see. A man in a general's uniform stood at the threshold with both fists clenched and his face the color of boiled meat. He had 4 stars on each collar and a chest full of ribbons, and a voice that carried across the whole plaza. "I am Major Gerald Orlin Vesta of the 6th Territorial Command," he shouted at the empty air. "I am ordering you to present your authentication credential and command hierarchy for this structure." The tower did not answer. The general screamed again. His staff stood 10 paces back, a cluster of uniforms and tablets and useless authority, watching their commander try to bully a system that did not know he existed. Someone in the crowd laughed. A woman with a toddler on her hip shouted something ugly about rank insignia. The general spun around, face wild, looking for someone to arrest. There was nobody to arrest. Solino watched the old order collapse in real time. The general was not stupid. He was not a coward. He was a man who had spent 40 years learning which levers to pull and discovering that every single lever was gone. The system did not have a chain of command. It did not accept appeals. It did not care that Orlin Vesta had commanded 6,000 soldiers and managed a budget larger than some small countries. The tower waited. The general screamed. Nothing happened. Rain started falling. Big, cold drops that smacked the plaza stones and sent the crowd surging for whatever cover they could find. The general's staff tried to pull him away from the threshold. He shook them off. He stood in the rain with his ribbons darkening and his authority bleeding into the runoff, and he looked smaller than he had 3 minutes before. Solino felt the crowd press around him. The rain hammered harder. People were shoving toward the awnings of the collapsed sponsor booths, toward the building shells, toward anything with a roof. The threshold was right there. 3 steps through the crowd. No line, no guard, no credential check. Solino moved before he decided to move. He did not think about skill fusions or floor mechanics or the Triad of Sevens. He did not think about the general or the crowd or the rain. He was alone in the dark with nothing but his bicycle, a half-eaten tin of sardines, and whatever the tower decided to throw at him next. The platforms began to shift. Solino Backe, former mechanical engineering student, current nobody, stood at the start of floor 1 with his heart hammering against his ribs and the tower's first lesson already unfolding around him. He had not planned to climb. He had planned to find a dry place to sleep. And now the floor was sealed and the timer was running, and the only way out was through. Chapter 2. Not every platform was a death trap. Most were just wrong. Solino stood at the edge of the first span with his bicycle still propped against his hip and his eyes tracing the seams where the black stone met the duller gray of the load-bearing pillars. The room was not a room. It was a mechanism, dressed like architecture, a tangle of floating slabs, angled ramps, and slots that looked like they had been designed by someone who hated efficiency. The ramps were narrow, barely shoulder width, and the handrails were bolted into the pillars with fittings that did not match the stone. Aftermarket. Retrofit. Like someone had tried to make the floor safer and the tower had accepted the modification without comment. Solino took the ramps fast, keeping his weight forward, using his hands on the rails to distribute the load across more points. The stone groaned under him, but held. He made the first landing, crossed a short span that felt solid, and found himself facing a gap. A platform was missing. Not collapsed. Gone. The slot where it should have been was empty, and the next reachable surface was 3 meters away, with no bridge, no ramp, no obvious way across. Ahead of him, in the corner where the direct route would have come out, 2 other challengers were already dead. He saw them clearly. A man and a woman, both wearing climbing gear that looked professional, expensive, sponsored. They had taken the straight path. They had made it further than the middle span where Solino had stopped. They had reached the platform that load sense told him would fail. It had failed. The platform had tilted, then folded, then dumped them into the gap beneath. The man was impaled on a vertical support spike that had punched up through the base of the collapse. The woman was pinned under the slab with her legs at an angle that meant she was either unconscious or dead. Solino looked away. He forced his hands to stop shaking. He looked at the gap. 3 meters. No bridge. No handhold on the far side. The landing surface opposite is a narrow ledge with a pillar beside it that might take his weight if he could reach it. He could not jump 3 meters from a standing start. Not with any accuracy. Not onto a ledge that would kill him if he missed. He needed a different solution. He looked down. The gap was not empty. Below the missing platform, the structural cage of the floor was visible. A lattice of crossbeams, tension cables, and support columns that ran at angles no engineer would have approved. The beams were not aligned. They were spiked, uneven, placed where the load paths told them to go rather than where they would make sense for a human to traverse. But they were there. Vector step pulsed at the back of his skull. He had picked it up in the same batch as load sense, a movement skill that let him adjust his momentum mid-stride by a few degrees. Low rarity. Niche. The sponsor briefing said it was useful for dodging in tight quarters and useless for anything requiring sustained trajectory change. The briefing said the 2 skills were incompatible. Solino did not know what incompatible meant for a system. He had never fused anything. He had never even tried. But standing on the edge of a gap with 2 dead sponsored climbers behind him and a ledge in front of him that he could not reach, he stopped thinking about what the briefing said and started thinking about what the floor was telling him. Load sense showed him the stress paths through the cage below, the beams that would hold, the cables that would snap, the columns that were load-bearing, and the ones that were decorative, designed to mislead. Vector step let him feel where his weight was going and how to shift it. He stepped off the edge. He did not jump. He stepped, letting his front foot find a crossbeam 2 meters down, feeling it flex under his weight, using vector step to redirect his momentum sideways onto a tension cable that ran at a 30-degree angle toward the far pillar. The cable sagged. He rode the sag, shifted his grip from cable to beam to cable again, felt the whole cage vibrate around him like a living thing. 3 seconds. 4. His hands were burning. His shoulders were screaming. He hit the far pillar with his chest and grabbed the edge of the ledge and pulled himself up onto the solid surface as the cable behind him snapped and dropped into the void. He lay on the stone with his heart hammering and his palms bleeding and his mind replaying what he had just done. Load sense, vector step. He had used them together, not as separate skills, as one motion, one continuous read of the room, one fusion of stress awareness and momentum control that should not have worked because every training document said they operated on different system layers and could not be layered. The floor did not care what the document said. He got up and kept moving. The rest of Floor 1 was a blur of tight clearances, false floors, and platforms that tried to trick him into committing weight to the wrong spot. He read every one. Not fast, not clean, but allied. He reached the exit seam, a vertical slit in the far wall that glowed with the same bent light as the threshold, and he pressed his hand against it. The system notification hit him like a wall. Floor 1, clear time, 0:37 and 14 seconds. Rank, B, solo, skill fusion detected. Vector step plus load sense fusion stability, unverified. New skill acquired. Load path, registering, clear to public board. He pulled his hand back. His fingers were shaking. Load path. The name made sense. The feeling behind it, the way his body's known where to put weight and when to shift. That was the skill now. A fusion that every sponsor briefing, every public data mean, every expert analysis said was impossible, and the tower had just posted his name to every public board in the plaza. He stepped through the exit seam. The light swallowed him, and then he was standing in the observation hall of Floor 2, a wide chamber with clean stone walls and a single staircase spiraling upward. No platforms, no traps, no immediate death. He had cleared Floor 1. Outside, in the rain-soaked plaza of Caldera Cross, his name had just become public. Solino Backe, B rank, solo, fusion. The boards were updating in real time, and by the time he reached the bottom of the staircase, every faction in the city was already trying to find out who he was. Chapter 3. The observation hall of Floor 2 smelled like concrete dust and something metallic, old blood or oxidized wiring, the kind of smell that got into your throat and stayed there. Solino stood at the base of the spiral staircase with his palms still raw and his heart still hammering, and the notification from Floor 1 burning a hole in his memory. Load path, unverified, public board. He had not asked for any of it. He had wanted to get out of the rain, clear a floor, find an exit. Instead, he was standing in a safe chamber with a fused skill that every expert in Caldera Cross had called impossible, and a name that was, right now, being read by everyone who could see a board. The staircase rose in a tight coil, stone steps worn smooth by feet that had climbed before him. No doors, no windows, just the stair, and a faint ambient glow that came from the walls themselves, the same bent light that had marked the exit seam on Floor 1. He started climbing. The stair opened onto a wide gallery on Floor 2. The room was vast, easily the size of a warehouse, with a ceiling that disappeared into haze and a floor that looked like polished concrete interrupted by irregular panels of darker stone. The panels were scattered across the surface at random intervals, some no bigger than a dinner plate, others large enough to park a truck on. They pulsed with a faint rhythm, like a heartbeat slowed to half speed. Solino stopped at the edge of the first panel and read the room. Floor 2 was a visibility trap. He saw it in the sightlines, the way the gallery was divided into long sight corridors that cut across the space at precise angles. The dark panels were pressure triggers. Step on one and something would see you. Not a mechanism, not a camera, but the tower itself, tracking your position and routing that information somewhere he could not see. He tested the theory by tossing his bicycle bag onto a small panel 3 meters ahead. The bag landed. The panel pulsed once, brighter, and a section of the far wall shifted, a hidden hatch sliding open to reveal a narrow passage. The passage was not there before. The bag triggered it. He retrieved the bag and stood still, breathing slow. Floor 2 was an information economy game. The panels were not traps in the normal sense. They were disclosure points. Step on one and you revealed a route, a cache, a shortcut, or a hazard. But you also revealed yourself. The tower was tracking who stepped where and broadcasting that information to every other active challenger on the floor. He had cleared Floor 1 by reading load paths. Floor 2 was going to be about reading exposure. He moved. He circled the first cluster of panels, stepping only on the polished concrete between them, keeping his weight light and his eyes on the side corridors. The room was a grid of disclosures. He found a cache in a hollow column, a sealed ration pack, and a coil of thin wire that looked like it could hold a few hundred kilograms of tensile load. Useful. He pocketed the wire, left the ration pack in case he needed it later, and kept moving. The first time he miscalculated, it almost killed him. He misjudged a site corridor that curved at an angle he had not seen from his approach vector. His foot came down on the edge of a dark panel, just the toe of his shoe, and the panel pulsed. A section of the ceiling 3 meters away slid open, and a dense cloud of particulate matter dropped into the room. Fine gray dust that hung in the air and coated everything in a thin layer of visibility. He was exposed. Anyone on this floor could see exactly where he was. He ran. He sprinted through the dust cloud with his R over his mouth and his eyes tracking the site corridors, looking for cover, looking for a panel that would close the hatch or reset the dust. He found a stairwell at the far end of the gallery, a narrow spiral that led up to a smaller chamber, and he hit the steps hard, taking them 2 at a time until he was in the clean air above the dust line. He leaned against the wall and coughed concrete dust out of his lungs. The smaller chamber was a relay room. A single pedestal stood in the center, topped with a glass screen that displayed a map of Floor 2 with every active challenger marked as a moving dot. There were 5 of them, himself included. One dot was moving along the eastern edge of the gallery, slow and deliberate. A second was stationary near the center, probably hiding. A third and fourth were moving together in the western quadrant, almost certainly a team. The 5th dot was moving directly toward his position, fast. Solino studied the map. The 5th dot was not following the side corridors. It was cutting across them, moving in straight lines that ignored the disclosure panels entirely. That meant either the runner had a skill that suppressed visibility, or they did not care about being seen because they wanted to be found. He left the relay room and took a district elwell, dropping 2 levels to a maintenance corridor that ran beneath the gallery. The ceiling was low, his shoulders brushed both walls, and the air smelled like grease and stagnant water. He moved fast, listening for footsteps, hearing nothing except his own breathing and the distant hum of the tower's ambient systems. The maintenance corridor opened onto a service alcove at the base of the gallery's eastern wall. A ladder led up to a hatch that would put him back on the main floor near the eastern edge, where the slow, deliberate dot had been moving. He climbed. He emerged into a narrow aisle between 2 stone partitions, both high enough to block sightlines, but not high enough to block the ambient glow. The gallery was quiet. The dust had settled. The slow dot, he saw now, was a woman in civilian clothes with a handheld sensor array, sweeping the floor methodically, as if reading for structural anomalies. She looked up when he stepped out of the alcove. She did not scream. She did not pull a weapon. She looked at him with the calm assessment of someone who had already seen his face on a public board and said, "You are Solino Backe." It was not a question. He stopped moving. His hand went to the wire coil in his pocket, not a weapon, but the closest thing he had. "I am not going to hurt you," she said. "I am also not going to help you. But you should know that the consortium team on this floor has already identified you. They are not here to clear. They are here to acquire." She gestured with the sensor array toward the western quadrant, where the 2 moving dots had been. "They will offer you a contract. If you refuse, they will try to extract you and hold you until the dissolution date. You are valuable to them. Unverified fusion, solo B rank on floor 1, no affiliation. You are an asset they did not have to develop." Solino kept his voice flat. "Who are you?" "Someone who reads the boards and recognizes a pattern." She lowered the sensor array. "The 2 runners in the western quadrant are Triad sponsored. Area Kestel and a logistics specialist named Bastim Moreau. She negotiates, He secures. If you see him before you see her, you are already surrounded. She turned and walked away, disappearing into the side corridor with the same methodical sweep of her sensor, leaving him alone in the aisle with a name and a warning, and the growing certainty that clearing floor 1 had been the easiest part of his day. He moved. He stayed low, stayed quiet, and stayed off the disclosure panels. He worked his way east, then north, following the side corridors in a long arc that would bring him to the floor 2 exit seam on the far side of the gallery. 30 minutes. 40. He found another cache, a sealed container with a small first aid kit and a folded map of the observation hall levels, and he pocketed both without stopping. The exit seam appeared as a vertical crack of bent light in the eastern wall, identical to the one on floor 1. He was 20 meters away when he heard the footsteps. 2 sets, synchronized, calm. He flattened himself against a stone partition and listened. The board says he came through alone. No gear, no support. The fusion timestamp matches the clear timestamp within seconds. That was 6 hours ago. He could be anywhere on 2. He is 4 meters to your left. Solino moved before the voice finished. He pushed off the partition and sprinted toward the exit seam, not looking back, not checking the disclosure panels, just running flat out with the bent light growing larger in his vision. He hit the seam at full speed. The light swallowed him. And then he was standing in the observation hall of floor 3, chest heaving, hands shaking, the seams sealed behind him. A single man was waiting in the hall. He stood near the base of the spiral staircase with his arms folded and his head tilted, watching Solino with the easy patience of someone who had known exactly when the door would open. He was lean, dark pressure sleeve over his left forearm, a thin burn scar tracing the line of his jaw, steel gray eyes that did not blink. "Solino Backe," he said. "My name is Marcell Ysard. I represent the Triad of Sevens. We have a standing offer for climbers who demonstrate exceptional system compatibility. Yours is the most exceptional I have seen in 12 days of observation." He paused. "Before you answer, you should know that Floor 3's clear condition includes a resource decay mechanic that will kill you inside 4 hours if you attempt it without a support team. My team has pre-registered a route. You have until the ceiling light shifts to decide." The hall went quiet. Solino's hand stayed on the wire coil in his pocket, and he did not take his eyes off Marcell Ysard's face. Chapter 4. The ceiling light did not shift. It dimmed. Solino watched it happen, a slow contraction of brightness along the central panel above the spiral staircase, and he understood without being told that the timer had started without his consent. "You have 45 minutes, Marcell said. Maybe 50 if the floor is calibrated generously. After that, the decay rate accelerates geometrically. Food spoils in your hand. Tools crack along their stress lines. Pathing tokens dissolve into unreadable dust. Even the floor map degrades by the minute if you do not consume it at the right time." Solino did not move his hand from the wire coil. "And your pre-registered route? Guaranteed clearance in under 2 hours, shared supplies, coordinated movement through the decay zones, a support team on standby at the exit seam." "In exchange for what?" Marcell's smile did not reach his eyes. "Access, not ownership. We want to study your fusion pattern, document the trigger conditions, and offer you a sponsored slot on floor 4. You keep your skills, you keep your clear times, you just climb under our logistics umbrella instead of alone. And if I refuse? You try to clear floor 3 solo with no route data, no cached supplies, and a 4-hour clock that is already ticking." Marcell unfolded his arms. "I am not threatening you, Solino. I am informing you. This floor was designed to kill hoarders, and you arrived with nothing." The ceiling light dimmed again. The air in the hall thickened. Solino looked past Marcell at the floor 3 entrance, a low archway of black stone that led into a wide corridor lined with sealed alcoves and collapsed shelving. The walls had the same slight shimmer as the first floor, load-bearing surfaces that shifted under unseen pressure. He thought about the 2 dead climbers on floor 1, the professional gear, the sponsor patches, the way they had died trusting a direct route that looked simple on a briefing sheet. "I will take the floor solo," he said. Marcell's expression did not change. "You will die. Then you will study my corpse for fusion patterns." Solino stepped past him and walked through the archway before the ceiling light could dim again. The corridor swallowed him. The air changed immediately, colder and drier, carrying a faint chemical scent he could not place. The alcoves on either side were sealed with translucent membranes that pulsed slowly, like breathing. Each one contained a visible item: a ration pack, a canteen, a coil of rope, a sealed data slate, but the membranes did not open when he reached for them. He touched the nearest membrane. A system notification flickered in his peripheral vision. Alcove 3, Alpha. Contents: Field ration, 4,800 cow. Acquisition cost, 2 minutes clear time. He pulled his hand back. 2 minutes off his timer for a single ration. The floor was not denying supplies. It was pricing them in the only currency that mattered. He walked faster. The corridor opened into a large chamber, a collapsed warehouse space with toppled shelving units and scattered debris. Other climbers were already here, a group of 5 huddled near a makeshift barricade, an older woman sorting through a pile of degraded tools, a man with a bandaged forearm staring at a data slate that had gone dark. They all looked up when he entered. "You are the new one," the woman said. She held up a rusted wrench that crumbled in her hand as she moved it. "Do not take anything from the shelving units. The decay is faster there. The alcoves on the perimeter are safer, but they cost time you will need at the exit." "Where is the exit?" She pointed toward a far wall lined with collapsed shelving. "Through the breach. But the pathing token is on the other side of the loading bay, and you cannot reach it without crossing the decay zones." She dropped the crumbled wrench. "I have been here for 3 hours. I have taken 4 alcove items. My timer is down to 20 minutes. The floor is designed to punish people who try to carry too much." Solino studied the chamber. The collapsed shelving created a maze of narrow lanes and blocked sightlines. The loading bay beyond it was visible through gaps in the wreckage, an open concrete floor with a single pedestal in the center holding a glowing token. "The passing token," he said. "Does it open the exit seam?" "It does not. It tells you the route sequence, the order in which you need to step on the pressure plates at the exit seam. Without it, you step blind, and the floor will trap you in a cascade collapse." "And the decay applies to the token too?" "If you take it too early." She nodded. "It degrades, the writing smears. You have to time the pickup so you reach the exit seam before the token dissolves, but after you have cleared the decay zones." Solino's jaw tightened. He had no team, no cache, no route data. The floor was built to strangle anyone who tried to carry everything at once. But the woman's words had given him something Marcell had not: a pattern. The floor priced every action in time, and the decay accelerated geometrically for hoarders. That meant the winning strategy was the opposite of Floor 1's careful load reading. It was motion without attachment. Take what you needed, use it immediately, and discard the rest before the timer could compound. He moved toward the nearest perimeter alcove. The membrane pulsed. He touched it. Alcove 3 Beta. Contents: Pithing fragment, Sector 2 route data. Acquisition cost, 1 minute clear time. He took it. The membrane dissolved. A small data slate dropped into his hand, warm to the touch, displaying a single schematic of the chamber's western quadrant with a safe route marked in green. He studied it for 5 seconds, committed the path to memory, and laid the slate on the floor instead of keeping it in his pocket. The woman watched him. "You are not carrying it?" "It is already used. If I carry it, I am paying storage cost for information I have already absorbed." He moved into the shelving maze. The root fragment guided him through a gap between 2 collapsed units, past a sealed alcove he ignored, and into a narrow corridor where the floor plates were discolored with decay. He stepped on the edges, reading the load distribution through load path, feeling the structural stress shift beneath his weight. The skill pulsed once. Warning: floor plate integrity at 63%. Rapid decay in progress. Estimated failure in 4 minutes. He moved faster. The corridor opened into a small staging area, a cleared space with 3 more alcoves and a dead climber slumped against the wall. The body was fresh, maybe an hour old, the hands still gripping a half-empty canteen and a sheaf of pathing fragments that had decayed into illegible smears. Solino stopped. The climber had stockpiled, collected fragments from multiple alcoves, hoping to assemble a complete route before moving, and the floor had crushed him under the weight of his own hoarding. He crouched, checked the canteen. The seal was still intact. He did not take it. He took the dead climber's position on the floor map, the fragment of his notebook that showed one sector he had already mapped, and left everything else where it lay. 3 minutes later, he reached the loading bay. The token glowed on its pedestal, a small crystalline shard that pulsed in rhythm with the ceiling light above. The concrete floor around it was marked with discolored zones, patches where the decay had already eaten into the surface. He walked to the pedestal. System notification. Piving token, floor 3. Acquisition cost, 5 minutes, clear time. He took it. The token was cold in his hand, heavier than it looked, and warm where his fingers touched the surface. Route data streamed into his awareness, not as a map but as a sequence, a string of symbols that translated to pressure plate order at the exit seam. He memorized the sequence in 10 seconds. The ceiling light dimmed again. His timer, visible now in his peripheral vision, showed 32 minutes remaining. He turned to leave. A voice stopped him. "You took the token." He turned back. A woman stood at the edge of the loading bay, lean, gray-streaked hair pulled back, carrying a small pack and a sealed data slate in her hand. She did not look like a climber. She looked like someone who had wandered into the tower by accident and decided to stay. "I took it," he said. "Then you know the route." "I do." She did not move. "There are 12 pressure plates at the exit seam. 3 of them are traps that trigger a collapse if you step on them in the wrong order. The sequence you just acquired is accurate, but it does not include the variance for the decay rate." Solino stopped. "What variance?" "The floor changes the plate order by 1 position every 6 minutes as the decay spreads. The token captures the sequence at the moment of pickup. If you applied it now, you would hit the 2nd plate correctly, but the 7th would have shifted by the time you reached it." He stared at her. She met his gaze. "I have been here for 4 hours. I have not taken a single alcove item. I have observed the pattern shifts and recorded them. Why are you telling me this? Because you walked past the dead hoarder without taking his supplies." She tilted her head. "Most people see resources and grab. You saw cost and walked away. That is rare enough that I am willing to trade." She held up her data slate. "I have the full shift schedule for the next 40 minutes. I need someone who can clear the decay zones faster than I can alone. You have the route sequence. I have the timing correction. Together we can reach the exit seam before the Cascade." Solino's hand tightened on the wire coil in his pocket. Trust, coordination, cooperation. Every instinct he had told him to walk past her and solve the shift variance himself. He had the load path fusion. He could read the pressure plates directly, feel the decay gradient under each one, and calculate the correct order without her data. But that would take time he did not have. "What is your name?" he said. "Marcell Ysard, former municipal procurement clerk, currently unemployed due to the end of the world." He almost laughed. "Solino Backe." "I know." She lowered the data slate. "You are the one who fused 2 incompatible skills on floor 1 and posted a solo B rank clear. Every sponsor in Caldera Cross has your name on a short list. And you are a procurement clerk who spent 4 hours watching the floor pattern instead of taking supplies. I was a procurement clerk who spent 20 years watching municipal supply chains collapse under hoarding, corruption, and bad timing." She smiled. "This floor is a supply chain. I know how to read it." Solino looked at the rat sequence in his hand, then at the decay zones between him and the exit seam, then at Ysard's calm face. The ceiling light dimmed again. "I will trade," he said. "Your timing correction for safe passage through the decay zones. We reach the exit together, and we part ways on floor 4. She extended her hand. He took it. Her data slate was cold and precise, showing the shift variance in 12-minute increments, each one adjusting the pressure plate order by a single position counterclockwise. He cross-referenced it with the token sequence, found 4 plates that had already shifted, and adjusted his route accordingly. "Follow my footsteps," he said. "Stay exactly where I step. Do not deviate." They moved into the decay zones. The concrete floor was pitted and cracked, discolored patches where the decay had eaten deep. Load depth pulsed constantly in his awareness, feeding him stress readings on every plate, warning him when the surface could not hold their combined weight. He stepped wide around a collapsed section. She followed, silent, precise. The exit seam appeared ahead, a vertical crack of bent light in the far wall, flanked by 12 pressure plates arranged in a wide arc. Each plate was marked with a symbol that matched the token sequence. He approached the first plate. Load path read it as stable. The token sequence matched. He stepped on it. Nothing happened. The second plate, stable, correct order. Third, stable, fourth. The token said position 3. The shift schedule said position 4. He adjusted and stepped. The plate held. Behind him, Luz let out a slow breath. They worked through the sequence in silence. Each plate tested, confirmed, and crossed. The ceiling light dimmed steadily, but the timer in Solino's vision held at 18 minutes when he stepped on the final plate. The seam widened. He turned to Luz. "Clear?" She nodded. "Flow 4, same time tomorrow. If you survive." "I survived 4 hours on floor 3 without taking a single alcove item." She stepped toward the seam. "I will survive." She passed through the light and disappeared. Solino stood alone at the exit, the route sequence still cold in his hand, the timing correction still sharp in his memory. He had traded information at exactly the right second. The floor had tried to punish him for hoarding. He had hoarded nothing, carried nothing, owned nothing except the knowledge that the next climber would need to learn the same lesson for themselves. He stepped through the seam. Floor 4's observation hall was empty. No Marcell, no Triad, no waiting offer. Just a spiral staircase leading up, a sealed door leading in, and a single system notification hanging in the air before his face. System notification. Floor 3 clear. Time 3H42M. Rank B. Solo. Unsponsored. Priority index updated. He read the notification twice. Priority index. That was new. He looked at the spiral staircase, then at the sealed door, then at the empty hall. The ceiling light in floor 4's observation hall was steady, bright, and waiting. He did not know what the next floor would test, but he knew the supply chain lesson had not been about food, tools, or pathing tokens. It had been about information. And someone was already tracking how much he used. Chapter 5. The observation hall did not feel safe. Solino stood at the center of floor 4's empty chamber and waited for his pulse to settle. 18 minutes remaining on the timer. 4 hours of decay. One supply chain he had beaten by refusing to own anything it could tax. The priority index notification still hung in his vision, a ghost he could not dismiss. Priority index updated, 87.2. He had no context for the number, no baseline, no way to know if it meant the system was pleased or preparing to kill him faster. He dismissed the notification and looked at the sealed door that led back down to the plaza. The tower allowed exit between floors. That was the one mercy it offered. You could leave, breathe, eat, sleep, and return the next day to attempt the next level. Most sponsored climbers used the gap for debriefs, media appearances, and tactical planning with their handlers. Solino had a bicycle, a notebook, and a coil of high-tensile wire. He pushed the door open and stepped into daylight. The plaza hit him like a wall. Sound first. A roar of voices, grinding generators, the percussive slap of runners updating boards. Then smell. Diesel, sweat, cooking oil, wet concrete. Then the press of bodies, hundreds of them packed between the tower's base and the ring of sponsor fences that had sprouted like mushrooms in the 4 days since he entered. He stood in the threshold and watched the crowd not watch him. They were watching the boards. 3 massive display panels had been rigged on the plaza's eastern edge, each one streaming clear times, runner names, and floor statuses in real time. A 4th panel showed sponsor tiers, ranking bets, and something called a predation index that he did not recognize. His name was on the 3rd board. Solino Backe, Keck, floor 3 clear, B rank. Solo verified, unsolo. Someone had already coined a term for what he had done. He pulled his jacket collar up and moved into the crowd. The flow of bodies carried him past a row of folding tables where freelance analysts hawked floor notes for a battery or a ration pack. A man with a cracked data slate was reading aloud from a printout. Floor 1 direct route collapsed under the second sponsored pair. Floor 2 requires evasion, not combat. The runner, known as Solino Backe, used a maintenance corridor on the eastern edge to bypass the relay room ambush. Solino stopped. The man looked up. You want the full Floor 1 breakdown? 3 batteries. I have annotated diagrams. Where did you get that information? The man's eyes flicked over Solino's face, his jacket, his scarred hands. Something clicked behind his expression. You are him. Where did you get the notes? The relay room. The man tapped his slate. Every runner's position and movement path is archived in the floor data. Someone pulled the logs and sold them on the lower boards this morning. Floor 1 is fully mapped now. Floor 2 is 80% complete. Floor 3 is still being decoded. Solino stared at the printout. His maintenance corridor, the relay room where he had watched 5 dots move across a map. Someone had pulled that data, packaged it, and sold it before he even cleared Floor 3. How much? 3 batteries for the full set. 5 if you want the timing analysis. I'm out. How much did the seller get? The man shrugged. That is above my pay grade. Sponsor compounds buy in bulk. Independent runners buy scraps. Solino turned away. He pushed through the crowd toward the eastern edge of the plaza, where the boards ticked upward with new data. A cluster of runners stood beneath the third panel, pointing at a line that had just updated. Floor 4 route estimate. Preliminary scan indicates divergence. Probability greater than 60%. Caution. Advised for unsolo runners. Divergence probability. That was a new term. He was still reading when a voice spoke at his shoulder. You should not be standing in the open. He turned. She was perhaps 30, with dark hair pulled tight against her scalp and a face that looked like it had been drawn in pencil strokes. No jacket, no visible gear. Just a single data slate held against her chest like a shield. Her eyes were the color of rust. I do not know you, Solino said. You cleared Floor 1 in 37 minutes with a fused skill the analysts claim does not attest. You refused Marcell Ysard on Floor 3. You cleared the decay floor with a procurement clerk you met in the loading bay. She paused. You have been climbing for 4 days. You have not slept more than 2 hours at a stretch since you entered. Your hands are shaking. Solino looked down at his hands. They were shaking. Who are you? Odalis Fenrith. Chapter 6. Odalis led him past the board crowds and into the shadow of the eastern fence line, where the sponsor compounds had erected temporary walls of corrugated steel and cargo netting. She did not slow. She did not check whether he followed. Solino kept 3 paces back, enough to react, enough to see if she reached for something hidden. You said Floor 4 has a credential lock structure, he said. What does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. She turned down a narrow gap between 2 storage containers. The path seals only open if you present the right combination of stamped authorizations, institutional tags, or proof of service markers. The tower reads them the way a door reader reads a keycard. And if you do not have the right stamps, you cannot advance. She stopped at a utility hatch set into the plaza floor. Unless you already carry credentials from the old order, you are locked into the early branching corridors. The sponsored teams know this. They have been hoarding loader floor records that can spoof some of the locks. Solino looked at the hatch. What is this? The Floor 4 preliminary access tunnel. It feeds into the staging chamber before the first credential gate. She knelt and tested the seal. I pulled the coordinates from the relay room logs before the board pulled the route map. You accessed the relay room? I accessed it hours before you cleared Floor 3. She did not look up. The Triad has been running data extraction on every cleared floor since day 1. I decided to run my own. The hatch seal clicked open. Odalis lifted the panel and dropped through without waiting. Solino stood at the edge for 3 seconds. He counted the risks, the unknowns, the fact that everything she had told him could be a frame designed to trap him below ground where no board watcher would see it happen. Then he dropped through after her. The tunnel was narrow, black, and smelled of rust. Odalis had already lit a small chem stick and wedged it into a wall clip. The light painted her face in sharp angles. This opens into the staging chamber on the eastern flank, she said. "We will be ahead of the main entry queue by roughly 40 minutes. That gives us time to read the gate logic before the crowd arrives." I have no intention of climbing with you. I am confirming a pattern." She moved forward. "The credential lock on floor 4 is not random. It is testing whether challengers understand the difference between possessing credentials and understanding how credentials functioned in the old system. The tower is not asking for a key. It is asking for a theory." Solino followed, his boots scraping against the concrete. "You worked for the Coordination Bureau." "I analyzed intelligence architecture. I spent 12 years watching institutions issue stamps, revoke access, and bury the logic of authorization so deep that most people never realized they were being filtered." She paused. "The tower is doing the same thing. It is a test of whether you recognize a system designed to sort people before they know they are being sorted." The tunnel opened into a low-ceilinged chamber lit by dim phosphorescent strips embedded in the walls. The first gate stood 30 meters ahead. It was a slab of seamless black stone, taller than a door, wider than a cargo container. 3 circular recesses sat at waist height, each etched with the same symbol, a stylized seal with a central registry mark. Solino approached slowly. Load path lummed at the edges of his awareness, feeding him the stress distribution of the floor, the chamber walls, the gate itself. The slab was not locked by physical force. It was waiting. 3 stamps, O'Dallas said. "The tower expects 3 authorization marks to open the primary route. Sponsored terms have been feeding incomplete maps that show only 2 of the 3 seal locations, making independent runners believe the third is optional." "It is not optional. It triggers the wipe condition." She knelt and ran her fingers along the base of the gate. "If you present 2 stamps without the third, the gate registers the attempt as incomplete authorization. Every side corridor seals simultaneously. The structural cage collapses into the staging chamber." Solino looked at the 3 recesses. He had no stamps, no credentials, no institutional tags from a dissolved government. He had his notebook, his wire coil, and a fused skill that every analyst claimed was impossible. So the sponsored teams have access to old credentials. Some do. The Triad has been buying up military issue 499 tags, ministry access cards, and archived service records from the lower floor dead. They hold enough stamped data to spoof the first 2 gates. "And the third?" O'Dallas was quiet for a moment. "The third stamp is procedural. It requires proof that the Bureau understood the authorization chain, not simply that they possessed it." She stood and faced him. "That is why the last runner with your fusion potential died here. He had the stamps. He did not understand what they meant." Solino stared at the gate. Load path fed him a slow pulse from the stone. The gate was not inert. It was reading him, evaluating his presence the way a sensor evaluated a signal. "How do I get a procedural stamp without credentials?" "You do not." O'Dallas raised her data slate. "I do." She pulled up a schematic. The seal pattern on the second recess matched a signature sequence from an old Coordination Bureau authorization protocol. She had recognized it from the archived data. The third stamp is a logic token. It is generated by correctly sequencing the first 2 authorization marks inside the gate's processing field. She tapped the slate. "I can decode the sequence from here, but I need to access the gate's field to read the expected pattern. And if you touch the gate with the wrong sequence, the wipe condition triggers on both of us." He looked at her. Her rust-colored eyes were steady. Her hands were not shaking. "You said you were not offering an alliance." "I am not." She lowered the slate. "I am offering information. What you do with it is your decision." Silence hung between them. The phosphorescent strips dimmed, brightened, dimmed. The gate waited. Solino made his choice. "Walk me through the sequence as you read it. Do not touch the gate until I say." O'Dallas nodded once. She stepped forward, slate raised, fingers hovering over the access field. The stone began to pulse. A low hum built in the chamber walls, and from the tunnel behind them, a voice spoke. "You are both standing in the wrong room." Solino turned. The unnamed sensor woman from floor 2 stood at the tunnel entrance, her sensor array slung across her chest, her expression unreadable. "The third stamp is not procedural. It is personnel-specific." She stepped into the light. "The tower is not checking whether you understand authorization chains. It is checking whether your biometric signature matches an enrolled institutional identity. She looked at Odalis. The Coordination Bureau data is bait. The real lock is coded to your face. Chapter 7. The sensor woman stepped fully into the light. Her array was dark. The sensor vanes collapsed against the housing, but her eyes moved across the chamber like she was reading a schematic only she could see. Solino's hand went to the wire coil at his belt. You followed me 3 floors. I followed the problem. She nodded at the gate. That lock is not a test of authorization logic. It is a test of whether the old world's sorting systems still function after the institutions that built them ceased to exist. Odalis straightened. Her slate was still raised, the schematic glowing across the screen. I verified the procedural chain against archived Coordination Bureau protocols. The signature sequence maps perfectly to bait. The sensor woman did not raise her voice. The Bureau dissolved on day 6. Its authorization protocols were stored on servers that the consortium accessed before the public could be out the look. The Triad seeded those archives with false route maps, specifically to catch independent analysts who thought institutional knowledge would protect them. Odalis was very still. You pulled the logs, Solino said. From floor 2. You knew someone was moving data. Yes. Was it you? The sensor woman let the question hang a beat too long. I did not take your movement logs. I watched your data flow onto the lower boards. There is a difference. Not to me. It will matter later. Solino's jaw tightened. He wanted to press, but the gate hummed behind him and the clock was running. He turned to Odalis. Is she wrong? Odalis lowered the slate. Her face was unreadable, but her fingers had stopped moving across the screen. She was thinking, considering. The protocol sequence matches, she said slowly. But the source chain. I assumed the data was clean because it came through Bureau channels, if those channels were compromised before the dissolution. They were, the sensor woman said. The Triad had 3 former Bureau analysts on retainer by day 4. Odalis's jaw tightened. I did not know that. You were not supposed to. Silence settled into the chamber. The phosphorescent strips flickered, and the gate's low hum seemed to deepen, like it was listening. Solino ran through the math. Odalis had the procedural knowledge, but her data was poisoned. The sensor woman had the truth, but no offer of help. The Triad had the credentials, but would not share them. And the third stamp required a biometric match that Solino could not produce without an institutional identity he had never held. He was cornered. The biometric is not a static capture, the sensor woman said, as if reading his calculations. The tower is not scanning for a specific face. It is scanning for a registered institutional presence. Any enrolled identity from the old government network will open the third seal. I never worked for the government. You do not need to have worked for them. You need to appear in their system as a tracked entity. She looked at Odalis. Medical records, education filings, tax registration, military service, licensing boards. If a former institution held data on you, the tower can verify it against the old registry snapshot. Solino felt the ground shift. The military licensing deal that gutted his program, the university's compliance filings, his student registration, his deferred loan status, his engineering track enrollment. All of it sat in government databases that had existed before the dissolution. You have a record, Odalis said quietly. The school, the licensing board. The records are frozen, Solino said. The Bureau collapsed. The university infrastructure is gone. There is no active system to query. The tower does not need an active system, the sensor woman said. It needs the registration snapshot from the day the towers appeared. Every enrolled government identity was logged into the tower's baseline within the first hour. Solino stared at the gate. The 3 recesses glowed faintly, waiting. If I step into the gate's field, he said, and my old student registration matches the tower snapshot, the third seal opens, the sensor woman said. You will have full credential access for the remainder of Floor 4. And if the snapshot flags me as unregistered, as a dropout with incomplete licensing, the censor woman met his eyes. Then the wipe condition triggers. Odalus stepped forward. Do not gamble on a defunct registration database. You do not know how the tower parsed the old network. It may have excluded educational records entirely and prioritized military or ministry identities. Then what is your alternative? Odalus had no answer. The censor woman moved to the edge of the gate's field, her array still dark. I can give you exact text of the matching protocol. I recovered it from a faction runner who cleared higher floors before dying. But it cost you. What price? When you know the truth about the tower's upper floors, you tell me before you tell the boards. Solino stared at her. You are betting I survive. I am betting you are the only runner the Triad cannot control. She pulled a folded slip of paper from her vest and held it out. The protocol log. Read it before you approach the gate. Solino took the paper. It was warm from her body heat. He unfolded it. 3 lines of system text, copied by hand. The matching criteria, the registry's snapshot parameters, the biometric scan range. He read them twice. Tovin Querl is on an intersecting route, the censor woman said. He will reach the western gate within the hour. If he clears in first, the Triad owns the credential seals for the entire midsection. You lose the advantage of arriving ahead of the queue. How do you know his route? Because he is predictable. She stepped back. Use the protocol or do not. I will find you on the other side. She turned and walked into the tunnel, her footsteps fading into the dark. Solino looked at Odalus. Truce? Not a truce. She slid her slate into her pocket. A temporary coordination. We share what we find. We stop pretending to trust each other. Agreed. He turned to the gate. The 3 recesses hummed. The stone surface rippled, responding to his proximity. Load path fed him the stress distribution, the slow pulse of something alive inside the slab. He held the protocol log in one hand, and from the western tunnel, a voice called out, calm, precise, familiar. Solino, I was hoping you would not find this gate first. Tovin Querl stepped into the light. He carried nothing visible except a data slate and a long strip of printed schematic that trailed from his hand like a second skin. His eyes were pale gray. His expression was pleasant. The Triad mapped this floor on day 8, he said. We have known about the biometric lock since day 11. He stopped at the edge of the gate's field. I can open the 3rd seal with a registered military identity. I have 3 on file. He tilted his head. But I am willing to let you step forward first. If your registration matches, we both go through. If it does not, the wipe condition clears the chamber, and I reclaim the queue advantage. Solino's hand tightened around the protocol log. You want me to test the lock for you? I want to see what the tower does with a challenger who carries no institutional identity. Tovin smiled. The data is valuable regardless of the outcome. Odalus was already moving, her fingers pulling up a new schematic on her slate. Do not take that deal. He is baiting you into a binary. The gate has 4 possible response states, not 2. Partial match, record mismatch, identity conflict, timed rejection. He does not know which one the tower will trigger because the Triad has never tested an unaffiliated runner against the biometric field. Tovin's smile did not waver. She is clever, but she is guessing. She is right, Solino said. He stepped forward. The gate's hum deepened. The protocol log was crisp in his hand. The biometric parameters were clear. The matching criteria accounted for partial institutional records. He had been a student of an engineering program that no longer existed, at a university whose building was now a sponsored compound, under a licensing board that dissolved when the military deal collapsed. The tower had snapshotted the day the world ended. He was still in that snapshot. He pressed his palm to the center recess. The stone went cold. A pulse ran through the slab, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through his bones. Light rippled across the surface, tracing the outline of his hand. The second recess lit up, then the third. The gate groaned. Solino pulled his hand back. The third seal was glowing, warm, open. Tovin's smile was gone. "That is unexpected," he said quietly. Solino looked at Odalis. She stared at the gate, her slate forgotten in her hands. "Your educational record," she said. "The military licensing deal. Your institution was registered in the National Compliance Database as a tracked entity. You were in the snapshot." "I was a dropout." "You were registered." She met his eyes. "The tower does not distinguish between enrolled and dropped. It only distinguishes between recorded and absent." The gate swung open. Beyond it, a corridor stretched into darkness, lined with sealed doors and stamped authorization plates. Tovin was already moving, his schematic unfurling in his hands. "The midsection has 12 gates," he said. "You have 1 seal. I have 3. We race." He stepped through the opening before Solino could respond. Solino followed. The corridor swallowed them both. Chapter 8. The corridor hummed at a pitch that sat right between the teeth, a low electrical thrum that made the stamped plates on every door vibrate against their frames. Solino counted 12 gates set into the walls, 6 per side, each one dark and sealed. The air tasted of ozone and old dust. Tovin was already 20 meters ahead, his schematic trailing behind him like a banner. "The clear condition is cumulative," he called back without turning. 7 of 12 gates must open before the exit seam releases. The tower does not care which 7. It only cares that 7 are beaten. Solino matched his pace. "And the locks?" "Varies per gate. Some want authorization patterns, some want timing solutions, some want you to solve a problem on the other side and bring the answer back. You have 3 identities. I have 1. That gives me 3 gates I can open directly. You 7. Tovin stopped at the first gate on the western wall. "I have 3 identities that match the biometric field. That is not the same as 3 gates solved. The tower tests whether you know what the credential means, not whether you possess it." He pressed his palm to the plate. The gate did not open. Tovin studied the surface, then pulled a data slate from his jacket and held it against the stone. The slate flickered. Numbers scrolled across its surface in a language Solino could not read. "Probability curves," Tovin said. "This gate responds to statistical reasoning. You input the correct distribution of outcomes across a variable set, and the lock releases." He typed for 12 seconds. The gate groaned open. Tovin stepped through without looking back. Solino moved to the opposite wall. Gate 2. Same design, same recess, same cold stone surface. He pressed his palm flat and waited. Gate DAF fit him the internal structure of the slab. The stress lines were asymmetrical, denser on the left edge, thinner on the right. Some kind of pressure-sensitive mechanism inside that read not identity, but intention. He pulled his hand back. The stone did not change. "You cannot brute force it," Odalis said from behind him. She had caught up, her slate dark in her hands. "The sensor woman's protocol log covered the biometric parameters. It did not cover the interior gates." "I know." Solino studied the stress map again. The denser lines on the left suggested a load-bearing beam inside the slab that needed to be shifted before the locking mechanism disengaged. Not a credential, a structural solution. "Move the internal load," he said. "Shift the beam left of center by approximately 4 degrees and the lock releases." Odalis raised an eyebrow. "You can read that from the surface stress patterns?" "I can feel them." He pressed his palm to the right edge of the plate and pushed laterally. The stone resisted. He adjusted the angle, applying pressure along the fault line LoadPat had identified, and felt the internal beam begin to shift. A grating sound. The gate unlocked. "1," Solino said. He stepped through into a narrow chamber. The walls were lined with more plates, smaller ones, each etched with a different symbol. A console stood at the center, its surface covered in raised buttons. Tovin was already on the far side of the room, working a similar console on the western wall. "You opened that gate without credentials," Tovin said without looking up. "I opened it with load path. Irrelevant. The tower accepted the solution. That is what matters." Solino approached his console. The buttons were not labeled. The symbols on the wall plates corresponded to nothing he recognized. The layout of the buttons, the spacing between them, the texture of the surface, All of it followed the same design language as the stairwell handrails on floor 1. Aftermarket modifications. Someone had been here before. Someone had left a pattern. He pressed the buttons in the sequence the handrail spacing suggested. Wide gap, narrow, narrow, wide, triple press on the center. The console lit up. A schematic appeared on the far wall, showing the rest of the midsection. 12 gates, 7 needed. His gate was marked in green, Tovin's was marked in blue. But behind the schematic, faint lines connected certain gates to certain hazards, shared pressure plates, linked collapse zones, cross-lane triggers that could spill debris from one runner's path into another's. "The hazards are shared," Solino said. Tovin paused. "Yes. You knew." "I suspected." Tovin turned to face him. The Triad's Day 8 mapping did not include the interior gate mechanics, but it did identify the cross-lane triggers. If I trip a collapse on my side, it can spill into yours, and vice versa. Solino's jaw tightened. "You plan to use that?" "I plan to account for it." Tovin's smile returned, thin and precise. "You are racing me, Solino. But the race is not only about who opens 7 gates first. It is about who can control the shared hazards without being controlled by them." He pressed a sequence on his own console. A deep rumble traveled through the floor. Solino looked at the schematic. A collapse zone on Tovin's path had triggered, sending a wave of debris toward the eastern corridor, toward Solino's next gate. "That was deliberate," Solino said. "That was efficient." Tovin walked toward his next gate. "I cannot afford to let you match my pace. The shared hazard gives me a tool to slow you down. Use it or lose the race." He disappeared through the far door. Solino stared at the schematic. The debris wave would reach his corridor in under a minute. If he did not move, he would be buried. If he ran through it, he risked triggering a cascade that could collapse half the midsection. "He is baiting you again," Odalis said. "He wants you to push through the debris and trigger a wider collapse. That would strand you and give him a clear run to Gate 7. "I know." Solino looked at the console. The button sequence was still visible. The schematic still showed the hazard links. He pressed a new sequence. The console hummed. A secondary schematic appeared showing a different route through the debris field, a path that avoided the vein collapse zones by threading through a maintenance crawlspace that the schematic had not marked. "Where did that come from?" Odalis asked. "The handrail spacing. The buttons follow the same pattern." Solino pointed at the secondary route. "Someone modified this floor the same way they modified floor 1. They left an alternate path." "For who?" "For anyone who knew to look." He moved toward the crawlspace entrance. It was narrow, barely wide enough for his shoulders, but the debris wave was closing fast. He did not look back. The crawlspace opened into a larger chamber. Gate 3 stood at the far end, its surface already glowing with a faint blue light. The console nearby was active, showing a partial clear sequence. Someone had started this gate and never finished. Solino approached the console. The partial sequence was incomplete. 3 inputs out of 7 entered, 4 missing. But the pattern of the entered inputs matched a military authorization chain, the same licensing structure that had killed his engineering program. The Triad had already been here. He stared at the console. The missing inputs were the ones the Triad would not, or could not, provide. They had hit a wall on Gate 3 and abandoned it. They could not open it, Odalis said. Their credentials did not cover the full authorization chain. "No," Solino said. "They chose not to finish it. They left it incomplete so no one else could use it." He reached for the console. 4 inputs. He did not have military credentials. He did not have any institutional identity that matched the chain. But he understood the structure. The licensing deal had been a nested authorization system. Each clearance level required 3 endorsements from higher-ranked holders before it could be passed down. The inputs the Triad had entered were the first 3 endorsements. The missing 4 were the final authorization steps that required a single signature from the top of the chain. No one at the top existed anymore. But the tower did not care about existence. It cared about continuity. Solino pressed the final 4 inputs in the reverse order of the first 3. If the chain had collapsed from the top down, Then the last signature was the first one that could not be given. Reversing the input order simulated a signature from a holder who had already disappeared. The console lit up. The gate opened. "That should not have worked," Odalis said. "It worked because the tower does not care about who is alive. It cares about whether the logic holds." Solino stepped through Gate 3 and into the next corridor. The schematic updated. 3 gates open, 4 needed. But the debris wave he had avoided had triggered a secondary collapse. The crawl space behind him was already sealed, and on the far side of the midsection, Solino heard the sound of stone grinding against stone. Tovin had opened another gate. "He is accelerating," Odalis said. 4 gates now, maybe 5. Solino moved to Gate 4. The console was dark. The plate was cold. He pressed his palm against it. Load path read the stress patterns. This gate was not structural. It was not credential-based. It was something else entirely. A voice system. The plate vibrated under his hand, and a low voice spoke from the stone. "State your purpose." Solino hesitated. "I am climbing the tower," he said. Insufficient. He tried again. "I am clearing this floor." Insufficient. "I am trying to reach floor 40 before the consortium controls the future." The plate went silent. Then it said, "Acceptable." The gate opened. Solino stepped through, his heart hammering. The voice had not asked for rank or credential or identity. It had asked for purpose. The answer had to be true. He had told it the truth. "That was a test of conviction," Odalis said. "The tower is grading your intent, not your history." "I know." Solino did not stop moving. He found Gate 5 open, already cleared by Tovin. Gate 6 was locked, but the console showed a partial sequence that matched a medical service authorization chain. The Triad had left it incomplete the same way. He input the reversed sequence. Gate 6 opened. 5 gates, 2 more. He rounded the corner and saw Tovin standing at Gate 7, his hand on the console, his expression focused. "You made it through the debris," Tovin said without looking up. "I found an alternate route." "You always do." Tovin pressed a final input. Gate 7 groaned open. The exit seam at the far end of the corridor began to glow. 7 gates, Tovin said. "I have cleared 5. You have cleared 2. The exit seam is open because the tower counts cumulative clears, not individual ones. We both advance." He turned to face Solino. "But I have something you do not." He held up a data slate. On its surface, a list of names scrolled past. 17 names. 17 runners who had been in the midsection when Tovin had triggered the first collapse. "The debris wave I sent toward you did not stop at your gate," Tovin said. "It spilled into the eastern queue lane where 17 unaffiliated runners were waiting to enter floor 4. They are buried under 2 tons of stone." Solino's blood went cold. "You killed 17 people to slow me down?" "I killed 17 people to advance my probability curve." Tovin's smile did not waver. "The race is not over, Solino. The exit seam is open. But if you want to save those runners, you will need to dig them out. And that takes time." He stepped toward the exit. "Time I will use to reach floor 5 first." The schematic flickered. The exit seam pulsed. Solino stared at the list of names. 17 runners. Strangers. People he did not know. People who were alive, for now. "He is baiting you again," Odalis said. "The race is still winnable. If you take the exit now, you match his pace. And the runners? Die." Solino looked at the crawl space behind him. The debris wave had sealed it. But load path could read the stress patterns, could find a weak point, could shift enough stone to create an air pocket. It would take time he did not have. The exit seam pulsed again. Tovin stepped through. "I will find you on floor 5, he said. The light swallowed him. The seam began to close. Solino stood at the crossroads. Load path flickered beneath his skin. The fused skill hummed with unsteady energy, ready to push through stone or vault him into the exit before the seam sealed. He did not move. "Solino," Odalis said, "the seam is closing." "I know." He turned away from the light. The crawl space was still intact. The debris wave had not collapsed it completely. There was a path through. He began to dig. Behind him, the exit seam sealed with a sound like final thunder. And deep in the stone, a vibration passed through the floor. Not a collapse, not a clearance, a message. Tovin's voice transmitted through the floor's structural lattice. 17 runners. Rescue them, then find me. The vibration faded. Solino kept digging. The stone gave way in slabs, each one heavier than the last. His hands bled. His shoulders ached. Load path fed him the stress lines, the weak points, the fastest route through the debris. He did not stop. Minutes passed. The air grew thin. Then his hand broke through into empty space. He pulled the stone away and found a woman's face, pale, dust-covered, gasping for breath. A runner, still alive. Behind her, more movement, 16 others. "Get them out," Solino said. Odalus moved past him, pulling the first runner free, and Solino looked down at the slate in his hand. The list of names, Tovin's probability curves, the message, 17 runners. Rescue them, then find me. He had chosen rescue. Tovin had known he would. He had planned for it. The race was lost, but the 17 were still breathing, and Tovin was on floor 5, alone, with a head start and a lead that was only growing. The exit seam would not open again until tomorrow. Solino had lost a day, and Tovin knew exactly how long that gave him. The stones settled around them. The midsection groaned, and in the silence, Load Path whispered something Solino did not want to hear. The tower was watching. The tower was scoring, and the tower had just recorded every choice he had made. The probability war had only begun. Chapter 9. The midsection sealed behind him with a sound like a coffin lid dropping. Solino stood in the relay chamber with 17 rescued runners, coughing dust into the low light. Odalus worked the line, checking airways, pulling splinters from exposed skin, saying nothing that did not need saying. The tower did not offer rest. It offered the next door. A slot in the far wall opened, a single panel extruded from the stone, showing a schematic of the floor above. Floor 5. 60 sealed alcoves arranged in concentric rings, a central podium with 7 stations, bidding lights. "Auction hall," Liz Yubara said. She had emerged from the rescue line without Solino noticing, gray-streaked hair still crusted with debris, one hand pressed against her ribs where the falling stone had caught her. "You," Solino said. "Me." She did not smile. "I took a different route through the midsection. Tovin's debris wave caught me on the eastern Q lane. You pulled me out of the collapse you thought I was not part of. You followed me from floor 3. I followed the supply line." She nodded at the schematic. "Floor 5 auctions breath, literally. The alcoves are pressurized. Enter one without buying the air credit and your lungs start compressing until you either pay or die." Odalus looked up from a runner she was stabilizing. "How do you know that?" "Because I read the relay logs before the board pulled them." Liz pointed at the schematic center. 7 stations. Each station controls a different commodity: oxygen, light, shortcut access, pathing priority, hazard immunity, temperature regulation, time extension. Solino studied the rings. 60 alcoves, 7 commodities. That is a liquidity trap. "You understand procurement." Liz said it like an observation, not praise. "The tower prices each commodity in a local currency that only exists on this floor. You earn currency by spending time in the rings, but the rings degrade your oxygen faster than the base rate, so you need oxygen to earn the currency you spend on oxygen. The margin is designed to favor groups who pool their earnings." "Cartel behavior," Odalus said. "Exactly." Luz pointed to the central podium. "The 7 stations are up for auction themselves. Whoever controls a station sets the exchange rate for that commodity. If the Triad holds 4 of the 7, they can price oxygen high for solo runners and low for their own teams." "And Tovin has a full day's head start," Solino said. "He has had 16 hours to buy into 3 stations, maybe 4. The Triad seeded currency across their network before anyone else reached this floor." Solino looked at the rescued runners. 17 people who owed him their lives. But that debt would not keep them breathing on 4-5. "I need to enter the rings," he said. "You need a strategy," Luz corrected. "The rings punish panic bids. If you enter without a procurement model, you will spend currency on oxygen before you can afford anything else, and you will exit this floor with nothing but a barely positive balance. Tovin will have expanded his station control while you tread water. What model do you recommend? Corner the least valuable commodity first. Everyone chases oxygen. Oxygen visibility is high, which means the exchange rate is already inflated. Light is undervalued on this floor because the rings are dim, not dark. But the central stations require illumination to operate. If you control light, you control who can bid on the other commodities. Solino saw it. A procurement siege. Win the supply of a secondary resource and starve the auction of its operating condition. How do I buy light without oxygen to survive the rings? Luz pulled a folded sheet from her jacket, a hand-drawn map of Floor 5's entry sequence. The first ring costs 0 currency to enter. The tower gives every runner a baseline oxygenation window of 90 seconds. In that window, you can reach the first light auction. Bid your time, not your currency. The tower accepts that. Time is currency on this floor. Time is the only currency the tower cannot reprice. The stations can change exchange rates for oxygen, shortcuts, everything else. But your time in the rings is yours. Trade it before the rates adjust. Solino looked at the schematic. 60 alcoves, 7 stations, 1 rival who had been bidding for 16 hours. How long will it take to reach Station 2 from the intro ring? If you sprint and do not buy oxygen until you arrive, 2 minutes. You will black out before you reach the control console. If you buy oxygen at the sprint rate, you lose 30% of your starting currency. What if I do not sprint? Then Tovin will see you coming and adjust the light rates before you can bid. Odalis stepped forward. You need a second buyer. Someone who enters the rings from a different trajectory and bids on light before Tovin notices the pattern. Who? Me. Solino stared at her. You are not a climber. I am an analyst who has spent 12 years watching people sort information under pressure. The tower is a sorting system. I can navigate a procurement floor if you tell me what to buy and when to stop. You could die. I could die in the tunnel outside, she said. At least on floor 5 I would be testing something worth testing. Luz pulled a second folded sheet, smaller, tighter, a schematic of the Station 2 console. The light auction accepts bids in 10-second increments. The station keeper sets a minimum bid floor. If Tovin controls this station, his floor will be high. If an independent runner controls it, the floor will be negotiable. Solino looked at the map. The rings were concentric. The stations were at the cardinal points. 2 runners entering from opposite directions could bracket Station 2 before Tovin could adjust both rates. Do it, he said. Odalis nodded and stepped toward the entry seam without another word. Solino watched her go. A woman who had served a government that no longer existed, who had data that had been poisoned, who had appeared at the exact moment he needed someone who understood buried logic. He still did not trust her. But trust was not the currency of this floor. The entry seam opened. He stepped through. The first ring was humid and dim. The air pressed against his chest with a weight he had not expected. The floor beneath his boots was warm, alive with the vibration of the stations. He could feel the exchange rates pulsing through the stone. Load Death hummed. It read the stress of the room in Chapter 10. The tracked trade log pulsed at the edge of Solino's vision. Every bid he made, every increment. Someone in the rings was watching the pattern form before he finished committing. He looked up. The dark-clad figure across the auction floor still had their hand raised. The smile was not friendly. It was a confirmation. I see you. I see what you are buying. I know what you need before you need it. Solino pulled his hand from the console. The light price held at the dropped rate. Odalis had bought well. But the secondary display did not vanish. It stayed pinned to his peripheral vision, updating silently. Solino Backe. Trade log active bids placed. 1 time in rings. 1 M14 oxygen remaining. 0 M46 S46 seconds of baseline left. He had not bought oxygen yet. He had been reading the room instead of breathing. He reached for the oxygen auction. The display flickered. Oxygen. Current floor. 15 seconds per increment. Buy. Y/N. He confirmed. And the price did not move. He watched the display. The oxygen floor stated 15 seconds per increment. No adjustment. No surge. The figure across the floor had not touched their console. They were not a station keeper. They were a spectator. Someone who had access to the trade log system without bidding. Someone who could watch every runner in the rings without spending a single second of their own time. Solino bought 3 increments of oxygen, 45 seconds added to his clock. He watched the secondary display update in real time. Solino Backe bought 3 oxygen increments time in rings, 2M19 dash. The figure across the floor lowered their hand, and the auction hall changed. A low hum vibrated through the stone. The warm floor beneath his boots grew hotter. The alcoves around him began to seal, one by one, their entrances sliding shut with a grinding sound that echoed through the rings. Runners started moving. Not toward the stations, away from the center. Solino watched a woman in a patched jacket try to open an alcove that had already sealed. She pulled at the edge. The stone did not budge. He turned and ran for the next alcove. That one sealed before she reached it. The hum grew louder, and then the tower announced. Floor 5, Secondary Mechanic Active Public Queue, 47. Runners Combat Phase initiated. Wave Order, Randomized Failure to Engage. Elimination. The dark-clad figure had triggered something. Not the auction, not the economy, the tower's hidden mechanic. A combat floor inside the economic floor. Solino looked at the alcoves. 47 runners, the ones who had been bidding, waiting, watching. The alcoves had become holding cells, the rings had become lanes, and the queue was already forming. The first wave hit the eastern ring, a runner construct, 3 meters tall, made of the same black stone as the floor, moving with the deliberate weight of a mechanism that did not tire. It swung an arm the size of a support beam and caught a runner across the chest. The man folded. He did not get up. The crowd surged, not toward the construct, away from it, into each other. Solino watched a woman in climbing gear shove a teenager aside to reach an alcove that had not sealed yet. The teenager hit the floor. The construct stepped over him and kept moving. Solino moved. He did not run toward the construct. He ran toward the western ring where the queue was still forming, where runners were still alive and still panicking. He hit the first auction console and bought light. Not for himself. He bought 5 increments and let the light bloom across the western ring. Runners stopped shoving. They could see. The construct was in the east. The light showed them the path west, where the queue was not yet sealed. Solino turned and faced the construct. Load path hummed through the stone. He could feel the construct's weight distribution, the stress points in its legs, the load path through its arms. It was not a creature. It was a mechanism. It had a failure mode. He let it come. The construct strung. He stepped inside the arc and let the arm pass over his head. The wind of it pressed against his scalp. He moved again, circling, reading the weight shift. It was slow to turn. It was built to swing forward, not to recover. He waited until the next swing, caught the arm on the inside of his palm, and pushed. Load path did the rest. The construct's arm folded at the elbow joint. The stone cracked. The arm dropped, and the construct stumbled forward off balance, its weight overextended. Solino moved past it. He did not finish it. He did not nod to. The tower would send another. The wave was not meant to be cleared. It was meant to be survived. He reached the western queue. 23 runners stood in a line that had formed naturally, people who had seen the light and followed it. They looked at him with the hollow eyes of people who had just watched someone die and did not know if they were next. "Do not run until I tell you," Solino said. "Do not buy anything until I tell you. Do not separate." A man in a torn jacket shook his head. "We cannot fight that thing." "You do not have to. You have to stay in the queue and let me read the room." The queue held. The second construct appeared in the north, the third in the south, and Solino felt the pattern. The constructs were not random. They were keyed to the queue. Every runner who broke formation, who bought oxygen too fast, who moved ahead of the wave order, drew a construct toward them. The tower was testing whether the queue could hold under pressure. He looked at the dark-clad figure across the rings. The figure was watching him, not the constructs, him. The figure raised their hand again, palm open, and not a small gesture. A wave. And the fourth construct appeared directly behind Solino, not in the east, Not in the north. Behind him, where the 23 runners stood. The queue broke. The man in the torn jacket ran. 3 others followed. A woman screamed and grabbed for an alcove that had already sealed. The construct swung. Solino moved between it and the runners. Load path screamed through his arms as he caught the blow across both forearms. The impact drove him to one knee. The stone floor cracked beneath him. His vision blurred. The construct pulled back for another swing, and the figure across the rims lowered their hand. They had redirected the wave, not toward the queue, toward him. The construct swung again, and Solino was still on one knee. Chapter 11. The 4th construct's arm came down. Solino rolled. Not away from the blow, through it. The stone fist hit the floor where his knee had been, and cracked the ring floor into a web of fractures. He came up inside the construct's reach, one hand braced against its chest plate, load path screaming through his palms. There, a stress concentration where the collar met the shoulder plate, bad welding, or poor assembly, or intentional weakness built into every construct on this floor. He pushed. The shoulder plate sheared. The arm went dead. The construct staggered, its weight redistribution wrong, its balance ruined by the same logic that made a bridge collapse when one support failed. The dark-clad figure across the rings was not smiling anymore. Solino did not wait for the construct to recover. He grabbed the nearest runner, the woman who had screamed at the sealed alcove, and shoved her toward the western queue. "Stay in line. Do not move." She moved anyway, but she moved with the queue, not against it. The other runners followed, pulling each other along, forming a chain that the constructs could not break because the queue was no longer panicking. The 4th construct fell. The tower did not send a 5th. The public queue phase ended as abruptly as it had begun. The alcoves unsealed. The rings went quiet. The bodies of 2 runners lay in the eastern ring, and no one looked at them for long. The dark-clad figure was gone. The exit from floor 5 opened into a relay chamber half the size of the one on 4. Solino sat against the wall with his forearms across his knees, watching the bruises darken across his skin. Load path hummed beneath his ribs like a second heartbeat, steady but wrong. The fusion energy still unverified, still unstable. He did not have time to rest. The rescued runners filtered past him. Some nodded, some did not look at him at all. The woman he had shoved into the queue stopped at the threshold and turned. "There are boards outside," she said. "Public boards. They show clear times and runner names and floor data." Solino looked up. "I know what boards are. They're going dark." He was on his feet before she finished speaking. "What?" "The ones in the central plaza. They have been flickering since the auction phase started. Half the data is missing now. People are saying the sponsors are filtering what shows." Solino crossed to the relay chamber's wall display. It was live, showing the same board data that fed the plaza screens. But the display was partial. Floor 5's completion times were listed, but the names of unaffiliated runners who had cleared the public queue were missing. Only sponsored names appeared. He pressed his palm to the display. No response. Odalys found him 20 minutes later in the service corridor behind the relay chamber, still staring at the board feed through a cracked access panel. She looked exhausted, drawn tight, her dark hair coming loose from its scalp grip. "You survived the queue," she said. "You survived the auction." The dark-clad figure left when the constructs stopped. I could not follow them. They knew every exit in the rings. She paused. "Someone is controlling what the plaza boards show. The filters are not tower mechanics. They are aftermarket overlays. Sponsor compounds. Consortium, specifically." Odalys pulled her data slate from her coat, its screen cracked down one edge. "I traced the filter signature back through 3 relay nodes. It terminates at the Triad's eastern fence compound. Marcell Ysard is not just shaping route data anymore. He is shaping what the city sees, who it considers real." Solino stared at the cracked display. The board feed showed 17 sponsored names for floor 5. He had watched more than 40 unaffiliated runners survive the public queue. None of them appeared. "He is erasing people," Solino said. "He is controlling the narrative." Odalys held up the slate. I have the trace data, route logs, filter timestamps, node addresses, enough proof to show that the Triad is actively censoring the public boards. But if I publish it to the boards, the same filters will bury it before anyone sees. Then we do not publish to the boards. What else is there? Solino thought of the censor woman. The deal he had made on floor 4. The truth about the upper floors, whatever that meant. He had promised to tell her first before the boards. But the boards were not the only channel anymore. We find another way to show people, he said. We build a channel the consortium cannot touch. Odalus was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. I know someone who might be able to do that. A data runner on floor 7. She has been routing around sponsor blocks since day 4, but she does not work for free. What does she want? Credits, gear, floor data she can sell. The usual. Odalus paused. Access. They left the relay chamber together. The corridor opened into a transit hub, a wide chamber where 3 floors met in a tangle of staircases and sealed gates. A handful of runners sat against the walls, eating ration bars, checking gear. No one looked at Solino twice. The boards were visible from here. The central plaza display, mounted above the main gate, showed floor 5's results in crisp sponsored font. Tovin Krurl, top of the list. Clear time 7 hours 11 minutes. Auction control rating 93%. Below him, 3 more sponsored names, then a gap, then nothing. 43 unaffiliated runners who had survived the public queue, and the boards did not know they existed. The rimman from the queue was right. The boards were going dark. A shape moved at the edge of the display. Not on the board, in front of it. A figure on the raised platform that overlooked the transit hub, standing alone under a floodlight that cast sharp shadows across the floor. Marcell Ysard. He was not wearing climbing gear. He wore a dark jacket, unzipped, the pressure sleeve on his left forearm visible beneath the cuff. The burn scar along his jaw caught the light. His steel-gray eyes found Solino across the chamber. The transit hub went quiet. Marcell raised his hand. Not a wave, an invitation. Solino felt Odalus tense beside him. Do not go, she said. He is here because the boards are going dark. He is here to explain why, or to offer a way back into the light. Solino did not look away from Marcell. Either way, I need to hear it. It is a trap. It is a negotiation. Traps look different. Solino walked forward. The floodlight followed him as he crossed the transit hub. Runners watched from the walls. No one spoke. The only sound was his boots against the stone floor and the hum of load bath coiling under his skin, steady and wrong and waiting. Marcell did not move until Solino stopped at the base of the platform, 10 feet below the floodlight. Then Marcell smiled. It was not a friendly smile. You cleared the public queue with 23 runners still breathing, Marcell said. The dark-clad figure expected you to die. I did not. Who is the dark-clad figure? Someone who does not belong to the Triad. Someone who has their own interest in the tower. Marcell's smile sided. But that is not why I am here. You are here because the boards are filled in unaffiliated runners. I am here to offer you a way out of the queue. Marcell reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded sheet of data cloth. He held it out. Solino did not take it. What is that? The route map for floor 6 through 12, full relay access, cached supply locations, and known gate mechanics. Everything my analysts have mapped in the last 10 days. Marcell's voice did not rise. I am offering you sponsorship, real sponsorship, not the kind that binds you to a consortium contract, a partnership. Your skill fusion and my logistics network. The upper floors opened to both of us before the dissolution deadline. Solino looked at the folded route map in Marcell's hand. Then he looked at the plaza board, where 40 runners had been erased from public memory. You are censoring people, Solino said. You are deciding who counts. I am deciding who gets seen by a city that is about to dissolve into warlord rule. The boards are not a democracy. They are a tool, and tools need someone to hold them steady. Steady, that is what you call it. The alternative is chaos. Every runner who clears a floor demands recognition, demands resources, demands a voice in a future they do not understand. The tower is not a competition, it is a curriculum, and the curriculum demands discipline. It demands truth. Truth without structure is noise. Solino stood still under the floodlight. Marcell held out the route map, and Solino realized, with a cold clarity that settled in his chest like stone, that Marcell was not offering a partnership. He was offering a cage made of good intentions, built from the same bricks as every institution that had ever told Solino his competence was not enough because he lacked the right credentials. "No," Solino said. Marcell's expression did not change. "You will not reach floor 40 alone," Marcell said. "I am not alone." Solino turned and walked back across the transit hub. Behind him, the floodlight went out, and from the relay chamber's access panel, where Odalis still stood watching, a single red notification flashed across her cracked data slate. Incoming priority transmission. Sender, Sensor Woman, Floor 6, unfiltered. Retransmit to Solino Backe. The route had just changed. Chapter 12. Solino walked back across the transit hub with the weight of every watching runner pressing against his spine. The floodlight behind him stayed dark. Marcell did not call after him. That was the worst part. No bait. No last offer thrown into the silence, just the quiet click of a pressure seal somewhere in the eastern compound, the sound of a door closing on an option Solino had already burned. Odalis met him at the relay chamber threshold. Her cracked slate was still lit, the red notification pulsing across the glass like a heartbeat. "You refused him. You heard. Half the hub heard." She held out the slate. "The transmission is still live. She is waiting." Solino took the slate. The sensor woman's face filled the cracked display, grayly and backlit by a low-watt emergency strip somewhere on floor 6. She looked thinner than she had on floor 2. Her eyes were the same, too calm, too measured, like someone reading a report instead of living through it. "You refused Marcell Ysard," she said. "No greeting, no confirmation of identity." "You heard that too?" "The boards are filtered, but the transit hub has its own channels. I have been watching." She shifted, and the emergency strip behind her flickered. "You need to know what he is hiding." "He is hiding the boards. I saw that. That is the surface." The sensor woman leaned closer to whatever lens she was using. "The Triad has been mapping every floor from 6 through 20 since day 4. They have cached supplies, gate sequences, and full route schematics for 14 floors. They have not published any of it." Solino stared at the cracked glass. "That is 14 floors of dead runners who could have lived?" "That is 14 floors of controlled access. Marcell does not want the boards to go dark so he can manage visibility. He wants them dark so no one realizes the Triad already knows the curriculum and is deciding who gets to use it." Odalis moved closer, her rust-colored eyes fixed on the display. "Do you have proof?" "I have partial relay logs from floor 8. I have a supply manifest dated day 6 that lists cached rations and medical gear on floor 11, logged before any unaffiliated runner could have reached that floor. I have a route schematic with Triad authorization stamps on every checkpoint." The sensor woman paused. "And I have a problem. The manifest is encrypted to a key I cannot break. The relay logs are 4 days old. The route schematic is incomplete. I need someone who can read the encryption pattern and verify whether it matches the old bureau systems." Odalis's face went still. "The bureau is dissolved. The encryption protocols are not. If the Triad is using inherited authorization chains, the same logic that opened Solino's biometric seal could break their key structure." The sensor woman voice did not change. "I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to verify the data before Marcell finishes locking floor 6 behind his controlled queue." The transmission crackled and held. Solino looked at Odalis. "Can you do it?" "I can try," she said. "But if the encryption is tied to active Triad authorization, breaking it will broadcast my location to every relay node they control." "Then we do not break it from here." Solino turned back to the display. "We come to you. Floor 6. You said the entry mechanic is credential locked?" The sensor woman nodded. "Gate requires 2 sealed authorizations. One from the old government network, one from a registered climber who has cleared floor 5. Solino felt the shape of the problem settle into place. I cleared floor 5. My student registration is still in the tower snapshot. That gives us the climber authorization. I have an old bureau auxiliary credential, the censor woman said. It is partial, but it might pass the first seal. That is 2 seals for 1 gate. Odalis' voice cut through. If the gate requires both seals simultaneously, we need to be within relay range of each other. Floor 5 exit and floor 6 entry share a staging corridor. It can be done. Solino handed the slate back to Odalis. We go at the next clear window. Dawn. The censor woman's expression did not change, but something in her shoulders loosened. I will hold the gate until you arrive. If the Triad's Q controllers see me waiting, they will know something changed. Let them. The transmission ended. The relay chamber hummed with the low vibration of the tower's internal systems. Solino stood in the silence, running the plan through his head, checking every joint for a point where the load would shift and break. Odalis watched him. You trust her now? I trust the data. She is a vector for the truth, not an ally. Solino looked at the dock plaza board visible through the relay window. But Marcell is right about one thing. Truth without structure is noise. We need a channel that does not depend on one person carrying a cracked slate through the mid-floors. The data runner on floor 7. We reach floor 7. We build the channel. But first we survive floor 6. Solino turned from the window. Then we do it, before Marcell realizes the censor woman just recruited half his opposition into a single staging corridor. Odalis' mouth tightened. He will know before dawn. Then we move before he can respond. The relay chamber door slid open, and Solino stepped into the corridor that led toward the floor 5 exit seam. Behind him, the plaza board flickered. A single sponsored name appeared at the top of the filtered display, replacing the 40 that had been erased. Tovin Quirrell, and beneath his name, a line of text that had not been there before. Next contested route, floor 6 entry gate. Authorization consent detected. Priority queue. Active. The tower had just published the race. Chapter 13. The staging corridor smelled of ozone and crushed stone. Solino touched the wall and felt the vibration before he heard it. A low, rhythmic pulse moving through the structure like a second heartbeat. The floor 5 exit seam had sealed behind him 6 minutes ago, and the transition passage to floor 6 was already reshaping itself. Odalis walked ahead, her slate held at an angle that caught the emergency strips mounted along the ceiling. Relay floor. Solino caught up. How do you know? The passage width arrows every 20 meters. The floor plates have scoring marks that match cable drag, and the air pressure is cycling in pulses. She did not look back. This is a handoff corridor. The tower is staging us for a transfer mechanic before we reach the gate. She was right. The corridor opened into a wide chamber shaped like a gear tooth, with 6 alcoves cut into the walls and a central pit that dropped into darkness. A notification appeared as Solino crossed the threshold. Floor 6, Faultline relay mechanic, chain transmission. Objective: deliver 3 stabilized cores to the exit relay station before structural failure terminates the route. Rules: 1 core per runner. Cores destabilize on contact with compressive stress. Relay handoffs reset stability timer. Terran collapse will accelerate with each successful delivery. Penalty for dropped core: immediate lane seal. Solino read it twice. 3 cores, 1 per runner. The collapse accelerates with each delivery. Odalis was already studying the central pit. That means the first runner has the safest route. The third runner faces the most degraded terrain. And if any of us drops a core, the lane seals behind them. Correct. A door slid open on the far side of the chamber. Tovin Quirrell stepped through, his pale gray eyes landing on Solino without surprise. He carried a data slate in one hand and a long printed schematic in the other, the same trailing document he had used on floor 4. Back, Tovin's voice was flat. I wondered when you would catch up. I did not catch up. The tower scheduled the relay for 3 runners. Tovin's gaze flicked to Odalis. A non-climber in the relay queue. That will reduce our efficiency margin. She is here because she is necessary. Necessity is a subjective judgment. Tovin unfolded his schematic, revealing a hand-annotated map of the relay chamber with 3 route paths marked in different colors. I have been mapping this floor since day 9. The relay lanes branch immediately after the first handoff point. The middle route intersects with both outer lanes at the second relay station, which means the middle runner can monitor both deliveries simultaneously. Convenient for you. I am not offering to take the middle route out of generosity. I am stating the optimal distribution. Tovin's finger traced the map. You take the left lane, I take the center. The analyst takes the right. We meet at the exit relay station, hand off the cores, and the floor opens. Odalis stepped forward. And if I drop the core? Then the right lane seals and the collapse pressure redistributes to the remaining 2 lanes, reducing spyval probability for everyone. Tovin folded the schematic. Do not drop it. The first core emerged from the central pit, rising on a stone pedestal that hummed with contained energy. It was the size of a clenched fist, wrapped in a translucent shell that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light. Solino reached for it and felt the vibration through his palm. Stability, 87%, compressive threshold, low handoff resets timer. He turned toward the left lane entrance, a narrow archway that led into a corridor of exposed rebar and cracked concrete. The floor plates were already shifting, settling into a new configuration that would not hold long. We move on my count, Tovin said. The collapse timer starts the moment the first core leaves the pedestal. Then stop talking. Solino stepped into the left lane. The corridor was narrower than it had looked from the chamber, barely shoulder width, with walls that leaned leanward at an angle that made his engineering instincts scream. Someone had welded emergency handrails along the ceiling, retrofitted modifications like the ones on floor 1 and floor 4. The same pattern, the same signature. He moved fast, keeping the core close to his chest, feeling the stability timer tick down through his fingers. The floor plates groaned under his weight, and he heard the first collapse somewhere behind him, a grinding crash that shook the entire lane. Stability, 72%. Time to next handoff, 90 seconds. The first relay station appeared ahead, a recessed alcove with a stone cradle mounted on a rotating base. A woman in a patched jacket was already there, her face tight with fear, her hands wrapped around a core that pulsed at 54% stability. She saw Solino and almost dropped her core. Do not move, Solino said. Keep your hands steady. I am coming to you. He reached the cradle and placed his core into the recess. The stone base rotated, locking his core into the transfer mechanism, and a secondary cradle extended toward the woman. She placed her core into it, hands shaking. Stability reset, 100%. Final relay. Exit station, 80 meters. He moved. The corridor opened into a wide chamber with 3 stone cradles arranged in a triangle. Odalis was already there, her core resting in the right cradle, her face pale but steady. Tovin arrived a second later, his core sliding into the center cradle with a clean click. Solino placed his core into the left cradle. The 3 cores pulsed in unison, their light synchronized, and the floor beneath the cradles began to rotate. Relay complete. Exit gate unlocked. Next floor access. Floor 7. Priority queue, active. The exit seam split open, revealing a stairwell that ascended into darkness. Solino exhaled. Tovin stepped toward the stairs, then stopped. He looked at Odalis. You made the right lane in 72 seconds. That is faster than my projected gest line for a non-climber. Odalis did not blink. I had a good map. No, you had a good route. The map was mine. Tovin's voice was flat. Someone fed you the center lane's bypass schematic before the relay started. Solino felt the temperature in the room drop. Odalis's hand tightened on her slate. What are you saying? A sickening of mature minute trips asked me. I've done silently completely good and I agree to translate it for a north arm. The sky's logical resty do not during myself in 20 wonder. The pin crancher looks like great bubbles of life. I hope the time spy sterely, a spyifical toast with assembled empty recess. The tower is testing whether we can coordinate under pressure, Solino said, not whether we can beat each other. Tovin's pale gray eyes held his alially with a long stone would slowly stat again into the temporer. The system right saves stands out for all time. I am saying that the only people who had access to my route annotations were the Triad's relay log analysts. And you, Tovin said, looking at Solino, were not in the relay chamber when the cores emerged. You were in the corridor before the doors opened. Someone inside the public queue sold your position to the Triad before you even reached the staging chamber. The stairwell hummed. Solino turned toward the darkness. Who? Tovin's mouth tightened. The woman in the patched jacket. The one who handed you the core at the first relay station. Solino's blood went cold. She was already there when I arrived. I know, because the Triad placed her there. She was not a runner. She was a queue asset, positioned to delay your handoff by 10 seconds and make you miss the final relay window. She did not delay me. No, but she had her orders, and if she failed to delay you, she was told to report your movement timing to the dark-clad figure on floor 7. The name clicked into place. The auction floor spectator. The one who redirected the construct. The one who had been tracking Solino's transactions since floor 5. The same person was now waiting on floor 7. Solino looked at the stairwell, and he knew, with absolute certainty, that the moment he stepped onto floor 7, the dark-clad figure would be watching. Odalis' slate buzzed. She read the message, her face going still. The censor woman is on floor 7, she said. She found the dark-clad figure's identity. Solino waited. Odalis looked up. It is Bastien Muro, the Triad's logistics specialist, the bruiser, the man who had watched the independent runners die in silence on floor 2 and said nothing. He was not just tracking Solino's transactions, he was waiting for him on floor 7, and he knew exactly where Solino would land. Chapter 14. The stairwell hummed at Solino's back, a low vibration that traveled through the stone and into his ribs. Floor 7 waited above him. Bastien Muro waited above him. Odalis held her slate like a shield. He knows your landing position. He knew before we finished the relay. Then I do not land where he expects. Solino turned from the stairwell. Show me the clinic network. The what? The censor woman mentioned an improvised medical relay on the mid-floors. Runners who stop climbing to patch people up. Parvis and go. Odalis's rust-colored eyes narrowed. You want to find a medic before you face the Triad's logistics specialist. I want to find the leak before I walk into a trap. Solino flexed his hands. The knuckles ached from the construct fight. The impact had driven microfractures through his palms that Loadpath could feel, but not fix. Someone sold my position. The woman in the patched jacket was not running solo. She had hand on this floor. Tovin had already disappeared up the stairwell, unwilling to stay in the same room with Odalis a moment longer than the relay required. The exit seam had closed behind him, sealing floor 6 until the next challenger arrived. Odalis pulled up a schematic on her slate. There is a maintenance corridor off the east relay chamber. It connects to what used to be a ventilation service lane. The censor woman's logs flagged it as a supply route for unaffiliated runners. Show me. They moved through the east corridor, past the relay station where Solino had handed off his core, past the crack that had nearly taken his leg. The maintenance entrance was a grill set into the wall at ankle height, its bolts worn loose from repeated use. Solino pried it open with his fingers and dropped into the crawlspace. The tunnel ran low and dark for 30 meters before opening into a wider chamber. The air changed, carrying the sharp chemical smell of antiseptic and the copper tang of old blood. Cots lined the walls, salvaged from collapsed structures, and a single battery-powered lamp hung from the ceiling, casting a weak yellow circle across the floor. A man knelt beside one of the cots, his back to the entrance. He was thin, with close-cropped gray hair and the measured hands of someone who had spent years learning to keep people alive. A medical kit lay open beside him, its contents organized by type, not urgency. You are bleeding on my floor, the man said without turning. Solino looked down. A dark stain had spread across his left sleeve where the construct's stone edge had sliced through his jacket. He had not felt it. Pavis and go. The man finished wrapping the runner's arm and stood, turning to face Solino. His face was lined with exhaustion, but his eyes were sharp and unwelcoming. You are Solino Backe, the one who fused load sense and vector step on floor 1. News travels. News is the only currency that still moves faster than collapse. Pavis crossed to Solino and took his arm without asking permission, peeling back the torn fabric with practiced efficiency. This needs cleaning. The construct residue will crystallize in the wound tract if you leave it. Solino sat on the edge of an empty cot. Odalys stayed by the entrance, her slate angled to watch both the tunnel and the room. Pavis worked in silence for a long moment, applying antiseptic with a pressure that bordered on aggressive. The pain was sharp and clean, a useful distraction. Your fused skill is unstable, Pavis said. I know. Knowing and feeling are different. You have been running on a structural reading ability that was never fully registered by the system. Every time you use it, you are betting the fusion holds. It has held so far. That is not evidence, that is luck. Pavis tied off the bandage with a precise knot. I have seen 3 runners with unstable fusions. One died on the floor where it failed, one became a guardian. The third is still alive because he stopped using the fusion entirely. Solino looked at his bandaged arm. I do not have that option. Then you need a remap. The word hung in the air. Odalys stepped forward. What kind of remat? Pavis did not answer immediately. He packed his kit, his movements deliberate and economical. There is a skill. Rare. Boss drop only. It can restructure a fused ability tree if the subject survives the procedure. Survives, Solino repeated. The fusion has to be broken down and rebuilt while your body and the system negotiate the new configuration. The pain is extreme. The failure rate is high. And you have this skill. Pavis spread his eyes. I stopped climbing on floor 15. I do not advance. I do not collect cores. But I held on to one piece of a boss drop that let me remap my own failing fusion. It worked. I am still here. Why are you telling me this? Because you are going to push higher, and your build will break before you reach 20 unless someone stabilizes it. Pavis's voice was flat, clinical. I am offering because I have seen what happens to runners who refuse help. They die. They become guardians. And the tower archives their failure as a lesson for the next wave. The battery lamp flickered. Odalys's slate buzzed. She read the message, her face tightening. The censor woman. She says the clinic network is under pressure. A wave of injured runners just hit floor 15's entrance relay. The boss activated early. Pavis's pan stilled. Floor 15 is a tri-phase medical siege construct, he said. It isolates panic, punishes overcommitment, turns wounded runners into liabilities the room exploits. You have faced it. I have pulled survivors out of it. Pavis closed his kit. That is not the same thing. Solino stood. The bandage pulled against his skin, a reminder of how close he had come to not noticing his own injury. How long until the wave hits full force? An hour, maybe less. Pavis looked at him. You are not going in half ready. Not with that build. Not with Bastion Muro waiting on 7. I am not going to 15. You will. Everyone does. The tower does not let you skip floors. Solino said nothing. Pavis picked up his kit and moved toward the tunnel entrance. If you survive floor 7, come find me. I will show you what the remap costs. He disappeared into the darkness. The battery lamp steadied. Solino stood in the yellow circle of light, his bandaged arm throbbing in time with his pulse, and tried to calculate how many floors he had left before his own body became the enemy. Odalys's voice came from the entrance. The censor woman also says Bastion Muro has not moved from the landing position. He is waiting. Let him wait. Solino pulled his jacket closed over the bandage and stepped into the tunnel. Behind him, the lamp flickered once and held. Ahead, the stairwell to floor 7 hummed with the low vibration of a tower that never stopped watching, never stopped scoring, and never forgave a runner who walked in blind. Chapter 15. The stairwell from floor 7 opened into a chamber that smelled of antiseptic and old blood. Solino stepped through the threshold and immediately registered the wrongness. The floor beneath his boots was not stone or composite, but something soft, porous, a material that absorbed sound and left the air thick with silence. The walls curved inward at irregular angles, distorting distance. A runner ahead of him took 3 steps, stopped, and pressed a hand to her ribs as if checking for a break. The tower notification hung in his peripheral vision for 2 seconds before fading. Floor 15. Siege Ward Boss. Medical Siege Construct. Q. Public, 37 active challengers, 37. That was more than he had seen on any single floor since the auction rings, more than the constructs had been designed to handle in a single wave. Odalis came through behind him, her slate already dark. She did not need to speak. He could feel her reading the room the same way he was reading the walls, searching for the logic that would tell them how the floor meant to kill them. A man near the center of the chamber dropped to his knees. His hands were shaking. Solino watched the floor beneath him darken, the porous material soaking up something the man's body was releasing. Sweat, heat, panic. The construct announced itself without sound. One moment the far wall was solid. The next, it was not a wall at all, but a surface of linked mechanical plates shifting in sequence, unfolding outward into a shape that did not resolve into a clean silhouette. It had no head, no limbs in the way a body had limbs. It moved like a hospital wing that had decided to walk, trailing cables and articulated arms tipped with instruments that gleamed under the tower's light. Solino's load path flickered as he reached for the structure. The reading came back wrong. Not wrong the way a false signal was wrong. Wrong the way a mirror image was wrong. Reversed, inverted, the load points shifting before he could pin them down. The construct was distributing its mass across multiple internal frames simultaneously, a design that should have been mechanically impossible unless the tower had built it to resist exactly the kind of reading Solino relied on. His hand went to his bandaged arm. The wound beneath pulled. Phase 1 began with a single long tone, like a heart monitor flatlining. The construct moved into the crowd. It did not attack the healthy runners first. It went for the woman with the shaking hands, the man favoring his left knee, the runner at the back of the chamber who had a fresh bandage across his forearm. The instruments unfolded. The woman screamed once before the sound took off. Solino moved before he had a plan. Load path fed him fragments. The construct's left articulation carried a sealing mechanism. The right carried a delivery system calibrated to inject something into the wound tract. The floor was not trying to kill them the way earlier floors had killed. It was trying to process them. Triage, sort, isolate. "Odalis, the wounded need to stay together," he called. "If the construct isolates them, it will—" He saw it happen before he finished the sentence. A runner in the eastern quadrant broke formation. He had a deep gash across his thigh, and he was running from the construct on pure instinct, dragging the leg behind him. The construct did not chase. It extended a cable, and the cable found the runner's ankle before he reached the wall. The sealing mechanism clicked. A field of transparent material rose from the floor around the runner, boxing him in. The runner beat against the seal. The construct ignored him and turned toward the next target. Solino understood then, but understanding came too late to change what he had already set in motion. He had called the wounded together. He had told them to cluster, and he had just shown the construct where they were. Phase 2 was not a separate attack. It was the same attack, accelerated. The construct split. Not illusion, not a trick of the light. The mechanical plates redistributed, and what had been one entity became 2 smaller frames moving on separate trajectories, each trailing cables, each hunting toward the cluster of runners Solino had gathered in the center of the chamber. The wounded screamed. The healthy runners tried to pull them apart, and the construct punished every loose hand, every exposed wrist, every moment of hesitation. A woman lost 2 fingers to a ceiling clamp before anyone could pull her back. A man tried to drag his partner out of the cluster, and the floor opened beneath them, a secondary seal closing over both before Solino could reach them. He had done this. He had grouped them. He had mad the target. Load path screamed a warning as one of the split frames turned toward him. He read the trajectory, the load distribution, the opening in its guard that would let him slip past and reach the primary control surface where the frames met. He committed. The frame shifted as he moved. Its mass redistributed in a way his reading had not predicted. a microsecond lag between what load path told him and what the construct actually was. His shoulder caught the edge of a sealing arm instead of the gap he had aimed for. The impact drove him sideways into the floor, and the seal material rose around him before he could roll free. The field locked. Solino was alone inside a transparent box at the edge of the chamber, separated from Odalis by 10 meters and a wall of tower light that did not blink when he struck it. His arm throbbed. The construct turned back toward the center of the room, and he watched Phase 3 begin without him. Chapter 16. The Seal Held. Solino hit the transparent wall with his good shoulder, then his fist, then the heel of his boot. The field did not flex. It did not crack. It absorbed every impact and returned nothing but a dull thrum through the bone of his arm. Through the wall he watched the construct move. Phase 3 had changed the geometry of the room. The two smaller frames had rejoined into a single mass, but the mass no longer held a fixed shape. It flowed between the sealed runners like water finding low ground, trailing cables that pulsed with a light Solino had not seen in the earlier phases. The light was amber. The light was counting. 10 runners already boxed, 12 more bleeding from failed escapes. The rest pressed against the far wall, trying to put distance between themselves and the wounded, and the construct ignored them because they were not the ones the floor wanted. Odalis stood at the edge of the clot of sealed runners. She was not trying to break anyone out. She was watching the construct's pattern, her lips moving, counting beats Solino could not hear from inside the box. She was doing what he should have done before he charged. His arm throbbed. The wound beneath the bandage pulled with every heartbeat, and the pulse of the pull matched the amber light on the construct's cables. Parvis had said the remap would hurt. Parvis had said the alternative was climbing toward floor 20 in a build already starting to fail. The alternative was here. The construct reached the eastern cluster. A man with a shattered hand screamed as the cables found him, and the amber light brightened, and the man's scream cut off as the seal closed over his head. Solino stopped hitting the wall. He pressed his palm flat against the transparent surface and forced his breathing to slow. Load path flickered at the edge of his awareness, still giving him inverted readings, still mirroring every structural truth he tried to pull from the room. He could not read the seal. He could not read the construct. He could not read anything in this chamber the way he needed to. But he could read the floor's logic. Triage, sort, isolate, process. The construct was not trying to kill them. It was trying to complete a cycle. The amber light was not a timer. It was a cue. Each sealed runner moved through the cycle in order, and when the cycle finished, the construct would move to the next cluster. The wounded were the priority queue. He had grouped them. He had made the target, and Odalis was still standing in the middle of it. She caught his eye through the seal. She did not signal. She did not gesture. She just held his gaze for half a second, then looked down at her own hands, then looked back at him. She knew. She knew he had caused this, and she was not going to waste breath on blame. She was waiting for him to give her something useful. The seal around Solino vibrated. A thin crack ran across the top edge, not from his blows, from the construct's own cycle, the amber light pulsing through the cables, the tower's logic processing the sealed runners in sequence and releasing the boxes when the cycle finished processing each one. The crack widened. The seal dissolved from the top down, and Solino dropped to the floor with his knees bent and his bad arm pressed against his chest. The chamber air hit him cold and sharp, carrying the smell of blood and antiseptic and something new underneath, something chemical and wrong. The construct had not turned toward him. It was still working the eastern cluster, sealing the last runner in that quadrant, the amber light steady and patient. Solino moved. He did not charge. He did not reach for load path. He moved along the chamber's edge using the sealed boxes as cover, keeping his breathing low and his steps measured. He counted the construct's cycle beats as he moved, timing his approach to the moment when the amber light dimmed between one seal and the next. 3 beats. 2. 1. The light dimmed. Solino crossed the open space in 4 strides and hit the construct's lower frame with his shoulder, not his fist, driving into the articulation where the sealing arm met the main mass. The impact shuddered up his arm. The construct did not stagger. It did not react the way a living thing would react. It shifted its mass, not toward him, away from him. It was avoiding him. Solino froze. The construct was not attacking. It was adjusting its trajectory to keep him out of its processing path, the same way a factory machine would shunt debris away from a conveyor line. He was not a threat to it. He was a jam it needed to clear. The amber light brightened. The construct extended a cable toward him, not aimed at his body but at the floor beneath his feet, and Solino understood that the next seal was coming not around him but under him, the same trap that had caught the runner in Phase 2. He jumped. The cable hit the floor where his feet had been. The seal material rose around his ankles, and he kicked off the edge before it could lock, rolling sideways into the gap between two sealed boxes where the construct's reach could not follow. His arm screamed. The bandage was wet now. The wound had reopened. He pressed his back against the sealed box and looked across the chamber toward Odalis. She had moved. She was no longer standing at the edge of the wounded cluster. She was at the chamber's rear wall, her hand pressed flat against a panel Solino had not noticed before, a panel that glowed the same amber as the construct's cables. She was reading the floor's control surface, and she was waiting for him to stop fighting the mechanic and start reading it with her. The construct turned. It had finished the eastern cluster. Every runner in that quadrant was sealed, the amber light holding steady across all of them. The construct's mass redistributed slowly, deliberately, the way a surgeon turned from one table to the next. The western cluster was next. The runners there had no wounded. They had no priority tag, but they had Solino, and the construct had already registered him as a jam it could not clear on the first pass. The amber light shifted. The construct's cables extended, not toward the western cluster, but toward the sealed boxes, toward the runners already trapped inside the cycle. The cables touched the first box. The runner inside stopped moving. Solino watched the man's body go still, watched the amber light pulse once, twice, 3 times, and then watched the sealed box dissolve from the bottom up, releasing a body that did not stand, did not breathe, did not do anything that living flesh was supposed to do. The construct had pansessed him. The runner was dead. The chamber went silent. Solino's hand found the edge of the sealed box behind him. His fingers traced the sheen where the seal met the floor, and for the first time since the fight began, Lodgauth gave him a reading that did not invert. The seal had a structure. The structure had a load path, and the load path led to the same panel Odalis was touching. He understood. The floor was not testing combat. It was testing triage. It was testing whether the runners would distribute their resources evenly or let the wounded cluster become a death trap. He had failed that test when he grouped the wounded together. He had made the cluster, and the construct had exploited it. The only way to stop the cycle was to break the control surface. The only way to break the control surface was to reach it, and the construct was already turning toward him. Chapter 17. The control surface was warm under Solino's palm. Not hot, not energized. Warm, the way a machine felt when it had been running too long without maintenance. The amber glow from Odalis's panel flickered once as his fingers found the seam, and load path fed him the connection in a single, clean line. The seal, the construct, the panel, all one circuit. He pressed. The construct stopped mid-stride. Its cables went slack. The amber light on every sealed box dimmed from processing pulse to standby glow, and the chamber exhaled the way a room did when someone finally opened a window after a long shift. Solino did not let go of the panel. He stood there, hand flat against the warm surface, breathing through the pain in his arm, and watched the construct retract its cables one by one, folding itself back into the wall from which it had unfolded. The ceiling fields dissolved. Runners slumped forward, gasping, some alive, some not. The dead stayed where they fell. Odalis reached him before he could pull his hand away. She did not touch him. She stood beside him and looked at the control surface with the same patient attention she had given every locked door and poisoned data feed since he met her. "That was the triage circuit," she said. "The tower was testing whether we would sort or hoard." "I hoarded. You clustered. There is a difference." Solino pulled his hand off the panel. The warmth faded. The chamber lights shifted from amber to a flat institutional white, and the stairwell to floor 16 opened at the far end of the room. He did not go to it. He walked past Odalis, past the runners who were standing, past the ones who were not, and found Parvis at the threshold of the maintenance tunnel where the wounded were being carried out. The medic's face told him everything. Parvis had seen the floor's outcome before anyone told him the numbers. "How many?" Solino asked. 11 dead, Parvis said. "Another 5 waiting on the treatment table. You made the wrong call, and the tower graded you for it." "I know." Parvis studied him for a long moment. Then he stepped aside and gestured into the tunnel. "Then let's see if you can learn from the grade." The clinic was smaller than Solino remembered. The ceiling hung lower, the lights were dimmer. The table in the center looked harder, and the instruments on the tray beside it looked like tools designed for disassembly rather than repair. Parvis did not offer a chair. He pointed at the table. "Arm off the bandage, shirt up. I need to see the fusion node." Solino did what he was told. The bandage came away wet. The wound beneath had not closed properly, and the skin around it had taken on a grayish cast that he did not like the look of. Parvis leaned in, studied the discoloration, and grunted. "The fusion is pulling energy from your tissue to maintain coherence. That is what unverified means in practice. Your body is subsidizing the skill's instability, and it will keep doing that until the skill collapses, or you do." "Then remap it." "I will." Parvis picked up an instrument that looked like a stylus with a hollow tip. "But I need you to understand what this costs. The remap does not rewrite the skill. It forces the skill to rewrite itself by exposing every structural flaw in the fusion at once. You will feel every bad decision you made while building it, every shortcut, every assumption you made under pressure that you never went back to check." "How long?" "Minutes. Feels longer." Solino lay back on the table. The surface was cold. The ceiling above him had a crack running from corner to corner that he had not noticed the first time. "Do it." Parvis pressed the stylus to the gray skin below Solino's collarbone. The world fell apart. He was on floor 1 again, watching the platform collapse under the sponsored team, feeling load sense tell him the stress was wrong and vector step adjust his momentum just enough to clear the gap. The fusion had felt natural then, instinctive. He had not questioned why 2 supposedly incompatible skills had merged so smoothly. He had just taken the win. The image shifted. Floor 3. He was hoarding a pathing token he did not need, watching the timer accelerate, telling himself that more information was always better than less. The fusion had reinforced that instinct. Load path let him read more data, so he took more data, never asking whether reading everything meant he was filtering nothing. Floor 5. The auction rings. He had treated the economy floor the same way he treated every combat floor. Move fast, read the structure, exploit the weakness. He had not considered that the people around him were not obstacles to be read, but participants whose survival depended on the same information he was hoarding. Floor 8. The 17 runners. He had rescued them because it was the right thing to do, but he had not integrated that choice into his fighting style. He had kept fighting the same way, treating load path as a solo weapon, never redesigning his approach to account for the fact that he was no longer climbing alone. Each insight burned. The stylus moved. Parvis's voice came from somewhere far away, clinical and steady. "You fused load path by instinct, not by design. That gave you speed but no foundation. Every fight since has been built on assumptions you never tested. The remap is not giving you new power. It is making you see the cracks in the old one." Solino's teeth clenched. He saw the floor 15 fight again, the inverted readings, the wounded cluster, the dead runners. He saw himself making the same mistake he had made on floor 3, treating information as a resource to be controlled rather than a circuit to be completed. "I need you to choose," Parvis said. "You can keep the fusion as it is and accept that it will fail eventually, or you can let me cut the unstable paths and rebuild the connections properly. The skill will be weaker for a while. It will not invert. But it will not grow beyond what you can sustain unless you feed it deliberately. Do it." The stylus pressed deeper. Solino's vision went white. When he opened his eyes, the ceiling crack was still there. The lights were still dim, his arm still hurt, but the gray cast was gone, and the wound beneath the bandage had begun to close properly. Parvis was washing his hands at a basin in the corner. "You will feel the changes in about an hour," he said without turning. "The fusion will be leaner, less intuitive. You will have to think about every application before you use it, at least until the new pathways settle." "How long until they settle?" That depends on how many times you use the skill before it stabilizes. Use it well, and the pathways reinforce. Use it carelessly, and you will be back on this table with worse odds. Solino sat up. The room tilted once, then steadied. What do I owe you? Purvist turned off the basin and dried his hands on a cloth that had seen better days. You survive. That is the payment. You survive, and you climb, and you publish everything you learn so the next person does not have to pay a medic to cut their mistakes out of their own nervous system. Solino nodded. The tunnel entrance scraped. Audiobook stepped through, her slate in her hand, and her expression set in the particular stillness that Solino had learned to recognize as the face she wore when she had found something that changed the game. Consortium cells, she said. Not just here, 3 other districts. They are suppressing the credential exploit data from floor 4 across every board they control. Runners are dying on lower floor gates because the information never reached them. She held up the slate. I have the locations, I have the suppression orders, and I have a timestamp that proves the orders went out before floor 4 even opened. Parvis set down the cloth. Solino stood up. The remap was already settling into his muscles, changing the way load path felt when he reached for it, less like a second nature and more like a tool he had to remember how to hold. How many runners are currently stuck on floors they could clear? Unknown, Audiobook said. Lessis says what his guy, Suta. But the suppression started on day 6. 17 days of blocked data, hundreds of runners, maybe thousands. The tunnel lights flickered. Parvis's instruments caught the reflection and threw it across the walls in long, distorted lines. Solino looked at the slate in Audiobook's hand, at the evidence of a citywide information blackout that had been running longer than any of them had known, and felt the new fusion settle 1 degree tighter. He had thought the tower was the test. It was not. The test was everyone who had decided, before the first floor even closed, that some people did not deserve to know the rules. Chapter 18. The tunnel lights flickered once, twice, then held steady. Solino stood with Audiobook's slate in his hand, scrolling through the suppression orders. 17 days, 3 districts. The same timestamp pattern on every one, like a signature left deliberately, daring someone to trace it back. Parvis was already packing his instruments into a reinforced crate. If you are going to publish that data, you need a distribution network that cannot be cut from one node. A single board broadcast will be jammed within minutes. Then we do not use the boards, Ysard said from the tunnel entrance. She stepped into the light, carrying rolled schematic under one arm and a canvas bag slung across her shoulder. Her gray-streaked hair was pulled tighter than Solino remembered, and her eyes moved across the room the way they had on floor 3, cataloging every resource before she committed to a position. I have been watching the suppression pattern since day 8, she said. The consortium does not block all channels. They prioritize the high-visibility boards because those are the ones sponsors monitor. The relay rooms still transmit raw data. The clinic networks still pass messages. The salvage tunnels still carry paper, if you know who to pay. Audiobook took the slate back from Solino. How many carriers do you have access to? 12, possibly 15 if I pull in the Western Q survivors from floor 5. Pull them in, Solino said. Luz raised an eyebrow. That is not a small commitment. Those runners owe you their lives, but asking them to carry data against the consortium puts them in the same crosshairs. Solino looked at the slate, at the timestamp that proved the suppression had started before floor 4 even opened, at the bodies those 17 days had cost. They are already in the crosshairs. They just do not know it yet. They worked through the night. Parvis grew over in a storage alcove behind his clinic into a duplicating station, running page after page through a battered copier he had salvaged from a collapsed admin office on floor 8. The credential exploit data went first. Every gate sequence, every authorization chain, every biometric workaround that could save a runner stuck on a lower floor lock. Luz mapped the distribution routes on her schematic, marking which tunnels were still clear, which relay rooms had unfiltered boards, which salvage caches could serve as drop points. She worked from memory mostly, her hand moving across the paper without hesitation, the lines of a broken supply chain becoming visible as she drew. Audiobook handled the encryption, not the old bureau protocols she had learned in a government that no longer existed, but something simpler. A runner-to-runner code that required no credential to read and no key to decode. She wrote the guide on the first page of every packet. If you can see this, it is for you. Solino watched her write it and felt something shift in his chest. Where did you learn that? Odalus did not look up. I spent 12 years building systems that kept information away from people. I spent the last 17 days learning how to give it back. By dawn, they had 63 packets. By mid-morning, 23 runners had carried them into 16 different relay reams across 4 districts. By noon, the first report came back. Luz was standing at the edge of Parviz's clinic, her slate crackling with a relay transmission from a runner she had sent into the eastern sector. Her hand pressed against the wall as she listened. Gate 3 on floor 4, she said. 2 runners were already stacked at the authorization lock. They had been stuck there for 6 days. The data reached them at 11:40. They cleared the gate at 11:47. Solino felt his jaw tighten. 6 days. 6 days of waiting for information that was being withheld on purpose. How many more? Unknown, but the relay rooms are filling with runners who just realized the doors have been unlocked the whole time. The response came faster than Solino expected. By late afternoon, the consortium's sponsored boards had updated their queue displays. A new field appeared beneath every runner's name, one that had not been there the day before. Rescue eligibility, pending review. Odalus saw it first. She pulled up the feed on her slate and held it out without a word. Solino read the field 3 times. Pending review of what? Affiliation, clear history, sponsor status. Odalus' voice was flat, but her hand was gripping the slate hard enough to whiten her knuckles. They are making rescue conditional. If you are not on their list, you do not get medevac. You do not get priority routing. You do not get evacuation from a floor collapse. Parvis looked up from his basin. That is not tower law. That is aftermarket. It is administrative murder, Luz said. Solino kept staring at the board feed. Marcell had not waited. He had seen the data release, seen the gates opening across 4 districts, and he had responded not by trying to block the information, but by redefining what survival required. If you want rescue, you play by our rules. The network had saved lives. It had also drawn a line so bright that everyone in Caldera Cross could see which side they were standing on. Solino. Odalus's voice again, different this time. The corridor announcement is not the real news. She turned the slate to show him the bottom of the transmission, a single line added by hand after the official notice. The network is now a tracked asset. Anyone found carrying unverified floor data will forfeit rescue eligibility permanently. This is not a threat. It is a gate condition. The slate went dark. Parvis stopped packing. Luz set down her schematic. Solino looked at the 3 of them, at the 63 packets that had already moved, at the 2 runners who were climbing again because someone had decided to share, at the gate that was closing because sharing had been treated as a crime. He pulled his notebook from his jacket and opened it to a fresh page. Then we route around the gate. Odalus's rust-colored eyes met his. That is a direct confrontation with Marcell's corridor. No, it is a direct response to a wall. Solino wrote 3 words at the top of the page. Open notes, open routes. Marcell controls the boards. He controls the rescue lists. He controls the corridors. But he does not control the relay rooms, and he does not control the salvage tunnels, and he does not control what runners decide to carry in their hands. He looked up. We cannot outfight him on floor 10, but we can outrun him on every floor below. Luz picked up her schematic. Parvis turned back to his basin. Odalus held his gaze a moment longer, then reached for her slate. Outside the clinic, the tunnel lights flickered once, twice, and a runner's voice echoed from the relay station, calling for a carrier with open notes for floor 7. Solino's fingers tightened on the notebook. The network was alive, and Marcell had just told everyone exactly where the walls were. Chapter 19. The tunnel air hit different when Solino stepped on the floor 19. Colder, thinner. A pressure behind his eyes like the tower was testing how long he could hold a breath he had not taken yet. The notification arrived before his foot settled on the stone. Floor 19, ballast sequence. Mechanic, rotating burden. Shelter cycles every 94 seconds. Unburdened runners receive decay stacks. Overburdened runners receive crush stacks. Balance is the only exit condition. Solino read it twice. Rotating burden. The floor would pick what weighed him down and change its mind every minute and a half. He moved forward into a chamber the size of a warehouse bay. The walls were raw stone veined with pale mineral lines that pulsed in slow sequence. Along the floor, circular shelters stood at irregular intervals, each one a shallow depression ringed by a low stone lip. Empty now, waiting. He had taken 11 steps when the first burden landed. It was not a weight on his shoulders. It was a shift in the room's gravity, a pull to his left side that made his stride hitch. The mineral lines on the walls brightened once, and a text appeared at the edge of his vision. Current burden, left hemisphere load, 87 seconds remaining. He adjusted his gait, leaning into the pull instead of fighting it. The burden did not fight back. It just sat there, a constant drag, asking him to recalculate every movement. He found the first shelter at 30 seconds, stepped inside. The pull vanished. The mineral lines overhead dimmed. For 9 heartbeats, nothing pressed against him. Then the lip of the shelter glowed, and a new notification replaced the old one. Shelter active, 94 seconds. Burden paused. Unambiguous balance, 0 stacks. He watched the count tick down. When it hit 0, he stepped out. The burden changed. Now it was a pull downward, like walking through shallow water. Not dangerous on its own, but the notification added a line he had missed before. Decay stacks, 0. Crush stacks, 0. Current burden, vertical load, 79 seconds remaining. Shelter unavailable for 12 seconds after deployment. 12 seconds of exposure between shelters. That would add up. He moved. An hour in, Solino had learned the rhythm. The burden cycled through 6 patterns: left load, right load, vertical load, horizontal drag, rotational torque, and a null phase where nothing pulled but the decay stacks climbed twice as fast. Each shelter reset his stacks but locked for 12 seconds after use. The trick was not to hoard shelter time. The trick was to move in the BAPs. He cleared the first sector and found Tovin Quarrel standing at the boundary marker, breathing hard, a fresh bruise flowering across his jaw. Tovin looked at him, said nothing, turned and welled into the next sector. Solino followed. The second sector was tighter, shelters placed farther apart. The burden cycle had a lag in the switch, a half-second where both the old and new burdens overlapped, creating a double load that stacked crush and decay simultaneously. Solino found the rhythm by watching the mineral lines. They pulsed 3 times before a shift. He could preload his movement, step into a shelter a beat early, wait out the overlap. Tovin found the rhythm by calculation. Solino watched him stop at each shelter, consult something on his slate, then move at a precise angle across the floor. Same answer. Opposite routes. They reached the third sector's midpoint together. The burden shifted into rotational torque, and the floor began to pull clockwise around a central axis. Solino's left foot dragged. He adjusted. Tovin's right side dipped, and he corrected with a sharp pivot that put him ahead. Then the null phase hit. The torque vanished. The decay stacks appeared in Solino's vision, climbing fast. 2, 4, 7. He was 6 seconds from the nearest shelter, and the walls were starting to blur at the edges. Tovin was 5 strides ahead, already at the shelter. Solino did not call out. Tovin stepped inside. The mineral lines dimmed. Then Tovin stepped back out. He stood in the shelter's threshold, holding it open. His arm standed palm flat, a clear channel to the depression. Solino did not have time to question it. He crossed the distance in 3 strides, dropped into the shelter, and felt the decay stacks reset. The mineral lines lit. The count began. He looked up at Tovin, who was already taking 12 seconds of open decay exposure, watching the stacks climb on his own vision. You did not have to do that. I know, probability. Tovin stepped away from the depression. I did not do it to hurt you. I did it because unmanaged transparency is a vulnerability, and vulnerabilities get exploited. You will learn that eventually, or you will die before you reach floor 30. He turned and climbed the stairs. Solino stood at the exit gate, hands open at his sides, staring at the dark stairwell. The mineral lines on the walls pulsed once, twice, and went still. Behind him, the floor sealed shut with a sound like bone grinding against bone. Chapter 20. The stairwell between floor 19 and floor 20 felt wrong. Solino noticed it at the 12th step. The air changed. Not thinner, not colder, but denser, like the tower was compressing something invisible into the space around him. His footsteps echoed longer than they should have. The walls breathed. He kept climbing. The exit gate at the top was open. No seam, no lock, no mechanism to solve. Just a threshold of dark stone, and beyond it, a chamber that did not look like a boss arena. It looked like a council hall. Rows of tiered seating curved around a central dais, each seat carved from the same black stone as the walls. The ceiling was high enough that the light from the floor came out before it reached the apex, leaving a vault of shadow above the dais like a held breath. At the center of the dais stood a figure in armor. The armor was not polished. It was the color of old bronze, patched in places with tower stone, fused to the body beneath it like the two had grown together over time. The figure wore no helmet. The face was human, or had been once. The eyes were the only part that still looked alive, pale and tracking, watching Solino enter. The system notification appeared at the edge of his vision. Floor 20, Archive Hall Guardian, Arbiter Classification, Retained Continuity, Q. Solo Retained Continuity. Solino stopped at the edge of the seating tier. His hand went to his notebook without thinking. You were a runner. I am the archive of this floor. Arbiter stopped at the edge of the dais. I watch everyone who passes. Most do not reach me. They die on the floors below, and their names enter the Guardian pool, and I watch them forget what they were. The words hung in the air. Solino's hand dropped from the notebook. Forget? Every Guardian you have fought was a runner who failed. The tower does not simply kill them, it preserves them. It archives their skills, their memories, their failure patterns, and it uses them to teach the next climber what not to do. Arbiter's head tilted, a gesture that would have looked curious on a human face. I am different. I retained continuity. I remember who I was before I failed. Who were you? An archivist. A keeper of records for a government that no longer exists. The armored figure took another step forward. And you have already figured out what I am going to tell you. You are too smart not to have seen it. Solino's pulse quickened. The chamber felt smaller. Tell me, anyway. Arbiter stopped, the pale eyes fixed on Solino with an intensity that made the air in the chamber feel heavier. The fusion cores you have been collecting, the ones Marcell Ysard has been hoarding, the ones every runner on every floor is killing and dying to obtain. A pause. They are not power upgrades. They are votes. The word landed like a stone dropped into still water. Solino's mouth went dry. Votes for what? For the next order, the council that will govern after the dissolution date. Every fused core is a seat at the table. Every climber who holds a fused core when the 30 days end gets a voice in whatever replaces the governments the tower erased. Arbiter's voice did not rise, but the weight behind it pressed against Solino like a physical force. And every climber who dies without fusing their core forfeits that seat. The vote goes uncast. The representation dies with them. Solino's mind raced. The auction rings, the board filters, the suppressed data, the controlled clears. Marcell had not been trying to win the tower. He had been trying to own the future. How many cores does he have? I do not know. Arbiter raised a hand. The bronze stone armor caught the dim light. But I know he has been collecting since day 4. I know he has mapped floors 6 through 20 and cached supplies on every one. I know he has let runners die rather than share data that would let them reach the cores before his team. The chamber pulsed. The walls breathed again, and Solino felt the tower's attention settling over him like a second skin. You have been fighting a proxy war. Arbiter's voice was quiet now, almost gentle. Every floor you clear, every runner you save, every node you establish, you are not just climbing, you are campaigning, and Marcell knows it. Solino's hands were shaking. He did not remember when that started. Why are you telling me this? Because I am the archive. Arbiter stepped closer, close enough that Solino could see the way the stone had grown into the skin around the eyes, the way the bronze had threaded through the lips. I remember what happens when power concentrates without accountability. I watched my government do it for 30 years before the tower came. I watched them hoard information, suppress dissent, and let people die to protect the illusion of control. The armored figure stopped a handspan away. I failed on day 11 because I was too loyal to the system that raised me. I could not imagine a world where rank did not matter. The tower took that loyalty and turned it into a prison. Arbiter's voice dropped. You are the first runner in 20 floors who asks the right questions. You hoard data by instinct, but you share it anyway. You distrust institutions, but you build networks. You are angry, and you are careless, and you are going to get people killed if you do not learn faster. A pause. But you are also the only one who understands that the truth means nothing if no one can use it. The chamber fell silent. Arbiter stepped back onto the dais. I will give you my core, I will give you my vote. But first I need to know what you plan to do with it. Solino stared at the armored figure, at the face that had been human once, at the eyes that had not stopped watching. He opened his mouth to answer. The chamber's walls began to glow. Chapter 21. The words died in Solino's throat. The chamber walls pulsed with amber light, not aggressive but insistent, a heartbeat rhythm that matched the glow climbing from the dais toward the ceiling. Arbiter did not move. The pale, tracking eyes stayed fixed on Solino, waiting for an answer that suddenly felt like the only thing that mattered. I don't know yet. The admission came out raw, stripped of the confidence he had been faking since floor 1. Solino's hands were still shaking. He let them. I know what I don't want. I don't want Marcell holding enough votes to write the rules alone. I don't want the same people who ran the old system deciding who gets to speak in the new one. He stopped, swallowed. But I don't know what I'd do with a vote either. I've never had one that mattered. Arbiter's head tilted. The stone grown through the jaw caught the amber light and threw shadows across the ruined face. That is the first honest answer I have heard in 20 floors. The walls stopped glowing. The chamber exhaled, the pressure easing as the tower's attention withdrew, and Solino felt something settle in his chest that was not quite relief. Arbiter raised a hand. The bronze stone fingers pressed against the center of their chest, and a seam opened along the armor's sternum. Inside, a single core pulsed, the color of old iron, smaller than Solino had expected, no larger than his thumb. This is my vote. I held it for 20 floors because I could not find a runner worth giving it to. The pale eyes met Solino's. You are not ready yet, but you are closer than anyone else. The seam closed. The core vanished back into the armor. When you know what you will do with it, come back. I will be here. Arbiter turned and walked into the wall. The bronze stone surface accepted them like water accepting a stone, ripples spreading once before the chamber fell still. Solino stood alone in the council hall, the truth pressing against his ribs like a second skeleton. Odalis met him at the base of floor 21's stairwell. She did not ask what happened. She read it on his face and nodded once, the way she did when she had already run the probabilities and was waiting for him to catch up. Parvatives is pulling Clitic records and cross-referenced them against cleared floor lists. Odalis built a matrix on her slate, tracing every controlled clear, every death without fusion, every core that should have surfaced on public boards but never did. The numbers did not look good. Floor 3, Lou said, tapping a cluster of marks. Sponsor team reported 2 dead. No fusion notifications published. If they held cores and died without fusing, those votes are gone. Or the cores were recovered, Odalis said fiercely. Triad handlers could collect from their own dead before the tower sealed the bodies. Solino watched the matrix grow. Floor 4, 1 controlled clear, no public fusion. Floor 5, 3 deaths under Triad observation, No notifications. Floor 6, the relay floor where they had been too busy surviving to check what happened to the other lanes. I should have asked Arbiter how many cores were in play total. Arbiter is one guardian on one floor. Odalis did not look up from her slate. Every floor above 20 has a guardian with a core. Every floor below it has dead runners whose cores were either claimed or lost. She turned the slate toward him. The number on the screen made his stomach drop. Best estimate, 17 to 22 cores held by the Triad. Another 8 to 12 in the hands of smaller factions. Maybe 3 or 4 with affiliated runners who have not died yet. Out of how many total? Total possible? Odalis's jaw tightened. 30 floors times 1 runner per day, minus deaths and failures. If every clear produced a core, we could have had 30 fusions by now. The Triad has more than half. Closer to 2/3 if they recovered from their dead. The room fell silent. Solino stared at the number until it blurred. They moved to publish anyway. Luz had the distribution routes mapped. Parvidus had the Clitic network ready. Odalis had written the runner's compact 2 hours before. A plain language explanation of what cores actually meant, who held them, and why every climber needed to know before the dissolution date. 23 carriers took the packets at midnight. Relay rooms across 4 districts received the sealed pages. Salvage tunnels hummed with whispered orders and pressed paper. At 1:47 a.m., the first board went dark. Solino was in the eastern salvage tunnel when Luz's runner found him, a kid with blood on his knuckles and a cracked slate in his shaking hands. "Sponsor jammers," the kid said. "They hit every board in the central district. The clinic relays, too. Anyone carrying your pages can't show them anywhere the Triad controls." Solino took the slate. The display showed static, then a single line of text. "Unauthorized distribution detected. Rescue eligibility revoked." He handed the slate back. "How many carriers got hit?" "4 we know of. The rest went to ground. Tell them to stay there. Don't move until I send a signal." The kid ran. Solino stood in the tunnel, the damp air pressing against his face, and felt the trap closing. At dawn, Marcell Ysard took the public boards, not in person. A recorded transmission played across every plaza, every relay room, every clinic still connected to the network. His voice came through clean, measured, the tone of a man who had never doubted his right to speak first. "I am aware of a document circulating among the lower floors. It claims that tower fusion fears carry constitutional weight, that climbers who hold them will decide the future of governance after the dissolution date." A pause. The kind of pause that knew exactly how it would land. "This is false. It is destabilizing propaganda being spread by runners who cannot reach the upper floors and want to tear down the systems keeping order. I have no proof that these claims come from Solino Backe, but I would not be surprised. He has refused every offer of cooperation. He has chosen chaos over coordination, and now he is asking you to believe that a tower designed to test survival is actually a hidden election." Another pause, longer. "I cannot stop anyone from believing lies, but I can protect the runners who trust the process. Effective immediately, all rescue lanes in districts under Triad protection are closed to carriers of unverified data. Your rescue eligibility will be restored when you surrender those documents to the nearest Bonfum compound." The transmission ended. Solino watched the board go dark in the salvage tunnel's pocket of silence. Luz stood beside him, gray-streaked hair loose, her canvas bag empty. "He just called it propaganda," she said quietly. "And he made carrying it cost rescue." He did. "That's going to work. People are going to hand the packets in." Solino looked at the dark board. He thought about Arbiter's core, small enough to fit in a closed fist. "Then we write smaller. We move faster. We find the runners who trust the open route more than they trust rescue." Luz said nothing. She did not have to. The first rescue lane closure hit the plaza boards at 6:03 a.m. By 6:17, 3 carriers had surrendered their packets at the eastern compound gate. Solino watched from the tunnel mouth, the runner's compact burning in his pocket, and knew the race had just changed shape. Chapter 22. The salvage tunnel smelled like wet concrete and old diesel. Solino pressed his back against the curved wall and listened to the footsteps above. Heavy, measured. 3 people, maybe 4, moving in a formation that knew where it was going. Luz stood 3 meters down the tunnel, her hand on the kid's shoulder. The kid was maybe 18, with a runner's badge clipped to his collar and a sealed envelope pressed against his chest. "Don't move," Solino breathed. The footsteps passed, continued east, faded. Solino counted to 30 before he straightened. Which route were they on? Luz checked her slate. Floor 7 relay. They're hitting the salvage tunnels near the old transit junction. Note 14. Yeah. Tovin's report had teeth. Marcell had not raided blindly. He had sent teams to the exact coordinates Solino's network used, the Clitic relay on Toyam and the salvage tunnel junction under the Eastern Plaza. Node 9 had gone dark at 3:12 a.m. Node 14 had gone silent at 4:47. Solino pulled the runner's compact from his pocket. The pages were creased, the ink starting to blur where his palm had sweated through the paper. "The carriers we lost," he said. "Do we know who?" 3 from the Western queue, 1 from Luz's original group. "And the one on floor 10? Luz shook her head. "No word since midnight. Could be dead, could be hiding, could be talking." The kid shifted his weight. "They're going to find us. The Triad has maps of every tunnel, every relay, every closet we're using." Solino looked at him. The kid's hands were shaking. Not fear, adrenaline. The kind that would turn into fear as soon as the body caught up. "That's why we don't stay in one place." "Then where do we go?" Solino had no answer. He had tunnels, relay rooms, and a network that depended on people carrying paper through hostile corridors. Marcell had jammers, enforcers, and the ability to revoke rescue eligibility with a single text update. The race had changed shape. He still did not know how to run it. By 7:30 a.m., the first casualty report hit Parvis's clinic. A runner on floor 12 had collapsed during a controlled clear. No Triad medics nearby. No rescue lane open because the runner had carried a single page of the runner's compact in his pack the day before. "His name was Eldrick Venn," Parvis said. 23 years old, cleared floor 11 solo. Died of blood loss from a crush injury that any field medic could have stabilized. Solino stared at the report. The words blurred at the edges. He could have surrendered the page. He was carrying it. He had not distributed it. He had not even read it. But he was carrying it, and the Triad caught it when he tried to enter the eastern corridor. Parvis's voice stayed flat, professional. The voice of a man who had learned to distance himself from bodies. There were 3 other runners in his group. All of them are now in Triad custody being debriefed. Debriefed. Interviewed. They will be released once they confirm they have no affiliation with your network. Solino put the report down. His hand was steady. That bothered him. Odalis found it in the maintenance tunnel behind Parvis's clinic at 9:15. She was carrying a slate with a cracked screen and a coil of wire draped over her shoulder. Her rust-colored eyes were bloodshot, and there was a smear of grease across her jaw. "We need to talk about the extraction protocol." "What about it?" "It's not working." She set the slate on a crate and pulled up a map of the lower floors. "We have 14 carriers still active across 4 districts. Each one is carrying at least 10 pages of the compact. Some of them are carrying the encryption guide I wrote." "I know." "Every hour they hold those pages, their rescue eligibility stays revoked. If they get injured, no Triad medic touches them. If they get trapped, no Triad team pulls them out." Solino looked at the map. Red dots marked every relay room, salvage tunnel, and clinic that had gone dark since dawn. There were 11 of them. "I know. So we need to decide what we are." Odalis's voice sharpened. "Are we a distribution network, or are we a rescue network? Because we do not have the supplies to be both." The words landed like a blade. Solino thought about the 17 runners he had pulled from the collapse on floor 4. The 23 carriers who had moved the compact at midnight. The kid with the shaking hands. Eldrick Venn, dead in a corridor because a piece of paper in his pack had made him ineligible for help. "You're asking me to choose." "I'm asking you to look at the numbers." He looked at the numbers. 11 blacked-out nodes. 4 captured carriers. 1 dead runner. An estimated 17 to 22 cores held by the Triad, and no clear path to stop them from collecting more. If we stop distributing, the compact dies. Nobody above floor 15 learns the truth about cores until Marcell already owns the council. If we keep distributing the way we are, more people die. So we change the method. How? Solino pulled out his notebook. The pages were filled with sketches of floor layouts, relay sequences, and the structural load patterns he had learned to read in the lower floors. He flipped to a blank page and started drawing. We stop moving paper. We move people. Odalis leaned in. Explain. Every carrier we have is a liability because they're carrying evidence. Marcell's jammers can track distributing by volume. They don't need to catch every page, they just need to catch enough to make the route visible. So we make the route invisible. No. Solino kept drawing. We make it unnecessary. We stop distributing the compact as a document and start distributing it as a conversation. One runner tells another. That runner tells another. No paper, no encryption guide, no trail. Odalis was silent for a long moment. That's slower. Yes. That's how rumors spread, not information. Yes. Rumors get distorted. They get weaponized. Marcell will use the distortions to discredit the truth before it reaches the upper floors. Solino put the pen down and looked at her. Then we need a third option. I don't see one. Then we build one. Odalis's jaw tightened. She looked at the map, at the blacked-out nodes, at the coil of wire she had been carrying for reasons she had not explained. There's a floor mechanic on 22, she said quietly. I read the fragment in the Censored woman's data before the jammers hit. It's a test of institutional memory. The tower forces climbers to reconstruct a broken system using whatever information they bring into the room. And if Marcell controls the information that enters that floor, he controls the outcome. If we get there before him, we can use the mechanic to distribute the truth in a way the tower cannot jam. Solino's hand stopped moving. Floor 22. After the dissolution date. How long do we have? Odalis chapter slate. 11 days. 11 days to build a network that could reach upper floor runners without paper. 11 days to keep carriers alive. 11 days to figure out what he would do with a vote. I need to go back to floor 20. Odalis's eyes narrowed. Arbiter's floor. I need that core, and I need to know what I'm going to do with it before I get there. The tunnel entrance behind them scraped, and Solino looked up. The thin Faultline light from the plaza filtered through the grate above. Bastian Muro stood in the corridor's mouth, watching them in silence. Chapter 23. The chamber smelled like ozone and stale negotiation. Solino stepped through the threshold first, Odalis half a pace behind, and the air changed. Not temperature, not pressure. Something beneath both. A shift in the way sound carried, the way light bent off the walls. The room was round. 12 flat mirrors stood in a ring, each one tall enough to reflect a full body, each one angled toward a central dais where nothing waited. The mirrors showed the room behind the viewer, not their own face. Every reflection was a corridor, a doorway, an empty space that led somewhere else. No combat mechanic, Odalis said quietly. No timer, no visible hazard. Then what's the test? She moved to the nearest mirror and touched its surface. The reflection rippled, then stabilized, showing not the chamber behind her but a text block in tower script. Rumor weight, she read. Each participant may speak one statement per turn. Statements that achieve majority belief become binding floor mechanics. Statements that fail are erased from the record. Participants may not repeat a statement that has already been accepted. Solino turned in a slow circle. 12 mirrors, 12 participants. A room built to turn conversation into law. Marcell's people already know this mechanic exists, which means they've rehearsed their statements. Then we're behind before we start. Odalis was still reading the mirror's text. There's more. Participants are selected by the tower based on unresolved conflict relationships. This chamber will not open until all 12 are present. Solino looked at the empty mirrors. There are only 2 of us. Then there are 10 more coming. The mirror to his left rippled. A figure stepped through, not from the reflection but from the space the reflection showed. A corridor that opened onto a plaza he did not recognize. The figure was short, gray-haired, carrying a seat-odd satchel. She looked at Solino, then at Odalus, then at the mirrors, and said nothing. Luz Ibarra had arrived. Solino felt something loosen in his chest. You were selected? Unresolved conflict. Luz set the satchel down. I've been fighting the Triad supply chain since day 7. The tower apparently noticed. The mirror to her right rippled again. A man in a sponsor jacket stepped through, Triad patch on the shoulder, slate in hand. He looked at Luz, at Odalus, then at Solino, and smiled like he had already won. Iria Kestel. The name landed cold. Odalus's hand tightened on her slate. Solino shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet. Iria did not acknowledge the tension. She walked to the central dais, set her slate down, and waited. 3 more mirrors rippled in succession. 3 more runners stepped through. A woman with a medical kit, a man in salvage gear, a kid no older than the carrier who had died on floor 12. The kid looked terrified. Solino counted. 7, 5 more to go. She's going to use the mechanic to lock us out of the conversation, Odalus said, voice low. She's been preparing for this floor since day 1. She knows exactly which statements to make first. Then we make our statements before she does. You don't know the rules well enough to guess which ones will stick. Neither does she. Odalus looked at him. She has analysts. We have a notebook. Luz moved closer. The mechanic isn't about who speaks first. It's about who gets believed. She can make the most elegant statement in the chamber, but if no one trusts her, it doesn't bind. And if the kid trusts her because she looks like authority, Luz's jaw tightened. Then we convince the kid first. The 8th mirror rippled. A woman in a floor-sweeping coat stepped through, dark hair pinned tight, eyes scanning the room with the practiced calm of someone who had seen worse. She looked to Iria, then at Odalus, and nodded once. I know her, Odalus said. Shaw. She ran logistics for a ministry that dissolved on day 2. She's been trading intel between clinics for the last 3 weeks. Allie? Not yet. The 9th mirror rippled. A man in a pressure suit stepped through, a rusted wrench in his hand, his face lined with the kind of exhaustion that came from watching the wrong people die. Solino recognized the fatigue. It matched his own. 10, Luz counted. 2 more. The 10th mirror rippled. The 11th followed before the first figure had fully stepped through, and Solino saw who they were and felt his stomach drop. Bastian Muro stepped into the ring, the Triad's bruiser, the man who had been tracking him since the auction rings. Behind him, the kid with the shaking hands stumbled through, the 12th participant, completing the circle. The mirrors sealed, the chamber's light shifted from white to amber, and the tower's voice echoed off the curved walls. 12 present. Timer set. You have 6 rounds to establish a majority sentence. Failure to reach sentence will lock the exit into dissolution. 6 rounds. 12 participants. 1 binding mechanic per round if enough people believed. Iria stepped onto the dais. I'll start. She spoke a single sentence. The tower's dissolution date has been moved forward by 7 days. The mirrors flickered. The text appeared in each surface, glowing amber, waiting for judgment. Odalus's breath caught. That's not true. I know. Iria turned to face the other participants. But it doesn't have to be true. It only has to be believed. The mirrors began counting. 11 participants had to choose. Accept the statement as established fact or reject it. Solino watched the kid. The kid looked at Iria, looked at the mirror, looked at his hands. The reflection changed. Chapter 24. The mirrors counted. Solino watched the kid's reflection, watched the amber light pulse across the glass surface, and watched the tower make its tally. 11 seconds. The glow settled into a steady burn. The statement held. Iria Kestel's lie about the dissolution date had not reached majority. 7 votes against, 5 for. The kid had shaken his head, hands still trembling, and the mirrors had recorded his refusal like it was the only thing that mattered. Ira's smile did not crack. She stepped off the dais, adjusted her sponsor jacket, and nodded toward Bastian Muro as if the failed vote had been part of her plan all along. The floor is not finished, she said. 6 rounds, we have time. But the chamber had already begun to change. The mirrors rippled. Their surfaces stopped reflecting the participants and began showing something else. Corridors, collapsed ceilings, pressure plates embedded in floor panels. The amber light shifted to a dull, warning red, and the tower's voice returned. Round 1 complete. Consensus reached on rejection, transitioning to physical resolution. The floor beneath Solino's feet tilted. The 12 mirrors cracked in unison, and the chamber's walls dissolved into a network of narrow tunnels with low ceilings and broken rebar jutting from the concrete. Solino was alone. He stood in a corridor no wider than his shoulders, the air thick with dust and the smell of oxidized metal. Behind him, the wall had sealed. Ahead, the tunnel curved into darkness. He checked his load path instinct and felt it pulse, reading the structural stresses in the floor, the walls, the hidden voids beneath the concrete. Delayed triggers, pressure plates keyed to timers, weight-sensitive panels that would snap closed behind him if he moved too fast or too slow. Floor 3's lesson. Ration motion, ration information, ration materials. He took a breath and started walking. The first hazard triggered 7 meters in. A panel behind him slid open, releasing a cloud of fine particulate that would have clogged his airways if he had been running. He had not been running. He had been watching the load readings on the floor panels, feeling how the concrete transmitted force, knowing that every step compressed the surface and every compression broadcast its signature to whatever system was listening. He stepped around the trigger zone. The cloud settled, no damage. Ahead, the tunnel branched. 3 paths. Each one showed distinct stress patterns in the floor and ceiling. The left path had been walked recently. The center path was clean but unstable. The right path was blocked by rubble that looked deliberate. He chose the center path. Behind him, he heard the left path snap shut, the steel barrier dropping from the ceiling. He moved at a measured pace, counting beats, reading the floor's load distribution through his boots. Every few meters, the tower had placed a delayed trigger, a plate that would engage if his weight transferred too abruptly or if he stopped for more than 2 seconds. He did not stop. He did not accelerate. He kept his weight centered, his stride short, his breathing even. The tunnel opened into a chamber the size of a cargo container. Tovin Querrell stood at the far end, slate in hand, fresh scratches across his forearms. His pale gray eyes tracked Solino for a long moment before he spoke. "You are not dead. Neither are you." "Disappointing for both of us," Tovin gestured at the chamber. "This room detects trigger frequency. Every hazard you set off makes the remaining ones more sensitive. I have watched 3 sponsored terms get torn apart in here by moving too fast." "And you?" "I stopped moving entirely." Tovin held up his slate. "I have been mapping the trigger grid for the last 17 minutes. The tower does not penalize inaction on this floor. It penalizes poorly timed action." Solino looked at the chamber floor and saw it now. The faint discoloration in the concrete, the hairline cracks that formed a grid of intersecting trigger zones, each one keyed to a specific type of movement. Step patterns, direction changes, weight transfers. "Floor 3's lesson," Solino said. "Ration motion." Tovin's jaw tightened. "Your floor 3 survival was luck. You admitted it yourself. I survived because I stopped hoarding. I stopped treating movement like a resource to conserve and started treating it like a signal I could control. That is not a method. That is a retrospective narrative. Watch me cross this room." Solino stepped onto the grid without waiting for a response. He moved at a steady diagonal, reading the load path through the concrete, feeling where the triggers were dormant and where they were primed. He stepped around a pressure plate that would have engaged if his weight shifted off his lead foot. He paused for exactly 1 beat in a dead zone where no triggers existed. He crossed the chamber in 34 seconds without setting off a single hazard. Tovin stared at him. "It is systematic," Solino said. "You can call it luck if it helps you sleep, but it is systematic." Tovin's slate lowered. He looked at Solino with something that might have been respect, or might have been the recognition of a problem he could not solve by calculation alone. "The next floor will be worse," Tovin said. "I have seen the hidden condition." "Show me." Tovin hesitated. Then he tapped his slate and held it up. The screen displayed a partial floor schematic. At the top, in small text Solino had to squint to read, a line of system text was embedded in the structural annotation. That vote rewards whoever controls the most priced data entering the chamber. Preloaded information counts as a contained asset. Solino read it twice. Marcell Ysard had been hoarding floor data since day 4. Every route map, every gate sequence, every boss mechanic the Triad had kept off the public boards, and Marcell was already ahead of him. Tovin lowered the slate. His pale gray eyes met Solino's, and his voice dropped to something almost private. I just told you what Marcell would kill me for revealing. Do not make me regret it. Chapter 25. The air on floor 23 hit wrong, denser than the stairwell promised, with a chemical bite that clung to the back of Solino's throat. He stood at the entry point, a hexagonal chamber with no visible exit, and waited for the tower to announce its rules. The walls shimmered. Text crawled across them in system gray. Floor 23 designation, information asymmetry clear condition. Identify the exit pattern hidden rule. Fragmented notes. False tells. The floor punishes whoever enters without privileged data. A slot opened in the wall. A single sheet of paper slid out, covered in partial diagrams and crossed-out annotations, rut markers that led nowhere. Timing sequences with missing numbers. A map of the floor with half the corridors erased. He picked it up, read it twice. Recognized the handwriting style from the boards outside Parvis's clinic, the rushed lettering of runners who had survived this floor and scribbled what they remembered. Someone had already torn half the sheet away. He turned it over. On the back, in fresher ink, everything you think you see is a trap. They knew before you arrived. They, the Triad, had been here first, had cleared the floor, mapped its logic, and left behind just enough false data to kill anyone who trusted the scraps. He folded the sheet and pocketed it. The chamber had 3 exits now, each one marked with a symbol that matched the partial diagram. He ignored them. He used load path instead. The fusion read the room's structural stress, the faint differentials in the wall panels, the subtle weight lines in the floor that revealed which passages had been walked and which had been staged. The left exit showed fresh footprints. The right exit showed 2 sets of prints overlapping. The center exit showed none. The center exit was also the one marked as a dead end on the partial diagram. He took the center exit. The corridor beyond was narrow, the walls covered in the same shimmering text, but this time it wrote in real time. Every step he took triggered a new fragment, a column of numbers, a timing sequence, a warning about a hazard that did not exist. He kept moving. The text changed faster the deeper he went, accelerating, layering, until the walls screened with contradictory information and the corridor forked every 10 meters. He stopped at the 3rd fork and pressed his palm against the wall. Felt the pulse beneath the surface. The tower was not testing his ability to gather information. It was testing his ability to reject bad information. He closed his eyes. Load path read the wall's stress, the seam where the false corridor had been built, the load-bearing line that pointed toward the true exit. He opened his eyes and walked through the false wall. The chamber beyond was circular, 50 meters across. At its center stood a structure that looked like a skeletal relay tower, a lattice of conduits and cable runs that pulsed with amber light. Runners stood at intervals around the perimeter, most of them armed, most of them watching him. He counted 8. Sponsored gear. The colors matched. The Triad had not just cleared the floor, they were holding it. A woman at the far end of the chamber raised her voice. Solino Backe, we were starting to think you would not arrive. He did not answer. He read the room. The skeletal tower was the boss, a data relay construct that fed on fragmented information, grew stronger the more false data entered the floor. Every wrong corridor, every fake route, every tell planted by the Triad before he arrived had already fed it. The woman smiled. You walked through 3 false walls to reach us. Every one of those walls was a data point. Every wrong judgment you made added to its strength. He looked at the construct. Its amber light was brighter than it should have been. The conduits vibrated with something that felt like hunger. Your notes, he said. You left them for me. We left them for everyone. The woman's smile did not waver. The tower punishes whoever enters without privileged data. That is the rule. But privileged data is a resource, like any other. And resources, as you have learned, are best managed by those who understand distribution. He watched the construct's light cycle, reading its structure. The load path through the conduits was not uniform. Some sections were darker, cooler, not yet fully charged by false data. Those sections corresponded to truths he had verified himself. It was not too late to starve it, but he would have to stop using every piece of information that came from outside his own senses. He dropped the folded sheet from his pocket, let it fall to the floor. The woman's smile flickered. "You think you can fight this floor blind?" "I think I can fight this floor clean." He stepped toward the construct. The first pulse hit him at 3 meters, a wave of fragmented data that slammed into his skull like static across every frequency. He felt his fusion recoil. Load path trying to parse input that had no structural coherence, information designed to overload rather than inform. He forced it down. Read the construct's real structure. The conduits, the cable runs, the points where the amber light was weakest, where the false data had not yet saturated the core. He moved left, dodged a second pulse. The construct shifted, adjusting to his approach, and the floor beneath him changed, the surface text rewriting itself in real time. The woman's voice carried across the chamber. "Every step you take is a data point. Every dodge, every direction change. The more you move, the more it learns." He kept moving. The construct's stud pulse caught him mid-step. Chapter 26. He pulled himself off the wall and read the note one more time. Floor 7. Tired of waiting. B. Bastian Muru had been on floor 7 since day 14. Waiting, tracking, watching while Solino climbed through floors he could have cleared in a fraction of the time. The message was not an invitation. It was a deadline. Someone on the Triad's side had decided the watching phase was over. He folded the note into his pocket and pushed open the door seal. The corridor had not changed. Same false walls, same shimmering text that rewrote itself as he passed, same dead air that smelled of nothing at all. But the construct knew him now. His rhythm, his weight transfer, the way his breath caught before a dodge. He walked past the first collapsed door and stopped. Odalys stood in a side alcove he had missed on his first pass, her slate glowing against the wall. She was tracing lines across the surface, marking something he could not see from the angle. She looked up. "You hit it." One hit. That was the point. She turned the slate toward him. "I have been mapping the floor's data architecture since you entered. The construct is not the boss. The construct is the output." He moved closer, reading the schematic on her screen. Lines of amber and gray, cross-referenced against the tower's base logic. It looked like a relay distribution chart, but inverted, the inputs feeding outward instead of inward. "What is the boss?" "The room." She pointed at the walls. "Every surface here is a data node. The floor, the ceiling, the panels. The construct is just the aggregation point. Kill it, and the data redistributes. Another node becomes the new output." Luz appeared from a side passage, her gray-streaked hair plastered to her forehead. She carried a torn schematic that matched the one Solino had dropped in the chamber. "The construct accelerates when you feed it false information," Luz said. "That part is true, but the Triad is not holding the floor. They are farming it. Every runner who dies here feeds data into the relay. The construct gets stronger, yes, but the real gain goes to whoever controls the distribution channels on the other side." Solino looked at the construct's light through the wall, a faint amber glow leaking through gaps in the stone. "They are not trying to clear the floor. They are using it to generate data they can sell or trade." Odalys nodded. "Marcell has been doing this since floor 8. Controlled clears, controlled wipes, controlled information flows. Every death here is a data point he owns." The construct pulsed. The amber brightened. It had sensed them. It was listening. Solino felt the weight of the room pressing against his skull, the fragmented data trying to find purchase in his fusion. Load path recoiled, rejecting input that had no structural logic, but the pressure was building. "We need to clear it," he said. "Then we need to stop attacking the construct and attack the relay," Odalys said. "The room, not the output." He stepped back into the corridor. The construct's pulse quickened, matching his heart rate. It had learned his signature. Every beat was a data point. He did not run. He walked toward the chamber, letting his footsteps fall without rhythm, breaking the pattern the construct had catalogued. His fusion strained, pushing against the wall of false data, and he felt something shift inside his chest, a pressure that had been building since Parvis's clinic. Parvis had warned him, do not push for another leap until the remap settles. Every fusion changes what you are. Push too fast and the system rewrites you from inside. But the Plateau was not going to wait. Marcell was not going to wait, and the tower was not going to offer a gentler floor because Solino was not ready. He entered the chamber. The Triad woman stood at the far end, arms crossed, watching him with the patience of someone who had already won. The construct loomed behind her, its amber light cycling through phases of readiness. "You came back?" she said. "I need to clear this floor. You need to understand that you cannot." She gestured at the walls. "Every piece of information you have ever trusted is a weapon against you now. Your allies, your notes, your own senses, because we have mapped how you read rooms. You are predictable, Solino Backe, and predictable people lose in information economies." He felt the construct's awareness settle on him. It knew his stance, knew the tension in his shoulders before he moved. He dropped his center of gravity, emptied his mind, and stopped using load path. The fusion went dark. The pressure in his skull vanished. He stood in the chamber with nothing but his own eyes, his own reflexes, and the knowledge that every tool he had built was now a liability. The construct hesitated. It had no pattern for a runner who stopped feeding data. He moved. Not fast, not precise. He moved like someone who had never seen a tower, never fused a skill, never learned to read stress concentrations in stone. Erratic. Amateurish. The construct tried to adjust, but his movements had no structure to analyze. The amber light flickered. He reached the conduit section he had hit before, the darkest junction where the false data had not saturated the core. He did not read the load path. He did not calculate the stress point. He struck. The conduit cracked, the amber light dimmed by a single degree. The construct screamed, a sound like grinding metal, and the walls began to shift. The floor's text scrambled, rewriting itself in fragments that had no coherence. The room was losing its grip on the data it had collected. The Triad woman's call broke. "You cannot brute force a logic floor." "I am not brute forcing it," he struck again. "I am starving it." The construct's second pulse hit him, wilder now, uncalibrated. It hurt. The data fragments scraped across his skull like broken glass. And in that pain, something unlocked. His fusion flared back to life, not as load bath, but as something else, a new frequency that did not read structure, but interaction. He saw the RU differently now, not as surfaces and loads, as systems layered on systems. The false walls were not just traps, they were input channels. The construct's pulses were not attacks, they were queries. The Triad woman's confidence was not armor, it was a signal. He could see the rule beneath the blower. The construct lunged, cables whipping through the air, and he sidestepped without thinking. He did not dodge the strike. He stepped into the gap between its query and its response, the millisecond where the data had not yet been processed. The cables missed by a breath. The Triad woman stepped back. "That is not possible. The system has not registered that frequency." He looked at his hands. The fusion felt different, cleaner, less desperate. He stepped toward the construct and saw the opening. A conduit junction near the crown, unguarded, poorly integrated into the floor's relay logic. The weak point. He drove his fist into it. The construct convulsed. The amber light surged, then dimmed, and the walls went dark. Silence. He stood in the chamber, breathing hard, his hand aching, the construct motionless before him. The Triad woman stared. Then the construct's light reignited, brighter than before, and the walls began to hum. He had hit the weak point, and the floor had adapted. The real opening was not where he had struck. It was behind him, in the relay node Odalus had marked on her slate, the one he had ignored because it looked like a structural support rather than a circuit point. The construct's apparent weakness had been a decoy. He had one chance before the room rebuilt itself around the new data it had just collected. He turned and ran. Chapter 27. The relay node looked like every other structural column in the room. Same gray surface, same vertical seam, same impression of load-bearing necessity. But the new frequency let him see the difference now. The column was not receiving weight from above, it was receiving data from the walls. Tiny pulses moved through its surface, feeding upward into the ceiling where the construct's amber light cycled through its phases of readiness. The column was the input channel. The construct was just the interface. He reached it in 7 strides. The Triad woman shouted something behind him, but the words did not matter. What mattered was the panel at the column's base, identical to the surrounding floor plates except for a single hairline seam that ran against the grain of the tower's construction logic. He dropped to one knee and pressed his palm against it. The new frequency screamed through his arm. Raw data, unfiltered, poured into his fusion like water into a collapsed lung. He saw the floor's architecture in its true shape. Every false wall, every planted note, every runner who had died on this level, their final movements recorded, packaged, and stored in the column's relay memory. The Triad had been farming the floor since day 11. He saw the ledgers, node timestamps, death classifications, sell prices. Marcell Ysard had turned death into inventory. The construct's cable lashed out, wrapping around his ankle and yanking him off balance. His head cracked against the floor. The new frequency wavered, threatening to collapse back into LoadPath's familiar structure. He held it. Barely. The cable tightened, dragging him across the stone toward the construct's central mass. He saw the thing clearly now, not as a boss, but as a processing unit. Its attacks were not designed to kill. They were designed to extract information. Every impact fed data back to the relay. Every dodge taught the floor how he moved. He stopped resisting the pull. Let the cable drag him closer. The Triad woman's voice cut through the chamber. "What are you doing? It will read your entire build." "I know." He let go of the new frequency. Just for a second. The construct's processing cycle anticipated load path, vector step, every combat skill he had ever used. It ran a query, expecting structural data. Instead, it received nothing. A gap in the input stream. No tension patterns, no weight transfer predictions, no signature. The construct hesitated. 1 second. Long enough. He slammed his free hand against the floor plate at the column's base and pushed the new frequency through the contact tight. Not into the construct, but into the relay node itself. The data the construct had been farming reversed direction. All of it. Every death ledger, every runner movement profile, every sell price and timestamp. The column pulsed, once, twice, then began to broadcast through the floor's internal channels, pushing the Triad's farm data into every active board on every floor of the tower. The construct screamed, not in pain, in obsolescence. Its amber light flickered, dimmed, and died as the relay node overrode its processing authority. The cables went slack. The walls stopped humming. The false corridors collapsed into their true geometry, leaving a straight path to the exit gate. Solino stayed on his knees, palm pressed against the column, the new frequency still singing through his arm. His hand was bleeding. The column's edge had cut into his palm during the impact. The Triad woman stared at the walls, the runner boards, everywhere. She turned back to him, and for the first time, her composure cracked into something colder. "You just published our entire farm operation. Every client, every price, every death we processed. Yes. Do you understand what you have done? Those clients will kill us. They will kill you. They will burn every floor between here and 40 to arrest those ledgers." He pulled his hand away from the column and looked at the blood running down his fingers. "Good." She took a step toward him, then stopped. The exit gate had opened. The construct's mass was dissolving into gray dust, and the floor's internal systems were recalibrating around the data flood he had just released. The chamber was no longer hostile. It was inert. He had cleared the floor. The runner board above the exit gate flickered, then updated. Floor 23, cleared. Climber, Solino Backe. Priority index updated, 94.7 time, 0:14 and 23 seconds. He stared at the number. That priority index was higher than any unaffiliated runner had ever posted, higher than most of the Triad's sponsored clears. The board would show it on every plaza in the district, every sponsor compound, every clinic, every salvage tunnel where runners traded information in whispers. The clear was not private. It was broadcast. He turned away from the gate and looked at the Triad woman. She had not moved. Her hands were at her sides, and her face had settled into something unreadable. "Tell Marcell I am coming for his ledgers next." She did not answer. He walked through the exit gate, leaving the chamber behind, and entered the stairwell to floor 24. The door sealed behind him. He stood in the narrow space, breathing hard, his hands still bleeding, the new frequency still flickering at the edge of his awareness. He had cleared the floor. He had exposed the Triad's farm operation. He had proven that an unaffiliated runner with an evolved fusion could outrid curated expertise. But the price was already visible. The public attention would bring every faction in Caldera Cross to his position. Marcell would accelerate his timeline. Iria Kestel would adapt for strategy. Bastian Moro was still waiting on floor 7. And somewhere in the data he had just released, buried in the Triad's ledgers, there was a name he had not expected to see, a name he recognized. He pulled out his battered notebook, flipped to the last page and wrote it down. Then he waited for Odalis and Luz to clear the floor behind him. The stairwell hummed with the tower's ambient power, and he could feel the new frequency pushing against his skull, demanding attention, demanding use. He did not know how long he could hold it stable. He did not know if Barvis had been right about the cost of pushing fusion evolution too fast. And he did not know why Tovin Korl's name was listed as a buyer in the Triad's death data ledger. Chapter 28. The stairwell hummed. Solino sat with his back against the wall, notebook open on his knee, watching the name he had written there. Tovin Korl. Buyer. Death data. The ink had smeared where his bleeding hand had touched the page. He had expected corruption. He had not expected it to wear a familiar face. The new frequency pulsed at the edge of his awareness, a second heartbeat he could not shut off. Every surface in the stairwell glowed with interaction patterns he had never seen before. The walls breathed data, the floor conducted signals. The tower was no longer a building he climbed through. It was a nervous system he had learned to read. And it was exhausting. He pressed his palm flat against the concrete and pushed the frequency down, forcing it into the background. The glow receded. The hum softened. His head stopped throbbing. The stairwell door opened. Odalis stepped through first, slate in hand, rust-colored eyes scanning the space before they landed on him. She took in the blood on his hand, the notebook, the way he was breathing. "You cleared." 14 minutes. She did not react to the time. Her gaze dropped to the notebook, to the name written there. "How bad is it?" He closed the notebook. "Tovin has been buying Triad death data since floor 11. That is why he was always one step ahead. That is why he knew where to report our nodes." Odalis said nothing. Solino looked at her. "You knew." "I suspected." She met his eyes. "The route annotations he accused me of having access to, the way he always appeared at the right intersection. I ran probability on it after the mirror market, but I had no proof until you broadcast the ledger." "And you did not think to mention this before I shook his hand on floor 19? Would you have believed me?" He wanted to say yes. He did not say it. Luz arrived a moment later, gray-streaked hair plastered to her forehead, carrying a canvas bag that clinked with salvaged relays. She stopped at the tension in the air and looked between them. "What did I miss?" Solino stood. His legs were unsteady. The frequency pulsed once, sharp, then settled. "Tovin is a client, not a rival. He bought the data that let him stay ahead. He reported our network to Marcell because he was already inside the ledger, protecting his investment." Luz's face went still. "Where is he now?" "Floor 24, probably, or higher. Marcell will have accelerated his climb the moment the ledger went public." Solino looked at the stairwell door. "We need to move." Odalis held up a hand. "There is something you need to see first." She turned her slate toward him. The display showed a runner board feed, not from their district, but from the western plaza where Marcell Ysard's sponsored compound sat. The board was updating in real time. Consolidation tally. Fusion cores confirmed. 19 estimated council threshold. 21 below it, a single line of text. Dissolution. 182 hours. Solino read the numbers twice. Where did this come from? Someone leaked it. A handler inside the compound, maybe. Or one of Bastion's people. Odalus zoned the display. The tally is not complete. Marcell has been hiding at least 3 cores under shell accounts. If the leak is accurate, he is 2 away from forcing an early council formation. Can he do that? The tower has not published the exact threshold. Arbiter said 30 cores across 30 floors. But if Marcell can present a unified block at Dissolution with 21 or more, he can claim majority before anyone else has time to organize. Luz set her bag down. How long until he reaches 40 at this pace? 12 days. Maybe less if he is running controlled declares with stacked teams. Odalus looked at Solino. He is already above us. He started his ascent package 3 hours ago. Floor 28 by midnight, floor 32 by tomorrow night. Solino stared at the tally. 19 cores. They had estimated 17 to 22, but seeing the number, confirmed, public, ticking upward, was different from estimating it. Marcell was not accumulating votes. He was accumulating a quorum, and he was climbing faster than Solino could track. The floor 7 summons. Odalus looked up. Bastion Muro has been waiting since day 14. He left that note. He knew I would find it. Solino pushed off the wall. If I go down now, I lose 12 hours. Marcell gains 2 floors, maybe 3. And if you do not go, Luz said quietly, you lose whatever Bastion is holding. He is the Triad's logistics lead. He knows where every cached core is. He knows the controlled clear schedule. He knows who else is buying death data. He is also Marcell's man. Was. Luz met his eyes. You saw his name in the ledger? No. You saw Tovin's. Bastion was never listed as a client. That means he either was not buying, or he was careful enough to hide it. Solino ran his hand through his hair. The new frequency flickered. He could feel the tower's data architecture pressing against his awareness, every relay node on the floors above and below sending signals he could almost read. The dissolution clock was running. The Triad was consolidating. Tovin was a buyer. Bastion was waiting. He had no time, and he could not afford to waste the one advantage he had. Odalus, can you reach floor 7 in under 10 hours? She considered it. 5. If I drive through the salvage tunnels and skip the public queues, maybe 6. Go. Tell Bastion I will be there before midnight. Time to hold whatever he has until I arrive. And you? Solino looked at the stairwell leading upward. I am going to find out how fast Marcell is actually moving. If he is running controlled clears back to back, there will be a pattern, a supply chain, a weakness. He started climbing. Behind him, Luz picked up her bag. Odalus was already typing a route into her slate. The stairs stretched upward into darkness. And somewhere above, on floor 28, Marcell Ysard was clearing a path toward the future he had already decided the world would need. Chapter 29. The stairwell smelled like ozone and old concrete. Solino climbed with his palm against the wall, letting the vibration of the tower feed through his fingers without opening the frequency. Every floor above him hummed with activity. Every floor below held runners he could not protect. He stopped at the 25th landing and pressed his back against the doorframe. The new frequency sat inside his skull like a held breath. He had forced it down in the stairwell after the broadcast, but it had not gone away. It had only learned to wait. He pulled out his notebook. The pages were creased, smudged with grease and dried blood. He flipped past the fusion sketches, past the floor notes, past the list of carrier names Luz had given him. He found a blank page and wrote, Marcell, floor 28 by midnight, floor 32 by tomorrow night. Council threshold at 21. He has 22. Bastion, floor 7, waiting since day 14. Tovin, buyer since floor 11, above me now. He stared at the names. Then he wrote, I have 182 hours. The door behind him opened. Luz stepped through with 2 salvaged relays slung across her shoulder and a data slate tucked under her arm. Her gray-streaked hair was damp, and there was a fresh cut along her cheekbone. You are still here. I am thinking. Think faster, She set the relays against the wall and turned the slate toward him. The boards are going dark, all of them, not just the sponsored compounds. The public boards in the Eastern Plaza, the Clitic relay boards, even the salvage tunnels. Solino looked at the display. The feed showed a grid of runner boards, 37 of them across the district. 36 showed the same status. Offline, system maintenance. The 37th was still active. It showed a single line of text. If you can read this, you are already marked. Marcell? Has to be. The boards are tower native. You cannot take them down without a jammer, and you cannot jam 37 boards at once unless you had people in position before the leak. Solino looked up. He knew the tally would go public. He had a response ready before we saw it. That is the kind of preparation you get when you have been running controlled clears since floor 8. Luz pulled the strap off her shoulder. Dallas is already in the tunnels. She made the descent before the boards went dark, but the rest of our distribution network is blind. No relay updates, no route warnings, no rescue status. How many carriers do we still have on the floors? 12 confirmed, maybe 15. Half of them were supposed to rendezvous at the floor 20 clinic tonight. The clinic lost board access 8 minutes ago. Solino closed his notebook. The frequency flickered. He could feel the data architecture tussing against the edges of his awareness, the tower's relay nodes pulsing with signals he could almost read. The boards were not dead. They were blocked. The information was still there, flowing through the tower's native channels, but the public access points had been cut. Where is the closest active relay? Floor 23, the one you hit. That is compromised. Every relay is compromised if Marcell has enforcers on the ground. Luz met his eyes. But the tower does not care about enforcers. It cares about information flow. If we can get a message into the native network, the boards will show it when the jammers drop. When, not if. The jammers are aftermarket. They drain power. They have a cycle. She held up one of the salvaged relays. I pulled this from a sponsored compound's trash bin. The battery casing is rated for 6 hours of continuous output. Marcell's people have been running them for 4. Solino looked at the relay. A 6-hour window. He had 182 hours until dissolution. He could not afford to wait 6 hours for every message, but he could not afford to let the network go dark either. Where is the relay point closest to Marcell's ascent route? Luz pulled up a map in her slate. Floor 26. There is a secondary relay ring near the eastern stairwell. It is outside the sponsored corridor, but it feeds directly into the tower's native board network. Can we reach it? Not if Marcell's enforcers are holding the floor, but we do not have to reach it. She tapped the relay. We can broadcast to it. If the jammers drop for even 30 seconds, the message gets through. Solino considered it. The frequency pulsed again. He let it rise, just a fraction. Just enough to feel the shape of the tower's data architecture around him. The relay nodes were still active. The information was still flowing. The jammers were not blocking the tower itself, only the public access points. The tower was watching. It was waiting. And it was still recording every choice. Broadcast the vote truth, full text, no abbreviations, no hiding. He looked at Luz. Every carrier who can still reach a board gets the same message. Cores are votes. Dissolution creates a council. Marcell Ysard is trying to lock that council before anyone else knows the rules. That will make every carrier a target. They already are targets. Solino stood. If we wait for the jammers to drop, we lose 6 hours. If we broadcast now, we force Marcell to respond. And every response costs him time he does not have. Luz was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. She pulled out her slate and started typing. Solino turned back to the stairwell. The frequency settled into his bones. He started climbing. The floor 26 relay room was empty when he reached it. The door was unsealed. The equipment was intact. The board display showed the same maintenance message as every other board in the district. Solino crossed the room and placed his palm against the relay's casing. The frequency opened. He felt the data architecture bloom around him, every node, every channel, every packet of information flowing through the tower's native network. The boards were dark, but the channels were alive. The tower was still transmitting. He found the signal. He pushed. The board display flickered. Then it went dark again. Behind him, the door opened. Solino turned. A woman stood in the doorway. She wore a sponsor jacket, dark and unmarked, and carried a jammer in her right hand. Her face was calm. "You are harder to find than I expected. Who sent you? Does it matter?" She stepped into the room. "The boards are dark, the network is blind. You have no carriers, no relays, and no one left to carry your message." Solino looked at her. The frequency pulsed again. He could feel the jammer in her hand, a low thrum of interference that pushed against the tower's native signal. He could feel the data channels closing around it, the tower's architecture adapting to the blockage. But he could also feel something else. A thread. A single packet of information moving through the native network, bypassing the jammer, heading toward the public board array. It was not his message. It was Bastian's. "You are wrong," Solino said. "I have one, and he just sent something your boss is not going to like." The woman's expression flickered. The board behind Solino lit up. "Floor 40 candidation window, 23 o'clock. ARS tonight. Prep sequence initiated. Bastian Muro, authentication confirmed." Chapter 30. The salvage tunnels smelled of rust and old concrete. Odalus moved through them alone, her slate dark, her footsteps echoing off walls that had not seen maintenance in years. The blackout had turned every corridor into a blind passage. She had been descending for 40 minutes. Floor 7 was still 2 levels down. Ahead, the tunnel opened into a wider chamber. She stopped at the threshold, listening. The air moved differently here, as if someone had opened a door further in. "Keep walking," the voice came from her left. Iria Kestel stepped out of a recessed alcove, her sponsor jacket unmarked, her hands empty. She looked composed. She always looked composed. "I am not here to fight you." "Then what are you here for?" Iria tilted her head. "The same thing I was always here for. A better offer." Odalus did not lower her guard. She scanned the chamber for exits, for threats, for anything that would explain how Iria had found her in a sealed tunnel during a city-wide blackout. "The jammers," Odalus said. "You helped him position them. I helped him plan them. Different thing." Iria stepped closer. "Marcell thinks the jammers are about control. They are not. They are about time. He needs 6 hours of silence to reach floor 40 and lock the consolidation window. After that, it does not matter what anyone broadcasts." "And you think I will help you buy those 6 hours? I think you will listen before you refuse." Iria's voice stayed calm. "You spent 12 years inside an intelligence apparatus that collapsed overnight. You know what happens when institutions fail without replacement? Chaos, warlords. Every clinic, every relay, every salvage lane becomes a contested resource that people kill for." "I know what happens when institutions fail," Odalus said. "I also know what happens when they never should have existed in the first place." Iria smiled. It did not reach her eyes. "Solino believes that. He believes the old order was so rotten that any alternative is better, even if the alternative is no order at all. But you are not him. You have seen what happens in the gap between collapse and rebuilding. People die in that gap. They die by the hundreds, and they die without anyone recording their names. Is there a point to this?" "Yes." Iria stepped closer. "Marcell is going to reach floor 40 tonight. Bastian triggered the prep sequence, which means the consolidation window is open. Solino is on floor 26 with a jammer hunter closing in and a network that cannot reach anyone. He will not make it in time. You do not know that. I do, because I know Toven." Odalus went still. Iria's smile widened. "You think Toven betrayed Solino for data? He did. But he also betrayed him for something else. Position. Influence. A seat at the table Solino refuses to build. Toven has been mapping Solino's movement patterns since the mirror market. He knows how Solino reads a floor, how he distributes weight, how he prioritizes information over survival. Toven is above him. He cannot reach floor 26 from where he is. He does not have to." Iria pulled out a data slate and turned it toward Odalus. The screen showed a schematic of floor 28. A root trap had been marked in red, a sequence of false load paths designed to collapse inward when triggered by the specific pressure signature of Solino's step. "It is a mirror of the floor 3 mechanic he survived," Iria said. "Same geometry, Same decay pattern, same exit configuration. Tovin has been watching Solinos at 23 floors. He knows the only way to stop him is to use the language Solino trusts against him. Odalus stared at the schematic. How long has this been planned? Since floor 14. Tovin reported the nodes to Marcell, but he also reported something else. He reported Solino's weight distribution, his step cadence, his breathing rhythm under load. Everything the floor 3 trap would need to adapt to his approach. Odalus felt the weight of it settle into her chest. Iria watched her. Here is the offer, Iria said. You walk away from Solino. You stop descending to floor 7. You come with me, and I give you protection, data access, and a position in whatever council emerges. You helped design the institutional logic of the old order. You can help design the new one, not as a servant, as a partner. And Solino? He will reach floor 28 in approximately 3 hours. Tovin's trap will activate. Solino will read the load paths, recognize the pattern, and try to reverse engineer the collapse sequence. He will fail, because the trap has been calibrated to his exact response time. The room will seal, the timer will run out, and Solino Backe will become the guardian of floor 28. Odalus looked at the schematic, looked at Iria, looked at the dark tunnel ahead, the route to floor 7, to Bastion, to whatever waited there. The tower archives failure, she said slowly. It preserves the runners who fall. It keeps their skills, their memories, their failure patterns. Solino would become data for future climbers. Yes. And Marcell would own that data. Yes. Odalus closed her eyes. She thought about Solino, about his battered notebook, about the way he sketched failure points after every floor, treating every mistake as a lesson worth preserving. About the frequency he had unlocked, the one that let him read system interactions instead of structural load paths. About the look on his face when he had said, "Broadcast the vote truth." She opened her eyes. "I refuse." Iria's expression did not change. "You are making a mistake." "Probably." Chapter 31. The paired challenge floor opened as Solino stepped through the threshold. 2 mirrored platforms suspended over a void, each one a perfect copy of the other, linked by a single load-bearing beam that ran between them. He saw Tovin quarrel on the opposite platform before the door sealed behind them. Same pale gray eyes, same data slate, same long schematic trailing from his hand. The man who had been buying death data since floor 11, the man who had reported Solino's network nodes to Marcell, the man currently climbing above Solino on the race to the top. Tovin's expression flickered. Recognition, wariness, something that might have been guilt, quickly suppressed. "Solino?" "Tovin." The floor's notification scrolled across both platforms in glowing script. Paired challenge, synchronized collapse. Each platform decays at half rate when the opposite platform is occupied. Both exits open only when both climbers reach midpoints simultaneously. Solino's jaw tightened. The tower had designed this floor to force cooperation between enemies. Every step he took without Tovin on the other platform would accelerate his own decay timer. Every second Tovin delayed would kill them both. "Convenient," Tovin said. "The tower chooses now to teach us teamwork. It is not teaching you anything." Solino moved to the edge of his platform, studying the load paths. The beam between them was the structural key. It carried weight from both sides. If one side failed, the beam would twist and dump both climbers into the void. "It is testing whether we are stupid enough to let rivalry kill us." Tovin's lips pressed into a thin line. "You think I would let you die here?" "I think you already tried." Tovin did not answer. They began moving. The platform decayed beneath Solino's feet in slow pulses. Every 7th step sent a tremor through the surface, and he adjusted his stride to avoid the widening cracks. Across the void, Tovin moved with the same careful precision, his pale eyes tracking the same failure points Solino was reading. They had climbed similar floors before. They had learned the same lessons from opposite philosophies. The first sabotage came at the 3-minute mark. Solino reached a pressure plate that required sustained weight to unlock the next segment of his route. He stepped onto it, felt the mechanism engage, and watched the opposite platform's decay timer accelerate. Tovin's surface cracked faster. The man stumbled, caught himself, and looked across the void with cold recognition. You triggered a redirect. You would have done the same. Faster. Solino held the plate for the full cycle. When he stepped off, Tovin's platform had lost a third of its surface area. The man was now confined to a narrow strip along the center spine, and his movements had become tighter, more controlled. But the tower was watching. The beam between them groaned. A stress fracture spiderwebbed across its surface, spreading from Solino's side toward Tovin's. The load redistribution had punished the sabotage. The beam was now 12% closer to failure than before. Marvelous, Tovin said. You have made the connection weaker. Next time you try to slow me down, we both fall. Solino did not answer. The 7th minute brought the second test. A vertical wall rose from the center of each platform, blocking the route to the midpoint. Both walls had the same climbing holds, the same spacing, the same structural weaknesses. But the holds on Solino's wall were calibrated to his weight distribution, his grip strength, his stride length. Tovin had been mapping those metrics since floor low teen. Solino reached for the first hold and felt it shift before he committed weight. Not a flaw, a deliberate misalignment. The hold was angled to throw off his balance, to force his hand into a weaker position halfway up. He adjusted, found a different hold, and climbed faster. Across the void, Tovin was scaling his own wall without hesitation. He had known the holds were misaligned. He had known the calibration was wrong. He had designed this route to slow Solino down. But the beam between them still carried both their weights. Solino reached the top of his wall and vaulted over. Tovin landed on his side at the same moment. They stood on the remaining surface of their platforms, 50 meters from the midpoint, the beam groaning beneath them. The trap on floor 28, Solino said. Odalise told me. I know what you built. Tovin's expression did not change. Then you know it is calibrated to your response time, your weight distribution, your step cadence, everything you have shown me across 23 floors. You have been watching me since the mirror market. Since before the mirror market. Since floor 11, when I bought my first set of death data. I needed to understand how you think, how you move, how you survive when the floor turns against you. Solino felt the words settle into his chest like lead shot. I trusted you on floor 19. You helped me through the ballast sequence. You told me about the private data condition. I did. Tovin's voice was flat. Because I needed you alive long enough to reach floor 28. The beam moaned. They both moved toward the midpoint. The final 30 meters were silent. Solino counted his steps, adjusted his breathing, kept his eyes on the exit gate that would open only when they reached the center together. Tovin matched his pace exactly. They had climbed enough floors together to synchronize without speaking. At the midpoint, they stopped. The exit gate unlocked. Neither moved toward it. Why? Solino asked. You could have won without Marcell. You are smart enough to climb on your own. You have the data, the schematic, the probability curves. Why sell yourself to a man who treats runner deaths as inventory? Tovin looked at him. For a moment, something raw flickered behind those pale gray eyes. Exhaustion, grief, the weight of every choice he had made since the towers rose. Because centralization works, Tovin said. Because I have run the probability across every possible distribution model, and the only scenario where more than 40% of the population survives the dissolution is one where control is tight, information is managed, and a single authority sets the rules before panic does. Marcell is ruthless. He is cruel. He is not wrong about what it takes to keep people alive. You cannot build legitimacy on cruelty. You cannot build survivability on sentiment. Tovin's voice hardened. You think I do not know what I have done? You think I do not carry every name from that ledger in my head every time I close my eyes? I bought the data because I needed to understand the failure patterns. I reported your nodes because your open network was a vulnerability. I built the trap on floor 28 because you are the one variable I cannot control. Solino's hands tightened at his sides. You know he plans to lock governance early? He said. You know the cores are votes. You know Marcell has 22 shells and a council threshold at 21. If he reaches floor 40 first, He writes the rules for everyone who comes after. I know. And you are still climbing with him. Tovin met his gaze. Because the alternative is leaving the future to someone who has not yet learned that trust alone does not stop collapse. I have seen what happens when systems fail, Solino. I have seen the bodies. I have seen the Guardian. I have seen what the tower does to runners who believe good intentions are enough. The exit gate began to pulse, a closing sequence. They had 30 seconds. Solino stepped toward the gate. Tovin followed. Their shoulders brushed as they crossed the threshold together. Floor 28, Solino said. When I survive your trap, I am coming for you. Tovin did not look back. I know. The stairwell swallowed him. Solino stood alone in the rising light, the paired challenge behind him, the trap ahead, and the weight of Tovin's confession pressing against his ribs. He climbed. Chapter 32. The stairwell hummed with residual energy from the paired challenge, the light fluctuating as the tower recalibrated its systems around the cleared floor. Solino climbed with his hand on the rail, counting steps the way he counted everything now. Breath, time, the space between one betrayal and the next. Tovin's voice still pressed against the inside of his skull. You are the one variable I cannot control. He stopped on a narrow landing and pulled out his notebook. The page for floor 28 was blank except for a single notation he had written before the consolidation tally leaked. Tovin. Route optimization. Watch the trigger sequence. Old intelligence, useless now. He marked through it and wrote, Trap, calibrated to me, designed for floor 28, mirror of floor -3 mechanic. Tovin built it. Marcell knows I am coming. The words stared back at him. He climbed. The stairwell opened onto a relay room at floor 27, smaller than the ones below, the walls lined with dead board casings and a single cracked display showing the tower's native network pulse. Lucy Barrera sat on an overturned crate with a data slate balanced on her knee, gray-streaked hair pulled tight, a fresh gash across her left forearm wrapped in dirty gauze. She looked up when he entered. You look worse than I feel. I met Tovin. Met. She let the word sit. That is one way to describe confronting the man who has been selling your movement data since floor 11. Solino leaned against the wall. The new frequency throbbed behind his right eye, a low pressure he had learned to manage but not silence. He admitted everything. The data buying, the node reports, the trap on 28, and the tower of your face when you heard it. About what you would expect. Luz set the slate down. I have worse news. He waited. Marcell closed the rescue lanes. Not officially, not with a broadcast. He sent runners with handheld bolds to every checkpoint and clinic between floors 15 and 25, carrying new terms. What terms? Every carrier who wants rescue eligibility restored must sign a temporary contract with the Triad. The contract runs until Dissolution Day. It grants Marcell's Operation First claim on any core they recover, any data they collect, and any route information they generate in the upper floors. Solino's hand tightened on the notebook. And if they refuse, then they stay on the public lanes. Luz met his gaze, which Marcell has now designated as liability corridors. The rescue teams that used to pull runners from those lanes have been reassigned to Triad-sponsored climbs. Anyone who dies on a public lane dies without evacuation, vacuumentation, or recovery. They are starving the public route without closing it. Yes, so he can point at the open door and say no one is being blocked. Solino pushed off the wall and paced the small room, 4 strides one way, 4 strides back. The frequency pulsed with each step, reading the room's data streams, the weight distribution of the floor panels, the residual signatures of every climber who had passed through in the past hour. Luz uncovered a distributed supply map that kept clinics functioning for one more cycle. It was a patch, a delaying measure, but it bought time. He stopped. How long before the clinics run dry? 1 cycle. Maybe 2 if we redistribute the remaining medical cash from the eastern salvage tunnels. Then we redistribute. Luz pulled a folded schematic from her pack and spread it across the crate. The map was hand-drawn on salvaged paper, the lines tight and precise, marked with supply drops, cash points, and relay stations across 3 district floors. I have been mapping the tower's supply architecture since the jammers hit, she said. The upper floors have their own distribution network. Independent clinics, salvage drops, emergency shelters that the Triad does not control. If we can keep the lower floor clinics alive for one more cycle, the upper network can absorb the runners who are being squeezed out. How much of this map is confirmed? 80%. I walked the routes myself between floor 12 and 20. The rest came from carriers who traded location data for medical supplies. Solino studied the map. The lands were sparse above floor 30. The territory Marcell was racing toward. He pointed at the gap. What is above 30? Unknown. Luz tapped the empty space. No one in my network has climbed past 35 and come back down. The tower does not allow backtracking. Once you go up, you stay up. Solino's mind moved through the implications. Marcell had 19 cores. Bastian had triggered the consolidation window. Toven was climbing ahead, his trap waiting on floor 28. And somewhere above 30, the tower's rules would change again. The next siege floor, Luz said. She pulled a smaller sheet from the pack. The paper creased and stained. I traded 4 doses of antibiotics for this. It came from a runner who cleared floor 29 3 days ago and then turned around at 30 because his group couldn't sustain the load. Solino took the sheet. The writing was small, cramped, written in haste. The floor's designation was scrawled at the top. Floor 29, Sustenance Siege. He read the description. The floor rewarded whoever entered with the fewest private reserves. Every ration, every flask, every bandage, every round of ammunition a climber carried counted against the floor's assessment. The tower measured carried growth against available resources, and the more you brought, the faster the floor decayed your supplies, and the more aggressive the siege constructs became. The runner's note at the bottom was underlined twice. The only way to clear it is to enter lean, strip everything, trust the floor to provide. Solino looked up. Luz watched him with an expression he had learned to read. She had already done the math. Marcell's team is carrying 22 cores worth of fused systems, she said. In a floor that punishes carried weight, they are the heaviest anyone has ever been. And I am carrying nothing but my skills and a notebook. Your frequency is part of your system. The tower counts it as internal architecture. You will not be penalized. Solino folded the sheet. Toven's trap on floor 28 was calibrated to his response time, his weight distribution, his step cadence. A mirror of the floor-3 mechanic, designed to seal the room and make him the guardian. But floor 29 would punish the Triad for every core they carried. You want me to survive 28 first? He said. I want you to know what is waiting after it. Luz stood. Marcell is betting on speed and silence. He needs to reach 4 Lordy before the truth about cores spreads, but if he hits 29 with a full payload, he has to choose between stripping his assets and burning through his team. Or skipping it. You cannot skip floors. Luz shook her head. The tower logs every gate, every clear, every death. If Marcell bypasses 29 without a clear, the consolidation window locks and his authentication fails. Solino looked at the schematic again. The map was incomplete above 30. The trap was waiting on 28. The siege was waiting on 29. And Marcell was somewhere above him, rushing toward a consolidation that required a perfect sequence of clears. He tucked the floor 29 sheet into his notebook. Get the map to Odalis, he said. She is on her way to floor 7. If Bastian can give us anything about what is above 30, we need to know before I hit 28. Luz nodded. What are you going to do? Solino reached for the stairwell door. Climb until the tramp springs. Chapter 33. The salvage tunnels beneath floor 7 smelled like rust and old concrete. Odalis moved through the dark with one hand on the wall, counting junctions the way she had counted data streams in a dead government building, methodically, because method was the only thing that still felt real. She had been descending for 2 hours, maybe 3. The blackout had erased her sense of time along with every board in the city, and the tunnel gradients shifted without warning, dropping her into sections that predated the tower by decades. Floor 7's service entrance was a maintenance hatch sealed with a manual latch. No tower lock, no biometrics, just steel and rust, and the kind of old-world engineering that still worked because no one had thought to digitize it. She pulled the latch. The hatch swung open onto a narrow corridor lit by a single emergency strip. This air was warmer here, drier, and she could hear voices somewhere ahead, low and measured, not panicked. Bastien Moreau stood at the far end of the corridor with his back to her, studying a wall-mounted schematic of the floor's original layout. He did not turn when she entered. "You took the long way," he said. Odalus stopped 10 feet back. "You sent a summoning note to a man you never met. He sent me instead. Solino trusts you. He trusts no one. He delegates." Bastien turned. He was larger than she had expected, broad-shouldered, with the kind of stillness that came from years of standing at checkpoints while other people panicked. His hands were empty. No weapon, no slate. "I have been waiting since day 14, he said. "Not for Solino specifically, for anyone who would ask the right question." "And what is the right question?" He reached into his jacket and pulled out a data shard. The casing was cracked, the edges scorched, and it fit in the palm of his hand like a piece of salvage someone had pulled from a fire. "This is the ghost ledger," he said. "Partial records of every core Marcell Ysard has stolen, every clear he has censored, and every independent runner he has sacrificed to control the narrative." Odalus did not move to take it. Partial. Marcell burned the complete archive before he started his ascent package. But I had been copying sections for weeks. Root logs, core transfer timestamps, death dates that do not match the public board records. He held the shard out. "The timetable is in here. His projected arrival at every floor between 28 and 40. The exact moment he plans to lock the consolidation window. The names of the carriers he left to die so his team could move faster." Odalus took the shard. The casing was warm, active, still carrying data. "Why are you giving this to us?" Bastien's jaw tightened. "Because I watched him call a 9-runner wipe on floor 19 a necessary loss. Because I stood in the relay room while he discussed which clinics to starve first. Because I am tired of being the man who stands silent while other people die for someone else's math." A distant sound echoed through the corridor. Footsteps. Multiple sets, moving with purpose. Bastien's head snapped toward the hatch. "They tracked me," he said. "I knew they would. I just needed to get the shard into the right hands before they closed." Odalus gripped the shard. "Come with me. The tunnels are mapped. I can get you to floor 6 before they—" "No." Bastien was already moving toward the hatch, pulling a collapsible barricade from the wall mount. "They are not here for you. They are here for me. If I go with you, they will follow the trail until they find Solino. If I stay, they get what they came for, and you get the ledger. That is not a plan. That is a sacrifice. That is the only math that works." He slammed the barricade into the brackets, locking the corridor behind him. "The shard has everything. Floor layouts, boss mechanics, the exact sequence Marcell needs to clear 28 through 31 without triggering the siege penalty. If Solino knows what is coming, he can adjust his climb to exploit every weakness." The footsteps grew louder. Odalus looked at the shard in her hand, then at Bastien's back as he braced the barricade. "Go," he said. "Tell Solino the consolidation window is a trap within a trap. Marcell is not just trying to lock the council. He is trying to force a guardian transformation on anyone who challenges him on floor 40. The floor is designed to convert defeated challengers into permanent archives. That is why he needs silence. That is why he needs control." The first blow hit the hatch. Metal groaned. Bastien did not flinch. "Go," he repeated. "The ledger is worth more than I am." Odalus stepped backward into the corridor, the shard burning against her palm, and watched Bastien Moreau plant his feet in front of the barricade as the hatch began to buckle. She ran. The tunnel swallowed her, and behind her, the first shot rang out, flat and final in the enclosed space, and she did not stop to count how many followed. Chapter 34. The relay room stank of burnt wiring and the sweat of people who had been running on adrenaline too long. Solino held the ghost shard in his palm, letting the data feed through the slate Luz had rigged to the relay casing. Numbers scrolled, route logs, core transfer timestamps, death dates that did not match the public boards. Marcell's projected arrival at every floor between 28 and 40, plotted to the minute. "Bastien died for this," Odalus said. She stood against the far wall, arms crossed, the tunnel dust still caked into her jacket seams. "He locked himself behind a barricade so I could reach you." Solino did not look up from the slate. I know. He wanted you to have the timetable, the floor layouts, the exact sequence Marcell needs to clear 28 through 31 without triggering the siege penalty. I know. Do you also know that Marcell is accelerating his ascent package? The ledger shows he was scheduled to start at midnight. He has already moved it forward by 3 hours. Solino set the slate down. The room felt smaller than it had a minute ago. The relay hummed behind him, the tower's native network still alive beneath the jammer blackout, carrying information through channels the consortium could not touch. How long until he reaches floor 40? Odalys pulled a page from her jacket. Bastien's handwriting. Tight, precise, the letters pressed hard enough to score the paper. At his current pace, 18 hours. Maybe 19 if he hits resistance on 29. Then we have 18 hours? To do what? Solino picked up the shard again. To open the lanes. Luz looked up from the relay casing. The lanes are closed. Marcell redesignated them liability corridors. No rescue, no evacuation, no recovery. Anyone who refuses his contract is left to. Solino's voice stayed flat. That is exactly the point. He spread the ledger's route data across the slate, overlaying it with Luz's hand-drawn supply map. 3 district floors, independent clinics, salvage drops, emergency shelters the Triad did not control. Bastien did not just give us Marcell's timetable, Solino said. He gave us his gaps. Look at the route logs. Marcell has every floor from 8 to 27 mapped for fast transit, but he skipped the lateral tunnels on 12, 15, and 22. Those are the same floors where Luz mapped independent supply caches. Luz leaned in. We cannot move supplies through public lanes during a jammer blackout. The boards are dark. No one can see what we are doing. We do not use the boards. Then how do? Solino touched his temple. The native network, the tower's own channels. I felt it on floor 26. It bypasses the jammers entirely. The information is still flowing. We just have to tap into it. Odalys stepped forward. You are talking about broadcasting the ledger data through a system no one outside your head can access. I am talking about using the native network to open emergency public lanes through the lateral tunnels. Redirect supply drops to the clinics Marcell has been starving. Give the runners who refused his contract a visible route to survival. Visible how? If the boards are dark. Solino looked at her. The tower's relay rooms still function. Every floor has one. If we route the lane data through the native network and activate the relay door mechanisms, the physical doors themselves become the signal. Runners see which tunnels are open. They see which routes the tower is prioritizing. Luz's breath caught. You want to turn the tower's own architecture into a public board. I want to make Marcell's information monopoly irrelevant. The silence stretched. Odalys broke it first. If we do this, Marcell will know exactly what we are doing within minutes. Good. Good. Solino stood. He has been controlling this climb by controlling what people know. If we open the lanes publicly, through the tower's own system, he cannot shut us down without admitting the tower can overrule his jammers. Every runner who sees a door open will know the consortium lied about having total control. And when Marcell responds? Then we see what he does when he cannot hide his moves. Luz was already typing. I can route the first lane through floor 12. The clinic there has a relay node that is still drawing power. If I crack the door protocol, the tunnel between sectors B and D will unlock within. Minutes? Solino asked. Seconds. Do it. She turned to the relay casing. Her fingers moved across the exposed wiring, tracing paths Solino could barely follow. The native frequency hummed at the edge of his perception, a second heartbeat beneath the room's silence. The corridor door clicked, not the barricade, the actual door, the one that had been sealed since the jammer blackout began, the one that no Triad enforcer had been able to open because the tower had locked it against unauthorized access. Light bled through the crack, voices from the corridor beyond. Door is open. I am seeing a marked route through to Sector D. Is that a clinic marker? That is a clinic marker. Who opened the lane? The boards are dark. How is the lane open? Solino watched the light spread across the relay room floor, and for the first time in hours, he let himself breathe. Luz looked up from the casing, her gray-streaked hair plastered to her forehead. Floor 12 is live. I'm seeing door activations on 15 and 22 as well. The network is propagating the root data faster than I expected. How fast? Odalus asked. 3 more floors in the next 10 minutes, maybe 5. Luz shook her head. This is not just us. The tower is amplifying the signal. Every relay that receives the lane data is forwarding it to the next floor automatically. Solino felt it. The frequency beneath his skull, the native network pulsing with information that had not been there an hour ago. Public lane routes spreading through the tower's architecture like blood returning to a starved limb. Solino. Odalus's voice was tight. He turned. She was pointing at the slate, at a new message scrolling across the relay channel. Not a lane update. A broadcast. From Marcell. Consolidation window advanced. Ascent package initiating in 90 minutes. Floor 40 belongs to the council. Solino read it twice. Then he reached for his notebook, flipped to the page where he had sketched the floor-28 trap, and started writing. 90 minutes, he said. That is how long we have before he starts moving. Luz was already shaking her head. We cannot open enough lanes in 90 minutes to turn the plaza. We do not need to turn the plaza, Solino closed the notebook. We just need to make sure every runner who sees a door open knows who is trying to close it. Chapter 35. The stairwell air felt wrong against Solino's skin. He noticed it first as a vibration behind his breastbone, not the native network, something deeper, seated in the fused pathways Parvis had remapped 4 floors ago. The frequency flickered at the edge of his perception, then steadied, then flickered again. Solino pressed a hand to his ribs and kept climbing. Luz had stayed behind at the floor 12 relay, coordinating the lane openings. Odalus moved a half-step behind him, silent, her slate showing the ghost ledger's projected routes for the upper floors. They had 37 minutes before Marcell's ascent package initiated, 24 floors between them and the consolidation window. His body was not going to hold. The thought arrived without drama, a simple fact like a loose bolt. His fusion had evolved twice in rapid succession, each time under combat pressure. Prangolviv had warned the remap procedure only stabilized existing pathways. It did not guarantee the next evolution would be survivable. Solino pushed the thought down and reached for the floor-28 threshold. The door opened onto a wide chamber, low ceiling, fluorescent panels flickering in irregular sequence. The floor looked like the surface of a stalled river. Rippled concrete, water stains, a single maintenance hatch in the center. He recognized the geometry before his conscious mind caught up. Floor 3's supply collapse gauntlet. Same layout, same pressure distribution, same optical trick that made the exits look closer than they were. Tovin's trap. Odalus caught his arm. This is it? I know. You feel it? He nodded. The frequency beneath his skull was reading the room's interaction patterns, showing him the weight sensors buried in the concrete, the timing triggers embedded in the flickering lights, the suppression field waiting to seal the exits the moment his step cadence hit the calibrated threshold. Every metric Tovin had recorded since floor 19. Every breath, every weight transfer, every instinctive hesitation mapped and weaponized. Solino stepped forward. The lights flickered faster. You are doing it anyway, Odalus said, not a question. The lane openings need more time. If I stop here, Marcell reaches 40 before we can turn enough runners. And if this room turns you into a guardian, then you and Luz finish the broadcast. He kept walking. You have the ghost ledger. You have the schematic for the consolidation window. You do not need me on floor 40 anymore. Solino. The name stopped him. Odalus had not moved from the threshold. Her face, drawn in those pencil-stroke lines, carried something he had not seen before. Not fear, not anger. Something closer to grief. Aria told me you would burn out, she said. She said you would take everyone who believed in you down with you. I told her she was wrong. She was not wrong about the burnout part. No, Odalus stepped into the chamber. She was wrong about the taking us down part. You are not Marcell. You do not sacrifice people to protect your own path. Then what am I doing? You are trying to carry the whole climb alone because you still do not trust anyone else to hold the weight. The silence stretched. A single light above the maintenance hatch flickered and died. Parvis told me something after the remap, Solino said quietly. He said a 3-core fusion chain at 40 could shatter my skill tree, maybe my mind. He said no one has tried it because no one has survived the attempt. Odalis's expression did not change. And you considered trying it anyway, in secret. I considered doing it alone so no one else would be in the blast radius if it failed. That is the same logic Marcell uses. Solino's jaw tightened. It is, he said. A long pause. Odalis looked down at her slate, then back up at the chamber's decaying lights. Parvis told me something too, she said. He said the remapping success rate depends on whether the patient accepts system instability as part of the process. If you fight the collapse, it kills you. If you let it pass through, you might survive. I remember. Then remember this too. Odalis held his gaze. A 3-core fusion is not a weapon you wield alone. It is a structure you build with others. If you try to force it through private mastery, you will prove Marcell right. That power cannot be shared. The control must be hoarded. And if I fail trying to share it, then you fail trying. That is the difference between you and him. The frequency beneath his skull pulsed, once, twice, then steadied. Solino looked at the maintenance hatch, at the weight sensors, at the trap calibrated to every scar his body carried. I need to get past this room, he said. I need to reach floor 40 before Marcell locks the window, and I need to attempt a fusion no one has survived. Odalis did not look away. Then do not do it alone. He met her rust-colored eyes, and for a fraction of a second, he let himself imagine a version of the climb where he did not carry every decision by himself. We crossed the room together, he said. I trust you to read the timing triggers while I read the pressure field. And if we are wrong, then the tower gets 2 new guardians. A sound, low and rhythmic, building from the walls. The suppression field was priming. Solino felt his heartbeat accelerate. The room was going to seal in seconds. Floor 28 is not going to hold us, he said. We need to reach 29 before the trap resets. Odalis was already moving, her slate mapping the trigger grid as she walked. The hatch leads to a maintenance tunnel that connects to the floor -29 relay. If we move fast enough, we can bypass the trap altogether. How fast? She looked at the ceiling. Before the lights go out. The flickering stopped. Total darkness. Solino felt the frequency surge, reading the room through pressure shifts and air movement. He grabbed Odalis's wrist and pulled her toward the hatch as the concrete beneath his feet began to vibrate. They had seconds. The hatch opened. Cold air rushed from the tunnel below, and the floor shuddered again. Not from the room's mechanics, but from something deeper. A tremor that ran through the tower itself, reaching up from the lower floors like a wave. Solino stopped. What was that? Odalis's slate flickered. A single line of text scrolled across the screen. Floor 40 consolidation window. 2247 HRS. Ascent package initiated. Marcell Ysard authenticated. He started early. Solino felt the word land like a blade. Marcell was moving, and they were still trapped in the dark. Chapter 36. The maintenance tunnel spat them out on floor 29's relay with 14 minutes before the trap reset sealed the lower route. Solino's boots hit damp concrete. The air tasted different here, thinner, charged with something that made the hair on his forearms stand. Odalis was already reading her slate. The siege mechanic is active. Construct patrols every 90 seconds. Weight-based aggro radius, decay field on anything over 15 kilos of carried supply. He checked his pack. Notebook, slate, 2 ration bars, a canteen. The frequency sat beneath his skull like a held note, reading the room's pressure architecture without him asking. We're under the threshold, he said. Barely. Marcell's team passed through this floor 6 hours ago. Ghost Ledger says they dumped 40 kilos of supply in the relay room before crossing. Rations, ammo, spare gear. They stripped to core load. Solino pictured it. Marcell's runners shedding everything they could not fight with, trusting their cash would still be there on the return. If there was a return. They left a trail, he said. Means they were confident, or desperate. They moved through the siege floor in bursts, 90-second sprints between relay alcoves. Constructs lumbered past in the corridors, blind to them because Solino's frequency registered as internal architecture, and Odalis carried nothing the sensors could read as threat. They passed the remnants of Marcell's cache, empty ration wrappers, a discarded pressure sleeve, a single boot. The floor 29 exit opened at 312. Floor 30 was a dead climb. No constructs, no traps, just stairs that went up for 2 hours, the walls smooth and featureless. The only sound their breathing and the distant hum of the tower's native network threading through the stone. Floor 31, 32. Each threshold door heavier than the last. By floor 35, Solino's legs were shaking. Odalist did not ask if he needed to stop. She just matched his pace and kept her slate angled so he could see the timer. 3 hours until Marcell's consolidation window locked. Floor 37 opened into a relay room already occupied. Luz Ibarra sat against the far wall, gray-streaked hair plastered to her scalp, a fresh bandage wrapped around her left forearm. Beside her, a young runner Solino recognized from the mirror market, the kid who had refused to believe Ira's lie. "Took you long enough," Luz said. No smile, no relief, just exhaustion pressed into practical shape. Solino crossed to her. "How did you get ahead of us?" "I did not climb. I used the supply network were opened on floors 12 and 15, lateral tunnels, clinic lifts, a maintenance shaft if in flash with path lateral 20's archive chamber. There is a route map in the native network now. 15 of us made it to 30 before the backtracking lock engaged." 15? 7 runners who refused Triad contracts, 3 clinic assistants, 4 scavengers who knew the supply routes, and this one. She nodded at the kid, who did not meet Solino's eyes. "We are the Coalition." Solino looked at them, battered, underfed, armed with salvaged gear and floor notes copied by hand. This was not an army. This was the people who had refused to sign. "Marcell's 5 hours ahead," he said. "He has 22 cores, a formation of sponsored runners, and a floor designed to turn challengers into archives. We have partial data, no jammers, and no one who has survived past 35. Luz did not flinch. "Then we better make the partial data count." The kid spoke, voice thin but steady. "The floor 40 threshold has a pre-clear announcement. I heard it from a sponsor runner who defected at 33. It says the floor tests governance. Every shortcut feeds the final boss. Every secret hoard weakens the Coalition." Solino felt the frequency pulse. Governance test. Arbiter's voice echoed in his memory. "You are not ready yet, but you are closer than anyone else. The boss gets stronger the more we hide from each other," he said. "That is the mechanic. The tower is grading how we share, or fail to share, under siege pressure." Odalis's rust-colored eyes found his. Marcell's entire strategy is built on compartmentalized command, disciplined sacrifice, selective information. If the floor punishes that, then he just fed the boss every runner he sacrificed on the way up. The silence stretched. Luz pushed herself upright. "Then we stop hiding. We enter with everything we have, and we put every piece of data on the floor before the boss can claim it." Solino looked at the group. 15 people, partial data, no guarantee. He thought of Parva's warning, the 3-core fusion that could shatter his mind. He thought of Bastion dying behind a barricade so they could have this chance. "We enter at 3:48, he said. He broadcast every floor note, core transfer record, and route log we have through the native network as we cross the threshold. If the floor is grading governance, we show it what cooperation looks like." The kid nodded. Luz began distributing route maps. Odalis stepped close enough that her voice would not carry. "You are going to attempt the fusion." Not a question. "If the floor gives me an opening, yes. Then let me read the mechanics while you read the architecture. Same as floor 28. Solino met her eyes, rust-colored, steady. "Same as floor 28, he said. Floor 40's threshold door was black, no handle, no lock, just a seamless surface that reflected nothing. Solino pressed his palm to it. The frequency screamed. The door opened. Beyond it, a cavernous chamber stretched into darkness. Platforms hung at irregular heights connected by bridges of light. In the center, a formation of sponsored runners moved in precise synchronization, their movements coordinated by signals Solino could not see. And at the formation's head, silhouetted against a glow that pulsed like a heartbeat, Marcell Ysard turned. The floor sealed behind them. A voice, not sound but pressure, announced across every surface. Floor 40. Governance stress test. The boss reflects the failures you refuse to share. Every shortcut empowers it. Every secret seethes it. The exit opens when the coalition proves it can govern. Marcell's voice carried across the chamber, calm and final. You are too late, Backe. The formation is already locked. You just fed the boss every runner who believed in you. The pulse quickened, and the floor began to move. Chapter 37. The floor breathed. Not a metaphor. The stone beneath Solino's boots expanded and contracted in slow rhythm, like a rib cage drawing air. The light bridges between platforms flickered with each pulse, and the sponsored formation on the central dais adjusted in perfect counterpoint. 22 runners, shifting weight in unison as if the floor had taught them its heartbeat before the door even opened. Solino's frequency screamed against the motion. Read the architecture. The thought came in odorless voice from an hour ago, but it was his own instinct that answered. He dropped his perception below the visible, into the load paths that threaded through the chamber like veins. The boss was not on any single platform. It was between them, distributed, a presence that occupied the gaps. It does not have a body yet, he said. Luz heard him. What does that mean? It means it is still collecting material. Odalis's slate lit as she pulled up the ghost ledger's floor 40 notes. Bastien's logs confirm the boss spawns as an aggregate. It pulls mass from everything the coalition holds back. Reserves, ammunition, route data, food caches. Every resource you do not declare becomes a limb. The kid from the mirror market stepped forward. Then we declare everything, right now, before the first phase locks. Marcell's voice cut across the chamber, not louder but sharper, carrying through the open air like a blade. Backe, you are already feeding it. Solino turned. The sponsored formation had not moved from the central dais, but Marcell had stepped to its edge, silhouetted against the glow that pulsed beneath the platforms. Your coalition brought 15 people with partial data and no coordinated supplies, Marcell continued. Every secret they still carry, every ration they did not report, every floor note they think is theirs alone, the boss is already reading. That is the mechanic. The floor does not punish secrecy. It uses it. Solino felt the truth in the words. The frequency showed him the shape of it, a network of hungry vectors reaching toward every pocket, every pack, every closed fist in the room. Then we open everything now, he said, before the boss can claim what we haven't shared. He raised his voice so the coalition could hear. Drop your packs, empty your pockets. Every ration, every map, every piece of salvage. I want it in a pile at the center of this platform in 60 seconds. The coalition moved, not fast, not coordinated, but they moved. Packs hit the stone, pockets turned inside out. A scavenger with a busted knee limped forward and emptied a canvas sack of spare batteries onto the pile. A clinic assistant pulled 3 rat bandages from her sleeve and placed them with the rest. The kid looked at Solino. That is everything. We have nothing left. Solino felt the frequency shift. The hungry vectors retreated slightly. Not gone, but the boss had lost some of its reach. The aggregate presence thinned. It worked, Odalis said. The boss just lost mass. Marcell's voice again, colder this time. You just gave away your only reserves. Phase 2 lasts 12 hours. You will starve before it ends. Solino met his gaze across the chamber. I would rather starve than let you feed it my people. The pulse quickened. The light bridges between the platforms began to retract, pulling back toward the walls like threads wound on a spool. The formation on the central dais adjusted, splitting into 3 smaller groups that moved to separate platforms with mechanical precision. Luz grabbed Solino's arm. He had fought this floor before. He knew the mechanic before he entered. That is why he stripped supply on 29. He already knew what to carry and what to leave. Solino's frequency screamed again. Phase 1 forming. The aggregate presence began to crystallize in the space between the retreating bridges. Not a single body. 3. Each forming from the gaps the coalition had not filled. the secrets they still held even after the pile. "We missed something," Solino said. The kid's face went pale. "The sponsor runner who defected. He said the boss reflects failures, not just reserves, failures. Secrets we keep from ourselves." Odorless, rust-colored eyes found Solino's. "What did you not tell them?" The frequency burned. Solino felt it in his chest. The thing he had not told the Coalition. The three-core fusion. The risk that he would shatter. The possibility that he would become the guardian of Floor 40 before the fight even reached its climax. He had kept it because he did not want them to panic. The boss had just used it. The central aggregate grew a limb. Not a limb. A shape. A form that mirrored the frequency he was suppressing. A dark reflection of the fusion he was holding back. "It is reading your skill tree," Odorless breathed. "Every fusion you have not declared. Every evolution you have not explained to them." Solino looked at the Coalition. 15 people who had followed him into a floor that fed on their trust. He had held back the one piece of information that could save them or destroy him. And the boss was growing it. "Phase 1 in 30 seconds, Luz said, her voice steady. "We need a plan." Solino opened his mouth to answer. The floor dropped. Every platform in the chamber descended 3 meters in a single motion, sending the Coalition stumbling, Pax sliding, the kid catching himself on the edge before he fell into the dark below. The light bridges snapped back into place, but they no longer connected friendly platforms. They linked each Coalition platform to one of the 3 aggregate forms. The boss had divided them. Marcell's voice came from the central dais, still calm, still final. "Governance is not about honesty, Backe. It is about control. You trusted them with everything. Now you have nothing left to command." The first aggregate lunged, and Solino understood. The floor was not punishing secrecy. It was punishing the illusion of openness. He had let them empty their packs. But he had not emptied his own. Not the one that mattered. The fusion. The frequency. The 3-core chain Parvis had warned would kill him. He had held it back because he wanted to protect them. The boss was going to use it to destroy them. "Odorless," he said, his voice low. "I need to broadcast the full fusion schema. Every evolution, every risk, through the native network." Her eye widened. "That will feed the boss everything." "I know." "Solino, the boss will have your entire skill tree, every weakness, every exploited path." He looked at the aggregate that was growing toward them, its shape already beginning to mirror the frequency he had been hiding. "It already has it," he said. "The only way to take its power is to take away the secret it is feeding on." The aggregate screamed, the light bridges flickered, and Solino reached into the native network and opened everything. Chapter 38. The broadcast hit the chamber like a rupture. Solino felt the fusion schema rip through the native network. Every evolution, every risk, every instability line Parvis had mapped across his skill tree flowing outward through channels Marcell could not jam. The aggregate that had been mirroring his frequency stopped mid-growth. Its surface rippled, then collapsed inward, losing the shape it had been building. "It worked," Luz breathed, for 3 seconds. Then the chamber shook. The 3 aggregate forms did not shrink. They fragmented. Each one split into smaller bodies, faster bodies, bodies that moved with the kind of precision Solino had only seen once before. Tovin's signature. "He is optimizing the boss," Odorless said. Solino saw it. The sponsored formation on the central dais was not fighting the aggregates. They were feeding them data. Tovin, standing at the formation's center with his slate angled toward the nearest fragment, was reading its movement patterns and calling corrections to the other sponsored runners. "He is teaching it," Solino said. The fragments began to move in formation. Not random aggression, coordinated. 3 groups of 4, each covering the other's blind angles, each fragment adjusting its attack vector based on signals from Tovin's platform. Solino's platform dropped another meter. The kid grabbed the edge, legs dangling. Solino caught his wrist and hauled him back up as a fragment lunged past, its edge slicing through the space where the kid's head had been. "Phase 2 incoming," Odorless said. 12 hours, no reserves." The Coalition had nothing left. No ammunition, no rations, no spare gear. It was all in the central pile Marcell had already claimed. Solino looked at the fragments moving in Tovin's pattern and understood what the floor was doing. It had taken Tovin's optimization logic and turned it into combat doctrine. The fragments were not fighting like monsters. They were fighting like a probability grid solving for maximum casualties per second. Luz pulled a salvage wrench from her belt. "That is not going to stop them," the kid said. "No," Luz agreed. "But it will make me feel better." The first fragment hit their platform. Solino met it with his frequency open, the fusion schema still broadcasting, every line of his skill tree exposed to the network. The fragment read him instantly, adjusted its angle, and struck where the old version of his build would have been weakest. But the old version was not broadcasting. He shifted his weight and let the fragment pass, using the opening to get inside its reach and drive his heel into the joint where its mass converged. The fragment shattered. 3 more took its place. "They are learning faster than we can clear them," Odalis said. Solino saw the math. The fragments were not infinite, but they did not need to be. Every kill taught the next one. Every adaptation became a new line in Tovin's grid. And Tovin was still feeding them. "He is going to wipe us through optimization," Solino said. Luz looked at the central dais. "Then we need to breach his formation." "How?" "We need someone inside." The fragments pressed harder. Solino's platform lost another meter. The kid was throwing salvage scrap at the nearest fragment, buying seconds, nothing more. Odalis had her slayed out, feeding counter patterns into the native network, but the fragments were updating faster than she could transmit. Then the central dais shifted. A single figure broke formation, not attacked, not thrown, stepped out. Bashjin Mura. He did not look at Marcell. He did not look at Tovin. He walked to the edge of the central platform, pulled a data slate from his jacket, and held it above the gap. "Bashjin," Marcell said, his voice carrying across the chamber. "Do not." Bashjin looked at Solino. "I am sorry I did not do this sooner." He dropped a slate. It fell into the gap between platforms, but Solino's frequency caught it. The slate was not falling. It was transmitting. Route data, rescue stockpiles, supply caches Marcell had been hoarding for the upper floors. The data hit the native network and spread. Every runner on every platform saw it. Every clinic, every public lane Luz had opened. The boss fragments stopped moving. The aggregates turned, not toward the coalition, toward the central dais. Marcell's voice, cold and final. "You just made every runner in this city a target." Bashjin did not answer. The boss shifted. The fragments merged back into 3 bodies, but the bodies were not the same. They had grown. Not from secrets now, from betrayal. Marcell's betrayal of Bashjin, Bashjin's betrayal of Marcell. The boss read it, absorbed it, and became something else. Phase 2 was not about starvation anymore. It was about whose side the floor would take. The 3 aggregate forms turned their attention to the central dais and began to climb. Marcell's formation scrambled. Tovin was already recalibrating, calling new coordinates, but the fragments were faster now, fed on fresher data. The first aggregate reached the dais and struck. A sponsored runner went down, armor cracking, slate shattering. Bashjin did not move. "Get him out," Solino said. Odalis looked at him. "We cannot reach the dais." "We do not have to." Solino opened the native network and broadcast one thing. Bashjin Mera, floor 7, maintenance hatch, manual unlock. The aggregate stopped mid-swing. The door at the far end of the chamber, the one sealed by the consolidation lock, clicked once and began to open. Solino did not wait for Marcell's response. He grabbed the kid, pulled Luz, and ran. Behind him, the chamber filled with the sound of the formation breaking, and a floor deciding which side it would yet survive. Chapter 39. The door stood open. Light spilled through, pale and raw, nothing like the amber glow of the chamber behind them. Solino felt the threshold under his boots, the kid's hand clamped on his sleeve, Luz's breath ragged at his shoulder. 3 steps and they would be through. Behind them, the aggregates kept climbing. A sponsored runner screamed, stone cracked, the central dais tilted, and Bashjin Muro did not run. Solino stopped. "We cannot leave him," the kid said. "We are not leaving him." Solino turned. "We are finishing this." Luz stared at him. "You said the door was the escape. The door is the backup." He looked at Odalis across the gap. She was still on the platform where the aggregates had passed, slayed out, rust-colored eyes tracking the boss's movement patterns. Odalis, the 3-core chain. Can you read the window? She did not hesitate. If you do it alone, no. If you let the floor see every step, yes. Then broadcast it. Luz grabbed his arm. Solino. Parvis said it would kill you. Arima, Evice, Spree, and his specific area. Parvis said no one had survived. That does not mean no one can. She held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then she let go and pulled her slate from her belt. What do you need? Timing. The network latency to every coalition member. I need to know when the data hits each platform. Odalis was already typing. The boss is still reading our transmission. Every line you broadcast, it absorbs. That is the point. Solino stepped away from the door. The kid moved to block him. You cannot fight it and fuse at the same time. I am not going to fight it. Solino opened his frequency. The fusion schema blazed through the native network. Every line of his skill tree exposed, every weakness laid flat. I am going to show it exactly what I am becoming, and let the floor decide if it can still feed on that. The first core was Solute. He had held it since floor 2, the instinctive fusion that had made him a target. He pulled it to the surface and held it open, not as a weapon, as a statement. Odalis's voice came through the network. First core stable, coalition received. Latency 0.3 seconds across all platforms. Solino pulled the second core, the frequency. The unstable thing that had grown in his skull since floor 23, the pattern-reading architecture that had let him see the rule beneath every blow. It fought him. It wanted control, not combination. He forced them together. The pain hit like a wall. His knees buckled. The floor under him cracked. The aggregate nearest the dais stopped climbing and turned its mass toward him, tasting the rupture in his architecture. Luz's voice. Second core transmitted, timing window at 73%. Solino could not see. The fusion was eating his focus, rewriting his pathways faster than he could stabilize them. Load path and the frequency were grinding against each other, two systems that had never been designed to share the same body. Then Odalis's data hit. She fed him the boss's hidden economy. Every core Marcell had stolen, every runner who had died without a vote, every suppressed clear. The numbers scrolled through the network, and Solino wove them into the fusion, not as power, as context. The grinding stopped, the cores locked. But the third core was the one Parvis had warned about, the schema breaker, the piece that could only exist if every previous fusion survived the integration. Solino reached for it. The boss surged. All 3 aggregates abandoned the dais and drove toward Solino's platform. The kid threw himself in front of them, salvage wrench raised, and Luz grabbed the edge of the platform and pulled a cable from the relay node at her feet. Solino, now! He opened the third core. The network screamed. Every runner on every platform felt it. The transmission hit the coalition and rebounded, amplified by the tower's native architecture, and Solino felt Parvis's hands on his chest, even though Parvis was 4 floors down. Not hands. Knowledge. The medic had sent his stabilization protocol through the relay before Solino even asked. The first aggregate hit the platform. Solino did not move. The fusion resolved. The floor went silent. Solino opened his eyes and saw the boss for what it really was. Not a monster, not an aggregate, a counting mechanism, an economy. Every core ever fused sat in its architecture as a vote waiting to be claimed, and Marcell's hoard was just the visible fraction. The boss stopped. The aggregates froze mid-stride, and the floor displayed something no one on 40 had seen before. A live tally. Every fusion core in the tower, every holder, every vote that had been suppressed, stolen, or left unclaimed. Marcell's voice cut through the silence. Backe! Solino turned. Marcell Ysard stood at the edge of the central dais, his formation broken behind him, Bastion's slate still transmitting from the gap between platforms. His steel-gray eyes found Solino and held. You do not know what you just opened. Solino looked at the tally. The number at the top was not Marcell's. It was his. Chapter 40. The number at the top of the tally was not Marcell's. It was his. Solino stared at the count hanging in the light. 311 cores. Registered. Verified. distributed across every floor and every runner board the tower could reach. His name sat above them all because the fusion had not claimed the cores, it had surfaced them. The tally was not a ranking of power, it was a census of what had been hidden. "You do not know what you just opened," Marcell repeated, and this time his voice carried something Solino had never heard from him. Fear. "I know exactly what I opened." Solino turned from the tally and faced the boss. The aggregates had stopped moving, frozen mid-stride, waiting for the floor to resolve its own mechanic. "You built your entire climb on controlling what people could see. The suppressed clears, the stolen cores, the runners you let die so their votes would stay buried." The floor hummed beneath him. The Fuoshingimi was still broadcasting through the native network, every line of his skill tree still exposed, and the boss was reading it. But the boss was not feeding anymore. It was counting. "The tower does not care who climbs," Solino said. "It cares who votes." He reached into the tally. The fusion responded, not as a weapon, as a conduit. He pulled the first suppressed core from the architecture. A runner named Dari Bessic cleared on floor 8, died on floor 9. Her core had been sitting in Marcell's private vault for 21 days. Her name appeared on the tally. The floor shook. Not an attack, a release. The aggregates dissolved, their mass collapsing into streams of light that poured through the chamber and into the sealed door at the far end. The door groaned. The consolidation lock clicked. The lock broke. The upper floors of Caldera Cross Tower opened to every runner who could reach them. The door was open. Marcell's face went still. The controlled clear he had spent weeks assembling, the formation, the timing, the stolen cores, the suppressed votes, all of it unraveled in the space between heartbeats because the tower had judged his governance against Solino's and found his wanting. He did not scream. He did not attack. He turned and walked toward the broken dea, where Bastian Muro still stood holding the data slate that had started everything. Iria Kestel was already gone. Solino caught a flash of her unmarked jacket disappearing through a lateral passage beneath the eastern platform. She had assessed the shift in seconds and chosen retreat over resistance. The political aftermath would need a survivor who could deny involvement, and Iria had always been the best at walking away clean. Tovin remained. Solino found him at the edge of the sponsored platform, his slate dark, his schematic trailing from his hand. The floor's mechanic had stripped his formation, and the fragments he had optimized were dissolving into light around him. He looked smaller than Solino remembered, not defeated, shaken. "You were right about the numbers," Solino said. Tovin's eyes met his, pale gray, unreadable. "But you were wrong about what they mean," Solino finished. "Survival is not the same as legitimacy, and control without consent is just a slower collapse." Tovin said nothing. He tucked the dark slate under his arm, stepped off the platform, and walked toward the exit without looking back. Bastien met Solino at the center of the chamber. The bruiser's hands were empty. The data slate was in his grip, but he held it out, not as a weapon, as evidence. "I kept records," Bastien said. "Everything Marcell ordered, every suppression, every runner who died because we held the data back." "Why?" Bastien's jaw tightened. "Because someone had to remember. When the councils form, they will need to know who did what, and who let it happen." Solino took the slate. He did not look inside. The tally had already told him more than he wanted to know. "You will have to answer for your part," Solino said. "I know." The sealed door finished opening. Light poured through, not the amber glow of the boss chamber, but the pale gray of pre-dawn. The upper tower stretched above them, 100 floors of tests and councils and votes waiting to be claimed. Solino stepped through. The threshold opened onto a landing platform that faced east. The tower had shifted its architecture again, and the wall in front of him was transparent, a sheet of something that caught the first light of morning over Caldera Cross. Below, the plaza was alive, not with conflict, with movement. Runners were flooding the tower base, carrying packs and slates and salvaged gear, streaming through the public lanes Luz had opened. The boards that had survived the jammers were broadcasting the tally, Solino's name at the top, but the cascade of surfaced votes beneath it. People were reading. People were understanding. The upper tower was open. Dawn broke over the city, and Caldera Cross woke to a future no one owned yet. Luz reached him first, her bandaged arm pressed against her ribs, her face streaked with grime and exhaustion. The kid was behind her, salvage wrench still in hand. "You did it," Luz said. "We did it." Solino looked at the tally still glowing in the transparency. His name was still at the top. "And now I have to figure out what to do with it." The kid laughed, a sound caught between relief and disbelief. "You just opened every floor above 40 to every runner in the city. You are going to need more than a notebook." Somewhere below, the plaza erupted in noise. Not a fight, but sheer. Solino watched the runners surge forward, carrying hope and panic and half-true floor notes, racing toward a future that would test every fragile structure they had built. And in the transparency's reflection, he saw the tally shift. A new name appeared below his, one he recognized. Arbiter's message was already waiting. Chapter 41. The dawn light hit the eastern landing and turned the transparent wall into a sheet of white fire. Solino stood at the edge of it, blinking against the brightness, the tally still burning in his peripheral vision. Below, the plaza had become a river of bodies and gear and screaming voices. Runners poured through the public lanes carrying packs and slates and half-folded maps, flooding toward the tower base where the upper floor threshold stood open. No sponsor fences, no credential checks, no handlers with clipboards. The old order's gatekeepers were watching from their compounds, and no one was asking permission. Luz leaned against the wall beside him, her bandaged arm pressed tight against her ribs. The kid had dropped the salvage wrench and was staring at the crowd like he had never seen that many people in one place. "How long do we have before someone dies down there?" the kid asked. Solino watched a runner trip and go under. 3 people pulled him up before he hit the ground. "Already happening," Solino said. "But they are getting back up." The native network hummed against his skull. The tally was still broadcasting, his name still at the top, but the cascade of surfaced cores below it had grown. New names kept appearing as runners on lower floors registered their fusion data through the network. The tower was accepting every vote it had ever been denied. He pulled his notebook out. The pages were creased and smudged with grease and dried blood. He flipped to a clean page and wrote, "Day 22. Upper floors open. No one in charge." Luz watched him write. "You cataloging the collapse? Cataloging what we have to build?" The kid laughed. "You sound like Odalis." Solino closed the notebook. "That is not a compliment." "It is," the kid said. "You just do not know it yet." The transparent wall flickered. The tally shifted. Arbiter's name held steady in the second position, but a new subline had appeared below it. Solino could not read the characters from where he stood. They moved like tower script, shifting before his eyes could lock onto them. He stepped closer. The script resolved into a single phrase, "Archive access pending." "Odalus," he said. She was already moving toward him, her rust-colored eyes fixed on her slate. She held it like she was reading a death sentence. "Tell me that message is not what I think it is," Solino said. Odalus looked up. Her face was drawn. The pencil struck lines deeper than they had been an hour ago. "It is from Arbiter. I saw their name on the tally. I saw the subline. That is not the message." She turned the slate toward him. The screen glowed with amber text, clean and precise, the same voice that had spoken to him on floor 20. "The tally is a census. The census is a map. The map shows where every archive is buried. One of them is breathing." Solino read it twice. "That is impossible," he said. "It is tower script. It is encoded with Arbiter's signature. There is no way to fake their syntax." "Then what does it mean?" Odalis lowered the slate. "It means someone we thought was dead is still alive in the archive. They are not fully human. They are not fully Guardian. They are something in between, and Arbiter knows where to find them." Luz pushed off the wall. "Who?" "The message does not say." The kid stepped forward, salvage wrench still on the ground, his eyes fixed on the slate like it contained a riddle he could solve. "Can we pull them out?" he asked. Odalis looked at Solino. Solino looked at the tally. At Arbiter's name, at the subline that only he had seen. The floor opened the upper levels to everyone, he said. But the archives are still sealed. We do not even know how to reach them. Arbiter does, Odalis said, and Arbiter sent the message to you, not to me. Odalis held his gaze. Maybe they thought I would understand the cost better than you. The silence stretched. Below, the plaza erupted in a fresh wave of noise. Someone had started shouting about the tally, about the names that had surfaced, about the runners who had died without votes. The crowd was turning. Anger and grief and hope were mixing into something unstable. Solino looked at the slate. One of them is breathing. We have to find out who it is, he said. Odalis did not argue. Luz did not argue. The kid picked up his salvage wrench and stood ready. But the tower had not finished delivering its messages. The transparent wall flickered again. A new line of script appeared, not in the tally, but across the full width of the wall, visible to every runner on the landing platform. Reversal condition detected. Archive claims require fused vote contestation. Cost, 1 registered core per claim. The words hung in the light for 3 full seconds before dissolving. The plaza went quiet. Every runner who had seen it stopped moving. Solino felt the tally pulse against his frequency, the weight of 311 cores pressing on his awareness, and he understood exactly what the tower had just done. It had given him the tool, and it had set the price. 1 core per claim, 1 vote per life. He looked at Odalis. Her face was unreadable. Arbiter knew, she said. That is why they sent the message to me. They wanted someone to explain the cost before you made a choice you could not take back. How many fused votes would it take? I do not know. The message did not say. Solino looked at the tally, at Arbiter's name, at the ghost of the reversal clause still fading from the wall. The door to the upper floors stood open, and somewhere in the archives, someone who should have been dead was breathing. He did not know if he could pay the price. He did not know if he could afford not to. Chapter 42. The stairwell light had shifted from amber to the pale gray of early morning by the time Odalis found a flat surface to work on. She sat cross-legged on the landing between floor 40 in the sealed archive access, her slate balanced on her knees. Arbiter's raw transmission pulled apart into fragments that glowed across the screen like meat on a butcher's table. The first line she had already memorized. The tally is a census. The census is a map. The map shows where every archive is buried. But beneath that, buried in the tower script encoding, was a layer she had missed in the chaos of the reversal clause announcement. She had been too focused on the cost, too focused on Solino's face as he read the price tag on the wall. Now she had time. She pulled the syntax apart with the same method she had used on the credential lock floor, treating tower script like institutional logic, like the buried procedural language of an agency that had stopped existing but left its rules running. Every government she had ever analyzed had the same signature. They all believed their procedures were transparent. They all buried the real instructions in the margins. The tower was no different. Odalis traced her finger across the encoded sublime, matching patterns against the ghost ledger fragments Bastion had given her. The syntax repeated in 3 places. Not a warning, not a map coordinate, a condition. She sat back. Her knees ached from the cold floor. Her eyes burned from staring at light that never stopped moving. Guardian reversal, she said aloud. It is not a theory. The tower has a protocol for it. The words hung in the empty stairwell. She ran the cross-check again, matched the syntax against Marcell's suppressed clear records, against the ghost ledger's guardian transformation data, against the floor-40 boss mechanic, Arbiter's signature. It is real. Solino looked up from the slate. Where is it accessible? Above floor 40. Of course it is. Odalis took the slate back. There is more. She scrolled to the bottom of the transmission and showed him the name. Solino read it in silence. Parvis thought this runner was dead, he said. Everyone thought they were dead. The public board listed them as failed. Marcell's records listed them as converted. Every data source we have agrees. Except Arbiters. Except Arbiters. Solino handed the slate back. His fingers lingered on the edge for a moment longer than necessary. Does Parvis know? I do not know how to reach him from here. The native network is functional, but the relay path to his clinic goes through 3 mid-floor nodes that may not be staffed anymore. Then we find someone going down. Someone we trust. Odalus looked at the crowd below. The plaza was still trending with more runners, salvagers, handlers, and the desperate families who had been waiting for days to see if the upper floors would open. Somewhere in that mass were people who owed Solino their lives, people who had watched his name climb the boards, people who might carry a message if asked. Luz is organizing the entry queue, Odalus said. She can route a relay message through the clinic network. It will reach Parvis in a few hours, maybe less if the lanes are clear. Do it. Odalus turns toward the landing edge where Luz stood, directing a line of runners toward the upper floor threshold. She was halfway there when the slate buzzed again. She stopped, looked down. A no message had appeared. Not from Arbiter, from a different signature. One she did not recognize. The text was shorter. Archive claim initiated. Subject, contest, Parvis NGO status, pending verification. Odalus read it twice. The third time her hands started shaking. Solino Waities they never meant to. The Exter had run the amating Weiss. He discupped to sleep with that whole screc. He glass of the ain't ship receding a podcast, Cycred. Gives me economents which somewhere tennis start. Aki's eye, contenteds. Parvis NGO status, pending verification. Odalus read it twice. The third time her hands started shaking. Solino did it. His words ached from the cold floor. Her legs benkered quietly. Her happy shared would pointly overbelieve. She trapped about emails creature refer. On stand there restruckly before the terracants that begins receded or forward. I believe his arm was bad night of the Brax Manit. Before I am'd opened, at a word. He weighed about generals, sweetly amon's 51s, revelated the brob have vedhad birdays perception idia, a bidding glow. The tire concludes the sacred question, which carefully bland that just a pretty step stance survives histed blash, amongst of music. In Cybel's exactly the first at his kind, the sepulchred shower, Iarister, simple true as bare. The sun visible in this film said mother away is all they aid, his highs performed of Sist Linge, can others restic, at Holt. Would you use this, except Vaden? The winces is the discoring all fourthly, instigates, more, the underaction wins. The considinal with her carefully cried to a mile, which was not focused as a ruching in its new employ to say. I usually look the hava. He screened up from the donness with any times that not expedially, exfer that the sun who still blank, can field in the sweetious session. The fact that we are already a possible draw and glowing a bludge, will probably agdalized because well as something in the immaculate spice, but the literal tasks will compouts we scared too. My Eudisters want to believe, screwing a procond, squeaking ripes, then as a result port, is desired. Chapter 43. Solino stepped through the door first. The landing beyond floor 40 was not a stairwell, it was a junction. 3 tunnel mouths opened from a hexagonal chamber whose walls pulsed with the same amber light as the tally above. The air smelled different here. Hotter, metallic, like a machine running too long without maintenance. Behind him, the seal held for 3 seconds before the first wave hit. Runners poured through the gap. Not the coalition, not people he recognized. Strangers carrying salvaged gear, torn packs, children, a woman with a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around her forearm. They flooded past him like water finding a breach. Solino! Luz's voice cut through the noise. She pushed against the flow, grabbing his arm. We cannot hold the queue. The plaza is emptying. Everyone is coming up. How many? I counted 200 before I stopped, more behind. The chamber floor buckled under the weight. Not physically. The architecture shifted beneath his feet, the amber lines reconfiguring as the tower registered the sudden density of entrance. A system script materialized across the far wall, flickering through 3 languages before settling on a format he recognized. 441 threshold capacity, 128. Current Pope in the 7, 247 root. Stability degraded 247. Odalus read over his shoulder. In a room built for half that. Solino turned. The crowd kept coming. Families, salvagers, runners who had been trapped on mid-floors for days, people who had never expected to see an upper threshold. They surged into the junction like the tower was salvation instead of another test. They were going to die here. "Close the seal," he said. "What?" "The door. If more enter, this floor collapses under the population density. The tower is already adjusting the rootability. It will kill everyone in this chamber to rebalance." Luz looked at the seal. "I cannot close it from here. The mechanism is on the other side." "Then we move them forward. Quick, before the system decides we are the problem." He pushed into the crowd, not fighting the flow, but redirecting it. He grabbed a runner by the shoulder, pointed at the left tunnel mouth. "That route. Move. Everyone through that route. Faster." The runner stared at him. "Move!" Solino shouted, and the runner moved. Odalus caught on first. She started calling directions from the center of the chamber, her voice carrying over the noise with practiced precision. Luz pulled the injured toward the middle tunnel. The kid from the mirror market stood at the junction, pointing, counting, keeping people from splitting into dead ends. The root feedback shifted. Publicancy. 201 root stability. Critical. Solino watched the amber lines pulse along the left tunnel. The architecture was flexing, the walls compressing as the tower calculated how much weight the floor could bear before triggering a collapse response. Every entrance was a variable. Every body was a load. This was not a combat floor. This was a pressure test. The tower had opened its upper floors to every runner in Caldera Cross, and then designed floor 41 to punish exactly what it had invited. Scale, density, the chaos of uncontrolled access. He had opened the door. Now the door was killing them. A scream from the left tunnel. Solino ran. The tunnel had narrowed by half. The walls were not stone anymore, but something like compressed bone, pale and veined with black lines that pulsed in rhythm with the tally's light. At the far end, a woman was pinned against the wall by a protruding spike. No, the wall had grown the spike around her. She was not being crushed. She was being absorbed. The tower was converting her into an anchor point, a proto-guardian, a structural support built from living tissue. "Cover out," Solino said. "With what?" Luz was beside him, her wrench drawn. The spike was fused to the woman's rib cage, bone and wall material interlocking at the cellular level. He could see the fusion lines through his frequency, the tower's architecture treating her body as raw reinforcement material, the same way it treated failed runners on lower floors. This was not a trap. This was a solution. The tower did not care if they survived the root collapse. It would use their bodies to reinforce the structure. Every trapped runner became a strut. Every death became a brace. "Stop the flow," Solino said. "What?" "Into this tunnel. Root everyone away. We starve the anchor formation of mass." Luz ran. Solino dropped to his knees beside the woman. Her eyes warven. She was breathing. She was watching her own body become building material, and she was too shocked to scream. "Stay with me." He pressed his palm against the spike. His frequency flared. He could feel the fusion interface, the tower's algorithm treating her skeleton as a compatible substrate. It was efficient, brutal, completely indifferent to the fact that she was alive. He pulled. The spike did not move. The woman's ribs shifted with it, the bone structure already integrated. Trying to remove the spike would tear her apart faster than an absorption. Root stability, collapse imminent. The floor shuddered. Solino looked up. The tunnel entrance was warping, the ceiling compressing as the tower calculated the optimal failure point. If the root collapsed with 200 people still inside, the structural reinforcement would take every body in range. "Everybody out," he said. The woman grabbed his wrist. "Don't leave me." Her fingers were cold. Her eyes were wet. "I am not going anywhere," he said, and he meant it. Behind him, he heard Odalus's voice calling the retreat. He heard Luz shouting orders. He heard the kid counting heads as runners poured back into the hexagonal chamber, away from the collapsing root. But the woman was still pinned, and the tower was still calculating. Up and in Koplish and Vers calling the retreat. Who words to the news eyes who member the guy's players, fares the loggery waiting for his financial taliff. This is Copnate. It's radio sweathead but sweek away. The Stashel, as it behaves rode longly. Rest reminded the happity milne, its leckly turnal 2 scream trips. He still tasked once lest, which I specifically plus me it's no offent. It's insane as the Fredius clickness telling you as if you create it. I want to realize that the speak prokens from love. I consider her shitication of his paper. I just wanted actually thought it. Chapter 44. The woman's breathing was shallow, but steady. Solino stayed beside her, one hand pressed flat against the spike that had fused through her ribcage. The amber light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, the tower's architecture treating her lungs, her blood, her screaming nerve endings as raw substrate for structural reinforcement. Prado Guardian status, active absorption progress, 23%. 23%. He could see the fusion lines spreading through her skeleton, pale filaments threading along her spine like roots seeking water. The tower was not rushing. It was patient. It had time. He did not. Solino. Odalis' voice came from the tunnel entrance, low and controlled. You need to see this. I am not leaving her. You are not helping her by sitting here while the floor collapses around everyone else. She was right. He hated that she was right. He pressed his palm against the woman's cheek. Her eyes tracked him, unfocused, still processing the fact that her own body was becoming building material. I will come back. She did not answer. He walked. The hexagonal chamber had transformed in the minutes he had spent in the tunnel. Runners sat in clusters along the walls, some tending wounds, others staring at the tally still flickering above their heads. The kid from the mirror market had organized a head count, his voice steady as he called out numbers and received ragged responses. Luz stood at the center of the chamber, a salvaged board propped against her knee, her slate glowing with fresh data feeds. She had torn a strip from her sleeve and wrapped it around a gash on her forearm, but she was writing. What is that? Entry quotas, she said without looking up. We need a system. Right now, every runner in Caldera Cross thinks floor 41 is open season. They are going to flood in, and the tower is going to absorb them into the architecture. How many so far? 211 in the last hour. I shut the main gate at the plaza level, routed everyone through the clinic tunnels on floor 12. You shut the gate. I had to. She finally looked at him. You opened the upper floors, Solino. That means everyone thinks they can climb. The injured, the unprepared, people carrying children who cannot climb a single floor, let alone 41. She held up the board. Entry window, 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Daily, max capacity, 80 per window salvage lanes. Floors 12, 15, 22, only board updates. Every 2 hours at relay nodes. 80 per window, Solino read. That is 300 people a day if they stagger correctly. It is not enough. Nothing is enough right now. Luz nodded. She knew. They all knew. The chamber was settling into a fragile rhythm. Runners moved in pairs, checking supplies, sharing water. Someone had set up a makeshift triage station near the far wall, bandages and antiseptic arranged in neat rows. The kid was still counting, his voice hoarse but steady. It looked like order. It felt like glass. Solino. Odalis appeared at his elbow, her slate extended. You need to see this. A message. Floor 42, entry. Pre-approved holder. Solino Backe. Arvoricized. Transmit. 14 signatures verified. 14 signatures, Solino said. I did not authorize anything. I know. Who did? Odalis turned the slate. Below the approval notice, a second line of text appeared. Smaller, fainter, as if it had been written in the tower's native script and then translated badly. Passes issued by Back Entrance Collective Cost per Pass. 1 core deposit. Solino read it twice. Someone is selling passes in my name, he said. Worse. Odalis held his gaze. They are taking core deposits, promising guaranteed access to floor 42 and above. How many passes? Unknown. The runner who brought this message said he saw a stack of them at the base of the plaza. 50, maybe more. Luz had stopped writing. The kid had stopped touting. Every eye in the chamber was on Solino. He looked at the tally above his head. Registered cores. 311 active claims. 1. Parvis NGO. Someone was using his name to strip cores from runners who could not afford to lose them. Using his victory, his legitimacy, his face on every public board in the city. And they were doing it before he even knew the passes existed. The back entrance collective, Solino said. Never heard of them. New, Odalus said. Formed in the last 3 hours, right after you opened the upper floors. Who is running it? Unknown. The runner who brought the message said the passes had a stamped seal, official looking, paper and ink, not tower script. Paper. Someone had set up a printing operation in the time it took Solino to sit with a woman becoming architecture. They had organized, produced, distributed. All before he had finished counting heads in a collapsing tunnel. That is fast, Solino said. That is prepared. Odalus's voice was flat. Someone had this ready. The passes, the seals, the distribution network. They were waiting for the door to open. Solino looked at the forged pass on Odalus's slate. At the bottom, in crisp black lettering, his name. Authorized by Solino Backe, floor 42 entry. Guaranteed he had spent 22 floors fighting to keep the tower from being privatized. Someone had just privatized his name in 3 hours. The woman in the tunnel was still pinned to the wall. The runners were still flooding through the clinic lanes. And somewhere in the plaza below, a collective he had never heard of was selling access to a future he had just opened. He looked at Luz. How many cores do we have? Available? None committed except Barvis's. Not available. Deposited. How many cores have been deposited against those forged passes? Luz checked her slate. Her face went still. Best estimate? She paused. 27. 27 cores. 27 votes. Someone had stolen 1/10 of everything he had surfaced, and they had done it by writing his name on a piece of paper. Solino stood. Odalus, who brought the message. Runner named Shaw, former Ministry Logistics. He is waiting at the floor 12 relay mode. Get me to him. What about the woman? He looked back at the tunnel. The analyte was still pulsing. The woman's breathing was still shallow. 23% absorption. I will come back. He said it again. This time he was not sure he believed it. Chapter 45. The descent through the maintenance shaft stripped the warmth from Solino's bones. Each rung of the ladder carried him farther from the pinned woman, from the amber glow still pulsing through her ribcage, from the promise he had made without knowing if he could keep it. The shaft walls sweated condensation. The air smelled of rust and old concrete, human construction asserting itself beneath the tower's polished stone. Solino's burned palm complained against the metal rungs. Behind him, Odalus moved with practiced silence. She had not argued when he decided to go down. She had only handed him the forged pass and said, Floor 12 relay node is a 3-hour drop with the short tunnels. If we take the clinic lifts from floor 9, we can cut that in half. Clinic lifts are not public. Nothing is public right now. She had already been moving. That is the problem. They emerged on floor 9 through a ceiling grate that Odalus had mapped from Bastion's ghost ledger. The clinic corridor was empty. The lights were off. Someone had dragged a stretcher across the main entrance and left it there, a barricade that looked more like exhaustion than planning. The lift was a cargo elevator, big enough for supply pallets, its control panel cracked and jury-rigged with copper wire. Odalus keyed a sequence into the exposed circuit board. The elevator lurched downward. Shaw is not a fighter, she said. He was logistics for the Ministry of Infrastructure, tracked supply allocations across 16 districts. When the dissolution hit, he watched his entire department skeletonize in a week. And now? Now he runs intel between clinics. He knows which floors still have medicine, which nurses are still alive, which stairwells have collapsed. He does not climb. He maps. You trust him. I trust his data. She paused. That is the most I trust anyone. The elevator stopped at floor 12 with a shutter. The doors opened onto a corridor that looked like every other service tunnel in the tower. bare concrete, exposed conduit, a single bulb flickering at the far end. Shaw was waiting in the shadow of a support column. He was thin in the way that outlasted gear shortages, not starvation. His hands were clean. His clothes were patched. He carried a data slate in a padded case strapped across his chest. "You are Solino Backe." It was not a question. "I am." Shaw nodded once, then turned and walked down the corridor. "Follow me. The operation is in a repurposed stamping station 2 levels down. Old municipal seal press. Someone found it in a salvage run and figured out how to make it print tower-compatible passes." "How many presses?" "1, as far as I know, but they ran it continuously. 8 hours strike from what I saw." Solino matched his pace. "Who is running it?" "That is the part you are not going to like." The stamping station was a converted maintenance room off the floor 11 service corridor. The door had been reinforced with salvaged steel plate and a biometric lock that looked military surplus. Shaw stopped 10 meters short and gestured toward a ventilation grate in the ceiling. "Through there. The lock is wired to a guard station inside. One wrong code, and they dump the press." O'Dallas was already assessing the grate. "How many inside?" 3. 2 runners, 1 press operator." Solino looked at the grate. The bolts were rusted. The frame was loose. Through his frequency, he could feel the room behind it. 3 heat signatures, a machine running at constant vibration, boxes stacked against the far wall. He pulled the grate free without sound, lowered himself into the room. The press operator was a woman in her 40s, her hands stained with ink. She looked up when Solino landed, her eyes already accepting what was about to happen. She did not reach for the alarm. "I am not going to hurt you," Solino said. "You are Solino Backe." "I know. I printed your name 400 times tonight." Her voice was flat. "I did not know what they were selling. I thought it was just passes." "It was cores. 27 of them." The woman's face did not change. "I did not know." "Who hired you?" She pointed to a slate propped against the wall. The screen showed a ledger, names, deposits, timestamps. At the bottom, a contact name. "Floor 15 Clinic Network." Solino read it twice. "You are printing passes for clinics," he said. "Not printing. They came to me. Said they needed guaranteed access to the upper floors. Said runners were dying on the lower levels and the clinics could not reach them. They asked for passes that would let their medics bypass the bottleneck." O'Dallas had come through the grate behind him. She was already scanning the ledger, her jaw tight. "How many passes did you print?" 400. A runner took them, said they would distribute through the clinic network. Solino looked at O'Dallas. Her face was unreadable. "Floor 15, he said. "That is Paviz's floor." It was. O'Dallas was still reading the ledger. After he filed his archive claim, the clinic network lost its coordinator. Someone else stepped into the gap. "Who?" O'Dallas did not look up. "The ledger does not say, but the timing is tight. Passes printed within 3 hours of the floor opening. A pre-prepared network ready to distribute. Someone knew the upper floors would open before Solino's fusion completed." She turned the slate toward him. "And they were not selling for profit. Look at the entries." Solino read the names, the deposit amounts. Every one was a core. Every one was a vote. And every one had been collected by a clinic that had spent the last 3 weeks watching runners die because Marcell's lockdown had cut off their supplies. O'Dallas met his eyes. "They are not the enemy," she said. Chapter 46. Pavel Zingo sat in the back of the Floor 15 clinic with a data slate balanced on his knee and a stack of rescue ledgers spread across the floor. The air smelled of antiseptic and old bandages. A single bulb flickered overhead, casting the room in uneven light. He had been cross-referencing for 3 hours. Arbiter's transmission had arrived in fragments, encoded in tower script that took him 40 minutes to parse. The message was not a warning or a plea, it was a list. A set of identifiers tied to Guardian registrations that should not exist. Names the tower had retained as metadata even after the transformation had overwritten the bodies. Paviz had read it twice before he understood what he was holding. The list matched his rescue ledgers. He had been keeping records since day 7, before the clinic network existed, when he was still carrying a medical kit through Floor 4's supply collapse and pulling people out of jammed doorways. Every runner he had treated, every one he had failed to save, every one who had registered as a living climber and then vanished from the public boards, he had written them down. The tower had been writing them down too. He pulled a ledger from the bottom of the stack, the cover stained with something he hoped was rust. Page 42. A woman named Su Jin, Floor 11 Clinics, died on the threshold of Floor 12 when a supply collapse triggered a wall seal. He had been 2 floors below when it happened. By the time he reached the seal, her registration had already dropped from the public boards. Arbiter's list showed her identifier as active, Guardian registration. Status, confirmed. Parvez set the slate down and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes until he saw light. 14 names, 14 runners he had treated, triaged, or pulled from sealed rooms. 14 people the public boards had declared dead. 14 registrations the tower had retained as Guardian architecture. One of them was a combat medic he had trained on Floor 8, a kid named Ren who had cleared Floor 14 solo and then stopped reporting on Floor 15's stairwell. Parvez had filed the death certificate himself. The tower told him Ren was still registered. He sat in the flickering light and let that fact settle into his bones. The clinic door opened. A runner he did not recognize stepped in, a woman in her 20s with a bandage wrapped around her forearm and a data slate held like a weapon. Parvez and go. He looked up. Who is asking? Someone who saw your archive claim on the public board. She held out her slate. The tower just posted a floor notice. It is cycling on every relay node from Floor 12 to Floor 30. Parvez took the slate. The notice was short. 3 lines of tower script rendered in the same clipped syntax as every system prompt he had ever seen. Archive claim system active. Claims may be contested by living challengers. Contest duration, 1 floor cycle per challenger. He read it 3 times. Contested, he said. It can be contested. The woman shifted her weight. That is not the part that matters. It is the only part that matters. No. She pointed at the 3rd line. 1 floor cycle per challenger means any living climber can challenge an archive claim, not just the person who filed it. Anyone. Parvez looked at the slate again. The implications unfolded in his head like a slow collapse. If any climber could contest an archive claim, then the Triad could send runners to block every reversal attempt. Iria Kestel could hire a dozen sponsored climbers to cycle through floor claims, draining the cores registered against each one. Marcell could lock the Guardian archives by attrition alone. He handed the slate back. Has anyone contested mine? Not yet. The woman tucked the slate under her arm. But the notice went live 20 minutes ago. People are reading it. People are talking. Parvez looked at the ledgers spread across the floor. 14 names, 14 guardians. 1 medic who had trusted him to keep climbing and had ended up fused into a wall because the tower decided failure was more useful as architecture. He stood up. I need to send a message. The woman raised an eyebrow. To who? Solino Backe. He was already moving toward the relay terminal at the back of the clinic. And I need to make sure the clinic network knows what that floor notice means before the sponsored runners figure out how to exploit it. He reached the terminal and pulled up the transmission interface. His hands were steady. That surprised him. The message was short. Arbiter's list confirmed. 14 guardians with trace identifiers. 1 is Ren. Archive claims are contestable. Floor notice posted on all relay nodes between 12 and 30. I am filing a counter notice to protect the claim window. Do not let anyone use this against us. He sent it before he could second-guess the phrasing. The woman was still standing by the door. You are going to file a counter notice. I am going to try. Parvez turned to face her. The tower says a living challenger can contest a claim. It does not say the filer cannot respond. And if the response fails, then I will climb. The woman stared at him. You stopped at floor 15. You told everyone you were done. I told everyone the climb was not worth the cost. Parvez picked up his slate from the desk. I did not say I would never go back up. He walked past her into the corridor. The clinic was quiet. Most of the beds were empty. The runners who had flooded through the upper floors had not reached this deep yet, but they would. The forged pass network, the archive claims, the contestation windows, every piece of the tower's machinery was spinning faster now, and he could feel the rotation in his chest. He reached the relay node at the end of the corridor and pulled up the Pucklick board interface. The floor notice was still cycling, bright white text against the tower's black background. He selected the counter notice option. The system prompt appeared immediately. Counter notice registered. Filer, Parvez Nju. Contingent on archive claim number 412. Effect, claim window extended by 1 floor cycle per contestation event. He stared at the screen. 1 floor cycle per contestation event. That meant every time someone challenged his claim, the window extended. The tower was not protecting the claim. It was creating an arms race. He accepted the counter notice. The board updated. His name appeared beneath the original claim, a new subline that every runner on the relay network could read. Archive claim number 412, contestable. Counter notice filed. He stepped back from the terminal and felt the floor shift beneath him. A tremor running through the tower's architecture lay held breath. The woman appeared at the end of the corridor. It posted. I saw. Someone is going to contest it. I know. Parvez looked at the slate in his hand, at the 14 names he had confirmed. But they are going to have to go through me first. He turned toward the lower floors, toward the route he had not climbed in weeks, toward the door he had sworn he would never open again. Behind him, the floor notice kept cycling, and in the silence of the relay node, the tower waited for the first challenger to step forward. Chapter 47. The corridor beyond floor 42's threshold smelled of old paper and sealed air, like a room nobody had opened in years. Solino stepped through and the door sealed behind him with a click that echoed down the long passage. The walls were covered in markings, scratched into the stone in patterns that looked like handwriting but were not quite language, loops and angles that almost resolved into meaning before they slid away from comprehension. Odalis came through behind him, her slate already out. Memory residue? What does that mean? She pointed at the wall markings. The tower stores experience, not just data, the actual neural trace of what someone lived through. This floor tests whether you can tell the difference between something you experienced and something you were told. Solino moved closer to the wall. The markings shifted as he watched, rearranging themselves into a sequence he almost recognized. A stairwell, a door, a woman's hand reaching for a handle. He touched the stone. The image dissolved into static, a flood of sensory noise that did not belong to him. A child, crying, the smell of cooking oil, a man's voice repeating a prayer he did not understand. None of it was his. None of it had ever happened to him. He pulled his hand back. The floor is feeding me other people's memories. Odalis nodded, and it will keep feeding them until you can separate what you actually lived from what you borrowed. Luz entered last, the door sealing behind her with the same final click. She carried a small pack and a salvage wrench, her gray-streaked hair pulled tight against her scalp. How do we clear it? The wall markings pulsed once, then resolved into a single line of text in tower script. 3 doors, 3 witnesses, 1 truth per passage. A section of the wall slid open, revealing 3 narrow archways spaced evenly across the chamber. Each art held bore that looked identical, same grain, same handle, same scuff marks at the bottom edge. Solino's council-grade synthesis flickered at the edge of his perception, the frequency that let him read interaction patterns beneath surfaces. He reached for it, let it settle behind his eyes, and the corridor resolved into something new. The first door glowed with the residue of official procedure. He could see the data traces, briefing notes, stamped authorizations, relay timestamps. Someone had walked through this door carrying information they had been told, not something they had lived. The second door had a different signature, personal, messy. It pulsed with the weight of a memory that hurt to hold, a death watched, a choice that could not be unmade. The third door was dead, no residue at all. Left door is institutional knowledge, he said. Someone walked through it carrying what they were told, not what they lived. Middle door had a real memory banded, something that costs. Right door is empty. Odalis studied the doors. Which one do we take? The floor said 3 witnesses, 1 truth per passage, It wants each of us to pick a door based on what we actually know, not what we copied from someone else. Luz moved toward the middle door. I spent 12 years watching procurement officers file false reports. I know what a real Bowden looks like on a dead person's face. She pushed the door open and stepped through. The archway did not close behind her. Odalis chose the left door. I spent my career memorizing procedures. I know exactly how institutional knowledge feels when it is being used to hide something. She followed Luz into the passage. Solino stood alone in the corridor with the right door, the one that held no residue, no memory, no borrowed experience. He pushed it open. The room beyond was small, circular, and empty except for a single figure standing at the center. The figure wore bronze stone armor fused to its body, the same texture as Arbiter's shell, but the face beneath the growth lines was younger, softer, a woman in her late 20s with close-cropped gray hair and sharp eyes that did not move. Solino stopped. He knew that face. Parvis's list, 14 names, 1 combat medic trained on floor 8. Ren. The Guardian Echo did not attack. It stood motionless, its eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond Solino's shoulder. And when it spoke, the voice came out flat, copied, procedural. Floor 42. Memory residue test. Witness condition requires 1 verified experience per traveler. Unverified memories will degrade route stability. Solino's frequency pulsed. He read the echo the same way he had read the doors, searching for the signature of a real memory behind the words. What he found was procedure. The echo was reciting a script the tower had written into its architecture, a recording of something Ren had been told, not something she had lived. "You are not her," he said. The echo's eyes shifted, tracking toward his voice. "I am the residue of Runner Ren, combat medic, floor 8 registration. I am preserved as witness for floor 42's passage mechanic. You are a copy. I am a record." The echo's voice did not change, but something in its posture shifted, a tilt of the head that looked almost human. "The original is elsewhere." Solino's hand tightened on his notebook. "Where?" The echo did not answer. Behind him, the corridor door sealed, cutting off the path back to Odalis and Luz. The walls began to pulse with the same memory residue pattern he had seen on the first door, institutional procedure flooding the room to overwrite the space. The floor was moving. The tower was replacing the echo's environment with borrowed data, layering procedure over reality until nothing remained but the script. Solino stopped. He knew that face. Parvis's list. 14 names, 1 combat medic trained on floor 8. Ren. The Guardian Echo did not attack. It stood motionless, its eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond Solino's shoulder, and when it spoke again, the voice was flat, copied, dead. Floor 42. Witness condition complete. Route stability confirmed. The cars of hopefully memory. The echo's eyes stayed blank, fixed on the space beyond Solino's shoulder, the last trace of human presence gone. Solino stood in the silence and watched the walls pulse. The institutional residue had won. The floor had replaced Ren with procedural, and what remained was a shell reciting maintenance scripts. He should leave. The route was stable. Odalis and Luz were waiting. Instead, he stepped closer. "You knew Parvis," he said. "You remembered his hands, the way he held instruments." The echo did not respond. Ren. Nothing. Solino reached into his pocket and pulled out his notebook. He flipped to the page where he had copied Parvis's list. 14 names, 14 Guardian registration identifiers, each one a runner everyone thought was dead. He read the first entry aloud. Ren, combat medic, floor 8 registration. Cleared floor 14 solo, stopped reporting on floor 15. The echo's head tilted, a flicker in the jaw, a micro-movement that looked almost like recognition, but could have been random procedural drift. "You told me the cost of reversal is what I am willing to overwrite," Solino said. "But you did not tell me what that means." The echo's mouth opened. Flat voice, copied script. "The tower preserves all failure as architecture. To reverse a condemnation, the original memory trace must be reconstructed from the residue. Reconstruction requires overwriting an equivalent volume of stored experience." Someone else's memory. Any memory of equal density. The exchange is binary. One life for one life. One identity for one identity. Solino's hand tightened on the notebook. Behind him, the corridor door unsealed with a hydraulic hiss. Odalis stepped through first, her face drawn, her rust-colored eyes scanning the room before settling on the echo. Luz followed a moment later, gray-streaked hair plastered to her forehead, carrying the weight of the middle door's memory like a physical ache. "You found her," Odalis said. "Not found." Solino gestured at the echo. "A copy. The original is elsewhere." Odalis moved past him, circling the echo with the same analytical gaze she had used on Arbiter's chamber ship. The floor said 3 witnesses, 1 truth per passage. If this is the right door's truth, then the answer to the test is not defeating the Guardian. It is recognizing what it is. "A record," Luz said, "not a threat." The echo's eyes shifted, tracking between the 3 of them. Floor 42. Memory residue test. 3 witnesses confirmed. Witness condition requires 1 verified experience per traveler. "We already gave ours," Odalis said. Luz took the burden. I took the institutional debt. Solino took the empty room. "The empty room holds the Guardian," the echo said. "The Guardian holds the archive. The archive holds the condition for passage." Solino's frequency pulsed. He read the room's architecture the same way he had read the doors, searching for the interaction pattern beneath the words, the rule behind the script. "What condition?" The echo's voice changed. The flat procedural tone sharpened into something almost human. A fragment of Ren surfacing through the residue like a hand breaking water. "Witness me." Solino stepped forward. "I am witnessing you." "No." The echo's jaw tightened. "Witness me as alive, not as a copy, not as a record, as someone who existed before the tower rode over me." Luz moved to Solino's side. "How do we do that?" "You name what no public record could know. You speak to details the tower did not archive." The echo's voice cracked again, the human fragment fighting against the overwrite. "Parvis, it's taught me to hold a scalpel at an angle because he said instruments were alive. He said if you treat them like tools, they break. He said if you treat them like partners, they save lives even when you cannot." Solino's notebook was open in his hands. He did not look down at it. "He filed your death certificate," Solino said. "He wrote it himself. He sat in the clinic on floor 15 and signed it with a pen that was running out of ink. He said your name 3 times before he pressed the seal." The echo's eyes closed. "He still does." The room went still. The walls stopped pulsing. The institutional residue that had been flooding the space, layering procedure over reality, began to recede, withdrawing like a tide pulling back from a shore. The echo's armor cracked. Not broke, not shattered. A single hairline fracture ran down the center of the bronzestone shell, and through the gap, Solino saw skin. Living skin. The same color as the scar on his palm. "What is happening?" Luz's hand went to her salvage wrench. "I think we passed." Odalis woke it up from her slate. "The cost is what you are willing to overwrite to bring someone back." The system clause reads, "Reversal of condemnation requires displacement of equivalent structural memory. Submitting a registered core initiates the exchange. The core is consumed. The Guardian is restored." "Consumed," Luz said. "Not fused, not held as a vote. Brawled." Odalis's rust-colored eyes met Solino's. "Yes." The echo, Ren, stood motionless in the center of the room, the crack in her armor spreading slowly, exposing more living skin beneath the tower's growth lines. She looked at Solino with an expression he could not name, hope and terror mixed into something that did not fit either word. "You have the cores," she said. "The tally showed 311 in your name. They are not mine. They are votes." "Then vote." The floor beneath them shifted. A section of the wall behind the echo split open, revealing a passage that had not existed a moment before. A narrow corridor leading down into darkness lit by the same pale tower script glow that had marked Arbiter's chamber. A notification appeared on the inner surface of Solino's vision, pulsing amber. "Archive glance detected. Floor 42, secondary. Near Archer Pets, Ovknown. Reversal condition. Registered core proclaim. Current status, unavailable. Solino stared at the words, unavailable. The second line flickered, then stabilized. Resolve witness condition to unlock reversal access. Ren's voice came from behind him, steady now, almost human. You cleared the witness condition the moment you spoke Kovis's name, but the tower will not release me until someone commits a core to the reversal. She paused. You have 311. You could bring back everyone on Parvis's list. Luz touched his arm. Solino, I know. 311 cores is 311 votes. You use them for reversal. You cannot use them for the council. You cannot use them to shape whatever comes after. I know. Odalis stepped up beside him. The clinic network collected 400 more. Between those resorbs in your tally, you could reverse every guardian on Carvis's list. But you would lose every vote in the process. Ren's voice broke through. Do it, Solino turned. The Echo was standing at the edge of the archive passage, the crack in her armor now running from her collarbone to her hip, the tower's growth lines peeling back like burnt paper. Do it, she repeated, before the floor overwrites me again. Commit the core, bring me back, and then climb. Solino's hand went to his pocket, where the fused core from floor 40 still burred against his thigh, the one core he had not yet assigned to any vote. He pulled it out. The light from the archive passage caught the iron surface, casting shadows across his face. I am going to commit this core to Ren's reversal claim, he said. Odalis did not argue. Luz did not stop him. The system pinged. Registered core detected. Claimant, Solino Backe. Holder. Target, Ren, floor 42 guardian. Status, pending. The walls began to hum, and then the corridor blind lit up, and a familiar voice, ragged, exhausted, and unmistakable, echoed through the passage. Solino. Parvis and Go stepped out of the maintenance shaft, close-cropped gray hair damp with sweat, his hands shaking, his eyes fixed on the Echo standing at the edge of the archive branch. He looked at Ren, and he fell silent. Chapter 49. The corridor behind them emptied into the plaza through a maintenance grate that had been wedged open with the salvage bars. Solino climbed out first, blinking against the floodlights mounted on the clinic's upper facade. The plaza floor was packed. Runners, medics, board watchers, families clutching paper manifests, all pressed against the temporary barriers Luz had ordered erected 3 hours ago. The argument hit him before his vision adjusted. Cannot burn the only leverage we have. Leverage for what? The dissolution clock is still running. Solino wiped sweat from his face and turned. Parvis was helping Ren through the grate, his hands steady now, his face carrying an expression Solino had never seen on the medic before, something between terror and relief. Ren's armor had cracked further during the ascent, the bronze stone shell flaking away in sheets to reveal a forearm covered in old burn scars and fresh human skin. Odalis emerged last, slate already lit, scanning the crowd. They are arguing about the cores, she said. I heard. Solino pushed through the press toward the clinic entrance, where a makeshift board had been set up on the old municipal notice wall. Someone had written the tally numbers in charcoal, updating them by hand as runners filtered through the relay stations. Registered cores, I-311, Solino Backe, holder. Clinic network reserve, 400. 1 discos, holder. Forged past deposits, 27, and contested. A woman with a bandaged arm was standing on a crate, her voice cutting through the noise. He burned one already. 1 registered core, gone, not held, not fused, consumed, for a single guardian reversal. What happens when he burns the rest? What happens when there are no votes left to stop whoever comes next? Solino stopped walking. The woman pointed at him. Ask him. Ask the man who just threw away a vote for 1 medic while Marcell Ysard is still breathing. The crowd turned. Solino felt the weight of 300 faces, exhausted, hopeful, terrified, hungry for an answer he did not have. Luz stepped up beside him. She has a point. I know. 400 clinic cores, 311 in your name. That is over 700 votes between the council formation and a full reversal sweep. You cannot do both. Solino looked at Ren, standing at the edge of the crowd with Parvis's hand on her shoulder, her bronze stone armor still peeling, her human face exposed to the open air for the first time in 20 floors. He looked back at the woman on the crate. "I committed 1 core," he said. 1. Not 700. Yet. The crowd murmured. Solino stepped onto the crate beside her, forcing the space to widen. He was shorter than she was, tired, his hands still carrying the vibration of the floor-42 machinery, but the crowd went quiet because he was the name on the tally, and they had nowhere else to look. "I am not going to stand here and tell you that burning 700 cores for reversals is the right call," he said. "I am also not going to tell you that letting every guardian in the tower rot is the right call, because neither choice is clean, and anyone who tells you different is selling something." The woman crossed her arms. "So what is your plan?" "I do not have one yet." The crowd exhaled, restless. "But I know someone who does." Solino pointed at Odalus. "She has been decoding tower logic since floor 6. She found the reversa clause before any of us knew it existed. She will find a way to make the math work. Or she will tell us it cannot work and we would decide from there." Odalus looked up from her slate, surprised. Solino held her gaze. "Trust." She nodded once, slow. The woman on the crate stepped down, not satisfied but unwilling to push further in front of the full plaza. Luz touched Solino's arm. "Marcell. What about him? His name dropped off the public board 20 minutes ago. Every relay station, every Clitic network node, every runner board in the lower floors. No Marcell Ysard listed as active anywhere." Solino turned. "He is dead?" "No." Odalus was already moving toward the Clitic door. "His core registration is still live. He has not been flagged as condemned. He just stopped appearing on public boards." "That is not possible. The tower publishes every active climber. The tower publishes every active climber who uses public relay stations." Odalus held up her slate. "Bestien's surrender records include a set of coordinates I did not recognize at first. Side entries. Maintenance access points on floors 8, 11, and 14 that bypass the standard relay network. The consortium has been building parallel infrastructure for weeks." Solino's chest went cold. "Marcell is not dead. He is moving through side entries, relocating resources to upper floor access points the public cannot see." The crowd behind them erupted. Solino stood at the edge of the clinic threshold, the plaza noise washing over him. Odalus's slate glowing with data he had not fully processed. Pavis and Ren waiting at the back of the corridor, and Luz watching him for the next order. He did not have one. He looked at his notebook, still in his pocket, the pages filled with fusion sketches, floor observations, names of the dead. He thought about the sealed door on floor 42 and the reversal claims still marked bending. He thought about Marcell, somewhere above them, moving through shadows the public could not track. And then his slate pinged. A single line of text, tower script, no signature. "The original is Elway. The copy is the cost." Solino stared at the words. Chapter 50. The message burned in Solino's palm. "The original is elsewhere. The copy is the cost. No signature, no sender. Tower script, precise and absolute. The same alphabet that had built every floor, sealed every boss room, and condemned every guardian he had found so far." Luz read over his shoulder. "That is not a warning. That is a riddle." "It is both," Odalus said. She had not looked up from her slate, and it came through the same relay channel Arbiter used, which means whoever sent it has archive access. Or wants us to think they do. Solino folded the slate into his pocket. The plaza noise pressed against the clinic threshold, voices demanding answers, routes, guarantees he could not give. He turned to Odalus. "Bastien's records. Did they list floor 43? She scrolled. "Conditional. Entry requires a minimum of 7 registered participants with at least 1 core each. The FU assembles a temporary council from whoever enters and grants authority based on how clearly delegation is structured and audited in real time." A test, rehearsal, for what comes after dissolution. Solino looked at Parvis, still standing at the edge of the corridor with one hand on Ren's shoulder. Ren's armor had stopped flaking. The exposed skin beneath was raw, but whole. "How many cores do we have on this side of the plaza?" Luz answered. 311 in your name. Maybe 50 more among runners who came up through the clinic tunnels. The 400 the network collected are still held by whoever took over after Parviz. Not held for us. Not necessarily. Solino nodded. Then we enter floor 43 with what we have. We let the floor show us what it thinks of our delegation. And Tovin? Luz asked. Sonono's jaw tightened. If he is alive, he will find us. He always does. The group moved through the maintenance tunnels toward the floor 43 threshold, Ren walking unsteadily between Parviz and Autolus, each step shedding stone dust. Luz mapped the route from Bastion's notes, taking them through a converted utility shaft on floor 42's secondary branch, past the sealed archive access where Solino's core still hung in pending status. The threshold opened onto a chamber of suspended platforms, each one keyed to a delegate position. 7 seats faced a central dais where the tower's interface projected live voting tallies, delegation chains, and audit trails in rotating holographic script. And Tovin Querol was already standing on platform 4. He looked thinner. His pale gray eyes carried a fatigue that had not been there on floor 40, and his data slate hung from a strap across his chest, covered in new schematics. Solino stopped at the edge of platform 1. You are not with the Triad. I am not with anyone. Tovin's voice was flat, stripped of its old competitive edge. Marcell went dark. Bastion defected. Iria is running damage control in the lower floors. The consortium does not want a statistician who failed to deliver the council lock. So you came here. This floor assembles temporary councils. It tests whether authority can be delegated without becoming capture. I wanted to see what the tower's model looks like when the variables are not controlled by sponsored teams. Solino stepped onto platform 1. The interface lit, scanning his core registration, his delegation history, every runner who had attached their tally to his name. Odalis took platform 2. Luz took platform 3. Parviz did not step forward. I am not a delegate. I am a medic. Put me where I can stabilize whoever this floor breaks. Ren stayed beside him. The remaining 3 platforms filled with runners from the Clitic network, unknown to Solino but carrying cores, carrying votes, carrying the same exhausted hope he had seen in the plaza. The tower's interface pulsed. 7 delegates registered. Council active. Authority distributed according to delegation clarity and real-time audit compliance. Tovin raised his slate. I propose a cooperation model. We pool our cores under a shared delegation structure with transparent audit trails. Decisions require majority approval, but expert vetoes are preserved for domains where statistical error could produce catastrophic outcomes. Translation, Solino thought. He wants to keep control of the math. And who holds the expert vetoes? Domain leads, 1 for logistics, 1 for medical, 1 for structural analysis, 1 for statistical modeling. Tovin met his gaze. You would hold structural, I would hold statistical. Parviz would hold medical, Luz would hold logistics, checks and balances within a cooperative framework. Checks and balances you designed. I designed the math. You can audit it. The tower's interface flickered. The delegation chains began to recalculate, weighing each proposal against the floor's core mechanic. Authority granted according to how clearly it was delegated and how transparently it could be audited. Solino looked at Odalis. What do you think? I think Tovin has been running probability models since floor 19. He would not propose a structure that did not serve his interests. It serves survival, Tovin said, which is the same thing. Not always. The interface projected the proposed model. 7 delegates, 3 expert vetoes, majority threshold for all binding decisions. Full audit trail published to every runner on the floor in real time. The Clitic network runners voted first, accept. Luz voted, accept. Odalis hesitated, then she voted, accept. Tovin watched Solino without pressure, without the old edge, waiting. Solino thought about the sealed archive branch on floor 42, the pending reversal claim, the 400 cores held by an unknown hand, the message still burning in his pocket. He voted, accept. The tower registered the delegation. The platforms shifted, locking into a council formation, and the dais projected a single line of text. Council formed. Proxy authority granted. Audit cycle initiated. And then a second line appeared, one that made Tovin's face go still. Warning, One delegate's claim chain contains unverified authority. Source: Slor 15 Clitic Litwork. Designation: unknown. The platform beneath the Clitic Litwork runner on Platform 7 flickered. Solino turned. The runner was already reaching for something inside their jacket. Chapter 51. The runner on Platform 7 froze with their hand inside their jacket. Solino's body reacted before his mind caught up. His fused frequency flared, reading the chamber's stress lines, the weight distribution across 7 platforms, the angle of the runner's elbow, the tremor in their shoulder that said they were not reaching for a weapon. "It is a badge," the runner said. They pulled their hand out, a laminated credential on a lanyard, the kind issued by dissolved municipal offices, stamped with the Floor 15 clinic seal and a name Solino did not recognize. Toya Valen, Clinic Logistics. I've been carrying this since the day the tower opened, and I have never been able to use it for anything except proving I was where I said I was when the old world ended. Odalus exhaled. Paravis's hand dropped from his belt. The tower interface did not relax. Warding remains. Unverified authority chain. Course. Floor 15 Clinic Network. Designation: unknown. Who gave you the delegation? Solino asked. Someone who took over after Parvis filed his claim. I do not know their name. I know they sent runners through the clinic with instructions to core up, register, and follow the delegate who carried the network's authority into this chamber. Tovin's slate was already running calculations. That means the unknown holder is not here. They sent a proxy. The claim chain is unverified because the delegation source has not presented themselves to the floor. The floor knows that, Odalus said. It flagged it in 10 seconds. It wants us to decide what to do about a delegate whose authority we cannot authenticate. The chamber waited. Solino looked at Toya Velen. Her face was lined with the same exhaustion every clinic runner carried, the kind that came from watching people die in stairwells because the medicine ran out 3 floors down. Can you verify the delegation? No. I carry the badge. I carry the cores. I do not know who holds the authority above me. Then we have a problem. Tovin raised his slate. We have a variable. The floor is testing how we handle incomplete information. If we reject Toya's delegation, we lose whatever cores the clinic network intended us to have. If we accept it without verification, we introduce an unknown actor into every future decision. And if we table the decision? The floor registers it as an unresolved objection. That goes into the audit trail. It counts against the council's clarity score. Solino stepped off his platform. The interface did not protest. Delegates could move within the chamber during deliberation. The floor's logic recognized discussion as part of governance, not an interruption. He walked to Platform 7. Toya Velen did not flinch. "Show me the badge." She handed it over. The laminate was worn, the edges soft from being handled constantly. The clinic seal matched the ones Shaw had shown him on Floor 12. The name was real. The face on the photo was hers, younger, less tired, but hers. "Who trained you?" Parvis. "Indirectly. I worked the Floor 11 supply relay during the lockdown. He sent protocols down through the network. I never met him in person." Solino turned to Parvis. "Does the name match?" Parvis stepped forward. He studied Toya's face the way he studied every patient, reading the small signs that no record could fake. "I do not know her. But the training protocol she described, the Floor 11 relay, the lockdown routing, that isn't mine. She could not have fabricated that without access to my network logs." "Which means she is either legitimate," Odalus said, "or someone who compromised Parvis's network has been using his protocols to train their people." Tovin's slate flickered. "I can calculate the probability, but it will only tell you what you already know. We cannot verify the chain. We can only decide whether to trust it anyway." The tower interface pulsed. Objection registered. Unverified delegation authority. Council must render decision. Audit trail will record all dissent. Solino looked at the chamber. 7 platforms, 7 delegates, 4 of them trusted, 1 unknown, 2 he had never spoken to before today. In the old world, he would have rejected Toya outright. Unverified authority was how gatekeeping happened. He had seen it his entire life. People locked out of programs, licenses, opportunities, because some credential chain could not be validated by someone who had never had access to the validation system. But the old world was gone. and the floor was not testing whether he could authenticate a badge. It was testing whether he could govern when authentication failed. "I want a full public transcript," he said. "Every objection, every dissent, every vote recorded and broadcast to every runner on this floor. If we accept Toya's delegation, the unknown holder behind her will be visible in every audit cycle. If they try to exploit that trust, the trail will show it." Tovin's eyebrows lifted. "You are inviting scrutiny into every decision we make." "Yes, that will slow us down. Every contested choice will be litigated in public view. Then we will move slower. Speed matters on the upper floors. The dissolution clock is still running. And legitimacy matters more." Solino met Tovin's pale gray eyes. "You built your model on efficiency. I am building mine on transparency. If the two cannot coexist, then we need to argue about it now, in full public transcript, so the floor records exactly where we disagreed and why." Tovin was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Then I formally object. I believe accepting unverified delegation without a time-bound verification window creates a structural vulnerability that will compound across future decisions. I want that recorded." The interface pulsed. "Objection recorded. Delic Tovin Prael. Dissent on verification protocol." Solino turned to the chamber. "Anyone else?" Luz shook her head. Odalus was watching Tovin with something between suspicion and respect. "I want to table the objection," Solino said. "Not override it, table it, with a required verification deadline. If the unknown clinic holder does not surface within 3 floor cycles, Toya's delegation is suspended and her cores revert to the council pool." Tovin considered it. "That is acceptable." The interface pulsed again. "Compromise registered. Objection tabled. Verification deadline, 3 floor cycles. Audit trail updated." The chamber's light shifted. The walls, which had been a flat institutional gray, began to brighten, and Solino felt the floor's pressure ease slightly, not because the problem was solved, but because it had been addressed honestly. Toya Valen let out a breath she had been holding since she reached inside her jacket. "Thank you." "Do not thank me yet. If your unknown holder does not surface, you lose the delegation." "I know." She stepped back, and the floor issued a new notification. "New vote registered. Proxy authority challenge. Source: Floor 46 side entry. Designation: Marcell Ysard. Study. Pending." Solino's blood went cold. "Marcell is not dark," Tovin said slowly. "He has been climbing through the consortium's side entry network, bypassing the public floors, and he just reached a chamber that can cast votes directly into this council." The interface flickered. "Prox Vote registered. Reject unverified clinic delegation. Authority chain. Marcell Ysard yields consortium side network yields floor 46. The chamber went silent. Tovin's slate updated. "He is 1 floor above us," he said, "and he just used his first move to strip Toya's cores from this council before the clinic network can surface its holder." Solino looked at the dais. The vote was pending, and Marcell Ysard, who had been written off as defeated, was still climbing. Chapter 52. The chamber's light had not settled. The notifications still pulsed on every slate, Marcell's proxy vote hanging in the audit trail like a blade waiting to drop. Luz stepped off her platform before anyone else moved. "I need to see the plaza." Solino turned. You need to respond to Marcell." She was already walking toward the exit seam. "I need to see what happens when people hear that their votes just got stripped by a ghost on floor 46. She did not wait for permission. The corridor outside floor 43's council chamber was crowded with runners who had been waiting for news. They pressed against the walls, faces lit by slates, and the moment Luz emerged, they surged toward her. "Did he really? Marcell is alive? What happened to Toya's cores?" Luz held up both hands. "The council is deliberating. I am not the council's voice. I am logistics." She pushed through. The stairwell down to floor 42 was slower going. Runners packed every landing, sleeping against walls, eating from shared tins, trading route notes in hushed clusters. The upper floors had been open for less than a day, and the pressure was already crushing. At the second landing, Luz stopped. A woman sat against the wall with a child asleep across her lap and a stack of printed floor maps spread beside her. She was drawing lines through the corridors with a grease pencil, marking supply caches and safe rest points. Luz crouched. "Who gave you those maps?" The woman looked up. "Bought them from a runner on floor 39. 3 tins of protein, 1 water purifier." "Are they accurate?" "The routes are. The supply caches are already emptied." The woman tapped a circled spot on floor 41. "I heard there was a clinic tunnel here, but the map says collapsed." Luz studied the markings. The woman was not a climber. She was a refugee, someone who had been pushed upward by the flood because lower floors were already saturated and dangerous. She was not trying to reach the top. She was trying to find a place where her child could breathe. "You are not climbing," Luz said. "I am surviving." The woman's voice was flat. "Same as everyone else down here." Luz stood and moved on. The plaza outside the floor 40 threshold was worse. Thousands of people packed the open space between the maintenance tunnels and the temporary barriers Luz had erected the night before. The barriers were holding, but barely. Runners pressed against them, shouting names, waving badges, holding up printed passes and slates displaying core transfer confirmations. A man grabbed Luz's arm as she passed. "Where do I register? I have a core. I want to vote for Solino's council." Luz pulled free. "The council is not accepting individual registrations yet. We are still verifying the delegation structure." "Then what do I do with my core?" "Hold it. Keep it safe. Wait for public notice." The man's face twisted. "Hold it. That is what Marcell said. Hold it until the system is ready. And while I held it, he hoarded it. I am not holding anything." He pushed into the crowd and was gone. Luz climbed onto a supply crate and scanned the plaza. She saw 1,000 faces, and every one of them was looking for the same thing. Not a faction, not a political alignment, not a victory for Solino over Marcell or transparency over secrecy. Medicine, water, safe rest. A route map that would not lead them into a dead floor with a guardian they could not beat. They were not choosing sides. They were choosing survival, and the side that delivered it would get their loyalty by default. Luz pulled out her slout and began drafting a new distribution protocol. The network she had built during the lower floors, the supply chain skeleton that kept independent runners alive when the consortium locked down routes, had been designed as resistance infrastructure. It moved information and supplies around blockades. It hid nodes. It protected people from being tracked. That model would not work here. Here, the blockade was the flood itself. Too many people, too few routes, too little trust, and a ghost on floor 46 casting votes that stripped cores before anyone could verify them. She needed to retool the network into public infrastructure. Open depots, published schedules, verified safe zones. A map that any runner could access, not through whispered handoffs but through public boards that could not be jammed or spoofed. She started writing. The slate pinged. A new notification, not from the tower interface but from the public runner board network, the same boards that had been scrubbed Marcell's name hours ago. Now they carried a single line in bold tower script. Guaranteed Guardian Reversal. 1 core per claim. No waiting. No contestation. Register at floor 12 relay, south entry. Luz's hand stopped. She read it again. Guaranteed Reversal. 1 core per claim. That matched the known mechanic. But the second clause, no waiting, no contestation, was a lie. Every reversal claim was contestable by any living challenger. That was the law Parvis had discovered. That was why Marcell had just stripped Toya's cores through the contestation channel. Someone was offering reversals using a mechanic they could not deliver, and they were collecting cores for it. Luz jumped off the crate and ran. The floor 12 relay was 3 levels down, past the flooded junction and through the maintenance shaft Shaw had shown them yesterday. She took the stairs at a sprint, pushing past runners who cursed or stumbled. The relay room was empty. No one at the south entry, no registration desk, no runners waiting to claim reversals. But the board was still there, and on it, a printed notice pinned over the tower script. Guaranteed reversals. Bring your core. Leave with your dead. We do the waiting for you. A signature at the bottom printed in ink. Back entrance collective. Luz stared at the name. The same group that had forged passes in Solino's name. The same group that had stolen 27 cores before anyone noticed. And now they were offering reversals for cores they did not own. Collecting deposits from families desperate enough to believe, while the real reversal mechanic sat unfulfilled on floor 42 with Solino's core still marked pending. She pulled out her slout and sent a message to Solino. Then she sent one to Odalis. Then she tore the notice off the board and looked at the empty relay room, the silence pressing in around her. Someone have already collected. Chapter 53. The slate in Odalis' hand lit before she finished reading Luz's message. A different frequency. Not the public board, not the tower's native relay. Arbiter. She held it up, and the chamber went quiet. Solino stepped closer, Tovin's pale eyes tracking the glow from across the platform. Parvis rose from where he'd been sitting beside Ren, his hands already half extended. The text scrolled in tower script, single lines resolving as she read. Floor 46, first interruption point. Condemnation can be stopped before completion, not after. A pause, then another line. Partial reversal produces unstable returns. The archive retains what the body loses. Some return without voice, some return without memory, some return with both, and neither aligned. The slate went dark. Odalis read the words again before she lowered it. "He is telling us where to go," she said. "Not just that it is possible. Where?" Parvis was already on his feet. "Then we go." Solino looked at him. Parvis's face was set in a way Solino had not seen before. Not the measured calm of the clinic, not the exhaustion of the archive climb. Something else. Something that looked like a door he had been waiting for finally opening. "It is not a guarantee," Odalis said. "He said unstable. He said some return wrong." "Wrong is still returned." Parvis' voice stayed level. "I filed her death certificate. I signed it. I watched her name go into the ledger, and I told myself she was gone because the paper said she was gone. She was standing in front of me 6 hours ago, and her armor was cracking open. I am not waiting for a better guarantee." Ren shifted beside him. Her bronze stone plates had stopped flaking, but the hairline fracture still ran down the center, a seam where living skin pressed against tower growth. She did not speak. She did not need to. Tovin set his slate down. "If floor 46 is an interruption point, Marcell is already there. He reached it before we finished the council. He knows what the floor does. That is why he targeted Toya's cores first, to weaken anyone who might follow him into it." "Then we follow him into it," Solino said. He pulled out his notebook. The pages were soft from handling, the sketches smudged at the edges. He flipped to the blank sheet at the back and wrote 3 words. 46. Interruption. Cost. What does partial reversal mean? Luz's voice cliented, but he did not object. Luz folded the torn notice and slipped it into her pocket. Ren took a step forward. The fracture line in her armor caught the light and held it. "I know the way," she said. Her voice was rough, like stone scraping against stone, but it was hers. No one asked how she knew. They moved. The corridor beyond the council chamber opened into a maintenance shaft that angled upward, the walls scarred with old fusion lines and relay nodes. Ren led without hesitation, her bare feet silent on the metal grating. Parvis walked at her shoulder, close enough to catch her if she stumbled. Solino followed behind with Odalis and Luz. Tovin took the rear, his slate open, tracking something Solino could not see. The shaft climbed through the tower's internal skeleton, pipes running condensation, panels that hummed with a frequency Solino's fusion could read as active architecture, floors breathing, systems waiting. Every surface carried the residue of runners who had passed this way before. They hit floor 45's seal and pushed through. The air changed, heavier, older, saturated with something that pressed against the skin. Ren stopped at the junction ahead. "Here," she said. "The interruption point is through the next seal, but it is not empty." Parvis stepped past her. "What is in it?" Ren's eyes tracked the wall. Her hand rose and pressed flat against the stone. "Someone who did not finish converting." Her voice dropped. "Someone who is still in the shell." The public relay board at the junction flickered. A voice came through. Not a notification, not a system prompt. A voice. Human. Female. Speaking in a rhythm that did not match the tower's cadence. Still here. I am still here. Can anyone hear me? I am still here. The board went dark, then lit again. My name is Ezra Venn. I cleared floor 11. I died on floor 12. I am still here. Pervis went still. Solino saw his hands move, reaching for his slate, pulling up the list Arbiter had sent. The first name. Ezra Venn. Runner. Cleared floor 11. Registered guardian status. Pervis looked up. The relay board stayed lit, and the voice kept speaking. Chapter 54. The relay board kept flickering as Ezra Venn's voice repeated the same words, a loop catching on itself like a damaged recording. Pervis stood frozen, his slate open to Arbiter's list, the first name highlighted. She's been saying that since the board came online, Ren said. Her voice was quiet. The same words, the same rhythm. She does not know anyone is listening. Solino stepped past her toward the seal at the junction's end. The air pressed harder against his skin, dense and mineral-saturated, carrying a frequency his fusion could read as agitated architecture. The walls breathed in uneven pulses. How far through the conversion was she when it stopped? Ren's hand stayed flat against the stone. Far enough that she should not be speaking at all. The tower had already begun encoding her into floor 12's structural memory. The interruption point caught her midway between flesh and archive. Caught her how? I do not know. Ren's fracture line caught the light as she turned. I only know she is still there because the interruption point exists. Someone built a break in the conversion process before the tower could finish. Odalus moved up beside Solino, her slate glowing. Arbiter's message said floor 46 is the first interruption point. That implies there are more. Someone mapped the conversion process well enough to know where the tower could be interrupted. That knowledge did not come from outside. Someone inside the tower built the breaks, Luz said. It was not a question. Pervis closed his slate and walked toward the seal. Then we find out who. He pushed through without waiting for discussion. The chamber beyond was not a room. It was a cavity, a space carved out of the tower's internal architecture by forces that did not match the surrounding structure. The walls were smooth where they should have been fused, clean where they should have been scarred, as if the conversion process had been surgically interrupted mid-flow. At the center stood a figure, human enough to recognize as once alive. The body was suspended in a web of tower growth lines, bronze stone tendrils that had begun threading through bone and tissue before stopping. The left half of the face was human, the right half was stone mid-formation, frozen at the point where skin became architecture. The eyes were open. Ezra Venn's voice came from everywhere at once. I am still here. I am still here. Can anyone hear me? I am still here. Pervis approached the suspended figure. His hands were steady, but Solino saw the tremor in his jaw. Ezra, Pervis said. I am Pervis Mgo. I am with the Clitic Network. I am here to bring you out. The human eye tracked him. The stone eye did not move. The voice changed. Checked my pulse 3 times before writing the time of death. The medics on floor 12 did not know I could still hear them. They sealed the bag and called it complete because the conversion had already started, and no one had ever seen it reverse. The voice shifted registers mid-sentence. The relay room went dark first, then the stairs collapsed. I was running the route variation Marcell's team had plotted, the one that was supposed to bypass the Guardian spawns, and the floor opened beneath me. I fell for 6 seconds before the tower caught me. Solino's fusion flared. 2 voices, 2 sets of memories, speaking from the same shell. Wait, he said. That is not Ezra Venn. Pervis turned. What? Ezra Venn cleared floor 11 and died on floor 12. She was running the Clitic Network's standard route, not a Marcell variation. The memory she just described belongs to someone else. The suspension chamber went silent. Then the voice spoke again, lower now, as if something inside the shell that heard him. My name was Dern Bessick. I cleared floor 8. I died on floor 9. Someone in a sponsor jacket watched the floor open beneath me and did not warn. My core sat in a private vault for 21 days after Purcell's team recovered my body. Luz stepped back. 2 of them, in one shell. Odalus's slate clattered against the floor. She did not pick it up. The tower compresses records, she said. Her voice was thin. When two conversions happen in the same structural node, the architecture does not know how to separate them. It fuses the data. It makes one record from two people. Wren's cracked armor creaked as she turned. Then the interruption point does not know which one to release. It cannot release either cleanly. Otilus's hands were shaking. Partial reversal defaults to the strongest signal. If both runners are still present in the shell, the tower will try to return the one with the most intact memory architecture. But the other one will be overwritten. Permanently. Pervis stared at the suspended figure. We have to choose, he said. Solino felt the weight of it land in his chest. 14 names on Arbiter's list, 2 trapped in one shell, and the reversal process would only save one. There is a third option, Odilus said. She picked up her slate. Her fingers moved across the screen, pulling up the tower message from floor 49. The original is elsewhere. The copy is the cost. The upper floor is stored identity under institutional compression. The tower is not just testing governance. It is testing whether you can recognize who someone actually is when the system has already decided they are data. She looked up. If we pull the shell apart here, we lose whichever signal is weaker. But if we carry the shell upward, the architecture on floor 46 might be able to separate the records before we trigger the reversal. Tovin stepped forward. That is speculation. There is no data on whether upper floor architecture can reverse conversion damage. There is no data because no one has tried. Pervis looked at Solino. The question was not in his words, but in the set of his shoulders, the way he stood between the suspended figure and the path upward. We carry her, Solino said. Both of them. We carry the shell and we find the separation point before Marcell reaches it. Ren moved first. She walked to the suspended figure and pressed her hands against the bronze stone tendrils. The growth lines responded, retracting slowly, pulling back from the fused body like roots drawn from dry soil. The human eye blinked, the stone eye cracked, and Ezra Ven's voice, or what remained of it, spoke one last time. Someone is coming from below. I can feel them moving through the maintenance tunnels. They know about the interruption point. They are bringing something that burns. The relay board at the junction flickered once and died. Silence studded the cavity. Then from the shaft behind them, Solino heard it. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving fast, coming up from below. Chapter 55. The footsteps grew louder. Solino pressed against the wall of the maintenance shaft, the fused shell cradled between him and Pervis. The voices from below were close enough now that he caught fragments, words stripped of context by the stone. A question. A laugh. Someone answering in a language he did not recognize. Ren moved past him without a sound. She pressed her cracked hand against the junction seal, and the stone shifted inward. The cavity behind it was not a corridor. It was a wound. The walls of floor 46 pulsed with embedded shapes, human forms trapped mid-motion, arms raised, mouths open, chests frozen in the moment before conversion finished. Bronze stone tendrils coiled through their rib cages like roots drinking from wet soil. The air smelled of hot metal and something organic, something that had once been alive and was still, in some technical sense, alive now. Solino's fusion screamed. The frequency in his skull lit up every figure in the walls, each one a compressed records, a person reduced to data and grafted into the architecture. He could feel their outlines the way he felt load paths, a lattice of trapped signals pressing against his awareness from every direction. This is the maze, Odilus said. Her voice was flat. Each passage is lined with condemned runners. The tower stored them here during the conversion queue. Tovin stepped forward, his slate already scanning the nearest wall. The floor clears when you reach the interruption point, but the layout is not fixed. It changes based on how you move through it. How do we navigate? Luz asked. Tovin pointed at the embedded figures. The shortcuts are marked by the most complete records, the ones closest to full conversion. Every time you take a shortcut, you strip memory residue from the architecture to stabilize the patches. Lenino understood before Tovin finished. Taking a shortcut destroys the condemned runner embedded there. Tovin met his eyes. Yes. The weight of the fused shell pressed against Solino's arms. He looked at the nearest figure, a woman frozen at the wall's edge, one hand extended as if reaching for something she had lost before the stone took her. Then we take the long way. Tovin did not argue. He pulled up a schematic on his slate, marking the indirect route that avoided the most complete records. It will take twice as long, possibly 3 times, and Marcell is already ahead. We carry the shell anyway. They moved. The first passage curved left, then split into 3 branches. Ren led without hesitation, her cracked armor scraping against the walls. Every intersection held another frozen figure, another signal pressing against Solino's fusion like a hand on his chest. He tried not to lick at their faces. He looked anyway. A man with his mouth open mid-sentence stopped before he could finish whatever he was saying. A child curled against the wall, small enough that the bronze stone had almost fully absorbed her, only the curve of a shoulder visible beneath the mineral growth. Solino forced his eyes forward. Parvis walked beside him, silent, carrying the shell's lower half. The fused body breathed in shallow, irregular gasps. Ezra Ven's voice had not spoken since the maintenance shaft. Daring Besic's memories had folded back into silence, but Solino could feel both of them moving inside the shell, 2 currents pressing against the same skin. The architecture is agitated, Ren said. She stopped at a junction where the walls had split open, bronze stone tendrils hanging loose like snapped tendons. The floor beneath her feet was wet with something that glowed faintly, a pale amber light that pulsed in time with Solino's heartbeat. Someone came through here recently, Odalys said. She knelt, touching the wet residue. This is fresh. The memory architecture was stripped within the last hour. Tovin's slate flickered. He turned in a slow circle, scanning the junction's 3 exits. The layout changed when they took the shortcut. The interruption point shifted deeper into the maze. How much deeper? Luz asked. Hard to measure, but the Proxy team is ahead of us now, and they are taking every shortcut they can find. Solino's jaw tightened. How many? At least 4, possibly more. Tovin pointed at a set of boot prints pressed into the glowing residue. They are not trying to preserve anyone. They are harvesting archive fragments for something on the other side. Parvis looked up. Harvesting for what? Proof of self packets. Tovin's voice was cold. Stripped memory nodes that can be sold to grieving families, or to political blocs that want to claim a guardian's vote without reversing the condemnation. The word hit Solino like a blow. Proof of self packets. Selling pieces of trapped runners to people desperate enough to buy whatever remained. Marcell's team? Or someone who bought his root data? Tovin pulled up another scan. The footprints matched the consortium pressure plates we saw on floor 43. Lightweight reinforced heel. Sponsor issue. Ren turned toward the left exit. This way. The interruption point is close, but the Proxy team is between us and it. She moved before anyone could respond. Solino followed. The left passage narrowed until he had to tune sideways, the fused shell pressed against his chest, the walls scraping his shoulders. The embedded figures here were older, their forms barely visible beneath layers of mineral growth, their signals faint in his fusion sense. The tower had compressed them so thoroughly that they had also ceased to be people. Almost. One of them opened its eyes. Solino stopped. The face before him was a woman in her 40s, her skin replaced by bronze stone lattice, her pupils the same pale amber as the residue on the floor. She blinked, once, slowly. Her mouth moved. No sound came out, but Solino's fusion caught the shape of the word, a question pressed through stone and bone and time. Why? He could not answer. The passage opened into a chamber where the walls had been torn open, the embedded figures ripped from their moorings, leaving hollow cavities lined with snapped tendrils. The floor was littered with fragments, pieces of bronze stone that still carried the faint glow of stored memory. The Proxy team had been here, and they had taken everything. Tovin knelt, picking up a fragment. His fingers came away wet. They are not just harvesting. They are stripping the nodes faster than the architecture can regenerate. If they keep taking shortcuts at this rate, there will be nothing left to reverse. Parvis set the fused shell down. His hands were shaking. They are killing them, he said. Not with blades, with speed. They are killing every condemned runner in this maze because they want to reach the interruption point before us. Solino looked at the hollow cavities, 46 below the skin. The tower had stored its condemned here, waiting for someone to reach them before the conversion finished. And the proxy team was already ahead, carving through the wall like butchers. "We move faster," he said, "but we do not take the shortcuts." Tovin opened his mouth to argue. Solino cut him off. "If we destroy the condemned to catch Marcell, we are no different from him. We carry the shell, we take the long way, and when we reach the interruption point, we make the proxy team answer for every node they stripped." Ren turned toward the next passage. Her cracked armor caught the amber light, and for a moment, Solino saw what she had been before the stone took her. A runner. A medic. Someone who had believed she could save people. "They left a trail," she said. "They are heading for the central chamber. But there is another route. Harder. Slower. It passes through a section the proxy team did not touch." "Show us." Ren moved, and behind them, the hollow cavities pulsed, the empty sockets where trapped runners had been still glowing with the memory of what the proxy team had stolen. Chapter 56. The passage narrowed again, the walls pressing close enough that Solino felt the fused shell scrape against both sides at once. Ren moved ahead without hesitation, her cracked armor catching the amber light in fragments that threw disjointed shadows across the embedded figures. Each one she passed was intact, unharvested. The proxy team had not reached this section yet. Parviz followed with the shell's lower half, his breathing steady but his hands still trembling. Luz walked behind him, her salvage wrench out, her eyes scanning the bronze stone lattice for movement. Odalus had her slate angled at the wall, recording the architecture's pulse patterns. Tovin brought up the rear, his pale gaze fixed on the footprints ahead. "They stopped," he said. Solino turned. "What?" "The tracks converge here, then they spread." Tovin pointed at a junction where the passage split 3 ways. "They are not running anymore. They are searching." Searching meant they had not found what they came for. Ren stopped at the center junction, her hand pressed against the wall where a figure lay embedded, a young man with his eyes closed, his bronze stone skin still thin enough that Solino could see the shape of his fingers beneath the surface. "This one is still registering," she said. "They passed him because the conversion was too shallow to harvest." Solino moved closer. The young man's chest rose, once, barely. "He is still breathing," Luz said. "Not for long." Ren's voice was flat. "If the conversion completes, the memory nodes seal into the architecture. The proxy team needs them while they are still soft, still human." Tovin knelt, tracing the floor residue. The team split. 2 went left, 2 went right, 1 continued straight. "Which way leads to the interruption point?" Solino asked. Ren pointed straight. "Then that is where the leader is going." He moved past her into the center passage, his fusion frequency pulsing at the edge of his awareness, reading the walls, the floor, the embedded figures still waiting for rescue that was not coming fast enough. The passage opened into a chamber. The proxy team had not reached this one yet. The walls were lined with condemned runners, their bodies fused into the architecture at intervals, their faces frozen mid-expression. A woman with her hand extended as if reaching for something. A man with his mouth open, mid-sentence. A child. Solino stopped. The child could not have been older than 12, her form half absorbed into the stone, her eyes closed, her hands pressed flat against the wall as if she'd been pushed into it from the other side. Parviz set the fused shell down, his voice cracked. "They are not all adults." "The tower does not distinguish by age," Tovin said, "only by failure." "That is not good enough." Solino looked at the child's face, then at the passage ahead. "We keep moving." They found the first proxy operative in the next chamber. He was bent over an embedded figure, his hands working a device that looked like a modified relay probe, its tip glowing amber where it touched the bronze stone lattice. A thin thread of light ran from the probe to a sealed container at his belt, pulsing with each extraction. The figure beneath him was a woman in her 30s. Her eyes were open. Her mouth moved, forming words that no sound carried. The operative did not look up. Solino crossed the chamber in 6 strides. The operative heard him at the last second, spinning with the probe raised like a weapon. But Solino's load path frequency caught the weight shift, the opening in his stance, the exact angle where his balance broke. He drove his shoulder into the operative's chest and slammed him against the wall. The Cobe clattered across the floor. Solino pinned him there, one hand on his throat, the other tearing the sealed container from his belt. "How many?" The operative's eyes were wide. "I am just running extraction. How many nodes did you strip?" I do not count. We do not count." "Where is the rest of your team?" "Central chamber, the interruption point. They are setting up the relay." Solino released him and stepped back. "Tie him to the wall." Luz moved forward with a strip of salvage cord. The operative did not resist. Solino turned to the embedded woman. Her eyes were still open, still watching. He crouched beside her. "We are going to stop them." She blinked, once, twice, then her eyelids closed. The amber light in her chest dimmed, but did not go out. "She is still alive," Odalus said from behind him, "but the extraction accelerated her conversion. She has maybe an hour before the seal completes." Solino stood. "Then we have less time than that." The central chamber was larger than the others, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls lined with dozens of embedded figures arranged in concentric arcs around a raised platform at the center. 3 operatives worked on the platform, their probes connected to a single figure suspended above them by bronze stone tendrils. The figure was Ezra Venn. No. Solino frequency caught the signal, a split in the architecture, a double signature pressed into the same node. The figure was Ezra Venn and Darren Bestchik, their fused shell suspended above the platform, their dual voice speaking in overlapping fragments. "Still here?" The floor opened beneath her. "Can either one hear me?" The lead operative turned. He was older than the others, his face lined with the kind of exhaustion that came from long deployment, his gear bearing the reinforced heel Tovin had identified. "Consortium issue. Spots are trained." He looked at Solino and did not reach for a weapon. "You are Backe, and you are harvesting condemned runners for memory packets. I am securing assets that would otherwise be lost to the architecture." The operative's voice was calm. "These people are already dead. Their memories are the only thing left that has value. Their families want something to remember them by. Political blocs want proof of their votes. We are providing a service. You are selling pieces of them. I am making sure their deaths mean something." Solino stepped onto the platform. The operative did not move. "The transfer order," Solino said. "Where is it?" The operative's eyes flickered, just once, toward a sealed case at the edge of the platform. Solino crossed to it, flipped the latches, and pulled out a slim data slate. The screen was lit. A single line of text filled the display. "Proof of self-harvest. Priority order, Iria Kestel destination. Floor 49, Consortium Archive Relay." Solino read it twice. Iria. She was not running damage control on the lower floors. She was running a procurement operation, buying stripped memories from the condemned to build something on floor 49. He turned the slate toward the operative. "What is on floor 49? The operative's calm cracked, just a fraction. "You will find out when we get there." Solino held his gaze, then he heard it. A sound from the suspended figure above him. Not a word, not a voice. A breath. Ezra Venn was still breathing, and the Proxy team's probes were still connected to her chest. Solino's hand closed around the relay probe and yanked it free. The amber thread snapped. The suspended figure convulsed once, twice, then stilled. The bronze stone tendrils holding her in place began to retract, pulling back into the architecture in slow waves, releasing the fused shell, inch by inch. The operative lunged. Solino caught him with a load path pivot, reading the weight shift before it completed, and drove his elbow into the man's temple. The operative dropped. The other 2 proxies tried to run. Luz blocked the left exit, her salvage wrench raised. Ren appeared at the right, her cracked armor catching the light, her voice low. "Stop." They stopped. Tovin moved past them to the platform controls, his fingers scanning the interface. "The extraction cache is here. 14 sealed containers, Partial loads, mostly, but they have been at this for hours. How many nodes total? Odalus asked. Hard to count. Each container holds fragments from multiple runners. They were not separating them. Tovin's voice was cold. They were stripping everything and sorting it later. Parvis knelt beside the suspended figure as the last tendril released. The fused shell, Ezra and Darren, pressed into the same form, settled into his arms. He checked for breath, found one. Still alive, he said. Both of them. The architecture did not seal the fusion yet. Solino looked at the data slate in his hand, floor 49. Irie Kestel had built a procurement pipeline from the condemned, harvesting their memory nodes, their identities, their votes, and shipping them upward to a destination she controlled. She was not just running damage control. She was building an archive of stolen selves. He slid the slate into his jacket. We take the containers. Every node they stripped goes with us. That is 14 sealed extraction caches, Tovin said, and no guarantee we can restore what they took. Then we carry them until we can. Solino turned to the bound operative. Your extraction team, how many moored on this floor? The operative did not answer. Ren stepped closer. Her cracked armor cast a fractured shadow across his face. He is lying, she said. There are 3 more, 1 at each secondary relay. They are pulling nodes from the shallow conversions because the deep ones are already sealed. The operative's eyes widened. How do you? I was a runner before I was Guardian. Ren's voice carried no emotion. I know every section of this maze because I memorized it while the tower was still building it. Solino looked at her. She had been Guardian of floor 42 for 20 floors, but she remembered this place, below the skin, where the condemned waited for rescue that never came. Show us the relays. Ren turned. The group followed. They cleared the first relay in 3 minutes, the second in 4. The third was abandoned, the extraction equipment still running, the operator gone, leaving behind a partial cache and a trail of footprints leading upward. Tovin knelt beside the cache. He went deeper, toward the interruption point. Or toward the exit. Same direction. Solino checked the data slate again. Floor 49, Iria's destination. The proxy team was ahead of them, carrying stripped memories, heading for the same upper floors where Marcell had already entrenched himself. Parvis adjusted the fused shell in his arms. We cannot carry all the caches and keep moving. We can. Luz pulled a salvage sling from her pack. Stack them. I will rig a tow line. Odalus was already scanning the wall where the extraction equipment sat. The architecture is regenerating. The hollow cavities are filling in. If we do not reach the interruption point before the seal's complete, the runners they stripped will be gone permanently. Solino looked at the data slate, then at the passage ahead. We move. They moved, and behind them, in the hollow cavities where the proxy team had worked, the amber light flickered, dimmed, and began to go dark, 1 node at a time. Chapter 57. The floor opened onto a chamber that did not look like a gauntlet. No traps, no constructs, no shifting walls or pressure plates. Just a single column of pale stone at the center, its surface carved with a question that changed every time Solino tried to read it. Odalus stepped past him, her slate already recording. It is asking for a verification standard. For what? Luz set down the tow line of extraction caches, flexing her shoulders. Identity. The floor will not release the exit until we prove we can distinguish one person from another using something the tower cannot fake. Tovin circled the column, his pale eyes tracking the shifting script. The consortium uses biometric locks, retinal scans, fingerprint heat maps, subdermal registration tags. The old world had standards for this. The old world is gone. Solino's voice came out flat. And those standards died with the people who enforced them. The column pulsed once. The question stabilized. What is the minimum evidence required to establish a person's identity in the absence of institutional authority? Parvis set the fused shell down carefully, adjusting his grip on Ezra's shoulder where the bronze stone had begun to crack. I have been running identity verification for weeks. Every rescue ledger cross-references 3 independent witnesses before I file a death certificate. 3 witnesses can be bought, Tovin said. They can also be killed before they testify. Odalus's voice was quiet. The tower is not asking for a perfect system. It is asking for a standard that can function under pressure. Wren stood at the edge of the chamber, her cracked armor catching the pale light. She had not spoken since they entered. Solino looked at her. You knew this floor was here. She met his gaze. I knew it existed. I never saw it. The tower protected the upper floors from guardian memory. But you remember the maze. The maze was architecture. This is law. She paused. The tower tests what you will build with the climb, not just whether you survive it. The column pulsed again, the words reshuffled. What is the minimum evidence required? Solino pulled his notebook from his jacket. He flipped to the page where he had sketched Parvis's ledgers, Luz's registries. Odalus can cross-reference method signatures from the old intelligence protocols without relying on their authority. And you? Tovin's voice held no edge, only curiosity. I verify the chain. If the sources contradict each other, the identity fails. The column pulsed again. The script began to glow. Identity standard accepted, registering. Third source witness protocol. Chown verifier accountable to source contradiction. Solino stared at the text. The tower had accepted their improvised framework. Not because it was perfect, but because it was functional, accountable, and transparent about its limits. Parvis exhaled. That is the first governance tool we have built that is not about cores or votes. It is about people, Wren said. Who they were, what they meant. The column's light dimmed. A seam opened in the far wall, revealing a passage upward. But before anyone moved, Odalus's slate chimed. She looked at the screen. Her face went still. The protocol has been published. What? Luz stepped closer. The tower just broadcast the third source witness protocol to every active relay board in Caldera Cross. Odalus's voice was tight. It is already public. Every faction, every clinic, every runner who can read a board now knows the standard we said. Solino felt the weight of it settle across his shoulders. The tower had not just accepted their answer. It had turned their improvised solution into law. The passage upward waited. The extraction caches sat at their seat. And somewhere above, Marcell Ysard and Ira Kestel now knew exactly what standard Solino had chosen for the future. Tovin was already moving toward the passage. Then we better make sure we can defend it before someone else decides to rewrite it. The group followed. Behind them, the chamber's light faded, and the column's script held one final pulse before going dark. Third source witness protocol active chain verifier, Solino Backe. And on every board in Caldera Cross, a new field appeared under the climb tallies and the core counts. A name, a standard, a line drawn in the stone. The first civic rule of the post-dissolution world. Chapter 58. The passage upward smelled of wet stone and ozone, the kind of charged air that sat over Caldera Cross before a storm broke. Solino pointed at the board. A woman with a child pressed against her hip read the lines aloud, her voice carrying across the stone. 3 sources, 1 chain verifier, accountable to contradiction. What does that mean? A man called out. It means there is a standard, the woman said, for proving who someone was before the tower took them. The crowd rippled. People pushed forward, shouting names, holding up scraps of paper, faded clinic badges, torn pieces of clothing. A man near the front held a photograph printed on cheap paper, the edges blurred from handling. My brother was condemned on floor 23, he shouted. I have his registration tag. I have a witness who saw him climb. Is that 3 sources? Luz was already moving down the stairs before Solino could speak. She reached the relay room floor and held up both hands, palms out. The protocol is not a queue, she said. It is a framework. We need to build the intake system before we process claims. Then build it faster, the man with the photograph said. Every day we wait, the conversion goes deeper. Solino watched Luz's shoulders tighten. She turned and scanned the room, counting bodies, assessing the crowd's mood. 40 people, maybe 50. More filtering in from the corridor behind them. "We need registration stations," she said. "Paper, pens, a standard form. Anyone who wants to file a witness claim gets a numbered ticket and waits for their turn." "How long?" the woman with the child asked. "I do not know yet." The crowd's energy shifted, hope curdling into something thinner. Solino stepped down into the room. People turned when they saw him, recognition flickering across their faces. The man with the photograph pushed forward. "You are the chain verifier. You set the standard. Tell me what I need to prove my brother existed." Solino looked at the photograph. A young man with the same dark hair, the same jawline. He had no way to know if the story was true. That was the point of the protocol. "Registration tag," he said. "A witness who saw him climb. A third source from the floor where he fell. If the 3 sources match, the identity holds." "And then what?" the man said. "You reverse the condemnation?" "That depends on whether the interruption point can reach him." The answer hung in the air. The crowd heard what he did not say. The reversal was not guaranteed. The protocol only established identity. The rest was still being built. A commotion at the far end of the relay room pulled everyone's attention. A woman in a stained Clitic jacket pushed through the crowd, holding a data slave above his head. "It is on every board," she said. "Not just this floor, every board in Caldera Cross. I checked the floor 12 relay on the way up. Same text, same protocol." Odalis' slate chimed. She looked at the screen and her face went still. "The tower updated the public registry," she said. "The third source witness protocol is now listed under active civic rules. Anyone filing an archive claim must comply with the standard." "That is fast," Tovin said from the stairs. "The tower does not wait for deliberation." More people were flowing into the relay room now. Word was spreading through the mid-floors, carried by runners and clinic workers and refugees who had been watching the boards for any sign of structure. Solino heard names called out, floor numbers, dates of condemnation. A woman near the back was crying. A man was arguing with a clinic runner about whether a supply registry counted as independent verification. Losers moved through the crowd, pulling people into rough lines, assigning tickets from a roll she had found behind the relay console. She worked fast, her voice steady, her hands never stopping. Solino watched her and felt the weight of what they had started. The protocol was not a law, it was a scaffold, and the crowd was already testing whether it could hold. Then the relay board flickered. The text shifted. The protocol entry shrank to the bottom of the display, and a new message scrolled across the top in Larkin script. A name appeared. A face, grainy and distorted, resolving through the board the broadcast function. Marcell Ysard. Solino's chest went cold. The image stabilized. Marcell stood in a corridor Solino did not recognize, his dark pressure sleeve visible, the burn scar along his jaw catching the light. He looked tired. He looked composed. "People of Caldera Cross," he said. His voice came through the relay board speakers, flat and clear. "You have seen the new protocol published by Solino Backe and his council. It promises a standard for identity verification. It promises transparency. It promises that no one will be forgotten." He paused. "It is a sentimental bureaucracy, and it will kill you." The crowd in the relay room went silent. "The tower is not a quote room," Marcell continued. "It is a race. Every hour spent verifying witness chains is an hour the upper floors remain unclaimed. Every core consumed to reverse a condemnation is a core that cannot secure a council seat. Solino Backe is building a system that feels righteous while the dissolution clock runs." He looked directly into the camera. "I am on floor 53. I have already cleared the interruption point, and I am offering a simpler standard. One witness, one source, no chain verifier. Anyone who wants to file a claim for a condemned runner can do so through any consortium relay station, starting now." The relay board flickered. The transmission ended. The crowd in the relay room did not move. Solino stood at the center of the silence, feeling the weight of every person watching him. Marcell had not attacked the protocol's logic. He had attacked its speed, and he had offered a faster alternative. Luz looked at Solino. Her face was pale. "He just split the city," she said. "Every family with a condemned runner now has a choice. Your standard or his." The man with the photograph was still holding it, his hand trembling. "Which one works faster?" he asked. Solino did not answer. The relay board stayed dark. The protocol text sat at the bottom of the display, and somewhere above, Marcell Ysard was already moving. Chapter 59. The relay board stayed dark. The protocol text sat at the bottom of the display like a dead script, and the man with the photograph was still holding it, his hand trembling, waiting for an answer Solino did not have. The crowd pressed forward, voices overlapped. Someone was arguing about whether consortium stations could be trusted. Someone else was calling out a floor number, a name, a date of condemnation that sounded like a plea. Luz caught Solino's eye from across the room. She was still handing out numbered tickets, but her hand had stopped moving. She was watching him, waiting. Odalus stepped closer, her voice low. "You cannot answer him yet because the question is not about speed. It is about what happens to the people Marcell processes. Then give him that. I cannot give him what he will not hear until he sees the cost." The man with the photograph was still watching. Solino looked at him and felt the weight of every decision they had made since Floor 43 fold into this single moment. Then Toven appeared at Solino's elbow, his pale gray eyes fixed on the dark relay board. "A word," he said, "before this escalates further." Toven led Solino to a maintenance alcove off the relay room, where the ambient noise dropped to a dull hum. He carried a sealed data slate, the same make as the ones the Proxy team had used, but this one had a crack across the corner of the casing. "You intercepted their communications," Solino said. "I recovered their relay logs." Toven set the slate on a pipe junction and tapped the screen. The Proxy team was not just harvesting proof-of-self packets. They were executing a directive from Floor 54. Marcell has been feeding them targeting priorities based on a triage model. The screen lit up with a document. Solino leaned in. Directive 54, Alpha, Core Preservation Protocol. Author, Marcell Ysard. Classification, Operational Priority. All Proxy operations shall prioritize extraction from condemned runners whose governance utility exceeds the statistical probability of successful reversal. Runners with stable conversion kinetics and low witness chain availability shall be marked for immediate harvest. Runners whose conversion state exceeds 67% shall be considered unrecoverable and processed for maximum node yield. The objective is not rescue. The objective is triage. Preserve the cores that can still vote, harvest the nodes that can still authenticate, and abandon the rest before the dissolution clock makes the choice for us. Solino read it twice. The language was clinical, the logic was precise, and the cruelty was embedded in every assumption it made about whose life was worth saving. "There is more," Toven said. "He is prioritizing runners from high-density population zones, clinic runners, supply chain workers, anyone whose identity could unlock a block of dependent votes through family or institutional ties." "He is stripping people to inherit their vote." "Yes," Solino straightened. His hands were steady, his voice was not. "You knew about this?" "I knew the model existed. I did not know he had implemented it." Toven's gaze did not waver. "I left the Triad because I could not justify the cost, but I also did not stop him. That makes me responsible for what comes next." "Then what you propose?" Toven pulled a second document from the slate. This one was handwritten, scanned, time-stamped 2 days before Marcell's broadcast. The team identified a floor above 53, Floor 54. The tower is testing something there, a constitutional priority engine. It assigns weight to governance claims based on the number of verified identities a faction can present. If Marcell reaches it before we establish our own verification standard, he can lock his triage doctrine into the tower's active rules. Solino stared at the document. "Then we climb." "We climb with what?" Toven's voice sharpened. "We have 14 extraction caches of partial memory nodes, a fused shell that cannot be separated without the interruption point, a protocol that just became public, and a city watching to see whether it holds. If we rush upward without securing our standard, Marcell will use every delayed reversal as evidence that our system fails. Then we secure it." "How? By letting the crowd decide which standard works faster?" That is not a strategy. That is a referendum you are not ready to lose. Solino looked at the first document again. The words, "Abandon the rest," sat in his skull like a stone. "But did you bring me here to ask?" Tovin held his gaze. "I brought you the intelligence. I will give you the targeting data, the triage model, and the projected timeline for Marcell's run at floor 54. But I will only do that if you let me help design the response." Design the response? I know how he thinks. I know which assumptions his model relies on. If you have any chance of reaching 54 before his doctrine locks, you need someone who can read his next move before he makes it. Solino studied him. The man who had betrayed him on floor 19. The man who had reported his network nodes to Marcell's team. The man who had believed, with genuine conviction, that centralized cruelty was the only way. You want back in. I want to help you beat him. Those are not the same thing. Tovin did not flinch. No, but I can only deliver one of them honestly. The hum of the relay room filtered through the alcove's thin partition. Voices rising, footsteps moving, the sound of a city trying to sort itself into something that could survive. Solino thought about the trapped woman who had opened her eyes and mouthed "Why" at him through the bronze stone. The 14 packets of stolen memory. The fused shell that carried two people's voices speaking in overlapping fragments. He thought about what it would cost to let Tovin help. "Show me the timeline," he said. Tovin tapped the slate. A projection appeared, a vertical line marked with floor numbers, timestamps, and estimated clear rates. Marcell's position at 53 was marked in red. The line above it curved upward, steep and accelerating. If he maintains this pace, he will reach floor 54 within 15 hours. The floor's test probably triggers on entry. If he completes it before we establish a counter-standard, his triage doctrine becomes the tower's active rule for every floor above. Anyone filing an archive claim after that point will be judged by his model, not ours. 15 hours. 15 hours to build a verification system that can process a crowd, climb 2 floors, and convince a constitutional engine that your standard should override his. Solino looked at the projection. The red line was climbing faster than he could account for without Tovin's data. "What is the floor's test?" The projection flickered. A single line of text appeared beneath Marcell's position. Floor 54. Constitutional priority mechanic. To verify the inverse, to measure what a society will sacrifice when resources run short. The text pulsed once and vanished. Solino felt something cold settle in his chest. "It is not asking who deserves to live," he said slowly. "It is asking who gets left behind." Tovin met his eyes. Yes. The alcove's hum seemed to amplify. The weight of the decision pressed against both of them. Solino reached for the slate. "Then we design the counter-strategy, and if your data is wrong, or if you are still playing Marcell's game, I will take this to every board in the tower." "You will not need to." Solino held his gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and walked back into the relay room, the slate heavy in his hand. The crowd was still waiting. The man with the photograph was still watching. And above them, 15 hours away, a floor was waiting to decide who would count as human in the next world. Luz looked up as he entered. She saw the slate. She saw his face. "How bad?" Solino held up the document. "Marcell has a doctrine, and he is heading for a floor that will let him enforce it." He did not say what the floor measured. Not yet. Not where the crowd could hear. But Odalis caught his eye, and she read the rest in his silence. Chapter 60. The allocation engine did not roar, or pulse, or announce itself with light. Its split hung in the center of floor 50, a crystalline lattice the size of a truck, and waited for someone to need something. Solino stopped at the threshold. The lattice hummed at a frequency that made his teeth ache. Behind it, the floor stretched into a grid of compartments, each one sealed with a translucent membrane, each one containing a person or a pile of supplies, or an empty cot with a name burned into the frame. Nobody spoke first. The lattice addressed the silence. Floor 50, a location array, Macarity distribution. Every request draws from a shared pool. Every approval creates a deficit elsewhere. The words hung in the air, then dissolved. A membrane nearest to Solino parted. Inside, a woman sat on a metal bench, her hands wrapped around a cup of water. She looked up. "Are you here to allocate?" Solino did not answer. He walked past her to the lattice. "How does it decide?" Tovin was already circling the structure, his slate out, his pale gray eyes tracking the patterns in the lattice's glow. "There is a logic model inside. It ranks requests by some criteria we have not seen yet. Then we find the criteria." Odalis moved to a terminal embedded in the nearest wall. Her fingers traced the surface, reading pulse patterns. The engine is feeding from the same population data the tower collected on lower floors, looking to the SOT routes, clinic registrations, death records. Whose death records? Everyone who entered a tower threshold. Solino felt the cold settle deeper. The allocation engine knew every runner who had died, every conversion in progress, every guardian whose seal had not completed. "The only way to change the criteria is to expose our own preferences," Odalis continued. "The lattice is asking what we value. It will mirror that back as a distribution rule. Then we give it nothing. That is also a preference." Of course it was. Luz was already moving through the grid, crowding compartments. 47 occupied, 23 supply caches. The rest are empty. Empty for who? For the next wave of climbers who need shelter, medicine, or exit rights. Exit rights. The phrase hit Solino like a physical blow. The allocation engine could decide who got to leave a floor and who stayed, who got to climb and who got to rot. He turned back to the lattice. "What are the current criteria?" The lattice rippled. Text appeared in the air above it. Criteria: shelter, weight 0.34, active residence, dependent count, structural vulnerability criteria, medicine, weight 0.28, trauma severity, supply cache access, clinic affiliation criteria, votes, weight 0.22, registered cores, claim chain depth, proxy authority criteria, exit rights, weight 0.16, adjusted criteria, votes, weight 0.16, adjusted criteria, exit rights, weight 0.10, adjusted. The lattice rippled again. The membranes in the grid began to shift, reallocating resources according to the new rule. A compartment near the far wall opened. A man stumbled out, clutching a slip of paper with a registration tag printed on it. He looked at Solino. "I have been in there for 3 days. The engine would not let me live because I could not prove my name." 3 days? 3 days without food, without water, without anyone telling me what the allocation criteria were. Solino felt something twist in his chest. The lattice had been running on hidden biases since before they arrived, and those biases had been deciding who lived and who died by silence. How many others are trapped by criteria they cannot see? Odalis was already scanning the grid. The engine logs every allocation. If I can extract the history, we can see who was denied and why. She began pulling data from the terminal. The lattice did not resist. Tovin moved beside her. If the engine is logging allocations, it is also logging preferences. Everyone who used at this floor, including sponsored teams, left a record of what they valued. Solino understood immediately. We find out what Marcell's team allocated for. Exactly. It took Odalis 11 minutes to extract the allocation history. The data streamed across her slate in columns, timestamps, criteria weights, approval decisions, and one line stood out. Classification: reversible dead weight, hidden approvals, 47 denials, 0. Solino stared at the line. What is reversible dead? Odalis was already digging deeper, her face pale. The engine has a classification for runners whose conversions were interrupted but not completed. It has been allocating resources to maintain their bodies pending restoration. How many? 47. He thought about the fused shell, about Ezra Venn and Daring Desic, about the 14 names on Parvis's list. 47 reversible dead are being held by the allocation engine. Not held, maintained. The engine has been feeding them, sheltering them, keeping them alive while the political battle over their fate continues. Luz spoke slowly. That means the tower already has a system for preserving the condemned. It has been running this whole time. While we argued about verification standards, Solino looked at the hidden classification. The engine had known about the reversible dead from the start. It had been allocating resources to keep them alive, waiting for someone to figure out what they were worth. He reached for the lattice interface. I want to see the full classification tree. The lattice did not resist. The text unfolded like a map of every category the allocation engine used to sort human beings. Living, condemned, guardian, reversible, irreversible, pending verification, and one more. Classification, unauthorized vote source found, one location, floor 54. Solino read the line 3 times before he understood what it meant. Unauthorized vote source. Marcell was not just racing for floor 54's constitutional priority engine. He was already there. And the engine had detected a vote in the chamber that should not exist. Chapter 61. The unauthorized vote source at floor 54 hung in the lattice like a wound that would not close. Solino read the line again. 1. Single, unauthorized vote. Already inside the chamber Marcell was racing toward. Explain it to me so I can figure out how to kill it. Odalis worked the terminal without looking up. The engine detected a vote credential that does not match any registered source. No Fusion Core 499, no delegation chain, no Guardian escrow. A ghost vote. Worse, a vote that should not exist but the floor accepted. The engine flagged it after the fact. After? That means the floor already counted it. Tovin moved beside Odalis, scanning the data stream. If the engine detected it retroactively, the vote was already used. Marcell did not place a vote he intends to use. He placed a vote he already spent. Solino felt the weight settle across his shoulders. On what? The classification does not say, but the location tells us everything. Floor 54 tests what a society sacrifices. Marcell arrived early, spent an unauthorized vote inside the constitutional engine, and the engine accepted it. Which means the floor is already biased. Worse than biased. The engine now considers whatever Marcell voted for as part of the baseline. We are not racing to set the rules. We are racing to override rules he has already written. Luz stepped forward, her gray-streaked hair catching the amber light from the lattice. Then we broadcast the full allocation tree. Every criterion, every weight, every hidden classification. That will cause a panic, Tovin said. It will cause the truth. They are the same thing, Luz. You release the reversible dead classification publicly, and every family with a missing runner floods this floor before we have a system to process them. Then we build the system faster. With what time? We have 15 hours, 14 now, and Marcell is already at the engine. Solino listened to them argue, the lattice humming behind him, the allocation engine still distributing resources to people it had never seen. He thought about the man who had stumbled out of the compartment. 3 days without food, 3 days without water, because the engine would not let him leave without proof of his name. He voted. The argument stopped. Solino turned to face the lattice. That is what the unauthorized vote does. It is not just a political advantage, it is a shortcut around proof. Marcell is building a system where votes can exist without being earned, without verification, without any chain connecting them to a living person who made a choice. Exactly, Tovin said, which is why we cannot afford to match him in speed. If we try to beat his speed, we will cut the same corners. Then we do not match him. We expose him. Solino reached for the lattice interface. The terminal rippled under his touch, the allocation tree unfolding in layers. Public criteria, hidden criteria, weighted trade-offs. Every resource transfer that had flowed through floor 50 since the tower opened. Odalis, can we broadcast this to every public relay board? She paused. The tower allows it. The question is whether we want to. Explain. Every hidden classification becomes visible. The reversible dead, the unauthorized vote, the sponsor rigging on exit rights, the preference records from Marcell's team. Everything. And every family with a condemned runner floods this floor. Every political faction sees exactly what we value. Every climber above us knows what criteria we set before they reach the engine. Luz spoke quietly. She is saying we lose the element of surprise. We do not have surprise. Marcell already knows the protocol is public. He already knows we added identity verification to the engine. The only thing he does not know is whether we will show everyone what he hid. Solino pressed his hand flat against the terminal. Broadcast it. The lattice did not resist. The data streamed outward, pouring through relays, nodes, and public boards across every floor the tower could reach. The allocation tree unfolded in real time. Reversible dead, unauthorized vote source, sponsor exit rigging, hidden preference weights. And the crowd on floor 46 began to change. Odalis watched her slate. The boards are lighting up. People are responding. Responses to what? To the allocation tree. Families are seeing their runners in the reversible dead classification. Runners are seeing the exit criteria that kept them trapped on lower floors. Every person who reads the tree is sending a reaction back through the relay network. Solino watched the numbers climb. Thousands of responses from the same floor, same timestamp, same pattern. Each one identical, each one coordinated, each one voting for a single change. Lower the reversible dead weight. Odalis saw it. Bot. Not a bot. Coordinated. Someone organized this response. Tovin pulled up the source. The responses are coming from floor 49, consortium archive relay. Iria Kestel. Solino stared at the spike. Thousands of identical votes, perfectly timed, perfectly coordinated, all pushing the allocation engine to deprioritize the reversible dead. The lattice hummed. The weights began to shift, and Solino understood what Iria was doing. She was using the harvested memory nodes to vote. Not families, not climbers. The proof-of-self packets were casting presences through the relay network, authenticating as real people because they carried real memory fragments. The reversible dead were being voted out of existence by their own stolen identities. Solino slammed his hand against the terminal. Odalis, can you trace the authentication chain on those votes? I can try, but if they are using harvested memory nodes as credentials, the tower will accept them as legitimate. It is not legitimate. Those people are still alive. The engine is counting votes from runners who are not dead. Tovin's voice was gold. The engine does not care. It authenticates by identity proof. If the proof matches, the vote counts. Then we need a way to flag harvested retinals, which takes time we do not have. Solino looked at the lattice. The weights were still shifting. The reversible dead classification was being pushed down by every coordinated vote, and Marcell was still at floor 54, his unauthorized vote already spent, the constitutional engine already biased in his favor. The lobby of the dead was voting, and Solino had no way to stop them. Chapter 62. Odalis's fingers moved across the slate with the rhythm of someone reading a language she had spent a lifetime learning. They are not votes, she said. Solino turned. The tower counts them. The tower counts credentials. The credentials are real. The people behind them are not. She pulled up a relay map. The coordinated spike from floor 49 resolved into a branching structure, each vote tracing back to a root node she had flagged in purple. Not individual slates, not runners responding to the broadcast, a single source distributing identical authentication packets through a distribution tree. Someone preloaded the credentials into a queue, Odalis said. The system broadcasts each one at intervals calibrated to look human. 16-second gaps, same cadence per node, no variation in response time. Tovin moved beside her. Automated relay injection? The consortium used similar architecture to flood lower floor boards with sponsored clear times during the first week. That was manual. This is refined. Someone built a voting bot that authenticates as a real person every time it casts a preference, because the credentials it carries were harvested from real people. Solino stared at the lattice. The reversible dead weight had dropped another point. The coordinated votes kept coming, thousands of them, each one identical, each one pushing the same outcome. Can you trace the distribution route? Odalis zoomed the map. The relay nodes are spread across 12 floors, but they all converge on one origin point. She highlighted a single coordinate. Floor 2, sponsor compound 3. The abandoned booth where Marcell Ysard first offered Solino a managed route, a pre-registered slot, a future owned by someone else. Solino felt the weight of that room settle against his ribs. That compound has been dark since day 14, Luz said. We swept it after the Triad pulled out. Nothing left but stripped terminals and empty crates. The infrastructure is not empty. The relay route is active. Someone kept the board connection live and built a distribution engine on top of it. Tovin's voice was flat. If we shut down that route, the coordinated votes stop. The authentication packets cannot reach the allocation engine without the distribution tree. The spike collapses. And if we cannot shut it down, then the reversible dead weight drops to 0 within the hour, and the engine stops maintaining the 47 bodies. No more preservation. No more reversal window. Solino looked at the lattice. The preservation compartments were still glowing, each one a life suspended between death and return. The coordinated votes were not just political pressure. They were actively killing the reversible dead by removing their allocation priority. How do we shut it down? Odalus pulled up the relay architecture. The route is hardened. Physical access to the compound terminal, not remote. Someone locked the distribution protocol behind a local authentication loop. You have to touch the hardware to book the chain. How long to reach floor 2 from here? 50 minutes if we take the maintenance shafts that Ren knows. 40 if we push the stairwells and accept the exposure. And the compound? It is still sealed. Consortium security locks on the outer fence, but the locks are keyed to the same biometric profile that opened the side entry network. Solino thought of Bastian Muro's surrender records, the coordinates for the side entry network, the biometric signatures the consortium used to bypass public floors. Parvis, do you still have Bastian's records? Parvis shifted the fused shell against his shoulder. In my pack, the data slate with the smudged cover. The compound locks are in there, security protocols, access routes. Luz stepped forward. You are talking about splitting the team. We have no choice. Someone has to go down to floor 2 to shut down the relay route. Someone has to stay here and manage the allocation engine response while the votes are still coming in. And if the coordinated votes shift the reversible dead weight to 0 before you reach the route, then we lose 47 people who are still breathing because we could not move fast enough. The lattice hummed. The weights shifted again. The coordinated spike had dropped the reversible dead classification another point. Odalus looked up from her slate. There is something else. What? The distribution engine is not just voting, it is learning. Every time the engine adjusts allocation weights in response to the coordinated votes, the bot refines its cadence. It is adapting to the engine's response patterns, trying to look more human. It is a bot that learns. It is the ghost of an information system that never stopped running. The consortium built it to manage public perception during the first week. Someone reactivated it, fed it a queue of harvested credentials, and pointed it at the allocation engine. Solino stared at the lattice. The coordinated votes were not random. They were precise, adaptive, and powered by the stolen identities of people who were still alive. The old information state was voting without citizens, and Solino was the only one who could reach the route before the reversible dead classification collapsed. He turned to the group. Odalus, you stay here with Luz. Monitor the allocation engine. Track the coordinated response. If the spike pattern changes, I need to know before the engine shifts again. And you? I take Tovin and the side entry route to floor 2. We reach the compound. We shut down the route. Tovin did not argue. He pulled up the biometric records on his cracked data slate and began mapping the quickest maintenance shaft descent. Luz moved toward the relay boards. I will keep the crowd engaged. If they start responding to the allocation tree instead of the coordinated spike, we might slow the weight shift. Odalus held Solino's gaze. The compound will not be empty. Whoever reactivated the distribution engine knows we will trace it. They will have left something behind. Then we deal with it. Solino pulled the worn notebook from his pack and pressed his hand against the fused core at his belt. Floor 2. The same compound where Marcell had offered him a future owned by someone else. This time, he was not walking in to refuse an offer. He was walking in to dismantle the machine that kept the dead voting. Chapter 63. The maintenance shaft was narrower than Solino remembered. 43 floors down, the walls changed from tower stone to old concrete, the joints sealed with sponsor-grade epoxy that had cured so hard it looked like bone. Tovin moved ahead, his cracked slate casting thin blue light across rusted ladder rungs and cable bundles wrapped in consortium orange. They had not spoken since floor 50. The silence suited Solino. Every word he traded with Tovin felt like currency he would need later. 20 meters, Tovin said. The compound access hatch is directly below the old filtration plant. Bastion's records put the security gate at the base of the service ramp. Guards? The biometric logs show no activity for 11 days, but the distribution engine is running, so something is drawing power. Solino tested his grip on the next rung. The fused core at his belt pulsed with a low, steady warmth, reading the structural load through the concrete. The tower's influence was thinner here, diluted by old construction and sponsor retrofits, but the frequency still hummed at the edge of his perception. They dropped through a maintenance floor lined with dead server racks. Dust coated every surface in a fine gray powder. Footprints marked the dust, recent ones, leading from the access hatch toward a reinforced door at the far end of the room. Tovin stopped. Those are not ours. No. Solino crossed to the door and pressed his palm against the surface. Load path read the frame's stress distribution, the hinge wear, the slight deformation where someone had forced it open more than once in the past week. It has been used recently, multiple times. Tovin pulled up the biometric records. The security logs show 5 entries in the past 7 days, all authorized by the same profile. Whose? Bastien Muru. Solino stared at the door. Bastien gave us his records. He surrendered. Why would he be coming back here? He might not be. The profile could have been cloned before he defected. Or the system is running on cached credentials from the first week, automated access cycles that never stopped. Or he left something here that he needed to retrieve. Solino pushed the door open. The compound stretched ahead of them, a sprawling underground complex of partition walls, glass-fronted offices, and open-plan workstations. The air was stale and cold, circulating through vents that hummed with the same steady drone as the allocation engine's bot network. Every surface was plastered with runner data. Solino stopped at the first workstation, pinted cascades of floor clear times, fusion progression charts, biographical summaries of every notable climber in the first 3 weeks. His own face stared back from a pinned report, the photograph clipped from a public board feed, annotated with red ink marks tracking his route choices and skill acquisitions. They were profiling every runner, Tovin said. Not just sponsored climbers, everyone. Not profiling, categorizing. Solino pulled a printed sheet from the wall. It listed 43 names in 3 columns. USable, contestable, expendable. Marcell Ysard was in the first column. Solino Backe was in the second, with a note reading, Fusion Anomaly. Monitor for deviation. Do not engage directly unless deviation exceeds threshold. They built an influence operation, he said. Before the dissolution. Before anyone knew what the tower actually was. Tovin ran a finger along a cable bundle that snaked across the ceiling, following it toward a sealed door at the rear of the open plan area. The distribution engine is through here. The curation rigs are running on a local hardwired loop, not the tower network. That is why they survived the collapse. Solino followed him through the door. The room was smaller, windowless, lined with server towers that glowed amber in the dark. Each unit had a printed label. Narrative shaping, floor 1 to 10. Casualty suppression, floor 11 to 20. Leadership framing, floor 21 to 30. The distribution engine sat at the center of the room, a waist-high cylinder studded with data ports and cooling vents. Its surface was warm to the touch. A single cable ran from the engine to a relay node embedded in the floor, feeding directly into the tower's lower floor architecture. This is the route, Solino said. Yes, he circled the cylinder, reading the connection points. The hardware was military-grade, the same type of sealed data vault the dissolved government had used for secure communications. The authentication port was keyed to a biometric scanner built into the casing. Bastion's records. Do you have the access code? Tovin pulled the data slate from his pack and scrolled through the files. The biometric profile is indexed under Muro, Bastion, Delta 4 clearance, logged as active on day 7 of the collapse. But there is a secondary authorization listed as a fallback. Whose? No name, just a numerical 499 sequence. Solino looked at the scanner. The fused core at his belt pulsed harder, reading the load distribution in the casing, the slight wear on the scanner surface where fingers had pressed it thousands of times. Try the fallback. Tovin entered the sequence. The scanner blinked green, and a panel slid open on the cylinder's side, revealing a stack of data shards nested in foam padding. Solino pulled the first shard. It was warm, recently accessed, the casing smudged with fresh fingerprints. Someone has been here in the past few hours. Tovin's face tightened. The entries in the security log, 5 in 7 days. The most recent was 4 hours ago. They knew we were coming. Solino scanned the shard's label. Bot Distribution Protocol, Seed version 1.3, Living Credential Queue, Timestamp Day 6. He inserted the shard into his slate. The data unfolded in a cascade of code, authentication patterns, and routing instructions for the distribution engine. The bot was older than he had expected, built on Day 6 of the collapse, before most runners had even cleared Floor 10. They had been planning this since the beginning. Solino pulled more shards. Each one contained a layer of the operation. Credential harvesting protocols, relay node routing maps, suppression triggers for casualty data that had never reached the public boards. The consortium had built a parallel information system, designed to outlast the collapse and continue shaping the narrative after the old government dissolved. At the bottom of the stack, beneath the foam padding, lay a single shard with no label. Solino lifted it. The casing was cooler than the others, untouched by recent use. He inserted it into the slate. The data loaded slowly, encrypted with a cipher he did not recognize. Tovin leaned in, reading the header. That is tower script, not consortium encryption. Can you decode it? With access to a floor relay, yes. Here, with only local hardware, it will take time. Solino held the slate in both hands. The shard had been placed beneath the active protocols, hidden away from the distribution engine's daily operation, sealed in a compartment that required Bastien Muru's biometric profile to open. This was not part of the bot operation. This was something else. Something Bastien had hidden before he defected, buried beneath the machinery of the consortium's influence campaign, waiting for someone who knew where to look. Solino pressed the slate against his chest and turned back to the distribution engine. We shut it down first. Then we decode the shard. Tovin moved to the cylinder's control panel, studying the interface. The root terminal requires a physical override, a manual shutdown sequence. If we interrupt it incorrectly, the engine will default to its last active protocol and continue running on local cache. How long for a clean shutdown? 4 minutes, maybe 5? Do it. Tovin's fingers moved across the panel. The engine's amber glow flickered, dimmed, then stabilized at a lower intensity. The cooling fans audibly slowed. Sequence initiated, 2 minutes remaining. Solino watched the control panel. The shard in his slate pulsed with encrypted data, a message encoded in tower script, buried beneath the bot infrastructure, hidden by the man who had broken Marcell's monopoly and handed Solino the keys to the consortium's side entry network. Bastien had not just surrendered. He had left a trail. A series of tones sounded from the control panel. Tovin's hands moved faster, entering override codes, bypassing authentication loops. The engine's hum dropped further, the cooling fans cycling into a low whisper. 1 minute. Solino looked at the relay node embedded in the floor. The cable connecting the engine to the tower's architecture was warm, pulsing with a faint amber light that matched the regeneration patterns he had seen on the reversible dead compartments. The bot was not just voting, it was keeping something alive. Tovin, stop the sequence. Tovin froze. What? The engine. It is not just distributing votes, it is maintaining something through the relay node. If we do not complete the shutdown, the reversible dead classification will collapse within the hour. The coordinated votes are accelerating, and if we complete it, we lose whatever the engine is preserving. Solino pulled the unlabeled shard from his slate. The tower script glowed faintly on its surface, encrypted, waiting, hidden by a man who had seen something he was not supposed to see. Bastien buried this beneath the bot infrastructure for a reason. He wanted us to find the engine first, the shard second. Tovin stared at him. You think the shutdown is the trap? I think Bastien Moreau spent weeks inside this compound. He knew every protocol, every fail-safe, every hidden compartment. If he wanted us to shut down the engine, he would have left the shutdown sequence in his surrender records. He did not. The amber light on the relay node pulsed faster. The engine's cooling fans cycled up. Solino stepped toward the control panel, reached past Tovin, and entered the abort code from Bastien's data slate. The engine's hum stabilized. The amber light held steady. Tovin exhaled slowly. What did you just do? I bought us time to decode the shard before we decide what to kill. He turned toward the door, the slate pressed against his side, the unlabeled shard warm in his palm. But the door was already open. Standing in the frame was a woman, with dark hair pulled tight against her scalp, wearing a sponsor-issue jacket with the consortium seal still visible on the collar. She was not armed. She was holding a data slate of her own, its screen displaying the same tower script encryption pattern Solino had just uncovered. She smiled. I was wondering when you would find it. Chapter 64. The air between them held still. Solino did not lower the data slate. He did not step back. He watched her eyes, rust-colored in the amber light from the distribution engine, and waited. You followed me, he said. I tracked the same lead. Bastien's biometric profile logged 5 entries in the past 7 days. The most recent was 4 hours before you arrived. She held up her own slate. I got here first, and waited. I was wondering when you would find it. Tovin stepped around the control panel, his pale gray eyes fixed on her jacket. You are wearing a consortium seal. I have been wearing it for 3 days. It opens doors. She did not look at him. She kept her gaze on Solino. The shard. You have it. I have it. Have you read it? The encryption is tower script. I need a floor relay. She nodded. There is one in the compound's archive room, 60 meters east, behind the server wall. We can decode it together, or I can do it alone and tell you what it says. Your choice. Solino's hand tightened on the slate. Reflexive distrust coiled in his chest. The old instinct that said anyone who came this prepared had an angle, a price, a trap waiting to close. But she had not attacked. She had not raised an alarm. She had stood in the doorway and spoken his language. Together, he said. She turned without waiting and walked into the corridor. The archive room was smaller than the main chamber, lined with server racks that hummed with recycled heat. A relay node jutted from the far wall, its surface marked with tower script glyphs, pulsing with the same amber regeneration light. Odalys plugged her slate into the node without asking permission. The screen flickered, then stabilized, displaying a cascade of encrypted data streams. The shard, she said. Solino handed it to her. She inserted it into the relay's secondary port. The tower script on the shard's surface brightened, then dissolved into readable text across her slate. They read together. The engine is not a server. It is a prison. The relay node connects to something beneath the compound, something the consortium found on day 2, before the tower opened its first floor. A pre-existing structure, buried beneath the city, older than the tower itself. The bot infrastructure was built around it, to maintain it, to keep it powered, to prevent it from waking. The reversible dead are not being preserved by the allocation engine alone. They are being fed into this structure, one by one, their partial conversions harvested, their identities mapped onto the pre-existing architecture. Marcell knows. He has known since day 8. The unauthorized vote was placed to buy time, not to buy the engine. It was placed to keep the structure from claiming the reversible dead faster than the engine could feed them. Iria does not know. She thinks the proof of self-harvest is building an archive of political leverage. It is not. It is fuel. I am hiding this shard because if anyone shuts down the distribution engine without understanding what it is maintaining, the structure beneath the compound will wake, and it will not stop with the reversible dead. Solino's fingers went cold against the slate. Bastien, he said quietly. He did not defect to hand us the side entry network. He defected to hand us this. Odalys did not answer. Her eyes moved over the text a second time, her face unreadable. Tovin stepped closer. If what this says is true, the structure beneath us has been feeding on condemned runners for 40 days. 47, Solino said. The reversible dead tat. They are not being preserved. They are being consumed. The amber light on the relay node pulsed faster. The distribution engine's hum shifted, dropped into a lower register. Solino turned toward the main chamber. The engine is changing. They reached the control panel as the cooling fans cycled up to full speed. The amber light on the relay node had turned a deep gold, pulsing in a rhythm that matched the regeneration patterns Solino had seen on the reversible dead compartments. The node was not receiving power from the engine. It was sending power through the engine. The bot influence, Tovin said. You aborted the shutdown sequence, but the engine registered the interruption attempt. It is adapting. The control panel's display flickered again. Shortage cascade initiated. The chamber lurched. A grinding sound came from beneath the floor, deep and resonant, like stone shifting against stone across an impossible distance. The amber light from the relay node flared, then stabilized into a steady glow. The control panel's display split into 4 quadrants, each showing a district map. Caldera Cross, the floors above, supply rats, refugee concentrations. Numbers began spooling down the edges. Shelter capacity, medicine stockpiles, food distribution rates, fuel reserves. Every number was red. The engine is simulating cascading shortages across every district, Odalus said. It is running a stress test, a final phase. Solino watched the numbers bleed downward. Shelter dropped by 12% in the first 30 seconds, medicine by 8%, food by 15%. The display flashed again. Response required. 4 district maps, 4 sets of failing numbers. A single input field at the bottom of each quadrant. It wants allocation decisions, Tovin said. Who gets what? Which district starves so another eats? Solino's hands hovered over the first input field. Floor 3 came back to him. The supply chain collapse gauntlet. The lesson that survival failed when movement, materials, and knowledge bottlenecked through bad control. He had rationed motion, cached decoys, traded information at the right second to stay alive. This was the same problem, scaled to a city. Shelter to Sector C, he said, typing the allocation. Cuts east grid by 7% but keeps the bottleneck from collapsing the central corridor. Medicine to Sector A. They have the highest concentration of clinic runners and the lowest regeneration rate. The engine accepted the inputs. The numbers shifted, stabilized for a moment, then continued selling. It is not enough. It was never going to be enough. The test is not about solving the shortage. It is about admitting what you are willing to lose. He typed another allocation. Food from the southern depot to the central processing hub, diverting distribution away from the western refugee camp. The numbers on the western district map dropped sharply. Tovin watched. You just killed that district's supply line. I just kept the central and eastern districts alive long enough to reach the next cycle. Solino did not look up. If I split evenly, everyone dies in 12 hours. If I concentrate the losses, some people survive the window. The engine's display flickered again. Shortage cascade. Phase 2. The quadrants merged into a single image. A chamber, deep underground, lined with amber-lit containers. The reversible dead. 47 compartments. The display resolved into a question. WHO carries the burden. It is not asking which district to sacrifice, Odalus said. It is asking who accepts the cost of preserving the reversible dead, who carries the weight of what the structure beneath us is feeding on. Solino stared at the screen. The amber light from the relay node pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Then the control panel's interface shifted again, revealing a single line of text. Key identified. The chamber beneath the compound groaned, stone scraped against stone, a seam split open in the floor, wide enough for a human body, descending into gold-lit darkness. The display resolved into a final line. Solino Backe. Chain verifier. Burden accepted. The floor engine had chosen, and it had chosen him. Chapter 65. The passage descended at a shallow angle, wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast, the walls smooth and dark. Gold light pulsed from somewhere below, not steady like the regeneration patterns in the reversible dead compartments, but rhythmic, like a heartbeat slowed to the pace of geological time. Solino stepped forward. The stone beneath his boots felt different from tower stone, older, denser, with a grain that ran against the tower's vertical logic. He ran his hand along the wall. Warm. Not the residual heat of machinery, but the deep warmth of something alive. Odalis followed, her slate held out, the tower script encryption from Bastion's shard still glowing on its screen. Tovin came last, his pale gray eyes tracking the walls, the ceiling, the floor, mapping everything. No one spoke. The passage opened into a chamber the size of the floor-40 arena. The gold light came from a central column, a pillar of fused crystal that rose from the floor to a ceiling lost in darkness. The pillar pulsed with the same heartbeat rhythm, and inside its core, shapes moved. Human shapes, indistinct, shifting, like bodies seen through fogged glass. Solino counted. 47. The reversible dead. Not preserved by the allocation engine, not fed to the structure one by one. Held here, suspended, waiting. He walked closer. The pillar's surface was not glass, but something softer, translucent, warm to the touch. He pressed his palm against it and felt the pulse through his bones. Key identified. The words appeared in his vision, not on a display, but directly, as if the system had found a new channel into his awareness. Chain verifier. Burden accepted. The pillar's light shifted, and a segment of its base slid open, revealing a recessed cavity. Inside rested a single object, a module of fused crystal, small enough to hold in one hand, its surface etched with tower script that burned with amber light as Solino approached. He reached inside. The module lifted easily, warm against his palm. A notification appeared. Floor 50, burden module acquired. Function, governance escrow, capacity, allocate cores to restoration lockbox. Cores placed in escrow cannot be used for council votes, fusion, or sponsorship transfer. Cores placed in escrow are dedicated exclusively to reversal of condemned guardians. Flow restriction active. Solino read the words twice. A lockbox, a dedicated pool. Cores he put into it could not be used for anything else. Not for fusion, not for the council, not for leverage against Marcell or Iria or anyone else living. Only for the dead. The half-dead, the reversible. Odalis read over his shoulder. Her rust-colored eyes went flat, the expression of someone running the implications faster than she could speak. How many cores are in the escrow now? She asked. Solino checked. 0. It requires manual allocation. How many cores do you currently hold? He did not need to check. The number was etched into his awareness the same way the burden module had appeared in his vision. 42. 42 cores, one across floors 20 through 50, fused or claimed, each one a vote in the coming council. If he put them in the escrow, he had no votes, no council weight, no check on Marcell's triage doctrine, except the moral force of the third source witness protocol, which could be rewritten by anyone who reached a higher floor first. If he did not put them in the escrow, the reversible dead stayed here, suspended, waiting for a restoration attempt that might never come. It is a trap, Tovin said quietly. Solino looked at him. It is not a trap, Tovin continued. It is worse. It is a true choice. The tower is not testing whether you can distinguish good from evil. It is testing whether you can bear the cost of doing good. Solino held the module. The amber light pulsed against his palm. He thought of Ezra Venn, her voice looping on the floor-45 relay board, trapped mid-conversion, still alive. He thought of Durin Bessic, fused into the same shell, her core sitting in Marcell's vault for 21 days. He thought of Ren, who had led them through the maze, who had memorized the floor layout before the stone grew through her bones, who was still breathing under the cracked armor. He thought of the 14 names on Arbiter's list. How many can we save with 42 cores? He asked. Odalis entered something on her slate. The conversion interruption on floor 46 was partial. The tower uses roughly 1 core per full reversal of an interrupted conversion. Partial reversals cost less, but yield unstable results. Voice without memory, memory without identity. How many full reversals then? 42, she said. If every core goes in. And if I keep half? 21 full reversals. The other 26 remain suspended, possibly forever. Tovin stepped forward. You need to understand what you are giving up. Marcell has already spent an unauthorized vote inside Floor 54's engine. He is above you, politically and physically. If you strip your core count to 0, I know what I am giving up. Solino looked at the module. The weight of it was not physical, it was structural, like the load path of a collapsing building settling on a single beam. He opened the escrow interface. 42 cores. The notification appeared, asking for allocation. He allocated all 42. The module pulsed once, bright, then settled into a steady gold glow. The pillar behind him hummed, and the shapes inside it shifted, some of them resolving into clearer forms, as if the escrow had signaled them that help was coming. OLI_no back. Chain verifier. Burden fully accepted. Floor 60, designated as first true reversal gate. Prepare for ascension. The words faded. The chamber went quiet. Solino turned, the module still in his hand, and walked back toward the passage. Odalis fell at a step beside him. You just gave up every piece of political leverage you've had. I know. Marcell will reach floor 60 before you. He will see the gate. He will know what it means. Let him. And when he blocks it, when he stations his people at the threshold and demands a price for entry. Solino stopped walking. He looked at Odalis, then at Tovin, then at the amber light still pulsing through the passage behind them. Then I will pay the price, he said, or I will find another way through. That is what the burden module means. It is not a weapon. It is a promise. He started walking again. Above them, on every relay board in every floor of Caldera Cross, a single line of text appeared. Arbiter's message. Floor 60 is open. The first reversal gate has been activated. Every condemned runner between floors 10 and 60 is now eligible for restoration. The chain verifier has accepted the burden. The message stayed for 10 seconds. Then it was replaced by a new one, broadcast from floor 53. Marcell Ysard, the gate is not free. Come prepared to negotiate. Chapter 66. The relay boards did not sleep. By the time Solino reached floor 51, every public screen in Caldera Cross carried the same split display. Arbiter's restoration announcement on the left, Marcell's negotiation warning on the right, and between them, a live counter showing the 42 cores locked in the burden module. The crowd on floor 51 was already spilling into the stairwells. Solino pushed through a knot of runners at the threshold, their faces caught between hope and confusion. A woman grabbed his sleeve. Is it true? You put all your cores in? Yes. Then who speaks for us in the council? He had no answer for her. She let go and stepped back, her expression hardening into something between gratitude and accusation. The plaza outside the floor 51 relay room was packed. Luz had set up a registration station against the far wall, but the line had collapsed into a loose crowd pressing forward with questions, demands, paper slips, photographs held above heads. A man with a child on his shoulder shouted something about his brother on floor 38. A woman in a clinic vest was trying to record names faster than her slate could process them. Luz looked up as Solino entered. Her face was drawn tight, the kind of exhaustion that did not come from one bad night. 30 minutes, she said. That is how long it took for the first fight to break out. Over what? Over who gets reversed first. People saw the broadcast. They saw the 42 core number. They did the math. She gestured toward the crowd. 42 cores for 47 suspended bodies. 5 people are going to lose that lottery before anyone even reaches floor 60. Solino looked at the crowd again. He saw it now. The careful distances between groups, the way some people watched others with measuring stares, the families clutching their photographs closer. "We need to publish the list," he said. "We do not have a list," Lou said. "The tower has not released assignment priorities. Nobody knows who the 42 are yet. Then people will fill the gap with rumor. They already are." A runner pushed through the press and handed Solino a slip of paper, handwritten. The ink was smudged. "Your dead are not worth more than my living." Solino folded the paper and put it in his pocket without reading it again. The Floor 52 clinic smelled of disinfectant and sweat. Paviz had set up triage in a converted relay annex, using salvage crates as beds and a single overhead light that buzzed constantly. He moved between patients with measured hands, checking pulses, adjusting dressings, his face unreadable. Solino found him at the back of the room, kneeling beside a woman whose arm was wrapped in field bandages. Her face was turned away, but Solino recognized the jacket. Consortium issue, stripped of its patches. "She came up from floor 47 last night," Paviz said without looking up. "Says she worked on the Proxy team. Says she wants to testify about the harvesting operation." "Can she?" "She can talk. Whether anyone will believe her is another question." He finished the bandage and stood, wiping his hands on his vest. "The clinic network is splitting. Half the medics want to prioritize reversal candidates. The other half say we cannot abandon the living to chase the dead." "What do you think?" Paviz looked at him. His eyes were sharp and tired and older than his face. "I think the tower is testing the same question Marcell was testing," he said. "Who gets saved when resources run short? The only difference is you put your cores where your mouths is. That is not a small difference." "No, it is not." Paviz turned back to his patient. "But it does not stop people from dying while we wait for floor 60. The relay board on floor 52 flickered at dusk. Solino was in the stairwell, reviewing Tovin's map of the upper floors, when the light shifted. The feed from Aerobree's announcement disappeared, replaced by a single face, Iria Kestel. She looked composed. Her dark hair was pulled back, her jacket clean, her expression carrying the same practiced calm she had worn during the mirror market. Behind her, the wall showed the distinctive relay pattern of floor 49. "Good evening, Caldera Cross," she said. "I am speaking to you directly because the chain verifier has made a choice that affects everyone, and I believe you deserve to hear an alternative." Solino stopped moving. 42 cores have been placed in a burden module," Iria continued. "They are locked. They cannot be used for council votes, for fusion, for shelter, or for medicine. They are reserved for reversal, a process that may or may not work, on a floor that is still 48 hours away at best." She paused. "In the same 48 hours, I can guarantee restoration of 6 condemned runners using a parallel method developed by my team on floor 49. The method is cleaner, faster, and does not require sacrificing every vote the living need to protect themselves." Solino's hand tightened on the railing. "I am willing to share this method," Iria said, "but I want to discuss it openly, in a public forum, with someone who can speak for the chain verifier's position." She looked directly into the relay. "Odalis Fenrith, I know you are watching. Meet me at floor 52's East Relay Chamber in 2 hours. Bring your slate. Bring your questions. Leave the weapons." The feed cut. The stairwell was quiet. Solino turned to Odalis, who had appeared at the top of the steps during the broadcast. Her face was unreadable. "She is baiting you," Solino said. "I know. You cannot go. I know that too." Odalis stepped down, her footstep slow on the metal grating. "But if I do not go, she wins the narrative. She offers a plan. I refuse to engage. The crowd reads it as fear. It is a trap." "Probably." She stopped in front of him. "But traps only work if the person setting them knows what you will do when you walk in." Solino studied her face. Rust-colored eyes, dark hair pulled tight. The same woman who had decoded Bestien's shard, who had tracked him to the compound, who had worn a consortium seal for 3 days and still chose to stay. "What are you going to do?" he asked. Odalis looked past him, toward the relay board where Iria's face had faded. "I am going to find out what she is offering," she said, "and then I am going to decide whether it is worth the price." She walked past him, toward the stairwell that led down to floor 52. Solino watched her go. The crowd in the plaza was still shouting. The clinic was still full. The 42 cores were still locked in the burden module. And somewhere above them, Marcell Ysard was already climbing toward floor 60. Chapter 67. The East Relay Chamber was not empty. Odalis stopped at the threshold. The room had been rearranged. The benches that normally lined the walls were stacked against the far end, creating a semicircle facing a single chair. A relay board hung above the chair, live, broadcasting to every active screen in the corridor outside. Iria Kestel sat in the chair, alone, unarmed, her hands resting open on her knees. "You came?" Iria said. "You asked publicly." Odalis stepped inside, the door sealed behind her with a soft hydraulic click. "I assumed hiding would be interpreted as weakness." "Correctly." Iria gestured at the chair facing her. "Sit. This floor has a mechanic you need to see before we talk." Odalis did not sit. "Show me." Iria touched the relay board. The display changed, showing a dense column of tower script that resolved into a single line of common. Statements made in this chamber during public broadcast are registered as governance committance. Audience belief determines enforcement threshold. Majority belief makes the statement binding for all parties. Odalis read it twice. "You wanted me here, so anything I say becomes a binding promise if the crowd believes it," she said. "I wanted you here so anything either of us says becomes binding." Iria leaned back. "Symmetry. You keep accusing me of hidden terms. This one is visible. And if I refuse to speak, then the crowd watches me offer a solution while you sit in silence." Iria smiled. "That is also a statement, just not one you control." Odalis looked at the relay board. The corridor outside the chamber held at least 60 people, judging by the audio feed. More were watching from relay nodes across floors 51 and 52. The mechanic was active. Anything she said would carry weight. She sat down. "Say what you came to say." Arya nodded, then turned to face the relay board directly. "The burden module on floor 50 holds 42 cores locked to reversal," she said. "There are 47 suspended bodies waiting for restoration. The math is simple. 5 people cannot be saved before floor 60 opens. The chain verifier knows this. He chose to commit every core anyway, hoping something would change." She paused. "I am offering a method that restores 6 condemned runners in 48 hours without consuming a single core from the escrow. The method is documented. It can be replicated. It requires access to the floor 49 archive relay and a verified witness chain." Odalis studied her face. "What is the method?" "Consciousness mapping through partial guardian resonance." Iria said it like a lecture. "The tower archives the condemned runner's identity during conversion. If you align a living witness's neural pattern to the archive signature, the tower reads the witness as the original and releases the guardian's core without degrading the body." "You are proposing to map a living person's consciousness onto a condemned runner's archive pattern, temporarily. The witness retains their own identity. The tower just sees matching credentials." Odalis let the silence stretch. "That is not restoration," she said. "That is identity fraud using a living proxy. The tower releases the guardian, but the released identity inherits fragments of the witness's pattern. You are not saving 6 people. You are creating 6 hybrids who carry someone else's memories." Iria did not flinch. "They are alive. They walk out. The alternative is they stay suspended while your escrow runs out of time. What happens to the witness? They experience temporary pattern displacement, reversible with a 24-hour reset cycle." "Show me the documentation." Iria pulled a data slate from her jacket and held it out. Odalis took it. She read for 30 seconds, then set it down. "The reset cycle is 48 hours, not 24, and the witness retains a permanent imprint of the guardian's trauma responses. You buried that on line 47 of the appendix." The crowd in the corridor murmured. Iria's expression did not change, but her jaw tightened. "The imprint is manageable. You have run 0 trials on living witnesses," Odalis said. "There are no clinical records in this document, no survivor testimony, no baseline comparison. Are proposing an untested procedure on condemned runners whose identities have already been harvested once by your team." She stood. "You are not offering restoration. You are offering a more sophisticated version of the same extraction system you already run. The only difference is you want a living volunteer to feed the machine instead of a dying one. The murmuring grew louder. Iria stood as well. Her composure cracked only slightly, a flicker at the corner of her mouth. Then tell me, Odalis, if my method is unacceptable, what is yours? Odalis said nothing. The burden module holds 42 cores, Iria continued. The escrow needs 47. 5 people will not be reversed before Marcell reaches floor 60 and locks the gate behind whatever negotiation he demands. You have no method. You have no backup plan. You have 42 cores and 5 bodies too many. She stepped closer. So answer me, here, now, with the whole floor watching. Her voice dropped, but the relay caught every word. Who gets denied reversal first when the escrow runs dry? Name them. The chamber went silent. The relay board flickered. A new line of tower script appeared beneath the mechanic declaration. Statement pending. Audience belief, 89%. Binding threshold active. The crowd in the corridor was watching. Every relay node on floors 51 and 52 was watching. The floor demanded an answer, and if Odalis named a name, that name would be written into the tower's active governance rules as the first official denial of restoration. She looked at Iria. Iria's face was still, but her eyes were tracking something beyond Odalis's shoulder. The relay board. The belief percentage. Odalis understood. Iria had not come to offer a solution. She had come to force Solino's coalition to publicly choose who died, so the choice could be used against them on every floor above. You want me to name someone so you can broadcast it to every family waiting for reversal? I want you to answer the question the tower is asking. Iria's voice was calm. Who gets denied reversal first? The board pulsed. Belief, 93%. Odalis opened her mouth. The chamber door unsealed with a crack of hydraulic pressure. Solino walked in. Chapter 68. The chamber's hydraulic seal still echoed when Solino stepped past Odalis and faced Iria. The relay board pulsed. Belief, 94%. Iria's composure returned like a door clicking shut. She did not look surprised. She looked satisfied. You have good timing, she said. I was just asking your analyst which 5 bodies get left behind. The conversation is over. The tower disagrees. She gestured at the board. 94% audience belief. Binding threshold already active. Someone names a name or the mechanic defaults to the lowest priority candidate by vote weight, which I believe would be the child from floor 48's interruption point. Solino's jaw tightened. Behind him, the corridor crowd pressed closer. He could hear their breathing, their shuffling feet, the wet sound of someone crying. Iria. He kept his voice flat. You came here to offer a method that leaves permanent trauma imprints on the witness. That is not a solution. That is a trap with paperwork. It is faster than your escrow timeline. 48 hours per cycle. 48 hours to save 6 people while you struggle with math. 47 over 42 cannot fix. She stepped around the table. Your escrow holds 42 cores. 42, not one more. You will watch 5 people stay suspended while Marcell locks the gate and negotiates from power. My method saves 6 of them in 2 days. You refuse because the cost is uncomfortable. I refuse because it turns living people into archives of someone else's trauma. Then tell me your plan for the other 5. The corridor fell silent. Solino looked at Odalis. Her face was pale, but her eyes were steady. She had been about to name someone. He could see it in the set of her shoulders, the way her hand still hovered near the relay board. She would have done it. She would have chosen. He turned back to Iria. We are not naming anyone tonight. The tower is not a majority vote. It is a governance mechanic, and governance mechanics require due process. He pulled his battered notebook from his jacket and set it on the table between them. We have 42 core locked in escrow. We have 47 suspended bodies. The math does not change because you force us to say the numbers out loud. Then what changes it? He did not answer. He did not have an answer. The crowd surged. A voice broke from the corridor, high and cracking. "My daughter is in there!" The crowd parted. A woman pushed forward, maybe 40, gray-streaked hair, carrying a data slate pressed to her chest like a shield. Her eyes were red-rimmed and wet. "She is on floor 48. They interrupted her conversion at 62%. She is one of the 47. The woman's voice shook. "I have her witness packets. I have 3 independent sources. I filed them this morning." Odalis moved first, stepping around the table. "Let me see." The woman handed over the slate. Odalis read. Her expression did not change, but her thumb stopped scrolling near the bottom of the first page. "These are forged." The word hit the corridor like a door slamming. "What?" "Forged." Odalis held up the slate. "The signatures are real. The biometric tags are real. But the timestamps are wrong. The witness chain verification was filed before the conversion interruption was registered. That means someone harvested the identity data beforehand and retroactively assembled the packets." "I filed them myself," the woman said. "You filed what someone gave you." The woman's face crumpled. "The clinic on floor 44 said, 'The clinic on floor 44 is a consortium shunt.'" Paviz stepped from the corridor edge, thin, exhausted, measured hands hanging at his sides. He looked at the woman with the kind of exhaustion that came from watching the same scene play out across 15 floors. "They have been selling prepackaged witness claims since day 20, 300 tokens apiece. No verification. No guarantee the condemned runner is even alive. They told me it would work." "It would not have worked. The tower's authentication system cross-references interruption timestamps against witness filing dates. Your daughter's conversion was interrupted at 62% 14 hours ago. These packets are timestamped 30 hours ago. They were assembled before she was condemned." The woman stared at him. The corridor stared at him. Solino watched the crowd's face change, Jafe curdling into something harder. "So my daughter is not getting out." Parvi said nothing. The woman looked at Solino. "You are the one with the cores. You are the chain verifier. You can override the timestamp check. You can make an exception." "I cannot." "You can. If I override the protocol for one forged claim, every forged claim becomes enforceable. The system collapses. The legitimate claims drown in the backlog." "I do not care about the backlog." Her voice broke. "I care about my daughter." Solino held her gaze. He did not look away. He did not soften. "I know." The woman's hand tightened on the slate. For a moment, Solino thought she would throw it at him. Then her shoulders sagged and she turned and walked back into the crowd, which parted around her like water around a stone. The relay board flickered. "New filing detected. Pending verification." Iria's slate chimed. She glanced at it, then looked up with an expression Solino could not read. "Interesting timing," she said. "What is?" She held up her slate. The screen displayed a single file. Authentic witness packet. 3 sources verified. Chain verifier. Pending. Subject. Toya Valen. Status. Condemned. Current location. Floor 48. Conversion level. 58%. Reversible. The crowd went still. Solino felt the temperature shift. Iria had released it quietly. Not to the relay board. Not to the public registry. Just to her own slate, in the middle of a room full of grieving families, where everyone could see it. "You could have saved that for your own timeline," he said. "He could have." Iria pocketed the slate. "But I wanted you to see what happens when authentic evidence exists and your protocol still cannot process it fast enough to save anyone." She stepped toward the door. "Toya Valen has less than 6 hours before her conversion reaches 67%. That is Marcell's threshold. After that, she is marked for maximum no-yield. Your 42 cores will not reverse her in time unless you unlock them from the escrow." "I am not unlocking the escrow." "Then she dies while your protocol verifies what everyone already knows is true." She walked past him, through the corridor, into the floodlights beyond. The crowd did not stop her. The relay board pulsed. "Belief, 97%. Binding threshold, active. Statement required." Solino looked at Odalis. She was still holding the forged slate. Chapter 69. The relay board held at 97%. Solino watched the number like it might move on its own. It did not. The binding threshold remained active, a sealed question waiting for an answer he could not give. The corridor had not dispersed. The woman with the forged packets had vanished into the crowd, but others stayed. Families, witnesses, runners who had stopped climbing because the floors above had become a waiting room. Odalis lowered the forged slate. Her knuckles had gone from white to bloodless. She planned this, Odalis said. Which part? All of it. Odalis gestured at the corridor, the relay board, the fading echo of Iria's footsteps, the forged packets, the floor-44 front, Toya Velen's authentic packet timed to arrive in the middle of a crisis. She built a trap where every exit leads to the same loss. Solino understood. If he unlocked the escrow to save Toya Velen, he admitted the protocol could be bypassed under pressure. Every future protectioner would demand the same exception. The system would become a negotiation, not a rule. If he refused, Toya died with an authentic witness packet in the public record, proving the protocol was too slow to protect anyone who mattered. Iria did not need to defeat him. She only needed to make him choose which failure defined him. The floor 54 branch, Odalis said. What about it? She mentioned it while you were coming up the stairs. There is a side corridor off the allocation engine chamber that connects to an independent archive relay. It has its own verification module, separate from the main engine. Solino turned. She told you this before I arrived. She was selling it, pitching the committee idea. Committee. An expert board, temporary, hand-picked to evaluate urgent reversal candidates while the escrow remains locked. She would seat 4 members. You would seat 4. An independent chair selected by the tower. Solino stared at her. That is not a solution. That is her hand on every lever. I know. Then why are you telling me? Odalis met his eyes. Because the branch exists. I confirmed it through the relay node before she left. The verification module is real. It can process a single reversal in under 2 hours without touching the escrow cores. Solino felt the weight of the corridor shift. What is the catch? The module requires an authorized operator. The only operator with current clearance is Iria Kestel. Of course, she had not built the trap from nothing. She had built it from real infrastructure, real access, real capability. The offer would work. Toya Velen could be saved. 1 life, pulled from the countdown, reversed without touching the cores. And in exchange, Solino would hand her the authority to decide who lived next. Tovin stepped out of the crowd. He looked thinner than Solino remembered, paler, like the descent through the maintenance shaft that cost him something besides time. Don't. I have not decided anything. You are thinking about it. Tovin's voice was flat, stripped of argument. I can see it in your stance. You are weighing the cost. Solino did not deny it. Let me lay out the math, Tovin said. 1 life saved now, 42 cores preserved. A precedent established that urgent reversals bypass the protocol when an expert board approves. The board is chaired by Iria Kestel. She approves every candidate who benefits her faction. She denies every candidate who does not. Within 3 cycles, the board controls the reversal queue. Within 6, the escrow is irrelevant because no one will accept a 3-day wait when the board can deliver in 2 hours. I know the math. Then you know the offer is efficient. That is what makes it lethal. Tovin's pale eyes held Solino's. Efficiency without legitimacy is just privatization with a clean name. Marcell believed the same thing. He just used different language. The corridor murmured. Solino looked at the relay board. Toya Velen's name was still there, attached to the pending verification, her conversion clock ticking down in a floor he could not reach in time. He thought about the woman in the crowd, the one with forged packets. Her daughter was real, even if the documents were not. There were daughters and sons and partners and strangers in the crystal pillar beneath floor 50. 47 suspended bodies waiting for a reversal that might never come because the math would not stretch. He thought about Iria's face when she walked past him, composed, certain. She knew he would struggle. She had counted on it. She had also counted on him refusing, which meant the trap had a second layer. You are right, Solino said. Tovin blinked. I am not taking the offer. Solino turned to Odalis. But I need you to confirm what I think the branch actually does. Odalis frowned. I already told you. Tell me the part Iria left out. The infrastructure. How deep does the independent verification module go? Odalis's eyes narrowed. She pulled her slate from her jacket and began scrolling through the relay logs she had captured during the descent. She stopped. Oh. What? It is not a branch. It is a back door. She held up the slate. The independent module connects to the allocation engine's root protocol layer. It can verify candidates, yes, but it can also modify the engine's classification weights. Any operator with access to the module can reclassify reversal dead as non-reversible, or vice versa. Solino felt the temperature drop. The module does not just process individual reversals. It can rewrite the categories that determine who gets saved at all. Iria was not offering to save one person. She was offering to let me watch her take control of the entire reversal classification system through a single authorized operation. Tovin's face went still. If she had seated her board, modified the weights while processing Toya's reversal, and reclassified the remaining 46 bodies as non-reversal, the escrow cores would become permanently locked. No reversals. Ever. The escrow would become a memorial, not a tool. Solino looked at the empty corridor where Duria had vanished. He had been wrong. She had not built a trap with 2 exits. She had built a trap with 1 exit and a wall where the second door appeared to be. Chapter 70. The corridor still hummed with the binding throwhold. 97%. Active. Waiting. Solino did not look at the board. He looked at Odalis, at the slate in her hands, at the architecture she had just exposed. The module was not a branch. It was a key to every classification in the engine. Ira had built her trap around a single operator, because single operators could be controlled. What is the authorization structure? He said. Odalis frowned. Standard tower authentication, biometric, single pulse recognition, 1 registered operator per session. Can the session requirements be modified? I do not know. I have never seen the root layer directly. The module was designed to be isolated. Is isolated does not mean sealed. Odalis's eyes narrowed. She understood before he finished explaining. You are thinking about a multi-key activation. I am thinking about what Ira did not account for. Solino turned to face the corridor. The crowd had not dispersed. The woman with the forged packets was still there, and behind her, others, families, witnesses, runners who had seen their names on the relay boards. She built the module so only she could use it, but the module is connected to the engine's root. If we can modify the authorization structure before we activate the reversal, we do not need her. Tovin stepped forward. You cannot rewrite tower authentication from a side corridor without triggering a lockdown. The system flags structural modifications. Then we do not modify the structure. We layer a secondary requirement on top of it. What kind of secondary requirement? Solino pulled his notebook from his jacket. The pages were smudged, creased, filled with sketches and fusion schematics and floor observations he had been recording since the tram tunnel. He flipped to a blank page and began drawing. The third source witness protocol requires 3 independent sources and 1 chain verifier before a reversal claim is accepted. That is an identity standard. It does not require a single authorized operator. It requires a group. Odalis's breath caught. You want to use the protocol as the authentication layer for the module. The module needs 1 operator. The protocol needs 3 sources and a verifier. If we bind the 2 systems together, the module cannot activate unless the protocol is satisfied. And the protocol sources can be anyone. Anyone whose identity is verified by the tower's relay system. Witnesses, medics, analyst logs, public observers whose signatures are already in the tower's authentication grid. Tovin's face shifted. The flat, stripped of argument look cracked into something closer to recognition. That is not what Ira expected. Nothing about what I did since floor 1 was what anyone expected. Solino tore the page from his notebook and handed it to Odalis. Can you make this work? She studied the sketch. Her rust-colored eyes traced the lines, the connections, the logic path from the module's root layer to the protocol's verification chain. The tower accepts governance structures that are broadcast publicly. We already established that on floor 57. If we present the binding requirement as an amendment to the existing protocol, the system will register it. Register it as what? As a civic rule update, same category as the original third source filing. The tower does not distinguish between primary filings and amendments. It only distinguishes between accepted and rejected. Then we file the amendment. Now. Odalis hesitated. What? If we file it now, Yalurwa will see it on the relay board within 3 minutes. She will know we found the back door. She will burn the module's access before we can use it. Solino looked at the corridor. at the people watching, at the relay board showing Toya Velen's name and the conversion clock ticking down in a floor he could not reach. Then we do not give her 3 minutes. We file the amendment and activate the module in the same sequence. By the time she sees the update, the reversal will already be processing. Tovin shook his head. That requires everyone in position before the filing. You need 3 sources and a verifier at the module simultaneously. If anyone is missing, the authentication fails and the module locks permanently. How many people do we have? 2. You and Odalis. I do not have a verified signature in the tower's authentication grid. Pyrrhus's, but he is on floor 52. Luz does, but she is managing the registration queues. Solino scanned the crowd. Who here has a verified tower signature? The woman with the forged packets looked up. Her face was still wet, her hands still shaking, but her eyes focused. I do. From what floor? Floor 7. I filed a witness claim for my daughter. The tower had verified my identity against my old institutional record. Solino turned to Odalis. How many do we need? 3 sources minimum. 1 chain verifier. 4 verified identities total. Solino looked at the woman. Your daughter is in the pillar. Yes. If you serve as a source for this activation, your identity becomes part of the protocol layer. You are not just verifying your daughter. You are verifying the entire system. Every reversal that uses this module will carry your signature going forward. I understand. Do you? The woman straightened. My daughter is going to die if I do not act. Marcell Ysard will harvest her at 67%. Ira Kestel will reclassify her as non-reversible. The only person who is offered a path that does not require selling my soul is standing in front of me. She paused. I do not care whose name is on the authorization. I care whose daughter comes home. Solino held her gaze for 3 heartbeats. Odalis. Add her to the source list. Odalis began typing. 2 sources list, 1 chain verifier. A voice from the back of the corridor. I can be a source. A man in a clinic jacket stepped forward. Peviz's network, probably. One of the medics who had been running triage on the lower floors while the faction war consumed the upper levels. Your tower signature? Floor 15. I was registered when Previz filed his archive claim. The tower verified my medical credentials. And you are willing to be bound to this protocol. I am willing to make sure Toya Velen does not die while bureaucrats argue about who has the right to save her. Solino nodded. Odalis. Add him. 1 source left. Chain verifier still open. Solino looked at the module. The tower required a chain verifier. Someone whose identity was bound to the protocol in a way that could not be revoked. Someone whose entire credibility rested on the claim being true. He looked at his own hands. The scar across his right palm. The grease burns. The notebook still clutched in his fingers. Log me. Odalis starts typing. Solino. I am the chain verifier. The tower already recognizes me as key identified and chain verifier from the burden module. If I am the verifier for this activation, the binding is structural. The tower cannot override it without breaking its own authentication rules. Are you sure? No, but I am out of options. Odalis held his gaze for a long moment. Then she typed. Amendment filed. Module activation sequence initiated. 3 forces confirmed. Chain verifier confirmed. Solino walked to the independent verification module. It was a small, crystalline recess in the wall, pulsing with the same amber light he had seen in the burden module chamber. He placed his palm on the surface. The system registered his biometric. Chain verifier authenticated. The module began to hum. On the relay board, Toya Velen's name flickered. The conversion clock stopped at 58%. A new line appeared. Reversal initiated. Estimated processing time, 1 hour, 47 minutes. The woman with the forged packets let out a sound that was not quite a sob. Solino let his hand drop from the module. Then the floor lurched. The amber light in the corridor flickered, died, and reignited in a different color. Red. The same red Solino had seen on floor 52 when the binding threshold locked. The relay board changed. Unverified vote source detected. Proximity within chamber. The corridor walls began to seal, hydraulic pistons engaged. The crowd scrambled backward as the entry arch closed, stone grinding against stone. Solino turned. At the far end of the corridor, where the maintenance shaft opened into the relay chamber, A figure stepped from a lane that had not been there 3 minutes ago. A hidden seam in the wall. A side entry network Solino had never seen. Steel gray eyes, black hair clipped short, dark pressure sleeve over the left forearm. Marcell Ysard walked into the sealed chamber, and the floor locked behind him. Chapter 71. The corridor sealed. Stone ground against stone. The red light from the relay board painted every face in the chamber the color of warning. Marcell Ysard walked forward like a man entering his own office. His boots made no sound on the floor. The dark pressure sleeve over his left forearm caught the red light and swallowed it. Behind him, the seam in the wall had already become invisible again, smooth stone where an entrance had been 3 seconds ago. Tovin went still. Odalis's hands stopped over the module's interface. The woman with the forged packets took a step back. The medic from Parvis's network did not move at all. Solino stood where he was. Marcell? Solino. Marcell stopped at the edge of the chamber, 10 feet from the verification module. His steel gray eyes swept the room once, cataloging every person, every exit, every line of sight, before settling back on Solino. You filed an amendment to your protocol while I was still 3 floors below you. That is faster than I expected. You knew I would find the module. I knew you would find something. I did not know which piece you would pull first. Marcell gestured at the verification module, still pulsing with Toya Velen's reversal timer. The independent relay, the witness protocol, the multi-key activation. You chose the most structurally sound option and the most politically expensive one at the same time. That is exactly what I would have done. Is that supposed to be a compliment? It is an observation. You are predictable in your competence and unpredictable in your choices, which makes you dangerous to everyone, including yourself. The relay board flickered. Toya Velen, reversal in progress, estimated completion. 1:38 and 12 seconds. The red light did not change. You triggered the unauthorized vote source alert, Solino said. The system detected you before you entered the chamber. The system detected the amendment. I simply chose to arrive at the same moment. Marcell's thin burn scar caught the red light as he tilted his head. I have been watching this module for 12 days. I knew the moment someone filed a root layer change, the floor would seal. I also knew that whoever filed it would be trapped inside with whoever arrived to contest it. You walked into a sealed room with me deliberately. I walked into a negotiation chamber. Odalis spoke for the first time. You burned a side entry network to get here, a hidden route, one of Bastion's old access lanes. Bastion's lane, yes. He mapped it before he defected. I held it in reserve because I knew there would come a moment when the public corridors were no longer sufficient for the conversation that needed to happen. Conversation? Solino said. Not confrontation. Confrontation is what you expect from me. It is what you have trained yourself to expect from everyone who holds power. But I am not here to fight you, Solino. I am here to show you that your protocol will collapse within 3 floor cycles without the executive control you refuse to touch. The verification module emitted a low-frequency hum. Solino felt it in his chest. The same vibration he had felt on floor 35 when his fused pathways had started to destabilize under the strain of too many evolutions. The module was working. Toya Velen was coming back, but the chamber was sealed, and Marcell was standing between Solino and every exit. Explain. Your third source witness protocol requires 3 independent verifications per identity claim. That works when the volume is low and the witnesses are local, but within 12 hours, every family of every condemned runner between floors 10 and 60 will know that Toya Velen is being reversed. They will flood every relay station on this floor, and the ones below and the ones above, each carrying a packet, a photograph, a claim, a hope. The protocol can scale. It cannot. Not at the speed the tower demands. The allocation engine processes claims in real time. Your protocol requires human verification. Human verification requires trust, time, and proximity. Marcell stepped closer. You are building a system that assumes infinite goodwill and infinite hours. The tower gives you neither. The woman with the forged packets spoke. He is lying. He wants you to panic. Solino did not look at her. He is not lying. He is framing a true problem in the worst possible terms to make his solution look reasonable. Marcell's mouth moved into something that was not quite a smile. Bam! Exactly. He reached into his jacket. Tovin shifted. The medic tensed. Solino held up a hand. Marcell pulled out a data slate, dark and unmarked, and held it so the red light caught the surface. I have 12 cores in a private escrow, unregistered, untraceable, not subject to any floor's allocation rules or council votes. They have been sitting in a consortium vault since day 9. No one spoke. These cores can process 17 rapid reversals in 8 hours without touching the burden module, without touching your escrow, without requiring a single witness signature or chain verifier. 17, Odullis said, not 47. No, not 47, but 17 living people pulled from the pillar before your protocol can verify their first dozen claims. 17 families who will not have to wait for a 3-source authentication cycle that takes longer than the tower's deadline. And the cost. Marcell's eyes met Solino's. The cost is that the 12 cores remain mine. They are not delegated to your council. They are not subject to your witness protocol. They are an executive reserve, controlled by a single authorized operator, me, and used at my discretion. That is not a reserve, Odullis said. That is a veto. Marcell tilted his head. Call it whatever you need to. The word does not change the math. With these cores, I can reverse 17 condemned runners before your protocol clears its first contested claim. Without them, Toya Velen will be the only reversal this floor produces before the dissolution date, and the 46 others still in the pillar will remain suspended while your verification network debates their existence. He lowered the slate. I am offering you an alliance, public ideals on the surface, controlled executive reserves beneath. You build your legitimacy. I build a floor of survivable outcomes underneath it, fast enough that your protocol can survive its own scaling curve. And if I refuse? Marcell looked at the verification module. Then Toya Velen finishes her reversal in 1 hour and 38 minutes. She will emerge as the only saved person in a chamber full of people who could have saved 17 more. The floor will unseal, the families will arrive, and your protocol will drown in the volume of claims it cannot process. He paused. And I will walk back through the seam I came from. The 12 cores stay in the vault, the 46 others stay in the pillar. The red light on the relay board flickered. Toya Velen, reversal progress, 12% estimated completion, 133 and 47 seconds. Solino looked at the module, at the timer, at the 47 names still locked in the burden module's registry, 5 of whom would never be saved by his 42 cores, no matter how fast the protocol moved. Then he looked at Marcell's data slate. I want to see the vault. Marcell's expression did not change. You want confirmation that the cores exist. I want to see the vault, the cores, and the authorization chain. If you are asking me to accept an executive reserve beneath my governance structure, I need to know it is real, that it is not a trap, and that you cannot spend it without my knowledge. You will not accept a reserve you cannot audit. I will not accept a reserve no one can audit. Marcell studied him for a long moment. Odullis Fenrith can inspect the vault. No, you do not trust me to let her verify its contents. I trust a sealed room and a hidden vault that has existed since day 9, about as much as you trust shared governance. Let her inspect the authorization chain. If the cores are clean, I will negotiate the terms. Marcell's jaw tightened. Then he nodded once. Tovin's head came up. You have been working with Solino's network. You know the maintenance shafts better than anyone in this room. There is a relay junction 3 floors below this chamber, behind a seal marked with consortium insignia that has been painted over. Odullis will find the vault access there. Tovin's pale eyes moved between Marcell and Solino. You are trusting me to lead her? I am trusting you to verify what you see and report it accurately to both sides. Marcell looked at Solino. If the vault is clean, and if the cores are real, and if Odullis confirms the authorization chain is intact, then we talk about terms. If any of those conditions fail, you walk, I walk, and Toya Velen remains the only person saved in this chamber tonight. The verification module hummed. Solino met his eyes. Tovin, take her. Odullis did not argue. She stepped away from the module, slate in hand, and followed Tovin toward the far wall where the corridor seal had not yet fully closed. Tovin pressed his palm to a section of stone that looked identical to every other section. A seam opened. They stepped through. The seal closed behind them. Solino and Marcell stood alone in the red-lit chamber with the woman, the medic, and the reversing guardian. "The terms," Marcell said quietly. "You have not shown me the vault yet." "I have shown you enough. You know the cores are real. You know I could have burned the entire side entry network to reach this chamber undetected. You know I chose to come here and offer terms instead of letting your protocol collapse under its own weight." "I know you are cornered." Marcell's eyes flickered. "Excuse me?" "You are cornered. If you were winning, you would not be here offering me executive reserves. You would be on floor 60, consolidating your position and waiting for my protocol to fail. But you are not on floor 60. You are in a sealed room with me, offering 17 reversals in exchange for a veto you do not actually need unless you are losing ground." Marcell did not answer. "The consortium is fracturing. Bastine defected. Iria's trap failed. Toven is standing as a witness for my protocol. The clinic network is splitting. You are running out of people who will follow you without knowing why." Marcell's scar tightened. "Do not mistake restraint for weakness." "I do not. I am recognizing the shape of a negotiation where you need me as much as I need you." The verification module's hum deepened. "Toya Velen, reversal progress. 18% estimated completion. 125 in 12 seconds. And then the room shuddered. Not the floor lurching, something deeper. A vibration that came from inside the verification module itself. A sound like stone cracking under pressure. The amber light in the module flickered. The woman with the forged packets took a step back. "What was that?" Solino moved toward the module. The display had changed. Guardian reversal. Active neural residue detected. 17% integration conflict. Warning. The number climbed. 19%. 21%. Solino looked at Marcell. "What did you do?" "Nothing. That is the tower's process, not mine." The module shuddered again. The amber light turned violet for a fraction of a second, then back. The woman's voice cracked. "She has not been alone in there. The tower stored other memories in the same archive slot, other condemned runners, fragments. The module is trying to separate Toya from everything else that was written into her conversion file." The violet light returned. The module's hum became a grinding sound. Toya Valen's reversal was still processing, but something was coming back with her. Something that had been sleeping in the tower's architecture for too long. Solino's fused frequency flared in his skull. He saw it. A second presence. Not fully formed, not fully human. A residue of someone else, fused into Toya's conversion file before the interruption point. Their identity overwritten, but not erased. The module was trying to reverse both of them at once. "Marcell, I see it. Was this your trap?" "No." Marcell's voice had changed. "This was the tower's." The grinding stopped. The violet light stabilized. The verification module went silent, and the corridor seal that Toven and Odalus had used groaned as stone scraped against stone, the seam beginning to break open from the other side, not by a palm print, but by something pushing through from the darkness beyond. Tram Seni 52. The corridor seal groaned once more, then split. Stone fragments skidded across the floor. The seam widened into a dark mouth, and Odalus stepped through first. Slate, raised, rust-colored eyes scanning the chamber before she lowered her arm. Toven followed. His face was pale. His hand shook when he pressed the wall to reseal the seam. Solino moved toward them. "What happened?" "The relay junction." Odalus's voice was flat. "Someone has been using it. Recently. The consortium paint was chipped off in layers, not stripped deliberately. Someone was digging through the wall from the other side." "Who?" "I do not know. They were not there when we reached it. But the tunnel beyond the junction continues. It does not stop at floor 51. It keeps going down." Marcell's scar tightened. "How far down?" "I did not check. I am not going into an unlit maintenance shaft without knowing what is at the bottom." Odalus looked at the verification module. "What happened here?" Solino pointed at the display. "Neural residue detected, 17% integration conflict, active." The module hit a second presence in Toya's conversion file. Someone else was fused into her archive slot. The tower did not erase them. It just overwrote the surface layer. The module is trying to reverse both at once. Odalis studied the readings. That is not a storage error. No, Marcell said. It is deliberate. The tower stores every identity it absorbs. When a runner is condemned mid-conversion, the tower compresses their archive slot to make room for the next condemned runner. But compression is not deletion. The fragments remain. The amber light in the module flickered again. The woman with the forged packets stepped forward. Can the module separate them? It is trying to. Solino looked at the display. But the second presence is waking up. The module hummed deeper, and the guardian in the crystal pillar moved. Not a full motion, a twitch. The fingers on her left hand curled inward, then relaxed. Her eyelids fluttered. The grinding sound from the module shifted into something else. A rhythm, a pulse, a pattern that matched the heartbeat visible in the amber light. Tovin moved to the module's side panel. The integration conflict is climbing. He was right. Neural residue, 22%. The second presence was getting stronger. Solino's fused frequency flared. He felt it. Two identities pressing against the same reversal mechanism, one coherent and one fragmented, both fighting for the same path out of the tower's architecture. Marcell, your 12 cores, can they process a split reversal? Marcell's eyes flickered. The vault was designed for single-subject restoration. Two identities in the same archive slot would require a branching protocol the reserve was never tested on. So you cannot help. I did not say that. I said the reserve was never tested on a split reversal. That does not mean it is impossible. It means the risk is unknown. Solino looked at the display. Neural residue, 27%. The guardian's fingers twitched again. Her lips parted. A sound escaped her throat. Not a word, not a scream. Skill in the lone doused. Something between the two. A noise that had not been made by a human throat in too long. The woman with the forged packets grabbed Solino's arm. She is trying to speak. Solino moved closer to the pillar. The guardian's eyelids fluttered. Her pupils moved beneath the lids, tracking something only she could see. Her lips formed a shape. A word. Beneath. The module's display changed. Neural residue, 34%. Integration conflict, critical. Marcell stepped forward. We do not have time to separate them. We need to choose which identity the module prioritizes, Valin or the residue. No. Solino, if you try to reverse both, you will lose both. The module will overload and the reversal will collapse. Pick one. Save one. Then we move. Solino looked at the guardian. Her lips moved again. Chose. A chill ran through the chamber. Chose what? Solino said. The guardian's eyes opened. They were not Toya Villain's eyes. Toya's badge photo showed dark irises, steady, tired. These were pale. Pale like the light in the relic chamber beneath the distribution compound. Pale like the gold-lit darkness that had opened beneath Solino's feet on floor 50. She spoke. Arbiter chose this test. The words were clear, coherent. They were not the fragments of a compressed identity fighting for release. They were a statement delivered with the precision of someone who had been waiting to say them. Solino's fused frequency screamed. He saw it. The structure beneath the compound, the gold-lit passage, the burden module, the verification module, the side entry network, the hidden relay junction, the corridor that descended from floor 51 into darkness. All of it. Connected. Arbiter had not been waiting for Solino to reach floor 60. Arbiter had been waiting for Solino to reach this exact chamber, this exact module, this exact guardian, this exact moment where a split reversal forced him to choose between efficiency and completeness. The guardian's pale eyes locked onto Solino. Arbiter selected each of you. Solino Backe, Marcell Ysard, Odalis Fenrith, Tovin Querl. You were chosen for this floor because you carry the three architectures that will decide whether the reversible dead return withstanding or as chattel. Marcell's voice was ice. That is impossible. Arbiter is at a guardian on floor 20. It does not have the reach to seed trials across 54 floors. The guardian's lips curled. Arbiter is not a guardian. Arbiter is the archive. And the archive has been watching since before the first threshold opened. The tower is not a trial. The tower is a cradle. and too many of the condemned have been fed to the structure beneath without anyone asking what they wanted to become. The module's hum became a roar. Neural residue, 41%. The amber light turned violet. The Guardian's body began to shift. Solino looked at Marcell. Your vault, where is it? 3 floors below. The 12 cores, can you access them from here? Marcell's scar tightened. Not without your module. The vault uses the allocation engine's root protocol, the same layer your third source activation is bound to. Then we do not have to choose between Toya and the residue. We branch the reversal protocol through the root layer, using the third source binding as the separation key. The protocol identifies which memories belong to which identity and routes them through independent reversal channels. Marcell's eyes widened. That is not tested. Neither was the 3-core fusion on floor 40. I survived that. This will work. Solino moved to the module's control surface. The display showed the neural residue at 44%. Toven stepped beside him. What do you need? Access to the root layer's branching protocol. The tower stores a secondary routing table that maps archive slots to individual reversal channels. If I can pull the routing table into the verification module's processing cycle, I can separate the identities before the integration conflict collapses. I can find the routing table. I mapped the maintenance shafts. The root layer's secondary architecture has physical access points on floor 48 and floor 52. How long? 20 minutes, maybe less if the shafts are clear. The module's hum wavered. Neural residue, 47%. It was accelerating. Solino looked at Toven. Go. Toven turned. He pressed his palms to the corridor seal. The seam opened, and he stepped into the darkness. The seal closed behind him. Marcell stood motionless, watching Solino. You are betting the entire protocol on a man who betrayed you. No, I am betting the protocol on a man who chose to witness for my standard instead of yours. That is different. The Guardian's lips moved again. Arbiter chose this test. Her eyes found Solino. But the tower does not guarantee a pass. The violet light flared, the module screamed, and the corridor seal where Toven had disappeared groaned as the something from the darkness pushed against it from the other side. Harder this time, not testing the seam but crushing it, and the stone began to crack from the outside in. Chapter 73. The violet light from the module painted the Guardian's face in layers. Her pale eyes tracked Solino across the chamber, and her voice came out rough, like stone dragged over stone. You do not recognize me. Solino's hand stayed on the module's surface. I do not know you. You know the man who lost me. Marcell shifted. She is stalling. The residue is buying time. The Guardian's lips curled. Residue. He calls me Residue. Her gaze found Parvis. You filed my death certificate. You still carry the scar from the maze where they pulled me under. The bronze stone grew through my ribs before you could reach me. You remember. Parvis's face went gray. He knew. The module's hum wavered. The display showed the neural residue climbing. 51%. 53. Say it, the Guardian said. Say my name. Irlin. Parvis's voice cracked. Irlin Castle, floor 11, triage runner. I trained her. Solino's chest tightened. Parvis had never told him there was someone specific, someone he carried. Arbiter preserved me, Irlin said. Not as a guardian, as a test. The archive chose specific identities from the condemned and held them in compression, waiting for someone to reach this floor with a module and a protocol, and the courage to attempt what has never been done. A test of what? Odalis asked. Of whether the living would treat the condemned as people or as resources. The module screamed. Neural residue, 57%. The violet light flickered. The Guardian's body convulsed, and for a fraction of a second her eyes went dark. Toya's irises, lost and drowning under the pressure of the second identity surfacing. Then Irler's pale eyes returned. You have less time than I said. The integration conflict is accelerating. The tower recalculated the collapse window when the residue breached 40%. 1 minute 50 seconds before both identities are compressed into a single archive slot. Solino turned to the module. The routing table was not in the chamber. Toven had not returned. The corridor seal was cracking from the outside, stone splintering along a vertical seam, light bleeding through from the other side. "I can run the branch without the routing table," Solino said. "Use the third source binding as a separation key. The protocol identifies memory clusters by source identity weight. If I feed it the witness signatures, the module can sort which memories belong to Toya and which belong to Irlin." Marcell stepped forward. "The module has never processed a split reversal. You are guessing." "I am reading the structure, the gaps. The gaps are the same everywhere. Between a system's query and its response, between a filing and an acceptance, between a condemned vulner and a reversible identity, the tower leaves space for interpretation. I can exploit that space. If you are wrong, Toya dies, Irlin dies, the module collapses, and every pending reversal claim locks permanently. I heard you the first time." Solino's hands moved across the control surface. He pulled the third source binding from the amendment log, the woman with the forged packets, the medic from Parvis's network, Tovin's registered identification number, 3 independent sources. He logged himself as chain verifier. The module accepted. Display. Split protocol engaged. Separation key active. Querying memory clusters. The Guardian's body went rigid. Her mouth opened, but the voice that came out was not Irlin's. It was a woman's voice, thin and distant, like it was calling from the bottom of a shaft. "Who is counting me?" Solino froze. The voice came again. "I was stored beside her, compressed into the same slot. I did not choose to be here. Who is counting me?" The module's display flickered. Memory cluster, foreign, signature unmatched, integration conflict, collateral presence detected. Irlin's body shuddered. A second voice, a third. Fragments pressing through the split channel like water through cracked stone. "They put us in the same archive. We were never meant to be separate. I died on floor 12. They stored me in her slot. I am not supposed to be here. Who is counting us? Who is counting?" Solino's hands stopped. The module's hum dropped to a low thrum. The corridor seal cracked again, wider this time, and a shaft of gold light cut across the chamber floor, the same gold light from the passage beneath the distribution compound, the light that had been waiting since day 2. Irlin's eyes found Solino. "Every return carries collateral selves," she said. "Arbiter did not preserve me alone. It preserved everyone who was compressed into my slot, everyone who was stored beside me, everyone who was fed to the structure without anyone asking what they wanted to become." "How many?" "I do not know. The archive does not count them. It only stores." The module displayed the count. Collateral identities detected, 13. Irlin's body began to shed. Not blood, light. Pale threads of memory unfurling from her skin like roots searching for soil. Each thread carried a voice. Each voice carried a name. 13 names, 13 identities that had been compressed into one archive slot. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the cracked corridor seal, something shifted, heavy and patient, and the gold light brightened as if it had been waiting for exactly this moment to hear exactly those names. Chapter 74. Solino stopped breathing. 13. The numbers sat on the display like a verdict. 13 identities compressed into a single archive slot. 13 people who had been fed to the structure beneath without anyone asking what they wanted to become. The Guardian's body trembled on the pillar. Threads of pale light continued unfurling from her skin, each one a voice a name he could almost hear but not quite understand. The woman with the forged packets stepped back. Her hand went to her mouth. The medic from Parvis's network said nothing, just stared at the display. Marcell stood motionless, his gray eyes fixed on the count. And somewhere beyond the cracked corridor seal, the gold light pulsed, waiting. The module hummed. Split protocol, active separation key, third source binding collateral identities, 13 estimated processing time unknown. Solino's hands found the control surface again. 13, he said. The module can split them, but I need to feed it separation parameters for each one. Identity weight, memory cluster origin, conversion timestamp. Irlin's voice came thin and distant. The archive stores compression order. It knows who was stored first and who was pressed in after. That order is the separation key. Can you access it? I am the archive, I have always been the archive. Her eyes closed. The pale threads stopped moving. Then the module's display changed. Compression order. Received Identity 1. Toya Villain. Conversion Floor 48. Timestamp Day 27. Identity 2. Ireland Castle. Conversion Floor 11. Timestamp Day 14. Identity 3 to 15. Collateral. Conversion Floors 9 to 23. Timestamps Days 11 to 26. 15. Not 13. 15 collateral identities. The display shifted again, and Solino saw the full list. Names, conversion dates, archive slot numbers. All of them compressed into the same space, stacked like pages in a book no one had ever opened. The woman with the forged packets made a sound. Not a word. Something broken. The medic caught her arm. Parvis moved past Solino, his thin frame cutting through the gold-lit air. He stopped at the module's edge and stared at the names. I filed her death certificate, he said, voice flat. I carried her body out of the maze. I was there. She is still here, Solino said. They are all still here. The module's hum deepened. Estimated processing time, 4 hours 22 minutes. Risk of module collapse, 34%. Risk of identity loss, 22%. Per collateral, Solino read the numbers and did not look away. Do it. Marcell stepped forward. You do not have 4 hours. The consortium will have runners here in 9 minutes. Ira will file an injunction through the relay network within 30. And the thing in the corridor. The seal cracked again. Stones splintered. The gold light brightened, and the chamber floor trembled. Solino did not turn. Then I need 90 minutes. He looked at Parvis. Can you get word to Luz? Tell her what is happening here. Tell her to start drafting custody rules for the collateral identities. If they come back, they need standing. They need to be people, not evidence. Parvis nodded once, turned, walked toward the cracked corridor seal. Where are you going? Solino said. The maintenance shaft. There is a relay junction on floor 52. I can reach Luz from there without crossing the plaza. The gold light swallowed him before Solino could answer. The module began processing, and somewhere in the darkness beyond the cracked seal, something shifted, heavy, patient, waiting for exactly these names to be heard. 90 minutes later, a runner from Luz reached Solino through the module's relay channel. Her face was pale on the display. She was breathing hard. The plaza is splitting, she said. Half of them saw the broadcast. They are calling it a miracle. Proof that the tower can be reversed, that their dead can come home. And the other half? Desecration. They say you are pulling corpses out of the archive and stuffing them into living bodies. That the collateral identities are not people. They are fragments, echoes. That you are building a government of ghosts. Solino said nothing. Luz has drafted the emergency custody rules, the runner continued. She is calling them the Fragment Protocol. Every restored collateral identity gets a temporary guardian, a living witness who vouches for their standing. The guardian has to be a registered climber with a verified priority index. And if one vouches, then the fragment stays in archive suspension until a living witness steps forward. Solino thought of Erlan, of the 13 names, of Toya Villain, whose body was hosting 14 other people. And the upper floors? He said. The runner's expression shifted. That is why I came. Luz tracked the traffic patterns on the relay boards. Something changed in the last 2 hours. Climbers are shifting upward, toward a newly unlocked cluster on floor 57. A cluster? 5 thresholds, linked. They bypass floors 53 through 56. Anyone who clears the cluster reaches floor 60 within a day. Solino's hands stilled on the module. Floor 60. The reversal gate. The place Marcell had claimed was not free. The runner's voice dropped. Luz says the cluster opened 30 minutes after you activated the split protocol. She thinks the tower is responding to what you did here, that it is accelerating the timeline. The module hummed, split protocol, 67% complete. Collateral identities 15 remaining time, 1 hour 14 minutes. Solino looked at the display, at the names, at the count. Then he turned toward the cracked corridor seal, where the gold light still pulsed, and the thing in the darkness was still waiting. Tell Luz I am coming. The runner's eyes went wide. Coming where? Floor 60, before Marcell gets there. before Ira files her injunction, before the consortium closes the gate. He looked back at the module, and before the split protocol finishes, the runner started to speak, but Solino was already moving. The gold light swallowed him the same way it had swallowed Parvis, and the chamber behind him hummed with the sound of voices. Third-tone voices, 15, counting themselves in the dark. Chapter 75. The transit floors blurred past in a rhythm of sealed doors and relay nodes, each threshold a gamble. They moved through floor 53 at a dead sprint, Solino counting seconds in his head, Tovin mapping the next seam ahead. The corridor was lined with inactive guardian alcoves, hollow stone faces staring blind, and the air smelled of ozone and dust kicked up by runners who had passed through hours before. 14 minutes until the next lock cycle, Tovin said without breaking stride. If we miss it, we wait an hour. We do not miss it, Solino said. Behind them, Odalis matched pace with a shorter stride, her slate dark, her hand pressed to the wall every 20 feet as if reading something the rest of them could not see. Parvis was carrying a sealed field kit slung across his chest, the kind medics used for combat extractions, and his face had not changed expression since they left the module chamber. The floor-57 cluster was supposed to be a shortcut. It was a lie. The first threshold opened onto a transit floor that was not empty. 4 runners in consortium jackets were already there, standing in a loose semicircle around the central relay node. They turned when the seam opened. One of them had a sidearm drawn. Solino registered the weapon, the stance, the angle of the barrel, and moved before his conscious mind finished the calculation. He grabbed Parvis by the collar and pulled him sideways into an alcove as the shot cracked past. The sound echoed off the stone. Tovin was already moving the other way, hugging the wall, his hands empty but his body low and fast. Odalis had dropped to one knee behind the relay node's housing, her slate pressed to her chest, eyes tracking. "You cannot clear this floor before the lock cycle," the shooter called out. "Turn back. Use the main route." Solino did not answer. He was reading the room. The consortium runners were positioned to cover the relay node, the exit seam, and the approach corridor. They had been here long enough to map the sightlines. They knew where defenders would have to expose themselves, but they did not know his frequency. He closed his eyes for half a second and let the fusion settle. The world shifted. He saw the stress lines in their stance, the weight distribution, the micro-adjustments that told him which one was the real threat and which one was waiting for orders. "The one on the right," he said, low enough that only Parvis heard. "He is the shooter. The rest are covering for him." Parvis did not ask how he knew. He just nodded and reached into his field kit. The extraction took 43 seconds. Solino went low and fast, using the alcove's edge as a pivot, angling toward the node housing where Odalis was positioned. The shooter tracked him, fired twice, missed both times because Solino was already at a different depth than expected. Parvis moved in the gap. He did not fire a weapon. He threw a sealed pouch that burst open against the floor between the consortium runners, releasing a pressurized cloud of medical-grade sedative aerosol. Not lethal, not even painful. Just enough to blur reflexes for 10 seconds. It was enough. Tovin crossed the gap before the cloud settled, his shoulder driving into the shooter's ribs, his hand stripping the sidearm in a motion that looked practiced. The other 3 were already coughing, their eyes watering, their coordination falling apart. Solino reached the relay node before any of them recovered. He pressed his palm to the authentication plate. The floor accepted. Exit seam, active lock cycle, 6 minutes. He turned and looked at the consortium runners. The shooter was on his knees, hands empty, staring at Tovin with an expression that was not quite fear and not quite disbelief. "Who sent you?" Solino said. The shooter said nothing. Solino looked at him for 2 seconds, then turned and walked toward the exit seam. The others followed. Behind them, the lock cycle timer started counting down. Floor 54 was darker. The lighting had shifted from the cold white of the lower transit floors to something amber and dim, as if the tower itself was conserving power. The corridor narrowed. The walls were scarred with claw marks that did not match any construct pattern Solino recognized. Tovin stopped at the first junction. "This is where the path splits," he said. "The main route goes through 5 more transit floors. The cluster threshold is supposed to open after the third node activation. And the short route? Tovin pointed at a seam in the wall that was barely visible, a hairline fracture that someone had deliberately obscured with dust. That leads to a maintenance shaft that drops directly to floor 57, but it is not mapped. I do not know what is inside. Solino looked at the seam. The gold light from the chamber behind them was still in his eyes, still warm against his skin, and he could feel the weight of the split protocol processing in the module 3 floors above, the 15 identities counting themselves into the machine's memory. How long through the main route? 4 hours, maybe 5, depending on the lock cycles. And through the shaft? Tovin hesitated. An hour, if it is clear. Solino looked at Odalis. She was already studying the seam, her slate casting a thin line of light across the crack. There are signs of recent passage, she said. Not dust. The edges are worn. Someone has been using this. Iria, Solino said. Probably. He thought about it for 3 seconds. Then he pushed the seam open. The air that came out was hot and dry and smelled of something that had been burning recently. The shaft descended through the heart of the tower, past floors that were never meant to be seen. Solino counted the landings as they passed. 3, then 5, then 7. Each level was a narrow platform with a sealed door, most of them dark, some of them marked with symbols he did not recognize. The walls were raw stone, unworked, as if the tower had been built around this space rather than through it. Parvis was breathing hard by the 10th landing. How much further? Almost there, Tovin said, but his voice was tight. They reached floor 57 through a hatch that opened onto a maintenance alcove at the far end of a transit corridor. The cluster threshold was visible at the opposite end, a seam of pale blue light that pulsed steadily. They were not the first to arrive. Iria Kestel was already there. She was standing at the threshold with her back to them, her hand pressed to the authentication plate, her silhouette sharp against the blue light. She was alone. No consortium runners, no guards. She turned when she heard them. Her expression was calm, composed. The same polished mask she had worn in the chamber. You are faster than I expected, she said, but not fast enough. The threshold opened behind her. The blue light spilled into the corridor, and Solino saw what was waiting on the other side. A long, straight passage that ended in a seam marked with the same symbol he had seen in the maintenance shaft, the symbol for the reversal gate. Floor 60. Iria stepped backward into the light. See you at the gate, Solino. The threshold sealed behind her. The corridor went dark. Tovin slammed his fist against the wall. She burned a line through the cluster. She must have had a side entry network already mapped. She has been planning this since before we left the chamber. Solino stood at the sealed threshold, staring at the symbol. The blue light faded. The lock cycle reset. And somewhere above them, the split protocol was still running. 15 identities counting themselves into existence, while Iria Kestel walked toward the reversal gate alone. Chapter 76. The gold light did not stop. Solino stepped through floor 60's threshold, and the world tilted sideways. Not violently, the way a trap floor snapped, but slowly, as if the tower itself was adjusting its weight to accommodate something too large to fit in a single chamber. The space stretched ahead of him, vast and still, lit from within by the same amber glow he had seen beneath the distribution compound. The ceiling rose into darkness. The walls receded into distance, and hanging in the air between them, suspended in vertical columns of pale thread, were bodies. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Some were close enough to see clearly, faces frozen mid-expression, hands open or clenched, chests still. Others were only silhouettes, wrapped in thread that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light, like breathing slowed to the pace of years. Guardians. But not guardians of the kind Solino had fought. These were not the shambling shells or procedural copies or fused constructs. These were whole, preserved, waiting. He heard Odalis stop beside him, heard Tovin's breath catch, heard Parvis say nothing, which was worse than anything he could have spoken. Above them all, the gold light gathered, and the archive spoke. Not through a guardian, not through a relay. The voice came from the floor itself, from the walls, from the threads that held the suspended bodies, from the air. You have reached the place where the condemned are kept. Solino's frequency vibrated in his skull. The voice was not sound. It was meaning pressed directly into his awareness, bypassing his ears, settling into the bone behind his eyes. This floor does not test your ability to survive. The threads pulsed. It tests your willingness to be bound. A column of light ignited at the far end of the chamber. Solino saw structure he recognized, the same verification module architecture from floor 54, but scaled larger, built into the chamber's central platform. Around it, data slates were embedded in the stone, each one glowing with a name and a number. Beside each name, a cost ledger. He walked toward the nearest one. The name read, Ezra Venn. Below it, a tally. 47 days in archive, 3 contested votes, 12 living witnesses withstanding. And beneath that, a line that let his stomach tighten. Cost to release, 1 fusion core plus 1 living vote commitment, plus 1 binding witness oath. Odalis was already reading the next slate. Toya Velen, she said. Same structure. The numbers are different. She has 14 witnesses. Solino looked at the ceiling, at the bodies suspended in their threads, at the names embedded in the stone. How many are there? The archive answered. 411. Guardians preserved between floors 10 and 60. 208 are reversible. 103 have living witnesses withstanding. 51 have contested vote claims. That last number sent a chill through him. Contested. He thought of the forged packets from floor 44. The bot engine voting harvested credentials. The proxy team stripping proof of self nodes before conversion finished. You mean someone has already filed a claim on them? Correct. Solino turned back to the module. So if I want to reverse one, I have to fight whoever filed the contest. If you wish to override an existing claim, you must demonstrate superior standing. The witness protocol you activated on floor 54 qualifies, but it is not enough alone. Then what is? The gold light gathered above him, condensed into a shape that was almost human, almost familiar. Arbiter's voice, but not Arbiter's body. The archive was using the light the way a puppeteer used strings. A society willing to bind itself to the condemned may pass. A society that treats the condemned as resources to be harvested, votes to be claimed, or burdens to be shed, may not. The shape extended an arm toward the module. The test is already running. Solino looked at the central platform. The verification module was active, its display cycling through names at a speed that made his eyes ache. What test? Every guardian in this chamber is linked to a cost ledger. The ledgers are not theoretical. They draw from the same pool the Alliance engine uses: cores, votes, witness commitments, and the time of every living challenger within range. The display stopped. The name in it was Toya Velen. Below it, a number, one of 208. The sequence has begun. Every 9 minutes, one name will be removed from the ledger permanently, not revoked, erased. The archive will collapse the slot, and the identity inside it will cease to exist. Solino's hands went cold. Stop it. I cannot. This floor was designed before the SOS threshold opened. The triage sequence activates when the first living challenger reaches floor 60 with unresolved reversal claims. The only way to stop the erasure is to resolve the ledgers faster than the sequence removes them. How? The gold light flickered. Bind yourself. Bind your witnesses. Bind your votes. Or watch them disappear one name at a time. The display updated. 2 of 200 and. Solino heard Toven swear under his breath. Heard Odalis start calculating aloud, her voice tight with urgency. Heard Tarvis step forward and place his hand on one of the slates, his fingers tracing the name carved into the stone. Eardlin Castle. You said the third source protocol counts, Solino said. It does. Then we start now. He moved toward the module. Behind him, the gold light began to pulse, and somewhere in the chamber a thread snapped. A body began to fall. The first name was already gone. Chapter 77. The light pulsed once, and the thread snapped. Toya Velen's body began its slow fall from the ceiling, suspended cables releasing in sequence, each one trailing gold like a vein being pulled from stone. The body dropped 3 feet before the threads caught again, having her descent. She hung there, suspended between release and erasure, her face slack and featureless where the archive had already stripped the identity markers. Solino watched her fall stop, watched the threads go dark around her chest. Identity collapsed, resource unlocked. A new counter appeared on the main module display. Cores returned to pool, 1. The number sat there, clean and terrible. Tovin was the first to speak. It frees the core. Not just the core, Odalis said. She was scrolling through a secondary display, her fingers moving faster than Solino had ever seen. Look at the allocation tree. The erased name releases everything tied to it. The fusion core, the vote commitment, the storage thread, the archive slot. All of it goes back into the pool. Solino understood before she finished. The triage was not destruction for destruction's sake. It was reclamation. Every name the sequence erased freed resources that could be used to save someone else. The system was designed to force a choice between holding the line against erasure and letting the dead feed the living. 3 minutes, Parvis said. He was standing at Irland Castle's slate, his hand still resting on the carved name. The next erasure is 3 minutes away. Solino looked at the module, at the cost ledger glowing beneath Ezraven's name. 1 fusion core plus 1 living vote commitment plus 1 binding witness oath. He had 0 cores. He had 3 people in this room willing to bind themselves. He had a verification module that could process 1 reversal per 2 hours if the root protocol held. The timing was impossible. You cannot outrun the sequence, the archive said. Its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, woven into the gold light that filled the chamber. Every 9 minutes, a name will fall. You have 208 reversible guardians and approximately 31 hours before the sequence exhausts the list. At your current processing capacity, you will complete approximately 15 reversals before the last name is erased. Solino turned toward the light. Then we increase processing capacity. How? He looked at Odalis. The root protocol layer. You said it has physical access points on floors 48 and 52. Yes. If we open the ledgers to every living challenger in range, they can submit witness commitments from their own floors. The verification module validates claims remotely. We do not need to process everything from this chamber. Odalis stopped scrolling. Her rust-colored eyes found his. You are talking about broadcasting the full cost ledger to every runner between floor 10 and 60. Yes, every living challenger will see exactly what it costs to release a guardian. They will also see which guardians have contested claims, which have pending witnesses, and which are about to be erased. The traffic alone could crash the relay network. So we expand the network. With what hardware? The tower does not have unlimited bandwidth, and the consortium controls the transit floor relays. Tovin stepped forward. Not all of them. Solino looked at him. There is a secondary relay hub on floor 55, Tovin said, unused. The consortium sealed it because it bypasses their monitored nodes. I found it when I was mapping the maintenance shaft landing. If we can activate that hub, we can distribute the verification load across 3 separate channels instead of 1. How long to reach floor 55 and activate it? 30 minutes, maybe less if the shaft is still clear. Solino looked at the module counter. 2 minutes and 40 seconds until the next erasure. Do it. Tovin moved toward the maintenance hatch without another word. The seal groaned as he pried it open, and the darkness beyond swallowed him before Solino could call after him. The counter hit 2 minutes. Odalis was still scrolling. There is something else. Tell me. The module has a priority override. It is hidden behind the root protocol authentication, but it is there. If you activate it, the system will process reversals based on proximity to the challenger who submitted the claim. Anyone within the same floor cluster as a contested guardian gets priority processing. Solino frowned. That favors whoever is closest to the archive. Yes. It also means if you declare yourself as the primary filer for a specific set of names, their reversals will process ahead of the queue. You could shield a handful of guardians from the triage sequence entirely. The system would skip them when the 9-minute counter reaches their slot. Solino understood what she was not saying. He could save Virlan Castle, Ezraven, the 15 names from the split protocol. All of them, if he declared priority filer on each ledger before the triage reached them. The other guardians would keep falling. "Is there a limit?" he asked. "On how many you can shield? On how the system compensates?" Odalus met his eyes. "Every shielded name extends the sequence duration by 1 cycle per protected slot. If you shield 15 guardians, the triage runs 15 cycles longer, and 15 other names are erased who would have survived under the standard clock." The module counter hit 1 minute 30 seconds. Parvis spoke without turning from Ireland's slate. "What I am hearing is that the only way to stop the sequence is to resolve every reversible ledger before the clock reaches them. And the only way to do that at scale is to open the cost structure to every living person who can reach a relay." "Yes." "Then open it." Solino looked at Odalus. "Can you broadcast the full ledger archive from here?" She checked the module's connection tree. "The verification module has a direct line to the root protocol. If I route through the secondary architecture access point on floor 52, I can push the data to every relay board between 10 and 60. But there is a risk." "Name it." "Once the ledgers are public, every contested claim will become visible. The 51 contested guardians will trigger a flood of counterclaims from whoever filed them. Iria Kestel, Marcell's proxies, the consortium bot network. The system will be overwhelmed within minutes. So we build a queue." "We do not have minutes to build a queue." The counter hit 1 minute. Solino made his choice. "Do not route through floor 52. Route through the main module and open every ledger now." Odalus's hands went still. "That bypasses the priority override. You will not be able to shield anyone." "I know." She held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then she turned to the module and began typing. The display flickered. A column of light erupted from the central platform, expanding outward in a ring that pushed past Solino, past the suspended bodies, past the chamber walls. It kept moving, climbing through the tower's architecture, and Solino felt it pass through him like a wave of heat. The archive spoke. "Ledger archive, broadcast. All reversible names published to every active relay board between floor 10 and floor 60. 208 cost ledgers now visible to every living challenger within range." The counter hit 45 seconds. Parvis stepped away from Ireland's slate. "They will come." "Who?" "Everyone who has a name on that list. Everyone who has a contested claim. Everyone who has been waiting for someone to tell them the cost." The module display began to change. Numbers flickered across its surface, climbing faster than Solino could track. Incoming witness claims: 12, 31, 67, 104. Odalus's voice was barely audible. "They are flooding the system." Incoming confirmations: 141, 203, 287. Solino. Her hand gripped his arm. "The queue is collapsing. Every claim is drawing from the same core pool. The module cannot validate faster than the triage is erasing names." Imager sequence 4 of 208. A thread snapped above them. A second body began to fall. Solino looked at the module, at the flood of incoming data, at the names disappearing faster than he could read them. He had opened the ledgers. Now the system was drowning. Chapter 78. The system was drowning. Numbers climbed faster than Solino could track. Incoming witness claims surging past 300. Confirmations pushing past 500. The verification module flickered through validation attempts, each one rejected as the queue collapsed under its own weight. A third thread snapped overhead. The display updated before the body hit the chamber floor. Irusa sequence 7 of 208. Pafiz moved toward the fallen body, his hands already reaching for a pulse he knew would not be there. They are not keeping pace. The module cannot validate faster than the triage is consuming them. Solino stared at the flood of incoming data. Every claim was real. Every name on those ledgers had a family somewhere between floors 10 and 60. Someone who had been waiting for exactly this broadcast. Someone who had just watched their loved one's cost structure appear on a relay board and had already typed their witness commitment into a terminal they barely understood. They were trying. The system could not keep up. Odalus had not stopped typing. Her hands moved across the module's input surface in sharp, mechanized sequences. her rust-colored eyes fixed on a secondary stream Solino could not read from his angle. "What are you doing?" "Looking for a workaround." Her voice was flat, the tone of someone compressing panic into pure function. "The module's validation protocol is bottlenecking at source confirmation. Every incoming claim needs a biometric cross-reference against the archive's stored witness registry, and the queue is backing up because the registry was never designed for simultaneous access. Can you widen the channel? I can try to parallelize the authentication stream, but that risks splitting the validation thread and corrupting the cross-reference table." She paused. Her hands went still. "Wait." Solino stepped closer. "What?" Odalis pulled up a text block from the module's buried layer, a section of the floor's governance code that had been folded into the architecture long before the first living challenger reached floor 60. It was not part of the triage protocol. It was not part of the verification module's operating logic. It was a standing clause. She read it once, then again. Her face changed. "Solino, tell me." She turned the module screen toward him. The text was dense, procedural language layered in tower script and human annotations stacked over each other like sedimentary rock. But the core structure was clear enough. No reversal was stable unless the restored were granted standing in the order being built, not treated as rescued dependents, not classified as secondary citizens with limited vote weight and conditional access to the allocation engine. Full standing. Equal footing in whatever council, constitution, or governance framework emerged from the dissolution date. Parvez straightened from the fallen body. "What does that mean in practice?" "It means," Odalis said slowly, "that every guardian we reverse becomes a full participant in the new order. They get cores, they get vote weight, they get a seat at the table, if there is a table." Or, a voice cut in from the chamber's entrance, "It means you cannot cherry-pick which names you save and still call the result legitimate." Marcell Ysard stepped through the threshold. He was alone. No escort, no visible weapon. His dark pressure sleeve caught the gold light as he moved into the chamber, his steel-gray eyes fixed on Solino with the same unreadable calculations Solino had seen on floor 2, floor 11, floor 40. He had been listening. Solino did not turn fully. "How long have we been there?" "Long enough." Marcell's gaze moved across the suspended bodies, the falling threads, the module display with its drowning queue. "You broadcast every ledger to every relay. You opened the cost structure to anyone with a terminal. You did exactly what I warned you would collapse the system, and now you are watching the names fall faster than you can catch them." "I did what I had to do." "You did what felt righteous." Marcell stepped closer. His voice carried no mockery, no taunt, just the flat certainty of someone who had run the numbers and found the answer unforgiving. "But you did not read the fine print. You did not check whether the tower's definition of standing matches your definition of saved." Odalis's hands were back on the module. "He is right." Solino looked at her. "The clause is unambiguous." She highlighted a section of the buried text. "Every guardian who returns through this floor's reversal protocol is automatically registered as a full civic participant in the next governance order. Their vote weight is determined by their original priority index at the time of condemnation, adjusted for time spent in archive. That means the guardians you reverse will enter the council with standing equal to or greater than the living runners who saved them." Parvez's voice was quiet. "That is not a problem. That is exactly what we wanted." "It is a problem," Marcell said, "because it means every core you spend on reversal is a core that votes against you in the council. Every guardian you bring back becomes a political actor with their own agenda. You are not building a coalition of grateful survivors. You are seeding a constituency you cannot control." Solino felt the weight of the words settle across his chest. Marcell was not wrong. He was not wrong, and Solino hated him for it. The module counter hit 6 minutes until the next erasure. Odalis spoke without looking up. "There is a rider clause, a narrow pass provision buried deeper in the governance code. It allows the filer to designate restored guardians as conditional participants with reduced vote weight and limited access to the allocation engine for a period of 12 floor cycles." Marcell's head turned sharply. "You found that?" "I found it." "Then you understand what it means." Solino looked between them. "What does it mean?" Odalis met his eyes. It means we can save some of them, a significant number. But the ones we save under the narrow pass will not have full standing. They will vote at reduced weight. They will be treated as dependents of the filer until the 12 cycles expire. 12 cycles is 36 days, Solino said. Yes. By then, the dissolution date will have passed. The council will already be formed. Their reduced weight means they have no real say in the order that gets built. Yes. Marcell stepped forward. It is the only viable path. The broad clause is suicide. You flood the council with variables you cannot predict, with voters who owe no loyalty to the system that saved them. The narrow pass lets you rescue the guardians who matter most and contain the political risk until the structure is stable. You want me to pick which names get full standing and which get reduced. I want you to face reality. Marcell's voice was harder now. You have already lost 7 names to the triage. You will lose more. The only question is whether you lose the order you are trying to build along with them. Solino looked at the module, at the flood of incoming claims, at the falling bodies, at Odalis, waiting for his answer with her hands still poised over the buried claws. Arranger sequence, 8 of 208. A thread snapped, a body fell, and before Solino could speak, a voice cut through the chamber from the maintenance hatch behind the central platform. No. Tovin Querrell stepped into the gold light. His pale gray eyes were fixed on Marcell, and his face carried something Solino had never seen on him before. Not calculation, not strategy. Rage. Marcell went still. Tovin. Tovin walked past Solino, past Odalis, past the module's flickering display, and stopped 3 meters from Marcell. His voice was low and rough, scraped raw by something that had been building for a long time. I spent 30 floors believing you were building something necessary. I told myself every ugly choice was preparation for a harder truth. I convinced myself that the cruelty was the cost of competence. It was. It was not. Tovin's hands were shaking. You knew about the standing clause. You knew about the narrow pass. You have known since before we reached floor 40, since before you sent me to track Solino's network nodes, since before you let Bastien's records sit in the vault while innocent runners cycled into guardianhood. Marcell's jaw tightened. I kept that information contained because premature exposure would have triggered exactly this outcome. A flood of unvalidated claims, a collapsed queue, a triage sequence consuming the very people you want to save. You kept it contained because you wanted to be the one who decided who gets full standing and who gets reduced. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the archive seemed to hold its breath. Marcell's voice, when it came, was quiet. Someone has to. No. Tovin turned to Solino. His pale gray eyes were wet at the edges, but his voice was steady. I have spent this entire climb trying to optimize for the best possible outcome within broken systems. I compromised. I betrayed people I respected. I told myself the math was cleaner than the morals. He took a breath. I was wrong. Solino held his gaze. The narrow pass is a trap, Tovin said. It looks like mercy, but it is designed to create a permanent underclass of restored guardians who depend on the filer for their standing. Marcell did not discover the clause. He built his entire floor 60 strategy around it. Marcell said nothing. Odalis's hands were frozen above the module. Solino looked at the buried clause on the screen, at the narrow pass provision waiting to be activated, at the simple choice between saving fewer names with full standing or saving more names with reduced weight. The counter hit 5 minutes. He looked at Tovin. Can we activate the floor 55 relay? Tovin nodded. Already done. The secondary hub is live. Every relay between 10 and 60 has redundant routing now. Good. Solino turned to Odalis. Do not activate the narrow pass. Marcell's voice sharpened. Solino, we do it the other way. Full standing for every guardian we reverse. Every name gets their original priority index. Every restored runner enters the council with the same weight as the living. You will lose control of the order. I was never trying to control it. Marcell's face went cold. You are making a catastrophic mistake. Maybe. Solino looked at the module, at the buried clause, at the names still falling. But it is my mistake to make. Chapter 79. The verification module screen flickered. Incoming claims stacked past 1,200. The queue stretched into collapse range, and the triage counter sat at 8 of 208, with a thread already thinning above the central platform. Solino looked at the three tools he had: the witness protocol, the escrow module, the council-grade synthesis buried in his chest like a second heartbeat. They had never been designed to work together. The protocol was a governance layer, the module was a processing engine, and the synthesis was a combat skill that let him read rule interactions. 3 architectures running on 3 different logics, and the tower had selected him specifically because he carried all 3. Not to use them separately, to fuse them. Odalus saw it on his face before he spoke. Solino, no. I am not doing a core chain. You are doing something worse. I can see it in your posture. You are about to push the synthesis through the protocol layer and bind it to the module's root access. What if I am? Then you become the authentication layer between every reversal claim and the escrow pool. Her rust-colored eyes were flat and hard. You become the bottleneck. The tower will route every validation through your fusion schema, and it will drain you at the same rate the triage consumes names. The module display updated. Erase sequence 9 of 208. A thread snapped. A body fell. Solino turned to Odalus. What is the alternative? She had no answer. Marcell watched from the edge of the gold light, his steel gray eyes tracking the exchange with the cold attention of someone reading a probability curve he had already calculated. He said nothing. He did not need to. His silence was the argument. Toven stepped forward. How long would it hold? Solino looked at him. If you fused the 3 architectures into a single validation framework, how long before your skill tree collapsed under the load? I do not know. Estimate. Solino pressed his palm against the module casing. The frequency rose in his chest, hot and demanding, and he let it bleed into the verification module's root layer. The display flickered. The protocol layer accepted the connection. The escrow pool recognized his biometric as chain verifier. Burden accepted. Key identified. He read the load estimate through the feedback. 34 minutes. His voice was flat. Maybe 41 if the synthesis holds. Odalus closed her eyes. Marcell spoke for the first time. That is not enough time to clear the queue. You will burn out before the validation cascade reaches the middle of the ledger. Then I will make it enough. Solino looked at Odalus. Can you parallelize the routing through the floor 55 relay while I hold the framework open? Yes. Can you keep the incoming claims feeding into the validation stack without letting the queue collapse? She hesitated. If I bind Toven's routing table to the module's priority scheduler, yes. But the moment your fusion breaks, the entire framework collapses. Every claim in the queue, every reversal in progress, every guardian whose ledger is halfway through validation. I know. Solino. Her voice cracked at the edges. If you fail, the triage will accelerate. The tower will flag every partially processed reversal as corrupted, and those guardians will be erased within the same cycle. The module display flickered. Erase sequence 10 of 208. A body fell. The gold threads dissolving into light before the corpse hit the ground. Then I will not fail. He looked at Toven. Get the routing table synced. When I open the framework, I need every claim feeding through the module at maximum throughput. No bottlenecks, no priority filtering. Every name gets the same validation speed. Toven nodded. Already mapped. The secondary hub has 5 redundant channels between floors 10 and 60. I can route the claims through all 5 simultaneously. Do it. Toven moved to the module's secondary terminal and began typing. His pale gray eyes were focused, controlled, the same precision he had always used, but without the cold distance that used to accompany it. Marcell stepped forward. Solino, one more fusion on an overloaded tree will crack your skill architecture. You will lose the council-grade synthesis entirely. You may lose the ability to read tower mechanics at all. I know. You will be blind above floor 60. Whatever comes after this floor, you will face it without your primary combat and navigation tool. Solino turned to face him. I was blind on floor 1. I survived. I fused 2 incompatible skills under pressure. I did it without knowing what I was doing. He held Marcell's gaze. I can learn to be blind again. Marcell studied him for a long moment, then he stepped back. Not a surrender, a recognition that the argument had passed beyond his reach. Odalus looked up from the terminal. Routing table is synced. 5 redundant channels active. The claim queue is stable at moderate throughput. Good. Solino pressed both palms against the module casing. The frequency surged. He pushed the council-grade synthesis through the protocol layer, let it bind to the escrow module's root access, and felt the 3 architectures merge into a single framework. The tower recognized the fusion instantly. The module display changed. The validation rate accelerated. Incoming claims began processing in real time, one after another, faster than the triage could consume them. Reversal complete, 11 of 208. Standing granted. Priority index restored. A Guardian's body detached from the ceiling. Gold threads released. The figure dropped onto the platform and drew a breath. Alive. Full standing. Original priority index. Solino kept his hands on the module. The load was already building. The frequency in his chest was hot and unstable, and he could feel the fusion architecture straining under the weight of every validation it processed. The council-grade synthesis was not designed for sustained throughput. It was a combat skill, a burst tool for reading rule interactions in real time. Holding it open as a continuous authentication layer was like using a scalpel as a structural beam. The module display updated again. Reversal complete, 12 of 208. Standing granted. Another body fell free. Solino's hands started shaking. Reversal complete, 13 of 208. The frequency in his chest spiked. Pain lanced through his ribs, and he felt the fusion architecture crack along a fault line he had not known existed. The council-grade synthesis wavered. The protocol layer flickered. The validation rate dropped. Solino, Odalus's voice was sharp. Your fusion is destabilizing. I know. Pull back. Let the module process the remaining claims on its own. It cannot. The framework needs the synthesis to keep the protocol layer bound to the escrow module. If I let go, the root access closes, and every partial reversal still in the queue gets flagged as corrupted. Arrestor sequence, 14 of 208. A thread snapped. A body fell. Solino held the fusion open. The frequency screamed. And then the gold light in the chamber shifted. The archive assembled itself from the space between the suspended bodies, gold light threading through the air until Arbiter's form stood at the edge of the platform. The bronze stone armor was the same. The pale eyes were the same. But there was something different in the voice when it spoke. You are burning your skill tree to ash. Solino did not look up. I know. One more fusion of this magnitude will break you before floor 100. You will lose the council-grade synthesis. You will lose your ability to read tower mechanics. You may lose your ability to fuse skills at all. I know. Arbiter stepped closer. The gold light in its armor pulsed with the same rhythm as the module display. You are choosing blindness. I am choosing the names that are still falling. Arbiter was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke. There are 92 floors above this one. Solino looked up. And none of them would care what you sacrifice to reach them. The module display updated. Reversal complete. 15 of 208. Standing granted. A body fell free. Another drew breath. Solino's hands were shaking so hard he could barely keep them on the casing. The frequency in his chest was cracking. And the triage counter kept climbing. Chapter 80. The fusion held. Not cleanly, not safely. It held the way a bridge held when every support had begun to whisper in the wind, still standing, still carrying load, but marked by the memory of where the break would come. Solino kept his palms on the module casing. The frequency in his chest had gone from hot to brittle, a sustained note that vibrated through his ribs and down into his knees. His hands were shaking. The council-grade synthesis was fracturing along the fault lines he had felt forming 3 minutes ago, and every validation he processed drove another hairline crack through the architecture. Reversal complete, 16 of 208, standing granted. Another body fell free. Gold threads released. The figure hit the platform and drew a ragged breath, the first breath of a returned dead, and Solino did not look up because looking up meant seeing how many were still suspended, and he could not afford to measure the distance. 17. Odalus's voice was flat, professional, holding terror at arm's length. Incoming claims stabilized at 1,400. The floor-55 relay is absorbing the overflow. Good. It is not good. Your validation rate is dropping. She was right. He could feel it. The fusion was leaking throughput, the same way a cracked pressure vessel leaked steam, slow at first, then faster, then all at once. The module display showed processing times creeping upward. What had taken seconds now took 15, 30. The triage counter was not slowing. Arrest sequence, 18 of 208. A thread snapped. A body fell. Not one of his. Reversal complete, 17 of 208. Gold threads released. Another guardian dropped. The gap was closing. One erasure for every reversal. The triage was matching his speed. Solino, Tovin's voice. You need to prioritize. I am not prioritizing. The module cannot sustain throughput on all 208. If you keep trying to save every name, you will lose them all when the fusion collapses. Solino's jaw tightened. The frequency in his chest screamed. He knew Tovin was right. He hated that he knew. The module display flickered. The architecture was destabilizing faster now. The cracks spreading from the council-grade synthesis into the protocol layer, into the escrow binding, into the root access he had fused into a single, unbearable instrument. Arrest sequence, 19 of 208. A body fell. Solino looked up. The suspended guardians stretched across the gold-lit chamber, hundreds of bodies wrapped in pulsing threads, each one a name he did not know and could not save. The triage was not slowing. The module was not accelerating. The fusion was failing. He made the choice. He did not say it aloud. He just let his hands shift on the casing, let the fusion narrow its focus, let the validation protocol stop broadcasting to the full ledger and lock onto the names that still had living witnesses, contested claims, pending reversals within reach. The module display changed. Priority filter, active. Target pool, 103 of 208. Odalis saw it first. Her voice went very quiet. You just cut the list in half. I know. You just chose to let 105 names fall without a reversal attempt. I know. The frequency in his chest cracked again. A sharp pain lanced through his left arm. His vision flickered. Reversal complete, 18 of 208. Another guardian fell free. Reversal complete, 19 of 208. The module was accelerating. The narrowed pool was processing faster. The validation rate climbed. Arrest sequence, 20 of 208. Threads snapped. Body fell. Reversal complete, 20 of 208. Matched. Reversal complete, 21 of 208. Ahead. Solino kept his hands on the casing and watched the numbers climb. Each reversal a name pulled back from the erasure. Each validation a thread cut from the archive's grip. The chamber filled with the sound of bodies dropping onto the platform, gasping, coughing, the returned dead waking to a world that had already buried them. Parvis moved among them. He had stopped counting. His hands worked automatically, checking pulses, stabilizing the newly restored, guiding them to the edges of the chamber where the gold light was dimmest. He did not look at Solino. Marcell stood at the edge of the platform, arms crossed, watching. He did not speak. He did not need to. The judgment was written in the set of his shoulders, the cold patience in his steel-gray eyes. Solino had chosen. The cost was still being tallied. Reversal complete, 35 of 208. Arasha sequence, 27 of 208. The gap held. The fusion held. Solino's hands were shaking so hard he could barely feel the casing anymore. Reversal complete, 52 of 208. Arasha sequence, 34 of 208. The numbers climbed. The names fell. The chamber filled with the living and the dead, and the ones who had crossed between. At 74 of 208, the fusion screamed. Solino felt the council-grade synthesis shatter, a clean break along the fault line he had been tracking for the last 11 minutes, and the frequency in his chest went dark. The protocol layer disconnected from the escrow module. The root access closed. The validation queue froze. The module display went silent. The triage counter stopped at 41 of 208. The fusion was dead. Solino pulled his hands off the casing. His arms were numb. His chest felt hollow. The space where the frequency had lived, now a cold cavity he did not know how to fill. He looked at the module display. Reversals completed. 74 of 208. Standing granted, 74. 74 names. He had saved 74 names. He had lost 34 to the triage. 100 names were still suspended above the chamber, waiting for a reversal that would never come because the architecture had collapsed and he could not rebuild it. Pervis was the first to speak. 74. His voice was raw. 74 people are alive because you broke yourself open. Solino did not answer. He looked at the suspended bodies still hanging in the gold light. 100 names. Still there. Still waiting. Still held by threads he could no longer cut. The returned were gathering at the edges of the chamber. Some were standing. Some were sitting. Some were still learning how to breathe after months of suspended existence. They looked at Solino with expressions he could not read. Gratitude, fear, confusion, hope. All the things a person felt when they woke from a death that had not been intended to end. One of them stepped forward. A woman, middle-aged, gray-streaked hair, the same kind of face Luz had, the face of someone who had spent decades being overlooked by systems that thought they knew her value. You are the one who brought us back. Solino looked at her. I am the one who chose which names to save. You chose mine. I do not know your name. I know. She held his gaze. You chose without knowing who we were. That is the only way to choose that means anything. She stepped back into the crowd of the returned. Solino stood at the module casing and watched the gold threads pulse above them, the 100 names still suspended, the triage clock dark but not reset, the silence where the frequency had lived pressing against the inside of his skull. The chamber was quiet. Then the archive assembled itself one last time. Arbiter's form threaded together from gold light, standing at the center of the platform, pale eyes tracking across the returned, across Solino, across the suspended bodies still waiting. You have chosen. Solino said nothing. You have lost the council-grade synthesis. You have lost your ability to read tower mechanics. You will not regain either. The architecture you fused cannot be rebuilt. I know. Arbiter's voice shifted. The gold light pulsed. There are 92 floors above this one. They will not care what you sacrificed. They will test you differently. They will test whether you can rule without the tool that made you effective, and whether the people you saved will follow a leader who can no longer see what is coming. Solino met Arbiter's pale eyes. Then I will learn to see another way. Arbiter was silent. Then it spoke. The towers have not yet tested whether humanity can rule without a shared enemy. You have shown them you can choose mercy under pressure. The next test will be harder. The gold light began to fade. You will face it without the frequency, without the synthesis, without the architecture that made you dangerous. Arbiter's voice was the last thing to dim. But you will face it with 74 people who know what you chose, and who will choose you in return. The gold light vanished. Arbiter was gone. Solino stood alone at the module casing, the chamber full of the returned, the suspended, the dead he had saved, and the dead he had let fall. Babat called Dara Cross. Dawn broke. The relay boards flickered, and a message appeared on every active screen between floor 1 and floor 60. Floor 60. Cleared. Partial restoration accepted. 74. Condemned returned with full standing. The living no longer own the future alone. The plaza erupted. Not cheering, not silence, something between a howl and a sob, the sound of a city that had spent 30 days believing only the winners mattered, now forced to reckon with the dead who had come back to stand beside them. Luz Ibarra stood at the edge of the crowd, gray-streaked hair whipping in the wind, watching the names scroll across the public boards. 74 names, each one a person she had never met, each one alive because a man she barely knew had burned his future to ash. She turned away from the board. The Clitic network was already reorganizing. The registration stations were already filling. The returned were already beginning the long process of becoming citizens in a world that had not expected them to survive. Far above the plaza, on a landing Solino had never reached, a figure watched the same relay boards. Their face was unreadable. Their hand rested on a threshold that had not yet opened. And in the silence between dawn and the first test of the new order, they spoke a single word to no one and everyone. Higher. The relay boards went dark. The tower hummed. 92 floors waited in silence.